Together with Shu Chan, Long Yu narrowly avoided those cheetah demon cultivators, and soon left this dense forest. However, Long Yu always felt that someone was following him secretly, but he couldn't specifically detect the position and identity of the other party, which made him extremely vigilant. Long Yu is very clear that now he is in extreme danger anytime and anywhere, and if he is not careful, he will die in xuanhuan. There is a lake ahead, let's jump into it. Long Yu quickly pointed to a lake ahead, and said to Shu Chan. Shu Chan frowned, what are you doing jumping down? I feel that someone is following us, jump down, if he chases again, there will be nowhere to hide in the water. Long Yu whispered. Shu Chan was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. She didn't notice that someone was following her. Could it be that her perception is really so poor, compared to Long Yu's? The two approached the edge of the lake, and just about to jump off, suddenly a figure in black robe appeared beside them. Princess, wait. The sound made the two of them jump into the lake to stop, and they each turned their heads to look at the black-robed figure. Judging from the person's attire, he should be the disciple of the former Shura County Shadow Demon Trace. Shadow Demon Trace, the reason why it is called Zong instead of Zong, is because people from this sect come and go without a trace, practicing a very powerful concealment method. Wizard sect? Shu Chan stopped her movements, and Daimei raised her eyebrows and asked, why are you here? This is the subordinate of the princess, Long Yu, right? The Mazong sect member of the Six Paths Divine Ability realm did not directly answer Shu Chan's words, but shifted his gaze to Long Yu who was at the side, and said with some admiration, I heard that Long Yu was in the Heavenly Tribulation realm. Defeating Tai Sun, the strong man in the three realms of supernatural powers, shocked the entire Shura County, and finally seeing him today, and he has stepped into the secret realm of supernatural powers, it must be even more powerful. In any case, Shu Chan and Long Yu were relieved to meet the sect of Shadow Demon in this kind of place. Since they are disciples of Shadow Demon, most likely they will not pose any threat to themselves. Soon, the two communicated with the Mazong sect member of the Six Paths Supernatural Realm. This person's name is Mo Yuan, who has practiced in Shadow Mazong for more than 50 years, and has a deep affection for the sect. A while ago, Emperor Tianqin destroyed Shadow Mazong, and Mo Yuan escaped from the sect by relying on his powerful concealment skills. Come out, and then start a plan to contact other disciples and prepare for revenge. The suzerain of the Shadow Demon Trail, the Shadow King, died near this dense forest in order to stop the Emperor Tianqin. Mo Yuan came to investigate in person to see if the Shadow King was still alive, but to his disappointment, only the Shadow King was found. The remaining ideas left by the king. In that thought, the Shadow King confessed many things to Mo Yuan. One is to find Shu Chan, the princess, and serve him as the master, and help Shu Chan revive Shura County together. The other is to return to the sect of Shadow Demon Trace. The location is to take out the things in the Zoman's treasury and give them to Shu Chan. The third is to take the Shura sacred tree from the Shura Valley, and the fourth is to rescue Hui Yuanbai who was trapped in the Nightmare Mountain Range General. Originally, Long Yu was still a little cautious and doubtful about what Mo Yuan said, but after hearing such detailed 4 points, these doubts disappeared. If Du Shu Chan and his own intentions were wrong in this Mo Yuan, there is no need to say these things, and even revealed the method of taking away the Shura sacred tree. Without the guidance of the Shadow King, how could a mere sect disciple of the 6 realms of supernatural powers know how to take away the holy tree of Shura? You know, it is a monster that is not recognized by its relatives. If Long Yu didn't have the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, he would have died in his hands long ago. In that case, let's go back to Shura County first. Shu Chan quickly made a decision, because the Shadow Demon Trail, the Shura Valley, and the Nightmare Mountain Range all passed along the same route from north to south. Shu Chan definitely wants to get the treasure house of Shadow Demon Trail. After all, there are a lot of cultivation resources in it, even in the Shura Valley. Shu Chan also wants to get the hidden treasure of King Shura, but any treasure house, if you want to. The difficulty of getting it is not low. Shadow trace is okay, the location of the treasure house is hidden, and ordinary people don't know it at all, and the people of Tianqing dynasty must not have found it yet. However, the treasure pavilion and the martial skill tower in the Shura Valley are extremely conspicuous places, probably already guarded by the people of the Tianqing dynasty. No matter what, go back and look at the situation before you can make a decision. The shadow trace was Shu Chan's first destination. Princess, I will follow you. If there is any danger, I will remind you in advance, and if there is a battle, I will show up to help. Mo Yuan respectfully said to Shu Chan. No need, Mo Yuan, hurry up and join the other Mazong sect members. After Long Yu and I finish these things, we will leave Tianqing dynasty together and go to Baixuan capital. We have established a firm foothold there. It can develop steadily for a period of time, and when the princess enters the secret realm of the royal way, he will start to revive Shura County. Shu Chan showed a strong aura and let Mo Yuan leave. She doesn't want to have a guy following her behind all the time. This kind of feeling is not good. Besides, she is not 100% sure that Mo Yuan is sincerely trying to help her. In case this guy has already taken refuge in Emperor Tianqing, wouldn't it be a bad thing to let him follow? Yes, princess. Mo Yuan firmly believed in Shu Chan's words, bowed and cupped his fists in agreement, and then disappeared in front of the two of them. Shu Chan and Long Yu each thought for a while, then looked at each other. Do you still want to jump into the lake now? Shu Chan asked. Of course not. Long Yu smiled. The two continued on the road, moving forward from a barren mountain and wild forest. They needed to pass through 3 county mansions before reaching the territory of Shura County. Since they couldn't drive the Shura spirit boat to fly, the journey of these 3 county mansions would take at least half an hour. Month time. However, this trip was for training anyway, and neither of them was in a hurry. Long Yu was just a little nervous about Hui Yuanbai's news. This loyal veteran probably didn't take refuge in the Tianqing dynasty, and now he was trapped in the Devil's Nightmare mountain range, and he didn't know what the situation was. With him and Shu Chan alone, it is useless to be anxious in this situation. We can only take one step at a time and go to the Nightmare Mountain range to have a look. What we said to Mo Yuan, we should do it in reverse, first go to rescue General Hua, then go back to Shura Valley, and finally go to Shadow Demon Track to find the treasure house. Long Yu said to Shu Chan. Shu Chan agreed with his decision, because she also had some doubts about that Mo Yuan. Fortunately, after leaving that lake, Long Yu didn't feel that someone was following him, so he felt relieved a lot. The two lived and slept all the way, continued to move forward, and did not forget to practice. Long Yu's comprehension of the ancient martial art Jiuyou Tianguang has improved a lot. Although he has not yet succeeded in learning it, it is almost the same. As for Shu Chan, she has been learning the method of condensing the divine chain recently. Her father, King Shura, had taught her this method long ago, so there is no need to worry about the method, but it is not that simple to condense the divine chain. Even if it reaches the 5th level fit with the shadow attribute divine script, it is very difficult to gather the divine chain. 10 days later, the two of them stepped into the range of Liang County, and beyond Liang County, it was Shura County. For Liang County, Long Yu still had a slightly bad impression. When he was in the Devil's Nightmare mountain range, 2 experts from the Liang County's 7-path supernatural powers appeared to help Lieutenant General Zoli, and wanted to punish General Hui Yuanbai started. Fortunately, King Shura appeared in time, otherwise General Hui Yuanbai would have been in danger at that time. Now the Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion in the Baixua dynasty are all newly established forces, with a status of strength. If Hui Yuanbai can be found to guard them, that would be great. The powerhouses of the 7 paths divine ability realm, even in the Baixua dynasty, can be regarded as masters, and one more power counts as one. But when he arrived in Liang County, the feeling of being followed emerged from Long Yu's heart again. This time, Long Yu's sense of crisis was even stronger. "Xuan, beware of sneak attacks at any time, let's find another lake and jump into it." When Long Yu encountered such a situation, he always thought of jumping into the lake. This is the best way to find out the pursuers and get rid of them. Xuan was taken aback when she heard the words, then nodded, "Let's go." Naturally, there are quite a few lakes and rivers in Liang County, just look for them, and the two quickly headed towards a river under a waterfall, looking like they were about to jump off. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly appeared from behind the two of them, whizzing towards them. "Kill them!" A middle-aged man yelled sharply, and then a strong man in the realm of 7 supernatural powers appeared behind the two of them. At the same time, 4 or 5 martial arts from the mysterious realm of ordinary supernatural powers appeared from around the two of them, launching their attacks towards them. Stormy attack. Shanin, dodge. Long Yu had already been prepared for a surprise attack, and immediately hugged Xuan, urged by the hidden word divine script, and immediately displayed the method of concealment, and the two of them disappeared from everyone's eyes. There were a total of 6 people who sneaked in, one of them was at the 7-path supernatural power level, and the other 5 were also masters at the 3-path supernatural power level and 4-way supernatural power level, and a Long Yu of the supernatural power realm. It is definitely more than enough. It's a pity that these people came from the Yun Empire, and they had never heard of the names of Long Yu and Xuan, so of course they didn't have any special preparations. When Long Yu and Xuan disappeared before their eyes, their expressions changed. Even the middle-aged man in the white robe, who was in the 7-path supernatural realm, found that he couldn't find any trace of Long Yu and Xuan. The pursuers of the Cloud Empire finally caught up. This middle-aged white-robed man in the realm of 7 supernatural powers originally wanted to follow Long Yu and Xuan until the other people who were scattered and searching gathered together before doing it, but they didn't expect the two to find a river to jump into. He couldn't wait to do it directly. Who knows, after the two jumped into the river, would he still be able to find their traces? However, what he didn't expect was that Long Yu and Xuan were not ordinary martial arts practitioners. Their actual combat power far surpassed the current martial arts realm. The white-robed man of the 7 paths divine ability realm came from the Cloud Empire, named Baijiang Country. He looked quite mature and handsome, but there was a shadow between his brows. He didn't know the real strength of Long Yu and Xuan. He felt that with 5 subordinates of 3 or 4 levels of supernatural powers, if he wanted to capture Xuan alive, it would be more than enough to kill Long Yu. Search separately, and report back to me immediately if there are any clues. Bai Jianghua gave orders to the 5 men. The 5 masters of the mysterious realm of supernatural powers didn't care much. They just chased and killed a little girl from the realm of 4 supernatural powers, and a boy from the realm of 1 supernatural power, so they didn't pay much attention at all. They who came to Baishua dynasty from Yun Empire already had arrogance to be superior to others. How could they have any sense of vigilance at this moment? The 5 people spread out to the surroundings respectively, running around in the forest to investigate, trying to find any clues about Long Yu and Xuan. This is exactly what Long Yu meant. If these people don't separate, Long Yu wants to take Xuan away. Anyway, these guys can't find them. But since they chose to search separately, Long Yuka would not be polite. The guy with the 4 supernatural powers killed him first. Long Yu whispered to Xuan, and led Xuan to stealth, not far from one of the outlier 4 paths divine ability realm Wuxiu. The man looked around carelessly, with no nervous look in his eyes at all, as if he was strolling in the wild, unaware that the crisis had arrived. Soon, this person was more than 2 miles away from the others. Even if others heard the movement and rushed over, they would at least have a few breaths. And so much time is enough for Long Yu and Xuan to kill this person instantly. I'll confuse him first. Xuan, you are responsible for beheading him. Long Yu gave Xuan an order, and then condensed the remnants of the ancient times to come out, directly let the remnants of the ancient times attack and kill, and used the remnants of the ancient times to attack and kill. That person came to his senses at the first moment, seeing Long Yu's ancient afterimage attacking him. He couldn't help but sneered, "A mere kid in the supernatural power realm dares to attack your grandfather and me, so die." As soon as the words fell, this person punched out, causing thunder and lightning, and the next moment, Long Yu's ancient afterimage was completely shattered. But at this moment, Shu Chan's delicate and lovely figure appeared from behind him, and as soon as he raised his hand, the innate supernatural power Shura Jiwiguang condensed into a beam of pitch-black light, which directly penetrated the man's chest. Level 5, Fit. The man's eyes widened, and he couldn't stop staring at him. He didn't expect Shu Chan to be compatible with the 5th level of the Shadow Attribute Divine Writing. This was also the biggest reason why he couldn't resist Shura's absolute light. As the man fell, Long Yu directly raised his hand, and the power of the Law of the Sun swayed, burning the man's body to ashes. At the same time, he searched all the valuables on the man into his storage space middle. It has to be said that the martial artist from the Union Empire is rich. Just this martial artist of the 4-path supernatural power realm has 2 heaven-level high-grade soldiers, several heaven-level pills, dozens of earth-level grade pill. However, most of these elixirs are used in battle, and can supplement the consumed profound energy, laws, divine power, etc., and few are used to improve the realm of martial arts. This kind of elixir is called combat elixir, which is completely different from cultivation elixir. It is taken during battle, and some elixir can even temporarily enhance the strength of martial arts. Of course, among the elixirs seized by Long Yu now, there's nothing like this. After finishing it, Long Yu once again cast Shanin and disappeared into the dense forest with Shu Chan. By the time other people rushed over from the forest 2 miles away, they had already fled. They didn't even leave their bodies behind. There was only a breath of divine power spreading, letting people know that a battle had just taken place here. This is a martial artist of the 3-path supernatural power realm and 4-path supernatural power realm. Walking together, he found traces of the battle. It was killed in seconds. Seeing this, the wuxio of the 3 realms of supernatural powers changed his face immediately, and even the 4 realms of supernatural powers were instantly killed, so if he ran into those 2 guys, wouldn't he have no way out? Humph, I must have taken the opportunity to sneak attack. It's just 2 despicable and shameless people, why should I be afraid? The brawny man of the 4 supernatural powers snorted coldly, looked around, trying to find the traces of Long Yu and Shu Chan, but how could they find Long Yu and Shu Chan in the hidden state? You must know that even the strong in the secret realm of the royal way cannot find Long Yu in the hidden state, let alone these guys in the secret realm of supernatural powers. 9 explosions of Yulong, 5th explosion, Dragonheart Edict. Just when the 2 were on guard, Long Yu's voice suddenly sounded, and then a black figure appeared from behind the 2, followed by a dragon's chant, which shocked the hearts of the martial arts practitioners of the 3 supernatural powers. Court Death. The wuxio of the 4 Dao supernatural powers turned around and slashed out with a sharp blade, cutting off several big trees behind him in an instant. Then, like a stream of light, the black shadow that appeared to attack was cut in half. It's a pity that after the black shadow was cut off, it turned into a pile of black mist and dispersed. Obviously it was just an afterimage. This made the expressions of the martial arts cultivators of the 4 supernatural powers change slightly. Knowing that they had been fooled, they subconsciously used defensive methods, swung their long knives, and the light of the knives lingered around their sides, forming a barrier of saber light. However, at the next moment, Long Yu's void dragon blade suddenly appeared, directly smashing the barrier of saber light, followed by a black beam of light. Shu Chan's innate supernatural power, Azura's absolute light, blasted through the space covered by the void dragon. The gap shattered by the blade hit the martial artist's waist. Xu Chan's innate supernatural power against Shura Ju Guang has already comprehended the sixth heaven, which is the peak of the middle 3 days, and can become the strongest supernatural power of the upper 3 days. With such a bombardment, martial arts practitioners of the Four Paths Divine Ability realm who had the same cultivation level as Xu Chan couldn't bear it at all, and were immediately killed by the bombardment. As for the martial cultivators who were convenient for the 3 realms of supernatural powers, after being stunned for a breath by Long Yu Longxin's edict, Long Yu stabbed the nether dragon blade out of the void with his backhand, but before he could react, he was stabbed into the chest by Long Yu, heartbroken. The two teamed up to fight against these 3 or 4 supernatural power level martial artists. It was a complete instant kill. Of course, Long Yu can only be regarded as a support, and Xu Chan's innate supernatural power is really too strong. This elixir is really easy to use. It can speed up the recovery of divine writing and allow me to use the same innate supernatural power in a short period of time. I am indeed a person from the Cloud Empire. Xu Chan's eyes lit up, and she continued to urge Long Yu to search for treasures from the 2 dead people. Soon, some heaven-level and earth-level pills were found. There is no shortage of these restorative pills, and now they are all cheaply given to Long Yu and Xu Chan. Xu Chan was able to cast Shura's absolute light for the second time in a short period of time because he took one of the elixirs, which can speed up the recovery speed of the divine mantra, and stimulate Wuxiu's Dantian with strange medicinal power, so that Wuxiu can directly use the magic power he just used. Innate supernatural powers. This kind of elixir could never be seen in the original Shura County, because the refining method is very difficult. Even within the scope of Tianqing Dynasty and Beishua Dynasty, they are rare. Even if there are 1 or 2, they are expensive, and they are not affordable by ordinary martial artists. But for the martial cultivators of Yunyun Empire, especially the guard members of Yandizi, this kind of pill is just a routine configuration. Long Yu and Xu Chan, as usual, destroyed the corpses and wiped out the traces, then searched for the belongings, and went straight away. If it wasn't for finding so many pills, Long Yu wouldn't be able to use the divine invisibility so recklessly, because the use of the hidden character divine script is still limited, and he can't maintain the divine invisibility state for a long time. But with these recovery pills, there is no need to consider this issue. Long Yu got a total of 12 such elixirs from the 3 Cloud Empire martial cultivators. He himself used one to maintain his divine concealment, while Xu Chan tried one to unleash his innate supernatural powers again. Shura Absolute Light, instant kill defeated the second opponent of the Four Paths Divine Ability realm. 3 people are dead, and there are 2 subordinates left. However, the remaining 2 people seem to be a bit shrewd and cautious. A master of 3 path supernatural powers and 1 4 path supernatural powers came here to check carefully, and after looking at each other, they turned around and left. Go in the direction of the leader by Jianghua. Chasing and killing. Killing intent flashed in Long Yu's eyes. Baijiang Kingdom was still a few miles away. If they pursued them now, they would definitely be able to kill those 2 before Baijiang Kingdom arrived. Xu Chan agreed with Long Yu's plan, and flew directly in front of him, using the innate supernatural power of Shura's eyes, and as a pair of gloomy jet black eyes appeared in midair, she actually directly captured the 2 fleeing martial artists. On the spot. This is the innate supernatural power that Xu Chan comprehended when he was in the second realm of supernatural powers, the Eye of Shura. The terrifying and strange Eye of Shura is completely a means of mental attack. When it is used, it can shock the opponent's mind and suck the opponent's mind into the pupils. Kill. Xu Chan threw out a pitch-black disc with an ancient aura. This is the great desolation level middle-rank warrior she possessed, the compass of desolate ancient repair. The ancient Shura came out, and the power of Shura's divine script exploded completely, forming countless jet-black streamers that locked the 2 martial artists firmly, and continuously absorbed the power in their bodies. After just 3 breaths, the two martial arts practitioners of the 3-path supernatural power realm and the 4-path supernatural power realm who were absorbed by Shura's eyes were actually sucked dry of the profound energy in their bodies by the wild ancient Shura Pan, and then the power of Shura's divine script was exhausted. Invade their bodies and destroy all the meridians in their bodies. It was the first time for Long Yu to see Shu Chan using this great desolation level warrior, and he must have wanted to kill the opponent as quickly as possible, so as to fight against the remaining people in the 7 realms of supernatural powers. Who said Long Yu and Shu Chan were going to run away when facing an opponent in the 7 paths divine ability realm? After Shu Chan matched with the 5th level of the Shadow Attribute Divine Script, she once fought against Mo Zhaitian, who was also at the level of the 7 paths supernatural power, and the battle was a draw. It can be seen that Shu Chan's real strength is not weaker than the ordinary 7-path, a strong man in the realm of supernatural powers. Coupled with Long Yu's support, Shu Chan has great confidence in defeating the guy at the 7 paths divine ability realm. Since you dare to chase and kill, you must be prepared to be counter-killed. However, it was obvious that Bai Jianghua, who was a martial artist from the Yun Empire in the 7 paths divine ability realm, could pose a threat to him with just 2 low-level supernatural power secret realm boys. Relying on the movement just now, Bai Jianghua rushed to the scene of the battle, but he only felt a trace of the agitation of divine power, and saw no trace of anyone. He can be sure that 2 of his subordinates were rushing towards him just now, but now they are all gone. What happened? Could it be that they were killed by those 2 boys? No, that's impossible. Those 2 guys are only at the level of 1 supernatural power and 4 supernatural powers. How could they kill my subordinates? Bai Jianghua frowned tightly, puzzled. He paced forward in this dense forest, keeping vigilance at all times. Maybe those 2 boys had some accomplices, so he could kill his subordinates one by one. However, even if there is an accomplice, it is impossible to be the existence of the King's Dao secret realm. Otherwise, why hide the head and show the tail? It is ridiculous. Bai Jianghua has no fear in his heart. He is a martial artist from the Cloud Empire, and he has countless treasures and pills. How could he not be the opponent of this small place? When he walked between the 2 big trees, a sudden change occurred. Long Yu and Shu Chan were always using their hidden methods to observe him from the sidelines. Even though Bai Jianghua was all focused on guarding against sneak attacks, they still chose to take action. Because Shu Chan has great confidence in winning the shot. Desolate Ancient Compass Repair. As soon as Shu Chan raised his hand, Huang Gushou's compass, a middle-rank warrior of the Great Desolation level, swept out like a whirlwind, and countless jets of black light shot at the white-robed Wuxiu who was in the 7-path supernatural powers, trying to trap him and absorb it. Its inner strength. However, the white-robed martial artist Bai Jiang Kingdom had already prepared for it. When he sensed someone's sneak attack, he directly swayed his divine power with his backhand. A pen-shaped warrior appeared in his hand, bursting with thousands of rays of light, and resisted the streamer of the desolate ancient compass. This pen-shaped warrior turned out to be a mid-grade warrior of the Great Desolation level, and it matched with this person to an extremely high level, not weaker than Shu Chan's compatibility with Huang Gushou's compass. After all, Shu Chan is young. Even if counted from birth, the time to get the ancient compass is not as long as the time for the other party to get the pen-shaped soldier. The lifespan of a martial artist in the mystical realm of supernatural powers lasts hundreds of years, and it will continue to increase as the number of innate supernatural powers comprehended increases. This Baijiang country has a lifespan of 300 to 500 years. As for how long they live, Shu Chan and Long Yuka have no idea. No. The pen swayed the power of the white light divine script, which just happened to have a slight restrained effect on Shu Chan's Azura divine script, but Shu Chan did not back down. Even if it was to use the desolate ancient compass to restrain the opponent's power of the Great Desolation level soldiers, it would be good. My good fellow, how dare you sneak up on me, Grandpa Bai, it's just out of the blue. Bai Jianghua snorted coldly, but he didn't intend to kill Xuan directly, because he felt that Xuan, a fellow of the 4 levels of supernatural powers, dared to sneak attack on him. Kid. Is a supernatural power realm a threat to his 7 supernatural power realms? Bai Jianghua didn't pay attention to Long Yu at all. His mind is all on the unknown martial artist hiding in the dark. He must always prevent any master from appearing to attack him, and only then will his supernatural power explode. To deal with Xuan, he was not prepared to use his supernatural powers. Innate supernatural powers, the eyes of Shura. Xuan's divine power of Shura burst out, and condensed into 2 pitch-black eyes in the dense forest. The pupils were as frightening as Shura's, and the infinite aura enveloped the entire forest. Being stared at by these 2 eyes, Bai Jianghua felt his hair stand on end. He just wanted to use martial arts to knock out the eye of Shura, but found that he couldn't move at this moment. Sura Absolute Light. The control effect of Shura's eye is absolutely top-notch. Without preparation, even the Baijiang kingdom of the 7 paths divine ability realm has the Tao, and can't make any actions for a while. Immediately after, Xuan unleashed his innate supernatural power, Shura's absolute light. A jet-black beam of Shura's light blasted over, and hit Bai Jianghua's chest heavily. Fortunately, after all, Baijiang Kingdom has a deep cultivation base, broke through the control of Shura's eye at the fastest speed, and used the power of the light divine script in his body to display defensive means. A layer of light barrier appeared on his chest, and Shura's absolute light barely resisted. However, the power of Shura's divine script is not limited to this. Although Shura's Jiwiguang was blocked, it also produced a strong impact, blasting the entire Baijiang kingdom into the air, and fell several feet away. At this moment, Long Yu made a move. The 4 ancient afterimages attacked from all directions at the first time, and each performed 2 explosions of the 9 explosions of Yulong. The sound of dragon chants kept ringing in the arena, shocking the soul of Baijiang Kingdom. Even though he was a strong man in the realm of 7 supernatural powers, he was actually affected by these sounds of dragon chants at this time, and was eroded into his body by the chi of the 9 secluded worlds. Break it! Bai Jianghua let out a stern voice, and the divine mantra of light erupted in an instant, dispersing the 9 nether chi that had eroded into his body. After all, he is a strong man in the 7 paths divine ability realm. Even if he has reservations now, he is not something that Long Yu can easily deal with. Just think about it. Blood Sacrifice Shadow Killer, explode. However, Long Yu's back move was fully displayed at this time. Those 4 ancient afterimages, taking advantage of Baijiang Kingdom's dispelling of the 9 nether chi in their bodies, approached Baijiang Kingdom's side as quickly as possible, and then each displayed the perfect realm of ancient shadow-killing skills, blood sacrifice shadow killing. There was no blood in the body of the ancient afterimage, but when Long Yu condensed the afterimage this time, he first added some of his own blood, so now 4 mouthfuls of blood spurted out, instantly condensing 4 small black and red figures. In an instant, the light barrier defense of Baijiang Kingdom was shattered. The barrier of light gods that Baijiang Kingdom hastily condensed, first withstood Xuan's move of Azura Jiwiguang, and then was bombarded by Long Yu's 4 black and red figures, and it was directly shattered. It is conceivable that Long Yu's move tyrannical. And this is not the strongest level of Long Yu. The Void Yulong blade is still tightly held in Long Yu's hands, but before the critical moment, Long Yu's body will never get close to Baijiang Kingdom, otherwise Baijiang Kingdom will wave their hands casually, can kill him. After all, the realm of martial arts is too much beyond him. It's really surprising. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Baijianghua's mouth, and anger flashed in his eyes. He really didn't expect that he would be so embarrassed by these 2 boys. In this way, these 2 boys can really kill him, those useless minions. Accident? The corner of Xuan's mouth turned up slightly, and then she raised her hand, and 1,000 stones in the shape of attribute stones flew out, forming a formation in an instant, enclosing Baijiang Kingdom. Bai Jiangwu didn't have the slightest doubt, and immediately gathered the power of the light divine script in his hands, preparing to smash these strange attribute stones. But at the next moment, a strange illusion force spread from these attribute stones, covering the entire Baijiang kingdom. As a result, Baijianggu's whole person became groggy, as if he had fallen into an illusion. Take this opportunity and kill him. Xu Chuan greeted Lan Yu, and took the lead in mobilizing the Huanggushou compass, and countless jet-black streamers shot out, blasting towards Baijiang Kingdom's body surrounded by thousands of attribute stones. With a movement in Lan Yu's heart, he raised his hand and released the siphon divine script, and the power of the colorful siphon divine script burst out suddenly, covering Baijianggu's body. Even now, Lan Yu still dare not get close to Baijiang country, but the power of siphoning divine script can also help Xu Chuan. It also takes time to place these 1,000 attribute stones, and the 4 ancient afterimages before Lan Yu are just buying time for Xu Chuan. In fact, when the dream stone takes effect, Lan Yu has already completed his own mission. It's just that it's impossible for him to watch Xu Chuan fight alone, and at this juncture, he still condenses the siphon divine script to help. Bai Jiangwu didn't respond to the bombardment of Huanggushou's compass. His eyes were full of bewilderment, as if he had fallen into a dream. The next moment, the jet-black Shura streamer of Huanggushou compass pierced into Bai Jiangwu's body like countless sword qi, blasting his whole body into a sieve. Done. Feeling that the breath in Bai Jiangwu's body became weak rapidly, her heart was shattered, and her vitality was cut off. Xu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of my aunt, it's amazing. Lan Yu sincerely admired it. The 1,000 attribute stones put out by Xu Chuan are called dream stones. Now Xu Chuan's mother, Xu Ruoxian, exists in the dream stones, and is already the existence of the royal Dao secret realm. However, Xu Ruoxian couldn't leave these dream stones, because Xu Ruoxian's physical body no longer existed, leaving only his thoughts in the dream stones. The strategy of Lan Yu and Xu Chuan is to release the dream stone, by time to arrange the dream time, and then everything will be settled easily. It would be easy for the powerful in the secret realm of the royal way to make the Baijiang kingdom fall into a dream. As for Baijiang country, which has no defenses, even if it is in the realm of the 7 paths, so what? He was still in an undefended state, and was directly bombarded and killed by Xu Chuan. In this battle, I have absorbed the soul seals of 6 people, including the soul seal of this Baijiang country, and the power of the nether dragon blade has been tripled. Lan Yu walked to the side of Bai Jiangguo's body, and found a waist card from him, with the words Yunyun Bai Jiangguo written on it, letting Lan Yu know that this person came from the Yunyun Empire, named Bai Jiangguo. Good harvest, including this pen. Xu Chuan also stepped forward, and grabbed the pen-shaped Great Wilderness level middle-grade warrior who wanted to escape. This thing has already developed self-awareness, and it was also confused by the Dreamstone just now. Now that it has recovered, it is thinking to run away. Lan Yu directly wiped out the soul imprint with the Void Dragon Blade. This kind of thing is already familiar to Lan Yu. Although he is a middle-grade warrior of the wilderness level, it couldn't be easier to clear the soul imprint of one of the dead. A mid-grade soldier of the Great Desolation grade was harvested by the 2 of them just like this. Even within the scope of the Baishua dynasty, this soldier was considered extremely strong. After beheading Baijiang Kingdom, the powerhouse of the Cloud Empire, Lan Yu and Xu Chuan's gains were not only the Dahuang level middle-grade pen-shaped soldier, but also more heaven-level recovery pills, and even 2 Dahuang level healing pill. Judging from the aura emanating from these 2 elixir, as long as it is not dead, the wounds on the whole body can be repaired soon after taking it, and the effect is even better than Lan Yu's current comprehension of 20% of the self-healing divine script. It's a pity that there is a limit to taking elixirs. The same healing elixir is not only expensive, but also not as effective as the first one when taken in a row. 2 healing elixirs, one for each of Lan Yu and Xu Chuan, and the pen-shaped soldier of the Great Wilderness Grade was collected by Long Yu into the storage space of the Void Dragon Blade. In addition, there are 2 heavenly top-grade warriors, namely a pair of combat boots and a long whip. Long Yu also erased the soul imprint on the pair of combat boots and put them on. Heaven-level combat boots soldiers can double their speed as long as they activate their power, but they need to consume a lot of profound energy. Unless they can fit with this pair of combat boots, it will be much easier to use. For the time being, Long Yu can only use this pair of combat boots to save his life. If he uses this pair of combat boots in conjunction with his body and martial arts, the sudden burst speed is still very terrifying. The two continued to move forward, and it didn't take long before they left the dense forest and went deep into the range of Liang County. In the core area of Liang County, it is completely a desert. It is impossible for ordinary martial arts practitioners to survive and practice here, but for Liang County martial arts masters who comprehend the Flame Attribute Divine Script, it is not a problem at all, and even comprehended it for them. Divine writing and supernatural powers are helpful. Fighting in this kind of desert terrain, Liang County Wuxiu will also have an advantage, so there are generally few foreign Wuxiu in this place. Under such circumstances, Long Yu and Xu Chan have to be more cautious when moving forward. Anyone who comes here will be interrogated one after another. If they are caught by people from Liang County, their whereabouts will be exposed. When meeting someone, Long Yu directly used the method of divine concealment, and took Xu Chan to avoid it quietly. There was no major problem along the way, but the continuous use of divine concealment made Long Yu quite hard, and he took it one after another. There are several pills that can restore the power of the divine script. Fortunately, people from the Yun Empire sent pills. It would take a lot of time to pass through Liang County. Xu Chan said with a smile. Well, but the people of the Cloud Empire probably won't let it go. There may be other pursuers soon, we must be careful. Long Yu nodded and said. Xu Chan took it for granted, walk another 100 miles and you'll be within Shura County. I don't know what's going on in Shura County now. If we go around a little bit and enter directly from the north, we might encounter some trouble. Long Yu thought for a while and said. Well, in case Emperor Qin predicts that we will come back, if we set up a checkpoint in the northern part of Shura County, it will not be easy to sneak in. It's better to go around to the west, and it will be closer to the Devil's Nightmare Mountains by the way. Xu Chan said, if General Hui Yuanbai can be rescued, our combat effectiveness will be stronger, and our affairs will be more secure. I just don't know where he is now. What's the situation? While talking, Long Yu shook his head. Anyway, let's go to the Devil's Nightmare Mountain Range first. Xu Chan was quite familiar with Azura County and its surrounding terrain. With the support of Long Yu Shizhan Shenin, Xu Chan quickly found a detour and entered the original area of Azura County from the west. This direction is not too far away from the Nightmare Mountain Range, but what surprised the two of them was that a ghostly aura started to float in the area of Shura County, making it difficult to breathe. These are the auras in Guixia County. Long Yu's complexion changed, and Xu Chan's face sank together. Within the area of Shura County, the ghostly aura of Guixia County began to waft. Does it mean that Shura County is now handed over to the king of Guixia County? Could it be possible that all of Emperor Tianqin's actions are driven by Guixia County king behind the scenes? There was hatred in Xu Chan's eyes. She hadn't seen any news about her father during the trip, as if King Shura had died directly after fighting the Emperor Tianqin, without any news. Xu Chan didn't dare to think too much, so she could only prepare psychologically for her father's death, so she naturally harbored incomparable hatred for the perpetrator. Originally, Xu Chan thought that it was Emperor Tianqin who wanted to attack Shura County, but now it seems that after Shura County was taken over by Emperor Tianqin, it seemed that it was given to the king of Guixia County to manage, and even the entire Shura County was taken over. Full of spooky aura, it's not hard to imagine, could all this be driven by the Ghost King? The king of Guixia County suffered a loss at the hands of King Shura, and it is very possible to find a way to retaliate. He only needs to persuade Emperor Tianqin to do it. This should not be difficult for the king of Guixia County. A large part of the mineral output of the Nightmare Mountain Range was allocated to the Tianqin Emperor, and the Tianqin Emperor most likely agreed. For Emperor Tianqin, it doesn't matter who owns the county under his command, the key is to get the most benefits for himself, and to have most of the cultivation resources. Only in this way can Emperor Tianqin control the county government within the entire Tianqin dynasty, so that these county government offices can be firmly held in his own hands. Things are still uncertain, we continue to move forward. Long Yu comforted Shu Chan in a soft voice, then pulled her forward and soon reached the depths of Shura County, closer to the Devil's Nightmare Mountain Range. Arriving here, the ghostly aura floating around has not weakened, on the contrary, it has become more intense because of the proximity to Guixia County. The two of them passed a small city and several martial arts villages on the way, and after Long Yu used the method of concealment, he heard a lot of news. The most important thing is that Shura County has been renamed the Devil's Nightmare Mining Area. The most important thing is that this area is really in charge of the king of Guixia County, Guixia King. She really has already occupied the magpie's nest. This discovery made Shu Chan completely silent. After all, she saw that the county mansion she was familiar with was taken over by a vicious guy like the Ghost King. As the princess, she naturally felt uneasy. Feel good. With our talents, sooner or later, we will take all these back. Long Yu's eyes shone brightly, and he said to Shu Chan, the most important thing now is to find General Hua's location. When the time is right, leave here and quickly accumulate strength in the Beishua dynasty. Of course Shu Chan knew this was the reason, but seeing the aura of ghosts and evils floating in the Shura County that she was familiar with before, she would feel a little sad after all. As the two of them traveled along the way, many martial artists in cities and villages expressed resentment towards the invasion of Guixia County, but they had nothing to do. After all, their strength was low, and even if they had resentment, they could not vent their resentment. Therefore, the number of martial arts in many cities and villages has decreased a lot, and most of them have gone to neighboring counties. Even if they practice and live in places like Liang County, it is better than living in Guixia County. The local practice is good. This has also led to a sharp decrease in the number of people in Shura County. Numerous city martial artists chose to go out and never return, so that Long Yu and Shu Chan kept running without seeing any people. The Devil's Night Mountain Range soon appeared in front of the two of them. When they arrived here, the yin qi in Guixia County became more intense, making it difficult to breathe. Fortunately, Long Yu's 9 nether divine rune power was completely against this yin qi. Restraint, condensing summit can dispel these yin qi. Because I heard on the way here that the current Nightmare Mountain Range is full of people from Guixia County and Tianqin Dynasty. He just hid in the Nightmare Mountain Range with Hui Yuan Bai. So as soon as he stepped into the range of the Devil's Nightmare Mountain Range, Long Yu directly used the method of divine concealment, hiding Shu Chan's body together with himself, and quietly entered. In the Nightmare Mountain Range, filled with endless yin energy, there are indeed many martial arts patrols from the Tianqin Dynasty and Guixia County. After all, this is the biggest reason why the Tianqin Dynasty attacked Shura County, the Nightmare Mining Area, so of course we must be strict. Add guards to prevent other idlers from entering. Fortunately, Long Yu and Shu Chan's figures completely disappeared after casting the divine concealment. Even the strong in the secret realm of King Li Wei may not be able to find the traces of the two. Quietly, Long Yu heard a lot of news from the patrolling Tianqin Dynasty and Guixia County Wushou. General Hua was trapped in Death Valley. When Shu Chan heard the news, her face changed slightly. Death Valley, what is that place? Long Yu frowned slightly when he heard the words. Just by hearing the name, he knew that Death Valley was not a good place, but only by hiding in an extremely dangerous place could he possibly survive until now. Otherwise, any strong man from the secret realm of the kingly way would be able to wipe out Hui Yuanbai and his group of defeated soldiers. Death Valley is one of the two great Jedi in the Nightmare Mountain range, and the other place is called Shurayuan. Shu Chan solemnly explained, the origin of the Shura County came from the Shura Abyss. It is rumored that the first Shura County king went to the Shura Abyss, got the engraving of the Shura Divine Word, and thus comprehended the Shura Divine Word, and later stepped into the secret realm of the Royal Way. He was entrusted with Shura County by Emperor Tianqin and became the king of Shura County. Shura Yuan, so that's the case, the engraving of Shura's divine script came from it. Long Yu was a little stunned, and nodded to express his understanding. After Shurayuan's Shura divine inscription was taken away by the ancestors, it became a desperate situation, and it has become more dangerous in recent years. Shu Chan went on to say, because the engraving of Shura's divine script is one of the 108 eyes of an ancient formation in Shurayuan. It is rumored that there are 108 engraved seals of Shura's divine script in the entire Shurayuan. However, no one has confirmed it in later generations. As for the suspected ancient warrior, the ancient palace of Shura, which we have joined together, it was taken from the Shura Abyss. After listening to Shu Chan's words, Long Yu knew the origin of Azura County, but after talking so much, he still didn't talk about Death Valley. Fortunately, Shu Chan didn't forget to introduce Death Valley, and then said, similar to Shurayuan, Death Valley is full of the power of Death God. If an ordinary martial artist steps into it, it will be continuously eroded by the power of Death God, and eventually the vitality was cut off and died. Since ancient times, it has been rumored that very few people who entered the Death Valley could come out, and those who could come out all became emperors or even emperors. Death Oracle. Long Yu's expression froze when he heard the words, this thing sounds very powerful. If it has the engraving of the god of death like Shurayuan, then entering Death Valley might bring some unexpected gains. It's a pity that Shu Chan didn't know much about Death Valley, so the two had to go to have a look first and see the situation before making a decision. In the hidden state, the two quickly went from the edge of the Devil's Nightmare Mountain Range to the central area of the Devil's Nightmare Mountain Range. The eerie aura belonging to Wu Shou of Guixia County became stronger and stronger, but they were all captured by the Nine-Nether God of Long Yu. When power is isolated. Fortunately, Shu Chan was quite familiar with this mountain range, and soon Death Valley was not far from the two of them, but the problem they faced came, outside Death Valley, guarding many Tianqin dynasty and ghosts. The Wu Shou of the county seemed to be united to prevent Hui Yuanbai who broke into Death Valley from leaving Death Valley. Long Yu and Shu Chan looked at each other and nodded. Although Death Valley is extremely dangerous, both of them have a lot of means, and they can still try to break into it. After all, Death Valley is not guaranteed to die after breaking into it. There have always been many people who have come out of it, and eventually achieved the ultimate king. Outside the Death Valley, dense forests are everywhere, and the forest is gloomy. Many martial arts practitioners from the Tianqin dynasty are patrolling around, and there are even martial arts practitioners from Guixia County who hide in the dark, like the god of death in the shadows, staring at them to prevent anyone from approaching the Death Valley, not to let Wu Shou in Death Valley leave half a step. Among the martial arts cultivators of the Tianqin dynasty, the strongest person was only one of the 7 realms. It seems that the Tianqin emperor didn't care much about Hui Yuanbai. No chance to run into Death Valley. I don't know how Hui Yuanbai is in Death Valley now. Long Yu and Shu Chan used the method of concealment, quietly bypassed many martial arts cultivators of the Tianqin dynasty, and then stepped into the Valley of Death. This is an extremely narrow valley entrance, or a cave entrance, which can only be entered from here, and cannot be flown in from the sky. After entering the cave, an aura of death rushed over, making Long Yu and Shu Chan each tremble. This is the power of the divine script of death. In Death Valley, the eerie aura of Guixia County cannot break in at all. Once it spreads here, it will be dispersed by the power of the Death Divine Script and cannot be condensed. Death Valley and Xuanhuan are respectively located in the original Guixia County and Shura County. They are not close to each other, but they are one of the two great places in the Nightmare Mountain Range. First, they passed through a long and narrow cave, which was dozens of miles away. During this distance, the power of the Death Divine Script felt by the two became stronger and stronger, continuously seeping and eroding into their bodies. If you don't deal with the Death Divine power that invades your body, and wait for them to erode your internal organs, you will be absolutely hopeless. But soon, both Long Yu and Shu Chan found a solution. Shu Chan is relying on her powerful martial arts realm, relying on Shura Divine Script to resist. According to the consumption rate of the Divine Script in her body, at least she can resist for 2 hours. Now she has a lot of heaven-level recovery pills on her body, enough to increase this time to 12 hours, that is, 1 day and 1 night. As for Long Yu, it's even simpler. The 9 Nether Divine Runes also have a natural restraint effect on the power of the Death Divine Runes. Long Yu has already achieved the 9 Nether Overlord body, and the power of those Death Divine Runes can't invade his body at all. As for the body surface, only a small amount of coverage of the 9 Nether Divine Runes is needed to block the invasion of the Death Divine Runes. In contrast, Long Yu didn't need to take any pills, and could last longer than Shu Chan in Death Valley. After passing through the long and narrow cave, which was tens of miles long, the two finally entered an open valley, where the divine symbols of death spread, like gray fog floating in the entire valley. To Long Yu's surprise, there were some plants growing on the valley floor, which looked like medicinal herbs. It turned out to be the flower of death. Shu Chan was quite shocked by these things. Flower of death, what is that? Long Yu asked. The flower of death is an extremely rare medicinal herb, but it has no effect in itself and is highly toxic. Only the fruit of death that appears after the flower of death withers is the best for refining antidote material. Shu Chan explained, unfortunately, this flower of death doesn't seem to be showing signs of bearing fruit. As the Princess Shura, she has a wide range of knowledge that Long Yu can't compare to. Now that she has recognized the poisonous flower of death, the two of them will of course have to go around. The two of them couldn't feel any aura of other martial arts, and the aura of the divine script of death along the way was too strong, covering up all vitality. In the entire Valley of Death, except for the colorful flowers of death, there are no other plants, and the divine aura of death spreads, making the whole world seem to be dead. Long Yu kept feeling the power of the death script in the valley, and soon discovered that these powers of the death script seemed to have a source, but they were continuously drifting and condensing from one direction. After telling Shu Chan about this discovery, Shu Chan said, "Then let's go and have a look." The two of them can persist for a long time now, but they are not so afraid of the death script, but they are just afraid of encountering any unexpected danger. Heading towards the source of the divine text of death, the two of them soon only saw the power of the divine text of death that was all over the sky, and even the flower of death could not grow here. Arriving here, the pressure on the two suddenly increased. Originally, Shu Chan could resist the death mantra for an hour, but now it might be able to resist the time of a cup of tea at most, and the closer to the front, the stronger the death mantra. Suddenly, both of them heard a beast-like roar at the same time, coming from the gray fog of death in front, accompanied by many human voices. It seemed that a group of Wu Xiu were being chased and killed by a ferocious beast. It should be someone led by General Hua, go and have a look. Long Yu and Shu Chan looked at each other and nodded, then ran forward at an extremely fast speed, and soon saw from a distance, in the misty gray fog, a huge figure appeared, which was 10 feet high, like an ape was roaring and chasing and killing the nearby Wu Xiu. And those martial artists who fled nearby were indeed members of the Nightmare Legion of Shura County. There were hundreds of them, but they were chased and killed by the pitch-black ape, and they had no power to resist. General Hua is there. Shu Chan's martial arts realm was higher, and her eyesight was clearer, and she saw Hui Yuanbai near the black ape at a glance. Long Yu followed her gaze, and finally saw Hui Yuanbai in white, not far from the black ape's feet, using various means to resist the opponent's approach. Seeing Hui Yuanbai sweating profusely, he knew that he might not be able to hold on any longer and was in danger. Help! Although Long Yu and Xu Chan didn't know what was going on in the arena, they had no choice but to make a move at this time, and they rushed out, killing the black ape at an extremely fast speed. This pitch-black ape seems to be made up of the divine script of death. In terms of strength, it may not be as strong as Hui Yuanbai, a strong man of the Seven Paths divine ability realm, but in the area where the divine script of death spreads, it is the strongest of this thing born in the cradle. Fighting here, its strength may be comparable to the powerhouse of the king's secret realm. Eye of Shura. As soon as Xu Chan came on stage, she immediately used this innate supernatural power. A pitch-black pupil appeared from the top of her head, and then she glanced at the pitch-black ape in the field. It's the princess is here. As soon as she made a move, the martial cultivators of the Nightmare Legion immediately shouted, their voices were full of surprises. Obviously, none of them expected that the princess would come to help in such a desperate situation. Although the princess's strength is probably not as good as General Hui Yuanbai's, but originally Hui Yuanbai was evenly matched with this dark ape, and with the princess's words, maybe. This is the spirit of the divine text, that is, the spirit creature condensed by the divine text. It is unwise to fight it in its territory. We can better deal with it by leading it out of this area. Xu Chan said to Hui Yuanbai while making a move. Hui Yuanbai was extremely embarrassed. He rolled backwards to avoid the killing of the pitch-black ape, nodded and said, I also know that this is the spirit of the divine text, but this thing will never leave this area. Trying to lure it's really hard to get out. General Hua, what happened here? Xu Chan continued to ask. With the appearance of Shurazai, the pitch-black ape seemed to focus all its attention on Shurazai, roared extremely angrily, and attacked towards Shurazai, which gave Hui Yuanbai some chance to breathe. The Tianqin dynasty occupied Shuluo County, and our Nightmare Legion was also forced to join the Tianqin Emperor, but I don't want to surrender, old man, so I took my brothers and fled into this valley of death. Hui Yuanbai said with a bitter smile, it's been a few days since I came to Death Valley. Of the thousands of brothers I brought in, there are less than 100 left. The rest are all eroded to death by the death script. Sitting and waiting to die is not our style. So I wanted to go deeper to see what's inside, and at this moment, I came across the spirit creature condensed by divine script. The death ape is completely condensed by the power of the death oracle. It does not have the realm of martial arts itself, but in the Death Valley where the Death Oracle spreads, it can display strength beyond the secret realm of the royal way. This is why Hui Yuanbai and the others were hunted down. The reason why it is difficult to fight back. The next moment, Long Yu also joined the battle group. When the power of the 9 nether divine runes appeared, things seemed to take a turn for the better. Long Yu traveled all the way from the narrow and long cave at the entrance of the Valley of Death, and had long since discovered that the power of the 9 nether divine runes had a certain restrained effect on the death divine runes. However, he never thought that the power of the 9 nether divine runes would have such a tyrannical beheading effect on the pitch-black ape in front of him. Since the pitch-black ape is not a martial artist, nor a demon cultivator, and has no martial arts realm, its power is entirely dependent on the power of the death script. When the divine script of death met the divine script of the 9 nethers, it immediately fell into a disadvantage. The Dragon Queen used the power of the 9 serenity divine runes to condense the divine light of heaven, and exploded above the head of the pitch-black ape, instantly blasting the black ape's body apart. In just a moment, Long Yu scattered the pitch-black apes. This scene shocked Hui Yuanbai and hundreds of people from the Nightmare Legion. Even Xu Chan and Long Yu were stunned on the spot. Isn't this too exaggerated? The pitch-black ape who was chasing and beating Hui Yuanbai, the powerhouse of the 7 Paths supernatural realm, was blown away by Long Yu's move like this. It's unbelievable. However, this matter actually happened in front of everyone. They couldn't help but not believe it. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the power of the death script around them suddenly condensed into a whirlwind, blowing everyone towards the depths of the Death Valley. This whirlwind of power from the death script came extremely suddenly and violently. It seemed to be formed after the jet black ape was exploded, making people as strong as Hui Yuanbai, Shu Quan and others have no ability to resist, and were directly crushed. Blown deeper into Death Valley. 9 nether divine runes, break it for me. Long Yu immediately realized that when he knew that the power of his 9 nether divine rune could greatly suppress the power of the death divine rune, he knew that his ability to survive in this Death Valley was far stronger than others much. He condensed the 9 nether divine runes all over his body, condensing 4 desolate ancient afterimages, and each displayed the Yulong 9 explosion martial skills. Yin suddenly rolled away. The power of the divine script of death touched by the phantom of the dragon of the 9 serenities all retreated steadily, but those divine script of death power suddenly gathered beside Long Yu, and it turned out to be the same black ape as before. This gigantic ape, more than 10 feet tall, grabbed Long Yu and led him towards the depths of Death Valley. In the entire Death Valley, a storm was set off due to the spread of the power of the 9 nether divine runes. All the power of the Death Divine Rune shrank back towards the depths of the Death Valley. Not long after, Shu Quan, Hui Yuanbai and the others were in the empty plain. Looked at each other. What appeared in front of their eyes was a huge valley without the power of the divine script of death. The valley was barren, with almost no weeds, and the occasional flowers of death all withered quickly due to the disappearance of the divine script of death. And in the middle of the whole valley, there unexpectedly appeared a pitch-black underground cave entrance. Just now, Long Yu was caught by the pitch-black ape and led directly to this underground cave. The power of the death script in the entire valley is also shrunk and gathered in this underground cave. It can be seen that the source of the death script is in this underground cave. Shu Quan, Hui Yuanbai, and hundreds of people from the Nightmare Legion were all saved. But it was a pity that Long Yu was captured by the pitch-black ape. General Hua, little brother Long, has been taken away. Let's not ignore it. In my opinion, we should go directly into that cave and see what's inside. One of the strong lieutenants of the Nightmare Legion said solemnly to Hui Yuanbai. Hui Yuanbai stroked his beard and frowned slightly. Now Death Valley is blocked by people from Tianqing Dynasty and Guixia County. We can't get out anyway, and it's a waste of time to stay here. Naturally, we have to enter the cave for a while. Probe, but you don't need to enter it, my old man can go in alone. General, how can this be done? The strong man's lieutenant general's expression changed drastically. Why not? Hui Yuanbai asked back, and said in a deep voice, if there is any danger in the cave, even if you follow me, it may not be of any use. But if there is no danger, I am enough alone, why do you need to take risks together? General Hua, I'll go down with you. The little princess Shu Quan was naturally worried about Long Yu, and she was not like Hui Yuanbai, who had the concern of hundreds of military cultivators of the Legion. No one present could stop her from moving forward. She just said something to Hui Yuanbai, then stepped forward, and soon reached the edge of the dark underground cave. The entrance of this dark underground cave is very large, and the hole is circular. Standing beside it, Shu Quan is like chopped green onion sprinkled on a flatbread, inconspicuous. Shu Quan glanced into the underground cave, but only saw pitch blackness, and didn't see any figure, let alone Long Yu and the pitch-black ape. She didn't even sense the power of the death script. Hui Yuanbai immediately followed up, exchanged a glance with Shu Quan, then jumped down from the dark underground cave, and urged the strength in his body to slowly float down. Not far away, hundreds of martial artists from the Nightmare Legion saw this and wanted to follow up, but they were stopped by the strong deputy general. Although the deputy general was also worried about Hui Yuanbai's safety, Hui Yuanbai's orders were military orders to him, and military orders must not be violated. The general told us to stay here, so we will stay here. If the bastards from the Tianqing dynasty and Guixia County dare to break in here, we will desperately guard the entrance of the cave and don't let them enter it. The brawny lieutenant yelled and gave the order, causing hundreds of martial arts practitioners from the Nightmare Legion to stand up straight with solemn expressions. Yes. In this way, no one would follow Xuan and Hui Yuanbai to jump down the dark cave. It can be seen that Hui Yuanbai's prestige in the martial arts of the Nightmare Legion is an extremely admirable existence. But soon, they found out strangely that Xuan and Hui Yuanbai had floated up from the dark cave, and both of them looked very bad. This cave is just a cave, there is no other exit at all, and I don't know where little brother Long was taken. Hui Yuanbai's complexion was very bad. He had always admired Long Yu, and just now he shot and exploded the pitch-black ape in surprise, but he never expected that such an accident would happen, causing Long Yu to disappear after being caught in the underground cave gone. Xu Chan's complexion was also very bad. She asked Long Yu to come out to practice together, but she never thought that such an accident would happen. At this moment, she blamed herself very much in her heart. If she had known earlier, she would not have come to Death Valley. Although he saw Hui Yuanbai now, he was trapped in the Death Valley together with Hui Yuanbai, and he couldn't get out at all, let alone Long Yu, who was caught by the ape formed by the strange death script into the mysterious cave. Whether Long Yu can survive such a terrifying place is already unknown. At this moment, Long Yu finally woke up from his coma. Before he opened his eyes, he felt that he was completely surrounded by the power of the death script, and the strange and spooky atmosphere around him made him shudder. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was in a valley formed by the power of the divine script of death. This valley is not big, even very small. Long Yu can touch the edge of the valley by just walking a few steps. Looking around, it is only a small place with a radius of less than 100 feet. However, Long Yu didn't know how he came here. He only remembered that when he released the power of the 9 nether divine runes to explode the pitch-black ape, a gust of death swept over, condensed into another pitch-black ape, and grabbed him away. Afterwards, he lost consciousness and was already in this place when he woke up. Welcome to Death Valley. An extremely awe-inspiring voice suddenly sounded from Long Yu's ears, making Long Yu startled. Glancing towards the place where the sound came from, Long Yu saw a figure in a gray robe appearing in the center of this small valley. The gray figure looked extremely gloomy, especially if it was just a ghost. It's like meeting a ghost. Who are you? Long Yu spoke bluntly, and asked extremely cautiously, this is Death Valley, so where did I come from just now? Hee, just now, you were only on the outskirts of the Valley of Death. It was only because of the power of the divine script of death that the Death Valley was leaked, and that Valley of Death was created. Now, the place where you are is the real Valley of Death. The gray shadow said in a strange voice, although the eyes under the gray robe could not see, but Long Yu always felt that this person was staring at him. The real Death Valley? Long Yu frowned slightly. It seemed that the place he entered with Xuan just now was just outside the Death Valley, including the pitch-black ape, which was probably just a spirit body outside the Death Valley, which existed exclusively to protect the real Death Valley. Such a dark ape is strong when it is strong, and weak when it is weak. It is definitely not something that ordinary martial arts can deal with. Even if the strong man from the secret realm of the kingly way comes, he may not be the opponent of the dark ape. Moreover, if you want to come to the real Death Valley, you must need the help of the dark ape. What is your purpose in bringing me here? Long Yu continued to ask. Of course there is only one purpose, and that is, to kill you. The gray figure smiled grimly, then raised his hand, and a burst of power from the divine script of death condensed in his hand. When Long Yu heard what the other party said, he couldn't help being puzzled. This guy brought himself to the real Death Valley, did he want to kill himself? But if he wanted to kill himself, why did he not see this person do anything after being in a coma for so long just now? And the strangest thing is that Long Yu can't feel any information from this gray shadow at all, even in the realm of martial arts, he can't feel it. Even for other strong men in the imperial realm, such as Emperor Tianqin, Yu Hanqin, etc., Long Yu can roughly guess their strength. But facing the gray shadow in front of him, Long Yu couldn't figure out the opponent's martial arts realm at all. The guy who can exist in Death Valley must not be an ordinary person. Just looking at the fact that Death Valley has existed for hundreds of years, you can tell that this person is definitely not simple. Long Yu gritted his teeth. No matter how strong the opponent is, he will never give up the hope of living. Facing the incomparably mysterious phantom of the gray-robed martial artist, Long Yu put on all his energy. Try it first. With this thought in his heart, Long Yu held the void dragon blade and ran towards the gray shadow of the martial artist. The distance of tens of feet was reached in an instant, and then the power of siphoning the divine text radiated from him, heading towards the opponent rolled over. The power of 5 rainbows absorbing the divine script can absorb all divine script power and transform part of it into Long Yu's own power, which is an excellent means to weaken the opponent. However, the phantom in the gray robe seemed to chuckle, and as soon as he raised his hand, a burst of power from the divine script of death gathered in his hand, blocking the attack of the colorful divine script just right. Whether it's the amount of power of the death divine rune or the angle at which it rolls out, it's completely impeccable. It just offset Long Yu's colorful, absorbing divine rune. This scene made Long Yu extremely alert. Among the previous opponents, there has never been such a tyrannical level of power against him. The opponent's control over power has almost reached the point of perfection. As long as they have the ability to resist the attack, they will not waste any power. This made Long Yu vigilant, but at the same time inspired a little. When encountering battles, one's own profound energy, laws, and divine powers are not inexhaustible, so they must be used sparingly at all times, and there must be no waste. Looking at the fighting style of this gray-robed phantom, one can know the combat ability will definitely not be weaker than those strong people in the Imperial Realm or even the Imperial Realm. However, Long Yu couldn't see through the opponent's martial arts realm. Next, it's my turn. Seeing Long Yu become vigilant, Suing in the gray robe laughed softly, and then took a step forward. This step alone seemed to have crossed countless distances, and the power of the divine script of death came to Long Yu the next moment. In front of you. The phantom of the gray robe suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, causing Long Yu's heart to jump suddenly, and he used the dragon sparrow flash at the fastest speed. Just when he had just stepped into a different space and his body became translucent, the power of the divine script of death passed through his body. If he hadn't cast Dragon Sparrow Flash in time, he might have been eroded by the death divine script now. Remnants of ancient times, now. Long Yu let out a snarl, and directly condensed 4 ancient afterimages, which ran towards the surroundings, and then relied on the space divine power of the void dragon blade to shift positions between himself and one of the afterimages. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu's body cooperated with the 4 ancient shadows, turned around and attacked the gray-robed phantom surrounded in the middle, and used the blood sacrifice shadow-killing method of the ancient shadow-killing respectively. With endless killing intent, several black and red villains rushed to the phantom in the gray robe in an instant, intending to attack and kill him in the body. However, at the next moment, the corners of the gray-robed phantom's mouth curled up slightly, and as soon as he raised his hand, the divine script of death condensed in his hand, forming something similar to the sword of reincarnation. The sword of death. The long sword of the divine script of death in his hand swung it, and chopped off all the blood sacrifice shadow kills that Long Yu had cast, leaving nothing behind. But at this moment, Long Yu, watching the other party condense the long sword of the divine script of death, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Because, how similar is this method to his method of condensing the sword of reincarnation? It is clearly the technique of awakening the reincarnation martial arts. Even if it wasn't that far off. It was just using the death script to condense the long sword. This shock to Long Yu was no different from seeing the mysterious woman concubine Yu appearing with her own eyes. This person is definitely not from the world of Shenwu, and he definitely has nothing to do with the Dragon of the Nine Nethers. Long Yu thought so in his heart, but he didn't have time to think about it, because the phantom in the grey robe was already rushing towards him with the long sword of death in his hand. The aura of the divine script of death, awe-inspiring the audience, made Long Yu tremble a few times uncontrollably. This is the real breath of death. It is several times deeper than the 9 nether divine runes comprehended by him and the azure divine runes comprehended by Xuanhuan. No, you can't back down. Long Yu originally wanted to avoid the edge temporarily, but then he gritted his teeth and decided to fight head-on with the opponent. For the time being, it seems that although the opponent's methods are extremely clever, his martial arts realm may not be very strong, otherwise Long Yu would have been slaughtered up. There is only one way to defeat the grey-robed phantom, and that is to weaken it to the extreme, and then kill it with one move. Longing Dark Sky Snow, the realm of the underworld. Long Yu directly used these two-domain martial arts skills, turning the entire small valley into his own domain. With the sound of the dragon's chant, the pitch-black snowflakes fell, and the breath of the underworld spread, and Long Yu's strength was further strengthened, while the grey void shadow's power was suppressed by about 10%. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu released all the siphoned divine texts from his body, condensed into a long dragon, roared up like a dragon of the 9 netherworld, completely entangled the phantom in the grey robe, and began to absorb the power in his body. The sword of reincarnation also directly appeared in Long Yu's hand, and he began to swing the sword of reincarnation towards the opponent. Under the attack of Long Yu's various methods, the strength of the grey robe figure has been reduced by at least 30%, and this is already the limit that Long Yu can do now. 9 explosions of Yulong. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu cast the 9 explosions of the Nether Dragon. The 4 ancient afterimages each performed the first 8 dragon explosions, and Long Yu performed the last explosion alone, Yutian Huangquan explosion. The sound of dragon chants resounded in the entire valley, and as Long Yu's whole body's 9 serenities divine script stirred and boiled, the phantom in the grey robe in the center of the fire did not panic at all, but just raised his hand, gradually condensing death in his hand, the power of divinity. This person, facing the constant weakening of Long Yu and the bombardment of powerful martial arts, did not choose to defend, but to fight back. Accompanied by the concentration of the power of the divine script of death, the aura of the divine script of space also wafted out. Immediately afterwards, the phantom in the grey robe disappeared and suddenly appeared behind Long Yu. Walk. Long Yu sensed the opponent's aura appearing behind him, and immediately transferred to a desolate ancient afterimage not far away by means of the space divinity method of the Nether Dragon Blade. Immediately afterwards, he saw the ancient remnant that had switched positions with his own body, corroded by the power of the death divine script in the hands of the grey-robed phantom, and with just the right amount of power, the ancient remnant lost its fighting power. At this moment, Yulong 9 explosions finally condensed and landed on top of the grey-robed phantom. This time, something that shocked Long Yu even more happened. With an extremely mysterious structure, the power of the divine script of death has turned into a layer of crystal shield. Although it is only a thin layer, it has resisted all the attacks of Long Yu this round. Xuanhuan, God Chain. Long Yu's pupils contracted, watching the other party's manipulation of the power of the divine script of death. He felt a bit similar to the cohesion of the divine chain, but it was obviously a higher-end method than the divine chain. If it is an opponent with the same level of martial arts as Long Yu, even if it uses the magic chain, it may not be able to fight against Long Yu, but this grey-robed phantom uses a small amount of death divine power to resist Long Yu the Yulong 9 explosions. This is the 9 explosions of Yulong that he combined with the remnant shadow of ancient era to cast at the same time. Although the power is lower than that of his own, the combined power is inconceivable, and the instant burst is enough to kill a strong man of the four realms of supernatural powers. Even if it is Yu Tian Huangquan explosion, the last explosion of Yulong 9 explosions, countless evil ghosts and souls in the world of Yu Tian Huangquan are condensed into a black light ball, and the power of this black light ball can make the dragon. When he was in the heavenly tribulation realm, he seriously injured Tai Sun, who was in the 3 Dao supernatural ability realm. But now, it was easily resisted by the crystal shield condensed by the Death Divine Script, and was even directly resolved by it. Exhausted so quickly? It seems that I still overestimate you. Seeing that Long Yu seemed to be depleted of strength, the gray-robed phantom chuckled again. This chuckle seemed to be the sound of death from hell and the underworld. Immediately after the power of the death script, Long Yu and the remaining 3 ancient afterimages are tightly shrouded. Kill! But Long Yu suddenly shouted angrily, and rushed towards the gray-robed phantom along with 3 desolate ghosts. The gray-robed phantom's use of the divine script of death is simply superb, and has the unparalleled speed of Long Yudu. After all, it has comprehended the power of a certain divine script of space. It seemed impossible to defeat the gray-robe phantom, but Long Yu still wanted to make a final attempt. It's stupid to be so reckless. The corner of the gray-robed phantom's mouth was slightly raised, and the power of the divine script of death rose from his whole body, gradually condensing into a dragon of death, and with a flick of the dragon's tail, it moved towards one of the ancient afterimages. More power of the divine script of death condensed and descended, blowing away the other 2 ancient afterimages of Long Yu. As for Long Yu himself, he also began to be eroded by the power of the divine script of death. Even the power of the 9 nether divine runes in the body cannot stop the erosion of these death divine runes, because the opponent's use of the death divine runes is too strong. However, Long Yu didn't back down. Instead, he exploded with terrifying speed, and instantly came to the phantom in the grey robe, face to face with him at close range. Madness! The grey-robed phantom said something lightly, and then raised his hand. The power of the divine script of death exploded, completely eroding Long Yu's body. However, at this moment, Long Yu held the nether dragon blade and directly cast Soul Explosion. Before facing the pursuers of Emperor Yun, Long Yu absorbed the soul seals of 6 people, which increased the power of the nether dragon blade by more than 3 times. Come out! Long Yu also didn't care about the soul explosion at close range, which would cause great damage to himself. The most urgent thing to do now is to get rid of the grey robe phantom, otherwise he will undoubtedly die. The next moment, the soul explosion exploded, and Long Yu himself bore the brunt. He was blasted dozens of feet away by the soul explosion, and fell heavily into the valley. Coupled with the raging death script in his body, he could be said to be in a very bad situation. He has tempered his meridians with the 9 nether divine runes, and the self-healing divine runes are working, so he is probably dead now. However, the phantom in the grey robe seemed to be having a hard time. He didn't expect that Long Yu would use such an ultimate move at such a close range, disregarding that he would also be hurt. This kind of attack that hurts both sides was really beyond the expectation of the phantom in the grey robe. With a bang, the void dragon blade pierced the grey-robed phantom's chest, and the grey shadow gradually began to shatter. At the same time that Long Yu was seriously injured, the phantom in the grey robe was also blown away by the soul explosion of the nether dragon blade, and gradually shattered. The divine script of self-healing began to play a huge role. Not long after, Long Yu stood up again, with vigilance in his eyes, and looked around, only to find that the power of the divine script of death in the valley began to gather towards one place. And at the place where the power of the divine script of death gathered, a grey-robed figure once again condensed and appeared. However, this time, the grey-robed figure is no longer a phantom, but an existence similar to an entity, and this time it condenses into shape, absorbing almost the entire power of the death divine script in Death Valley. That's right. Although I was seriously injured, at least it can make me feel a little threatened. You passed. What's your name? The gray-robed figure smiled faintly and asked, Long Yu. Hearing his question, Long Yu was suddenly puzzled. What does it mean that he passed? And, now ask him what his name is for. Let me introduce myself first. I am the Death Envoy, one of the 4 envoys of the 9 Nethers. Since you are from the 9 Nethers tribe, you should have heard of my name. The figure in the gray robe said lightly. Hearing this, Long Yu's heart shuddered, knowing that he had encountered an existence related to the 9 Nether dragon. One of the 9 Nether 4 envoys, the Death Envoy, could it be the 4 underlings of the 9 Nether dragon? I'm sorry, I'm not from the 9 Nether tribe, but I was born with the 9 Nether dragon seal on my chest, so I know the existence of the 9 Nether tribe. Long Yu said bluntly, he had never heard of the 9 Nether 4 envoys. If he pretended to be from the 9 Nether tribe, the other party might see his flaws and simply speak the truth. Hearing Long Yu's words, the gray-robed figure was a little surprised. Could it be that you were accidentally abandoned by the Jiryo tribe? However, there is a memory of inheritance in the Jiryo dragon seal. Did you grow up in the Jiryo tribe? The order doesn't matter. The gray-robed figure went on to talk a lot, and finally let Long Yu figure it out. This Death Envoy who claimed to be one of the 4 envoys of the 9 Nethers was exactly the 4 subordinates of the 9 Nether dragons. The Fall of the Dragon, and the Fall of the Dragon together. The gray-robed figure that appeared in front of Long Yu now was nothing more than the mental projection of the Death Envoy after death, the remaining thoughts, and the same existence as the first Shura County king in the ancient Shura temple at that time. Of course, the Death Envoy's cultivation is much stronger than that of the first Shura king, so his remaining thoughts have been preserved in the world for tens of thousands of years. The 9 Nether tribe is a tribe of martial arts inherited from the 9 Nether dragon. It lives in a space independent of the world of Xuanhuan. It has been unknown to outsiders for generations, and can borrow the power of the 9 Nether dragon. Although the dragon of the 9 Nethers fell, because of its extremely tyrannical cultivation, its power is indestructible. The 9 Nether tribe received its inheritance, and it is definitely the strongest force in the entire Xuanhuan world. Do you know what this world of martial arts is? The gray-robed figure Death Envoy asked Long Yu. When Long Yu heard this, he frowned slightly. What is the world of Xuanhuan? I haven't thought about this question. He really hadn't thought about this question. For example, when he lived on the Tianyu continent, he hadn't thought about what the Tianyu continent was. Xuanhuan world is just the small world of Jiryo Dragon Emperor. The corner of the Death Angel's lips curled up slightly, and he said, now you have just stepped into the mystical ability realm, but you must know that there is an inner world in the body of a martial artist in the mystical realm of the King's Way, but this inner world is imperfect and incomplete. Going one step further, when you step into a higher level, you can turn this inner world into a real small world. After the fall of the Dragon Emperor Jiryo, his small world still exists. This is the biggest difference between the small world and the inner world. This martial world is the small world of the Dragon Emperor Jiryo. In other words, what we and you are now, everyone who knows, is just living in the small world of Emperor Jiryo Dragon. These words fell into Long Yu's ears, and he was shocked. The world of martial arts is just the small world of the Dragon Emperor Jiryo? In this way, the outside the sky rumored by Wuxiu in the world of Xuanhuan is the real world. Of course, what I'm talking about now is too far away for you, so you don't have to pay too much attention to it. The Death Envoy continued, in the past, many martial arts from the Jiryo tribe came to Death Valley, but none of them could resist me, who was in the same realm as them. It seems that the innate strength is not enough for martial arts. Good thing, after all, you have to grow up through experience in iron and blood like you, and your actual combat ability will be stronger. Since you have defeated my phantom, you have certain qualifications to obtain the real inheritance of the Jiryo Dragon Emperor. Of course, the real inheritance of the Jiryo Dragon Emperor needs to be jointly recognized by the 4 envoys of the Jiryo Dragon, but now, you have only obtained it's just my own admission. The Death Envoy chuckled. Just near the Valley of Death, there is a Shura abyss. The Shura envoy was buried in that abyss. However, that guy seems to have died, and he didn't even retain his remaining thoughts. In Xuanhuan, there is actually a Shura envoy, who is also one of the 4 envoys of the 9 Netherworld. Moreover, according to the Death Envoy, the Azura Envoy seems to have been completely extinct. I am afraid that this is why the Shura County King obtained the Shura Divine Script seal from it. Okay, from now on, I, the Death Envoy, will be attached to your soldier and guide your cultivation. Speaking of which, this ancient level best soldier is of good quality. Where did you come from? Come? The Death Envoy looked at the nether dragon blade in Long Yu's hand, and asked indifferently. I was just about to ask Senior. Long Yu frowned slightly, and asked, does Senior know about a woman named Concubine Yu? Concubine Yu. The Death Envoy shook his head, I don't know. I don't know how many years have passed since the fall of the 9 Yu Dragon Emperor. Even I was in a state of nothingness and chaos for a while, and I can't remember it at all. The concubine you mentioned should be, is it the one who forged this warrior for you? That's right, it's her. She should be someone from outside the sky. Long Yu said, I don't know why she helped me, could it be, because of the Dragon Emperor Joyo? You don't have to think too much about it. Since she chooses to help you, it won't be against you. When you reach a sufficient level of martial arts, you will eventually know the truth. The Death Envoy said lightly, now, you try to accept and comprehend the divine scriptures of death. Comprehend the divine text of death? Long Yu's heart moved, and he looked at the Death Envoy with some doubts. The divine text of death is the ability possessed by my Death Envoy. In this real valley of death, the divine text of death spreads everywhere, and it is the original power of the divine text from the source of the divine text. If you can comprehend it, this is a kind of power that belongs to you, said the Death Angel. There is no rush to comprehend the divine text. Long Yu said in a deep voice, outside Death Valley, there are many friends of mine, Senior, can you guarantee their safety? You mean, the thousands of people trying to break into Death Valley? The Death Envoy smiled contemptuously when he heard the words, they tried to break into the Valley of Death, and their crimes cannot be redeemed, but since you have spoken, let them go. Don't worry, I have already activated the divine script of death to protect them, but they want to come to this real Valley of Death, but they can't do it, unless you can comprehend the divine language of death, then I, the Death Envoy, will be completely willing to follow you and obey your orders. After hearing this, Long Yu knew that this was another test for him by the Death Envoy. Although he doesn't know what the Death Envoy wants to train and help him do, but since that's the case, then he can't miss this opportunity, and it will be of great benefit to him to comprehend the divine script of death. The divine rune of death is a kind of divine rune of the shadow attribute. If you can comprehend it and use it, you can directly cut off the opponent's vitality and kill people invisible. The Death Envoy pointed out to Long Yu while speaking, if you want to comprehend the divine text of death, you must first have a very deep feeling about death. Kid, have you ever experienced a near-death state? Long Yu thought for a moment, wasn't he in a state of near-death when he traveled to this world? For the feeling of death, Long Yu can't say that he is not profound. If there is, there must be no problem in comprehending the divine text of death. If not, it depends on your talent. Or, I can immerse you in a spiritual illusion of a near-death state. Of course, if you can't survive it, then you will really die. The Death Envoy said rather playfully. Since this is the case, then I naturally want to experience a near-death state. The corners of Long Yu's mouth were slightly raised, and he said without fear. So bold. The Death Messenger clicked his tongue, in that case, it's time to start, you are ready. As soon as the words fell, the grey-robed figure of the Death Envoy suddenly moved, and the endless death script enveloped Long Yu. In the real Death Valley, when Long Yu was talking to the Death Envoy, outside in the Death Valley, Shu Chan, Hui Yuanbai and the others were extremely anxious. Long Yu was taken away by the Dark Ape and disappeared, but the dark cave was in front of them, but it reached the end, and there was no other way to go forward. Behind everyone, the power of the divine script of death gradually condensed, forming a thick barrier of fog of death, completely blocking their escape route. The strange thing is that the place where all of them are is not invaded by the divine text of death. In this situation, is it possible that the power of these death gods is protecting us from being killed by foreign enemies? Seeing this, Hui Yuanbai's face changed slightly, and he guessed. Xu Chan squinted her eyes, observed the trajectory of the death script around her, nodded slowly and said, "Maybe Long Yu has some adventures, we should be in no danger for the time being, even if the Tianqing dynasty and ghosts outside even the martial cultivators from the evil county broke in, and they couldn't find us. Instead, they would be corroded to death by the death script. Next, we should rest well and wait for news from Long Yu. Now they can't advance or retreat, all they can do is wait." The good news is that this phenomenon tells them that Long Yu doesn't seem to be in any danger. In the real Valley of Death, Long Yu soon began to comprehend the divine script of death. According to what the Death Envoy said, the death scriptures in Death Valley are equivalent to those from the source of the scriptures. If you can comprehend them, it will be the strongest divine scripture power, and it is the same as the Jiuyo that Long Yu has comprehended now. The divine script and the siphon divine script are the same. The divine script of death, if one comprehends this kind of power, one can control death to a certain extent. If the power is not much different, one can even use the divine script of death to directly extract the vitality from the opponent's body, causing them to fall into a state of death. Of course, this requires a complete comprehension of the death scriptures, and even the use of them to a superb level. The defense method used by death just now is called Shenzhen. The use of the divine power, from the initial use of the divine power to the condensed innate supernatural power, is only a primary means of use. The higher level is the method of condensing the divine chain that can be learned after reaching the fifth level with the divine text. Long Yu has seen this method before. King Shura, Emperor Tianqing, Yu Hengxin, and others, for the method of the divine chain is very proficient, and even Xu Chan is now trying to comprehend it, but she has not succeeded. Divine power, as the most primitive and tyrannical power in the world, of course not only these means of use, but on top of innate magical powers and divine chains, there is an even stronger means, the array of gods. From innate supernatural powers to divine chains, and then to divine formations, it is a process of continuous improvement in the use of divine writing. In terms of power, the power of divine chains is at least 10 times that of innate magical powers, and the power of divine formations is the same as divine chains. 10 times. In other words, if one can use the magical means, the power displayed will definitely be more than 100 times stronger than using innate supernatural powers. Of course, it is not so easy to learn the means of the divine formation, at least the current Long Yu is unable to do it. He has not even reached the basic requirement for learning the divine chain matching with the 5th level of the divine text, let alone, needless to say, God array. If you want to learn how to use the divine formation, at least you have to reach the 9th level of compatibility with the divine language, which is also the strongest degree of compatibility with the divine language that martial arts can achieve. The Death Envoy said that even in the world where the Dragon Emperor Jiuyo lived, a martial artist who can match the 9th level of divine writing is considered a genius, which is quite rare. Therefore, the method of divine formation, not to mention the small world of Jiuyo Dragon Emperor like Shenwu world, even in the big world outside the sky, is a very powerful and rare method. Whether it is the divine chain or the divine formation, it is not something that Long Yu is considering now. The situation he is facing now is just to comprehend the divine language of death, but this alone is already very difficult. Different from the 9 Serenity divine text and the Siphon divine text, the power of these 2 divine texts is the power stored in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. The Dragon Imperial Palace and the ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda are compatible with each other, and one can gradually comprehend these 2 powers naturally. The prerequisite, of course, is that Long Yu can match with the divine power of the shadow attribute and life attribute. Although it was only a first-level fit at the time, dual attribute fit is relatively rare in the world of Xuanhuan. But now, Long Yu is facing the divine text of death, which is equivalent to comprehending it in the source of the divine text, which is extremely difficult. It is very difficult to directly comprehend the divine text. Matching with the attribute of the divine script determines whether Wu Xiao can comprehend the divine script of this attribute. The speed of comprehending the divine script is related to the qualifications of martial arts, the degree of fit with the attributes of the divine script, and the nature of the power of the divine script. The power of the divine text in the source of the divine text is generally recognized as the most difficult to comprehend. Even if the divine text of the relevant attribute reaches the 5th level, and can condense the degree of the divine chain, it will take at least 7 days to comprehend the initial 10,000th. 1. Under the death hallucination of the death envoy, Long Yu had to experience at least 10 times of near-death feelings every day. Among these feelings, there were pain, despair, and struggle, and each feeling was unforgettable. And this also deepened Long Yu's feelings towards death. Although he experienced death before and traveled to this world, at most it was only once, but now, the death hallucination of the death envoy makes Long Yu feel like a real near-death feeling every time. This allowed Long Yu to deepen his comprehension of the divine script of death. Although he has not yet successfully comprehended it, the progress is gratifying. On the 7th day, Long Yu successfully mobilized a trace of the power of the death divine script in the real Death Valley, which satisfied the death envoy. In just 7 days, I have comprehended 1/10,000th of the power of the death divine script. The talent is really good. The death envoy said indifferently, however, 1/10,000th of the power of the divine script of death is nothing. With your current level of compatibility with the 4th level of the divine script of the shadow attribute, within a month, I believe that the power of the divine script of death can be reduced to 100,000. I have realized 1,000th of it, and then I will tell you about the other things. 1 month. Long Yu's heart moved, and he thought to himself that this time is too long, but anyway, Shu Chan and Hui Yuanbai are not in any danger, practicing here is also practicing, and no one will disturb, the environment is good. Then let's practice for a month first. Long Yu nodded, making the death envoy close his eyes in satisfaction, and began to continue imposing the illusion of death on Long Yu, deepening his understanding of death. A month passed quickly. During this 1 month, Long Yu experienced thousands of feelings of death, mixed with all kinds of flavors, and his comprehension of the divine scriptures of death finally reached the level of 1,000th. At this moment, Long Yu has been able to successfully use the divine script of death, and he can feel that if he is now facing a martial artist of the same level as him, he can directly use the divine script of death without any fancy means. Opponent kills. This is the divine power, the most original and domineering power in the world, especially the death divine power comprehended by Long Yu, which is equivalent to the 3rd level of divine power comprehended from the source of the divine text, which is the strongest level divine power. Although it is only necessary to comprehend 1/10th of the divine power of death, Long Yu can use this divine power to condense innate supernatural powers, but now it is impossible for Long Yu to spend a year in Death Valley to comprehend the divine power. Even if Long Yu wanted to do this, the death envoy would not allow it. Emperor Zhuyulong had 3,000 disciples during his lifetime, and he never approves of any disciples practicing hard behind closed doors. The death envoy said, there is no other way to learn combat ability except from fighting. Only after going through enough battles can one step out from the mountain of corpses in the sea of blood and become a strong generation. So next, I will bring going to Death Valley. As you go out to practice, you don't have to expect me. No matter what danger you encounter, I will not show up to save you. However, when you need to comprehend the divine language of death, I will appear by your side. Follow me with Death Valley? Long Yu was taken aback when he heard the words, and subconsciously looked around. Could this valley of death be taken away? You can easily do this with the best ancient warriors in your hands. However, my dignified death envoy will naturally not use the things of the younger generation. The death envoy smiled softly, and when he raised his hands under the gray robe, the whole Death Valley began to shake, and the power of the death god's script gathered in his body. Long Yu staggered, and subconsciously stimulated the profound energy in his body to suspend himself, and at a glance, he saw that the entire Death Valley around him was indeed following him, floating up from the ground. Go! The death envoy gave a light reprimand, and Long Yu felt his eyes blur, and the next moment he appeared in another place. He glanced around and found that he had come to a huge underground cave. He instantly understood that he was now under the ground of Xuanhuan and Huiyuan, but the ground might be thousands of feet deep. It is impossible for the current cultivation base to break through the past. The next moment, the bottom of the underground cave shook violently, and a huge palace with an incomparably gloomy atmosphere of death rose from the ground. That's right, the ancient palace. Seeing this, Long Yu's eyes lit up immediately, and he remembered something. Since Shura County originated from Shura Yuan, and Shura Yuan was also the place where Shura Envoy, one of the 9 Nether 4 envoys under Emperor Joyo Dragon, was buried, then the ancient Shura Palace should belong to Shura Envoy, but was moved out. That's all. Now, it couldn't be more normal for this Deathist to have an ancient temple of his own. Moreover, the Death Envoy and this ancient Death Temple fit together to the highest level. It can be said that it has played all the functions of the ancient Death Temple, including extreme hiding. In the blink of an eye, the huge ancient Death Hall in front of Long Yu's eyes, the gloomy palace that completely occupied his entire field of vision, disappeared like this, as if it had never appeared before, and it seemed that what Long Yu just saw was a hallucination. This ancient temple can actually be invisible. If I am completely compatible with the ancient Shura temple. Long Yu couldn't help thinking in his heart. The 4 envoys of the 9 Nether world, each of them has his own ancient hall, which is our residence and also our defensive soldiers. These 4 ancient halls were all personally refined by the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, and their functions are roughly the same. The voice of the Death Envoy rang in Long Yu's ears. If you can fully match the ancient temple of Shura, of course you can also motivate it to hide its body. At least in this world of martial arts, no one can find the ancient temple. Now, I will always follow you, and will not continue to come back here until you die. Of course, there is another very small possibility, that is, when you have the strength to step out of this world, I will always follow you down. The Death Envoy's words made Long Yu feel a sense of tension in his heart. This Death Envoy follows him like this, but doesn't protect him. Could it be that his purpose is to spy on him, Long Yu? The opponent's strength is too tyrannical. Long Yu can't resist even if he wants to, at least for the time being. He can only let the opponent follow this path. Go straight forward from here, and you will reach the core area of Shurayuan. There, you can try to comprehend the source of Shura's divine writing. If you succeed, it will also be a good enhancement to your strength. The Death Envoy continued to speak, and then Long Yu saw that in the depths of thousands of feet underground, there really was an ancient passage building, extending to the distance. Death Valley and Shurayuan are very close to each other, but they didn't expect that they are connected below. The Death Envoy disappeared from Long Yu's eyes together with his ancient Death Hall, leaving only an underground passage leading to Shurayuan, which appeared in front of Long Yu. Since it can directly lead to Zayuluoyan, doesn't that mean that it can bypass the siege of Tianqing Dynasty and Wuxiu of Guixia County? Thinking in his heart, Long Yu knew that he had found a way to leave here. He glanced at the top of his head, but what he saw was a thick layer of soil, thousands of feet away from Xuchan's current location. Go to Xiao Luoyuan to search first. If there is no danger, then come back and ask Xuchan and Huiyuanbai to leave together. After making up his mind, Long Yu walked towards the underground passage alone, towards the place where Shura Yuan was. On the one hand, Long Yu didn't want other people to know about the Death Envoy and Shura Envoy, and on the other hand, the Death Envoy who was secretly monitoring him would definitely not allow Long Yu to tell such things. Therefore, Long Yu still has to conceal the truth about the underground Death Valley and Shirayuan. When the time comes, he will directly say that he has found the exit to Shirayuan, and has had some adventures, comprehended the divine script of death and the divine script of Shura. That's it. Inside the underground passage, it was extremely dark and damp, probably no one had been there for tens of thousands of years. The Death Envoy said that Wuxiu from the Nine Nether tribe had also come here before, but none of them passed the test and were directly slaughtered by him, so he might not have the chance to set foot on this underground passage leading to Shirayuan. There is a desolate and gloomy atmosphere in the passage, without any plants, creatures, not even a single weed, because no animal or plant can grow in a place where death and Shura's divine language spread. Even the flowers of death can only grow in places where the divine script of death is relatively thin. In the real Valley of Death, the only ghost trees that can grow are the ghost trees planted by death, which are also full of Yin. The deeper Long Yu went into the underground passage, the weaker the power of the divine script of death could be felt, and soon, a trace of the power of the divine script of Shura came from the front, which lifted Long Yu's spirit. Being able to feel the aura of Shura's divine script meant that Shirayuan was not far away, which made Long Yu speed up, and at the same time gathered the law of sun flame to illuminate the underground passage. This place is dark, damp, and eerie. The stones on both sides have long been corroded by death and the power of Shura's divine script. If these stones can be excavated, I am afraid that they can also refine good soldiers. Heaven-level quality, and with the power of death and Shura's divine script. It's a pity that there is no way for anyone to take away the stone in this underground passage. You must know that it is located between Death Valley and Shirayuan. It is impossible for ordinary martial arts practitioners, even the Emperor Tianqin, to enter here. Long Yu, on the other hand, thought that if he could take these stones out and refine them into warriors, it would greatly improve the people in Tianyu Manor. Thinking of this, he held the Void Dragon blade and stabbed into the nearby stones, but what shocked him was that even the Void Dragon blade couldn't penetrate these stone walls. Don't waste your time, these stone walls, after tens of thousands of years of influence of the gods of death and the gods of Shura, are no longer mortal things. With your means, it is impossible to take them down. Even if they are taken down, in this world of martial arts, and no one can turn it into a soldier. The voice of the Death Envoy came into Long Yu's ears, and it was slightly joking. However, I can help you with such a favor. What kind of soldiers do you want to refine these stone walls into? Just tell me, if I help you refine it, it will at least be of the middle grade of the Great Wilderness grade. Senior, are you willing to help me? Long Yu narrowed his eyes, quite surprised. That's natural. The Death Envoy said lightly. That's what I wish for. How about refining these stone walls into sword soldiers? Sword soldiers are the most widely used, and the refining method is not too complicated. After a little thought, Long Yu spoke directly. He didn't ask the Death Messenger why he was willing to help him. Anyway, the Death Messenger helped him refine soldiers, and it wasn't bad for him. Relatively, it must be good for the Death Messenger. Perhaps, the Death Envoy also wanted to see Long Yu's power become stronger, so that he could help him in the future. Thinking about it this way, Long Yu didn't need to feel any gratitude towards the Death Envoy. Sword fighters are indeed the best to refine, but if you want to refine great desolation-level fighters, these Death Shura stones alone are not enough. You have to get some special materials for me after you leave here. When the time comes, I will tell you what materials you need. The Death Envoy said with a chuckle. Long Yu nodded. Immediately afterwards, the stone walls on both sides of the underground passage began to be disintegrated by a tyrannical force, and gradually disappeared from Long Yu's eyes. He knew that it was the Death Envoy who took these Death Azura stones and put them in the ancient Death Hall safe. Long Yu didn't care too much, and continued to move forward. It didn't take long before he finally came to the end of the underground passage. As the Death Shura stones on both sides of the underground passage were taken away, the entire underground passage seemed to be widened several times, but Long Yu didn't care about this, but what he cared more about was the picture that appeared in front of him. Scene. After arriving at the end of the underground passage, Long Yu came to the deepest part of an abyss. At the bottom of this abyss, there was also a huge underground cave, and in the center of this cave, there was actually a luminous bead floating in the air. Although this bead radiates light, it has an extremely eerie and strange light, which is exactly the aura of Shura's divine script. What's this? Long Yu asked the question from the air. Of course he was asking the Death Envoy in the dark. This is the source of Shura's divine writing, the condensed Shura origin stone. The Death Envoy explained, with a hint of desolation in his tone. The Shura Envoy has been dead for many years, and the trauma he suffered back then was the most noticeable, and he didn't even have any remaining thoughts. Shurayuan, I built it for him. Senior, you must have a good relationship with the Shura Envoy. Someone broke into the Shura Yuan and took away the Shura divine inscription and the Shura ancient palace. Why didn't you stop it? Thinking of this, Long Yu asked. What's the use of stopping? The Death Envoy laughed at himself. We are already people of the past era. When people die, the lights go out. This is the rule of everything in the world. Someone can take away the ancient temple of Shura and the engraving of Shura's divine script. That is their chance. Only the Shura origin stone, no matter what, I will not let it fall into the hands of just anyone. Fortunately, the ancient Azura temple is now in your hands, and the little girl outside, you two have a good chance. This Azura origin stone, I will give it to you now, and you can learn it well in the future. With this, you can comprehend the Azura divine mantra and become the strongest. The level of Azura divine script greatly enhances your strength. After the Death Messenger said this, Long Yu saw the Shura origin stone floating towards him. Obviously the Death Messenger was manipulating it. Hearing what the Death Envoy said, Long Yu took out the Nether Dragon Blade, activated the space power, and put the Shura origin stone into the storage space. Although I don't have time to comprehend it for the time being, I am afraid that such divine source stones are rare in the outer world, and Long Yu will certainly not let them go. As for handing it over to Shu Chan, Long Yu thought about it, but quickly dismissed the idea. Although Shu Chan was very kind to him, it was not enough for Long Yu to trust her. Now that the two are united, they just have a common goal temporarily. Once there is a conflict between the two sides, it is not impossible to turn against each other. Long Yu has seen this kind of thing too much, so he never gives his things to friends for the sake of so-called friends. No matter what, enhancing your own strength is the most important thing. As for helping Shu Chan, besides Shura origin stone, there are many other ways. For example, as Long Yu continued to walk forward, he saw many Shura divine inscriptions left in the depths of the Shura source. In Shura Yuan, there were originally a total of 108 Shura divine inscriptions engraved to form a Shura formation to prevent outsiders from invading it. However, the formation failed after a long time and was drawn by the first Shura county king. Kongzi took away more than 30 Shura divine script seals. A single engraving of Shura's divine script can allow a martial artist with sufficient talent to comprehend the power of the second level of Shura's divine script, which is second only to those comprehended from the source of divine script and the source stone of divine script divine power. It is this power that Shu Chan, Shu Luo county kings, and so on have comprehended. If it wasn't for the fact that the Shura formation became extremely violent after the engravings of Shura's divine script were taken away, I am afraid that the remaining 70 engraved scripts of Shura's divine script would not be able to survive, but now, they are all cheaper. All of them are in the bag. The engraving of the divine script is the power of the divine script carved by the ancestors, from which one can comprehend the complete power of the divine script. The source of the higher-level divine writing can comprehend the essence of the divine writing, while the lower-level divine writing comprehension can only comprehend 1/10 of the power of the divine writing. For example, Long Yu's hidden character scriptures, Bai Tianyi, the master of Tianyu North Academy at that time, let everyone observe and comprehend the fighting character scriptures, etc. Only martial artists who have comprehended the essence of the power of the divine script in the source of the divine script can make it, and it needs to consume a lot of things, so it is not so easy to obtain. In the entire world of Xuanhuan, the engravings of divine texts are extremely precious. Except in Death Valley and Shirayuan, it is absolutely impossible to find so many engravings of divine texts in other places in the world of Xuanhuan. These divine inscriptions were regarded by Long Yu as the biggest capital for the rise of Tianyu Manor. The power of divine scriptures is the foundation for martial arts in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. If one can comprehend the complete divine scriptures of Shura, his strength will definitely not be inferior to that of Xu Chan. Of course, Xu Chan's own talent is also quite good, and the degree of compatibility with the shadow attribute divine script is quite high. However, the Xu Chan divine script seal is the basis for Xu Chan's such strength. One can imagine what kind of treasure house Long Yu got this time. In addition to more than 70 Shura divine runes engravings, the Death Envoy can also make Death divine rune engravings at any time, but the current Death Envoy is only a residual idea, and a little bit of power is used up, especially for making divine runic engravings. Very high, much higher than refining warriors. Now, the Death Envoy originally had 108 engraved marks of the divine script of death, and told Long Yu that if Long Yu needed them, he could give them all. Long Yu already has the Source Stone of Death, provided by the Death Envoy. Of course it is useless to engrave the divine script of death, but it can be used to cultivate the power of his team. There are a total of 180 engraved seals of the divine script of death and the divine script of Shura. Whether it is Tianyu Manor, Shura Mansion, or the remaining hundreds of people in Huiyuan Bai, most people can get one. As long as they are given time, sooner or later, they will grow into a force that will shock the entire Xuanhuan world. Of course, Long Yu couldn't tell others about the existence of the Death Envoy. After all, Huiyuan Bai led thousands of people into the Valley of Death, and now there are only 100 people left, but they are all the masterpieces of the Death Envoy. However, it can be said that the Divine Rune Seal was obtained by accident, so there is no problem in giving it away. After Long Yu collected the Shura Origin Stone and more than 70 Shura Divine Inscriptions, he started to rush back, ready to pick up Xu Chan, Huiyuan Bai, and others to leave. The Wuxiu of Tianqing Dynasty and Guixia County are all guarding at the entrance of Death Valley, so there will definitely be no problem if they leave from Ziyuluan's side. As for the berserk power of the Shura Divine Script formation above Shura Yuan, the Death Envoy said that it can be easily resolved, so Long Yu can rest assured. But after leaving Death Valley and Shirayuan, the Death Envoy will not appear so frequently. Even if Long Yu is in mortal danger, he will not appear. Long Yu returned to the real Death Valley. The thousands of feet of soil above his head was extremely difficult for him now. Fortunately, in the previous month, the Death Envoy not only allowed Long Yu to experience the illusion of near death and comprehend 1/1000th of the power of the Death Divine Script, but also gave a lot of advice on how to perform martial arts, which made Long Yu puzzled by many martial arts. Suddenly, it opened up. Among them is Jiuyou Tianguang. According to the Death Envoy, this ancient top-class martial skill, Jiuyou Tianguang, is a tyrannical martial skill capable of destroying everything. The Jiuyou Dragon Emperor at that time would often use this move. However, the cultivation method of Jiuyou Tianguang that appeared in Long Yu's mind is not the strongest. The real Jiuyou Tianguang is a super powerful martial skill that far exceeds the ancient level, and it is a terrifying method that can communicate with ancient gods, and it cannot be practiced by the current Long Yu. However, if you can comprehend the ancient, best martial arts alone, you can be regarded as invincible in the entire Shenwu world. In addition, regarding innate supernatural powers, the Death Envoy also gave some pointers. As we all know, innate supernatural powers are divided into 9 realms of the 9 heavens. The lower 3 days, the middle 3 days, and the upper 3 days are completely different levels. Only comprehend the innate supernatural powers at the lower 3rd heaven level. In terms of power, it is not as good as comprehending the perfect Great Desolation level martial arts, but if you can step into the middle 3 days and reach the 4th heaven level, you can already compare with the power of the Great Desolation level martial arts up. If one can comprehend the 7th heaven and step into the strongest ranks of the last 3 days, such innate supernatural powers will definitely exceed the power of ordinary wild martial arts. Especially the innate supernatural powers of the 9th heaven, which is understood to the extreme, able to communicate with the most original divine power between heaven and earth, and even ancient martial arts may not be able to counteract it. This is the comparison between innate supernatural powers and various levels of martial arts. In any case, innate supernatural powers are definitely the strongest method for most martial arts. After all, there are not many great wilderness-level martial arts in the entire world of martial arts. However, for Long Yu, innate supernatural powers can only be used as his auxiliary means at best. Similar to the first innate supernatural power he has comprehended now, the Hand of Jiuyo, the main function is to invade the opponent's body with the power of Jiuyo Divine Script, and greatly weaken the opponent's strength. If one is not careful and is completely eroded by it, such as the previous Qi Jiwu, who is strong in the 4 realms of supernatural powers, was directly weakened by 80% of his strength by the hands of Jiuyo, which is extremely terrifying. Long Yu's attack method, after all, still depends on the Void Yulong blade, and the Jiuyo Tianguang who just successfully learned it not long ago. Jiuyo Tianguang, destroy! Long Yu let out a stern voice, and the 9 nether divine runes spread out from his whole body, condensing into a burst of pitch-black light in front of him. In this burst of light, there was an endless power of destruction. It began to annihilate and dissolve continuously, and there was not even a slag left. Long Yu just tried it, and then used the Jiuyo Tianguang martial skill to annihilate the tens of feet thick soil layer. If this continues, he only needs to use Jiuyo Skylight hundreds of times to wipe out the thousands of feet thick soil layer. Penetrate, bring Shuchan and Hui Yuan Bai down and leave from Shou Luo Yuan. The process of breaking through the soil layer is also the process of Long Yu training to use Jiuyo Tianguang. In the time and time again of the 9 nether skylight blasting, Long Yu's comprehension of this ancient martial skill became more and more profound, and he became more and more proficient in performing it, and its power gradually increased. The Death Envoy didn't come to help, he just said that if he wanted to save Shu Chan and Hui Yuan Bai, everything had to be done by Long Yu himself. The Death Envoy will only help Long Yu dispel the violent Shura formation at the exit of Shurayuan. The Jiuyo Skylight condenses the most original power of the Jiuyo Divine Runes between the heavens and the earth, converging into a very destructive light, and its destructive power is at least 100 times stronger than the pure Jiuyo Divine Runes. For weaker martial artists, Jiuyo Tianguang can annihilate them directly, leaving no dregs left. Even stronger martial artists can erode their bodies at an extremely fast speed, even if they cannot be killed. Can also weaken the opponent's combat effectiveness. And the most important point, Long Yu himself can walk freely in this piece of 9 nether skylight. This is why Jiuyo Tianguang is stronger than Huangyingsha. Huangyingsha is a wild-level martial skill, and the afterimage must be condensed to switch positions between the afterimage and the main body. But when Jiuyo Tianguang uses it, the dragon you can completely disappear into the 9 nether skylight and walk through it at will. Not only is it extremely flexible, but it is also difficult for opponents to see through his whereabouts. Jiuyo Tianguang can be said to be a super powerful martial skill that combines attack and defense in one move. It is indeed the best martial skill in ancient times, and it can be regarded as one of the most powerful martial skills in the entire Xuanhuan world today. Long Yu continued to use the 9 nether sky light, and the thousands of feet thick soil layer was continuously smashed and annihilated by him, breaking a passage, extending towards the Death Valley above his head. Long Yu is able to use the Jiuyou skylight, allowing the Jiuyou skylight to penetrate into the soil layer, so that he can travel through it and reach the ground quickly, but in this way, if there is no way for Xu Chan and the others, there is no way to bring everyone together leave. And now, Long Yu's continuous use of Jiuyou Tianguang is also of great benefit to him in comprehending this martial skill. The more troublesome part is that this martial skill consumes too much, and the exhaustion of the meridians becomes more and more serious, and it takes a longer time to perform each time. Fortunately, there are still many pills that Long Yu obtained from Wuxiu of the Yun Empire. After taking these pills, he quickly cast Jiuyou Tianguang one after another, completely breaking the thousands of feet thick soil layer. Come on. A loud noise shocked Hui Yuanbai, Xu Chan, and hundreds of people who were trapped in the Death Valley outside. The people who had been waiting outside for more than a month turned their eyes to the dark cave, and were surprised to find Long Yu body shape. Long Yu. Xu Chan first stood up in surprise, and ran towards Long Yu without thinking. Long Yu didn't expect the little princess to be so excited. Before she could react, she was thrown to the ground. It's no wonder that Long Yu was unprepared. Even if he was prepared, he couldn't prevent being pushed to the ground by Xu Chan. He just cast Jiuyou Tianguang one after another, and his whole body's profound energy and divine writing power have almost been exhausted. And Xu Chan didn't expect Long Yu to be so weak. He knocked down as soon as he bumped, so he quickly stretched out his little hand to pull Long Yu up. How are you? Are you not hurt? Xu Chan asked with concern. Fine. Long Yu shook his head. That's good. Xu Chan heaved a sigh of relief, and then looked at the underground cave that Long Yu came out of, and asked a little strangely, where have you been this month, and what's down there? We wanted to break through this cave before, but we sensed that there are all soil. There is indeed a hole in the sky below. In addition, I also found a passage that allows us to leave. Long Yu raised his head, nodded to Hui Yuanbai, not far away, and said, a way to leave. Long Yu's words immediately excited hundreds of people around. They were trapped here for too long, and they hardly thought that they could leave alive. Listening to Long Yu now, how could he not be excited to be able to leave here? Long Yu, what's down here? Xu Chan became curious now. In fact, not only Xu Chan, but everyone else was also very curious about it, but they were too embarrassed to ask. There is a Death Divine Rune array below. I broke it, got 108 Death Divine Rune engravings, and found another passage, which turned out to lead to Shurayuan. Long Yu said solemnly, in the depths of Shurayuan, I obtained more than 70 engraved seals of Shura's divine script, and then the violent formation storm gradually dissipated, and I came back to look for you. This place can actually lead to Shurayuan. Hui Yuanbai's face brightened. In this way, the rest of them will be able to leave from Zayuluoyan, and they will not be bet by the Wuxiu of Tianqing dynasty and Guixia County. Nearly 200 divine script engravings. Xu Chan's focus is different from Hui Yuanbai's. There are nearly 200 divine script engravings, and everyone knows what this means. Long Yu being able to say this frankly, undoubtedly showed his trust in everyone present. Not to mention Xu Chan and Hui Yuanbai. As for the other martial cultivators of the Nightmare Legion, if anyone had the idea of betrayal, they would have left here long ago to surrender to the Tianqing dynasty. How could they be trapped in this Death Valley, waiting for death with Hui Yuanbai? To put it simply, these martial artists are all loyal to Hui Yuanbai, absolutely loyal to Hui Yuanbai and Shuluo County. Led by Long Yu, the group quickly descended to the underground space where the real Death Valley is located, and they all saw the passage leading to Shurayuan. From here, we will be Shurayuan. The power of those berserk Shura divine script formations should have almost dissipated. Long Yu pondered and said, however, after we leave Shirayuan, what should we do? If we want to hide from the gods, it is impossible for me alone to support so many people's ghosts. Let's go out and talk. Hui Yuanbai said solemnly, the situation outside is very bad now. It is not good if there are too many people acting together, and it is easy to be discovered. Long Yu, I heard that you and the princess have now established a base for the Beishua dynasty to make a comeback. If so, I will let everyone in the legion disperse separately, go to Beishua dynasty, and wait for you and the princess to come back in Beishua dynasty. It's not bad to act like this, but can you guarantee your own safety? Long Yu glanced at everyone, and said solemnly, the whole Tianqing dynasty is full of dangers, everyone must change their clothes and act, which can confuse the public. Well, as long as we go all the way south, we can quickly leave the Tianqing dynasty and reach the Wuk Empire. Hui Yuanbai said, we have already thought about the route. Although this way, there will be a long road around the Tianqing dynasty, and it will take 3 times the distance to go to the Beishua dynasty, but it is the safest. Strong, it is impossible to find someone on the territory of the Wuk Empire. Well, that's not bad. Long Yu sighed in relief and nodded. Hui Yuanbai, as the general of the Demon Nightmare Legion in Shura County, is of course not in vain. Since he was able to leave from Shirayuan and avoid people's eyes and ears, he will definitely not stay in the Tianqing dynasty again, waiting to be besieged. Go to the Wuk Empire first and leave the Tianqing dynasty as quickly as possible. Even if you take a detour, it is much safer than going directly to the Beishua dynasty. Then it's settled. The little Princess Shuchan also nodded at the side and said, General Hua, you go to the Baixuan capital of the Beishua dynasty first, whether you go to the Shura mansion inside the city or the Tianyu manor outside the city, it doesn't matter. Outsiders, just wait until we come back. Everyone, as long as you can reach the Northern Snow Emperor's capital alive, you will definitely have a share of the divine inscriptions on my body, come on. Long Yu gave a last word of encouragement, although none of the generals present had a lower level of martial arts than Long Yu, but they listened very carefully to what Long Yu said. Divinity engraving. Of course they know how precious the divine rune engraving is. Even the generals of the divine rune nightmare army, but among them, there are only a handful of people who have the divine rune engraving. Among the hundreds of people, there are only a dozen or so people who have it. Others naturally yearn for the engraving of the divine script, but now, as long as they arrive at Baixuanduangdu safely, Long Yu will prepare the engraving of the divine script for them. This is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. Although they understood that in this way, they would have to be loyal to Long Yu from now on, but seeing how the relationship between Long Yu and the little princess is so good now, isn't loyalty to Long Yu the same as loyalty to the princess? To them it makes no difference. Don't worry, young Master Long, the task must be completed, and you will reach the Northern Snow Emperor's capital safely. Everyone shouted in unison, with great momentum. Long Yu, these people I have left are all generals of the Nightmare Legion in the past. Everyone has at least 3 supernatural powers. If you take a detour from the Wuk Empire, it will be no problem to reach the Northern Snow Emperor safely. You just rest assured. Hui Yuanbai smiled quite easily. It's not that he is blindly confident, but that he has full confidence in his own people. These people are all grown up by him, and because they are generals in the Nightmare Legion, there is no doubt about their mentality or character. Just looking at them swearing to follow Hui Yuanbai to the death, it can be seen that their character is firm and resolute, and if they just rush on the road, no one will make trouble along the way and cause unnecessary trouble. Keeping a low profile is their criterion when they are on their way, so it is really not a problem if they want to go to the Northern Snow Emperor capital. Then I look forward to meeting you all at the Northern Snow Emperor. Long Yu said with a smile. Then Long Yu, where are you and the princess going next? Hui Yuanbai asked. We are going to Shura Valley. Hearing this, Long Yu solemnly replied, Sura Valley, there is also the sacred tree of Shura. If we can get the sacred tree of Shura, we will be able to have stronger power, and this will also be a great capital against the Emperor Tianqin in the future. Azura's sacred tree, of course Long Yu will not forget this terrifying existence that almost killed him back then. This is a giant plant transplanted from Shurayuan. It possesses extremely terrifying fighting power. Even the strong in the secret realm of the royal way cannot escape from its hands safely. If they are entangled by the sacred tree of Shura, the King Shura King and the King of Ghosts will have no choice but to die. This is the most terrifying aspect of the sacred Shura tree. In the past, Shura County relied on the Shura sacred tree to resist many powerful enemies invading from outside, and even devoured the flesh of the powerful King realm. It is a pity that the invasion of the Tianqin dynasty was too sudden, and King Shura was always entangled. The tree is released. Azura's sacred tree, how could that kind of existence be taken away? Hui Yuanbai's face changed slightly when he heard the words. Obviously he was also deeply impressed by the Shura sacred tree. On our way, we met a disciple of Shadow Mazong named Mo Yuan. He conveyed the remaining thoughts of the Shadow King before his death, and he recorded a method to control the Shura sacred tree to a certain extent. Xu Chan thought about it for a while, and said slowly. Long Yu didn't make a sound. Of course he knew that the method that Mo Yuan relayed at that time was not wrong. As long as he was a martial artist who had comprehended the Shura scriptures, he could try to use the Shura scriptures to control the Shura sacred tree. But in fact, with Xu Chan's understanding of Xu Chan's divine language, it is undoubtedly extremely difficult to control the Shu Luo sacred tree. Fortunately, the Death Envoy had told Long Yu before that he only needed to have the Shura origin stone, then he could control the Shura sacred tree 100%. Not to mention taking it away, even manipulating it to kill the enemy would not be a problem. This made Long Yu's heart itch. If he could really control the Azura sacred tree, then even a king-level powerhouse like Guixia County King would not be able to stop him if he personally tried to stop him. Even if the Emperor Tianqin appears, Long Yu can rely on the sacred tree of Shura to deal with it. Of course, the sacred tree of Shura is not like a soldier, but more like an independent life. Like a martial artist, the power in his body will be exhausted. Yes, it doesn't mean that if you control the Shura sacred tree, you will be invincible to the Tianqin dynasty. As they spoke, everyone passed through the underground passage and came to the depths of the Shura abyss. In this place, there is still a breath of Shura's divine script, which makes Xu Chan feel a sense of kindness. But the road to the top of Shurayuan has been cleared by the Death Envoy in advance, and there is no more violent Shura's divine script. In the past, due to the berserk divine power of Shura, even a powerhouse like Emperor Tianqin would not dare to come down to Shurayuan, but now, everything in Shurayuan has been emptied, and the power of Shura's divine language will also be destroyed. Gradually dissipated. Not long after, Death Valley and Shurayuan will become normal places, and they will no longer be extremely dangerous places, but it is impossible for foreign martial artists to gain any benefits from them. Everyone floated up all the way, and soon came to the periphery of Shurayuan from the bottom of Shurayuan through a thick layer of mist of Shura's divine script. One of the generals of the Nightmare Legion was the first to go out to explore the way, and soon returned, telling everyone that there was no one outside. Everyone was relieved, and then they filed away from Shurayuan, and were once again placed in the Nightmare Mountain Range, with eerie aura floating there. It's not too late, Long Yu, Princess, let's take our leave now. Hui Yuanbai knew that this place was very dangerous, so he immediately decided to set off. Well, everyone, be more careful. Long Yu nodded. Then I saw Hui Yuanbai leading the hundreds of generals of the Nightmare Legion, splitting up one by one, leaving quickly towards the south, and quickly disappeared into the eerie aura without a trace. These people are the elite among the elites. Even if they encounter some dangers, most of them can be solved by themselves. There is no need to go together. There are more people, but it is easier to bring danger. Let's go to Shura Valley. Seeing Hu Yuanbai and the others leave, Long Yu turned his head to Shu Chan and said, I didn't say just now, but actually I got a little chance in Shura Yuan, and I should be able to completely control the Shura sacred tree. Very good. Shu Chan's eyes lit up when she heard the words, and her face showed joy. She was not sure about controlling the Azura sacred tree at first, but after hearing what Long Yu said, she immediately felt relieved. She didn't ask Long Yu what kind of opportunity he got in Shurayuan, she just believed in Long Yu intuitively, and she would not ask questions carelessly. After all, everyone has their own opportunity, this is everyone's own secret, even Shu Chan. There are also many things that Long Yu did not tell. The two of them moved together and headed north. It would take at least 3 or 4 days to reach the Shura Valley. During this period of time, the two will always be in a dangerous state. Once they are discovered by Wuxiu from Tianqing Dynasty or Guixia County, they will face endless pursuit. The two of them took the Shura spirit boat together, and soon left the range of the Nightmare Mountain Range. Just as they flew out of the Nightmare Mountain Range, a large group of Jianghu Wuxiu suddenly appeared in the sky in front of them. There were more than 10 people, and they stopped in mid-air, the way for the two of them. It's a Jianghu Wuxiu. Seeing this, Shu Chan's pretty face sank. It should have happened to meet us, what should we do? Long Yu squinted his eyes, but among the dozen or so people who saw the other party, there was one person he had met before, and his name should be Feng Dai. I really remember that when Long Yu first came to the Devil's Nightmare Mountains, he wanted to go to the territory of Guixia County to make meritorious service. At that time, this longsword martial artist with butterfly wings led a team to intercept him. Unexpectedly, I saw this guy again now, but this time among the 10 martial arts in front, this Feng Dai is already the one with the lowest level of martial arts. All of the mysterious realms of supernatural powers, including the existence of the 6 realms of supernatural powers, 10 people together, the fighting power is extremely strong. Seeing the 10 people on the other side united together, as soon as they found Long Yu and Shu Chan, they dispersed and formed a faint encirclement circle, apparently to prevent Long Yu and Shu Chan from having a chance to escape. Quick battle, break out of the encirclement. Long Yu pondered and said to Shu Chan. I think so too. Shu Chan nodded, and focused her gaze on the opponent's strongest man of the 6 realms. So it's this guy, one of the 8 generals of the Shura County Mercenary Alliance. Now that the Tianqing dynasty occupies Shura County, it's also I don't know if the Mercenary Alliance still exists, but this person's strength is not bad. In Azura County, there are as many various organizations as there are Christian carp crossing the river, and this Mercenary Alliance is one of them. It is an organization of a large group of Jianghu martial arts, which specialize in accepting entrustments from others in order to collect rewards. Long Yu looked at the Jianghu Wuxiu, who was in the 6 realms of supernatural powers, and found that the other party was already an old man, with gray hair, but it grew to his waist, and he was still handsome, with surprise in his eyes. Obviously, the other party did not expect to be able to meet Long Yu and Shu Chan here. These two are the wanted criminals, with the richest rewards issued by the Emperor Tianqing. Everyone knows that the 6 princes of the Tianqing dynasty were killed in the Holy Land of Shura County, and the instigator was the group of young geniuses headed by Shura County. Shu Chan and Long Yu, of course, were the culprits that couldn't be avoided. Boss White Snake, just leave the kid next to us to our 3 brothers. You and the other brothers will deal with the princess first. One of the martial cultivators of the 3 realms of supernatural powers made a suggestion to the gray-haired old leader. The White Snake nodded, okay, that kid is just a supernatural power. Although he has defeated Qi Jiwu with 4 supernatural powers, it shouldn't be a problem for you 3 brothers. The story of Long Yu beheading Qi Jiwu has long been spread throughout Shura County, and this Mercenary Alliance general named White Snake is of course very clear about it. However, the three brothers have 2 3-path supernatural powers and 1 4-path supernatural power. The combined strength is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It must be more than enough to deal with a Long Yu. Feng Dai, you are in charge of the realm. If they want to escape, you will take the initiative to intercept them. The others will deal with the princess with me. When White Snake gave an order, the division of labor came out. Among them 3 people dealt with Long Yu, 6 people dealt with Xuanhuan, and 1 person guarded. This kind of distribution method was quite reasonable, at least in their view, no matter what aspect it was possible to lose. Be the first to strike first. Long Yu observed the field carefully, and saw 3 similar-looking Wushou brothers cast their gazes at him. Deng even knew that these 3 guys wanted to deal with him. Without any hesitation, he just nodded to Xuanhuan, and then his whole figure disappeared from midair. Hidden. This method is more perfect for Long Yu now. It is absolutely impossible for the 10 people in front of him to find his trace. If Long Yu didn't want to fight against this group of guys blocking the way, he could just take Xuanhuan Shenin away, but he didn't want the news of himself and Xuanhuan appearing here to be spread. But it is difficult to move an inch, and there will definitely be strong people running over to stop him soon. So the easiest way is to kill all these guys. Bright probe. One of the 3 brothers who looked quite similar saw Long Yu disappearing, and immediately gathered the power of the light divine script, and a burst of sunlight-like power shone on the field, trying to find Long Yu out. At this time, Xuanhuan agreed with Long Yu's attacking style first, and directly condensed Shura's absolute light. A tyrannical jet-black beam blasted out, accompanied by the Shura's eye that appeared out of thin air, instantly killing him. The other party was a strong man of the 5 paths divine ability realm. The reason why she didn't choose the target as the White Snake of the 6 paths supernatural realm was because she knew her own ability, and if she wanted to deal with the White Snake, it was absolutely impossible to kill it easily, so she simply cut off its wings first, and then challenged him one-on-one. At this moment, Long Yu's figure appeared directly behind one of the 3 brothers. The Void Yulong blade was already in his hand, absorbing the soul imprints of the 3 brothers in an instant, and then cast Soul Explosion. Soul Seal. Soul Explosion. Long Yu held the Nether Dragon blade in his hand, and the power from the explosion of the soul imprint spread instantly, sending him flying away. As for the martial artist who had comprehended the power of the light divine script and wanted to detect him, he was directly bombarded and killed by this soul-calling explosion, leaving no bones left. The power of the 9 nether divine runes spread in the field. Long Yu continued to use the method of concealment, and then 4 ancient afterimages appeared in the field, killing the remaining 2 people respectively. Those 2 people, one at the 3-path supernatural power level and the other at the 4-path supernatural power level, were originally full of confidence in siege and kill Long Yu, but now their expressions changed drastically. Before the real battle started, one of his side died, and the key formation could not be used. It has become extremely difficult to deal with Long Yu, who can kill the strong Qijiwu with the Great Desolation level warrior. Blood Sacrifice Shadow Kill. The ancient afterimages used their own methods, and the little black and red figures quickly rushed out, killing the 2 martial artists at an extremely fast speed, and the 2 martial artists used all their strength to resist, only to barely block Long Yu's attack. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Long Yu's attack came again. The 9 explosions of Yulong, the Order of the Dragon Heart. The target of this move was directed at the martial artist of the 3 paths divine ability realm. In just a moment, the sound of dragon chant from around completely controlled that person's heartbeat. Wu Shou's heart was shattered. 2 martial arts masters at the 3-path supernatural power level were instantly beheaded by Long Yu, and the next thing Long Yu had to face was the remaining 4-way supernatural power level guy. Kill my brother, you are dead. The rest of the person's eyes were red, and the 2 brothers who had grown up together since childhood were killed by Long Yu, which made him so angry that his whole body was glowing red, as if the red light was dazzling like the divine script of fighting characters. It's a divine script of the Berserker attribute. Long Yu's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had seen the power of divine script of this attribute. It is said that martial artists who comprehend this attribute of divine script would fight as if desperate, extremely crazy, and extremely destructive. The Berserker attribute is one of the 8 attributes of the divine script. The divine script power of this attribute is born to kill. Kill. The martial cultivator of the 4 paths divine ability realm, whose body was shining red, seemed to go crazy at this moment, and the 2 giant axes in his hands quickly spun, flying towards Long Yu, accompanied by 2 blood-red streamers. A bright red cross was drawn in mid-air, which made people frightened at first glance. The speed is so fast. Long Yu's heart moved, less than 1 breath passed from the opponent's whole body glowing red, to the blood-red streamer of the twin axes coming in front of him. Dragon Sparrow Flash. Long Yu subconsciously used this move to sign up for martial arts, but the martial artist figure shining with blood-red light sneered, and then there was a burst of space divine power, trying to penetrate the space and slash at Long Yu, who was in a different space. This person actually comprehended the Berserk attribute and the space attribute, and the dual attributes fit together. Long Yu was startled, and before he had time to think about it, he could only use Jiuyou Tianguang at the fastest speed. Fortunately, he had practiced this move hundreds of times not long ago, otherwise, it would be really hard to use it so quickly. Can't do it. When the Jiuyou skylight appeared, Long Yu's surroundings turned into pitch blackness, and then his whole body merged into the pitch-black Jiuyou skylight. The blood-red twin axe streamers of the 4 supernatural power realm martial artists split a crack in the Jiuyou Tianguang, but they had already lost Long Yu's trace, and were soon shrouded in by the Jiuyou Tianguang. The power of the 9 nether divine runes began to quickly erode the Wushou's body. Ah! 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 Get out of here! The blood-red figure was holding the blood-red double axes, struggling and resisting extremely violently in the Jiuyou Tianguang, and the divine power of the mad battle attribute tried to break through the blockade of the Jiuyou Tianguang several times and escape, but Long Yu was always paying attention. He charged in the direction and focused on strengthening the Jiuyou Tianguang in that direction. As the 9 nether sky light condensed and scattered from Long Yu's body, the blood-red martial artist figure of the 4 supernatural powers seemed to have suffered severe damage. His movements became slower and slower, and his spirit became weaker and weaker. The power of the 9 nether divine runes can not only erode Wu Shou's physical body, but also erode the opponent's spirit, making the opponent gradually lose the ability to resist. It was just a few breaths trapped in the Jiuyou Tianguang, and the martial arts cultivators of the 4 supernatural powers had lost their fighting spirit, and the blood-red madness attribute divine runes on their bodies became weaker and weaker, until Long Yu quietly released the siphon divine text, completely absorb it. Die. Seeing that the martial artist was no longer capable, Long Yu's heart moved, gathered all the Jiuyou Tianguang, and returned to his body for a while, and then held the nether dragon blade in his hand, and easily chopped off the heart veins of the martial arts practitioners of the 4 supernatural powers. In less than a stick of incense, Long Yu beheaded all 3 brothers. This scene shocked the vigilant Feng Dai, and also shocked the White Snake, a powerhouse of the 6 realms, who was fighting Xuanhuan. Under the White Snake's pale hair, a pair of eyes revealed a look of extreme astonishment. Obviously, he did not expect that a mere supernatural power like Long Yu would have such a strong fighting power, and he really deserved to be the one who killed Qi Jiwu. As for White Snake's battle with Xuanhuan, the situation was also very difficult. Xuanhuan beheaded one of them as soon as they came up, and then the remaining 5 of them besieged Xuanhuan, but they still couldn't break through her great desolation-level middle-grade warrior. Repairing the defense of the compass can't hurt her at all. If things go on like this, if Xuanhuan's innate supernatural powers continue to be displayed, other people will definitely suffer. Want to run? Long Yu saw the vigilant Feng Dai at a glance, his eyes flickered after seeing him beheading the three brothers, and Dang even guided his plan. Of course, Long Yu couldn't leave anyone alive in this battle. Since Feng Dai wanted to run away, he could only kill him first. When the thought of running came to Feng Dai's mind, Long Yu acted, his figure flashed past, and the next moment he appeared beside Feng Dai. Although the current Feng Dai has advanced in strength and stepped into the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, it is just like Long Yu, just a realm of supernatural powers. For Long Yu, martial artists of the same realm have never been his opponents. Kill. The Void Yulong blade was held in Long Yu's hand, and with a random wave, the power of the 9 nether divine runes condensed out, easily beheading the wind butterfly. Feng Dai was still fluttering the butterfly wings behind her back, trying to escape, but she didn't expect Long Yu to be so fast, and directly beheaded him. Her eyes were still wide open until she died, full of shock. Continue. Long Yu turned his head and looked at the remaining 5 people in the field, including the White Snake, who was in the 6th-path supernatural realm. Long Yu was not worried at all that the White Snake would kill him personally, because once the White Snake made a move, Xuanhuan would definitely take the opportunity to deal with the White Snake. That old Zhenghu Wuxiu, one of the generals of the former Shura County Mercenary Alliance, White Snake, saw that Long Yu had killed 4 of his subordinates so fiercely, his pupils could not help shrinking, knowing that today was a mistake. In addition, the county lord Xuanhuan was as tyrannical as the rumors said, and even his 6th-path supernatural ability realm methods were hard to kill her quickly. Withdraw. White Snake's ability to live up to now is not due to his useless recklessness, but his brains. He was keenly aware that it was absolutely impossible for him to kill Long Yu and Xuanhuan today, so he decisively ordered to retreat. Although if he captured Xuanhuan and Long Yu, he would definitely have more rewards in front of the Emperor Tianqin, but these the reward, obviously he can't get it now. As long as you go back and report the location of Long Yu and Xuanhuan, they will also be rewarded, but the reward will be less. The White Snake was the first to turn around and run away, but his 4 men who were still alive were taken aback when they saw this, and then turned around in the same way, wanting to escape quickly. Eye of Shura open. At this moment, without hesitation, Xuanhuan activated the 2nd stage of the innate supernatural power Shura's Eye, and saw that the pitch-black Shura's Eye opened in midair like a human's eye, and the power of Shura's divine script suddenly exploded. It emerged and enveloped the entire audience. The White Snake and other martial artists who wanted to escape were shocked by Shura's divine writing at this moment, and their fleeing figures were hindered and slowed down. Obviously, the Shura's divine writing spreading from Shura's eyes made them extremely uncomfortable. Innate supernatural powers are divided into 9 realms of the 9 heavens, but there are only 3 stages that can really transform, that is, the upper, middle, and lower 3rd heavens. Xuanhuan's Eye of Shura has already comprehended the 5th heaven, so it is natural that he can display the 2nd stage. When the Eye of Shura opens, the divine script of Shura that emerges from it will automatically erode the meridian dantian of everyone around him, hindering they act and fight. Supernatural power, the snake spirit is here. The old man's White Snake was entangled in Shura's divine script, and he yelled sharply. A white snake emerged from his body, and a whirlwind spread around him, gradually blowing away Shura's divine script. Not an easy character to deal with. Longing dark sky snow, the realm of the underworld. At this moment, Long Yu also used his means, and the martial arts of the 2 major domains surged out, encircling White Snake and his 4 subordinates who wanted to escape, weakening their strength by at least 10%. Before they realized that Long Yu was also a threat to them, a thick white bone arm suddenly appeared from the void and grabbed the old man White Snake's waist. Supernatural power, the hand of the 9 nether. Break! Long Yu's eyes were full of killing intent. He activated the power of Jiuyo's divine script in the hand of Jiuyo, and when the White Snake didn't notice him, it easily eroded into the meridians in his body. The power of the 9 Serenity's divine script came crashing down, causing the White Snake to fail to react, and he had already been hit, and his whole body was weakened by half. What supernatural powers? A flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of the old man, White Snake. He never thought that a mere guy with a supernatural power could weaken him so much. At this moment, Xuanhuan seized the opportunity, took a elixir, and cast Shura Absolute Light again. A jet-black light beam of Shura's divine script blasted out, heading straight for the White Snake through the air. Seeing this, the White Snake of course used its defensive supernatural powers as quickly as possible. Countless White Snake shadows emerged from his body, forming a White Snake barrier, trying to resist Xuanhuan's Shura Absolute Light. Extreme Light, explode. A gleam flashed in Xuanhuan's eyes, and the jet-black Shura beam that shot out exploded when it hit the White Snake barrier, producing a terrifying destructive force, as if it wanted to destroy the entire space. This is the second stage of Shura Absolute Light's change. The destructive power has been directly increased several times, and this move has successfully defeated the White Snake's defense and pushed him back several feet in embarrassment. The White Snake spat out a mouthful of blood, turned around and left without hesitation, still wanting to escape. Naturally, Long Yu and Xuanhuan would not let each other go easily. Chase. Long Yu had no choice but to take the heaven-level elixir from the wushou of the Cloud Empire again to restore his vitality, and cast Jiuyou Tianguang immediately. As a piece of pitch-black light spread rapidly, Long Yu's figure was hidden in the light of Jiuyou sky, and this piece of pitch-black light spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the White Snake and its 4 subordinates were once again enveloped in it. Ancient-level best martial arts, even at the beginner stage, the effect is extremely terrifying. The people covered by Jiuyou Tianguang not only lost their vision, but also were constantly eroded by the power of Jiuyou's divine script, so they had to spend a lot of effort to resist. Of course, a powerhouse of the 6 realms of supernatural powers, like White Snake, would not suffer much damage. Jiuyou Tianguang is just a little troublesome for him, but such a little trouble is enough. Xuanhuan chased after him, raised her little hand, and the ancient Shura compass flew out. Countless jet-black streamers shot out ferociously, and fell on the White Snake in an instant, trying to lock him up. It also began to erode its physical body continuously. The combination of Long Yu and Xuanhuan is almost hopeless. Although the martial arts realm of the two of them is not too high, the means they have are endless, and they can delay the White Snake who is as strong as the 6-path supernatural power for such a long time. Trapped by the light beams of Huang Gushou's compass, the White Snake couldn't escape at all, and could only fight hard. All kinds of methods were used, and countless White Snake beams burst out, trying to disperse the Jiuyou sky light, but Long Yu hid in the Jiuyou Tianguang. The power of Jiuyou Divine Rune is continuously replenished. How could it be possible for him to dispel it like this? In the process of dealing with the White Snake, his 4 subordinates gradually left the scope of Jiuyou Tianguang. Although they were all eroded by the Jiuyou Divine Script and suffered minor injuries, they were all good anyway, at least those of the 4 supernatural powers. Strong, so he escaped after all. At this time, Long Yu and Xuanhuan had no intention of chasing and killing those 4 people, because beheading the White Snake was the most important thing for them. White Snake was trying his best to deal with Xuanhuan, but he didn't notice Long Yu's movements in the dark. The nether dragon blade suddenly appeared from behind the White Snake, stabbing down towards its back. The White Snake felt something was wrong, and gathered the divine script power barrier behind his back as quickly as possible, trying to resist, but he didn't expect that the sharpness of the void dragon blade could not be blocked by the divine script power he gathered at will. This is the best warrior of ancient times, the only one in the entire world of martial arts. Puff! The void dragon blade pierced into the White Snake's back, and almost pierced its heart. It's a pity that the White Snake's body is not weak. One-hit kill. But it doesn't matter. Xuanhuan's attack on the compass of desolate ancient Shura came immediately. A giant wolf of Shura's divine text covered in pitch black descended from the sky, took advantage of the perfect timing of Long Yu's sneak attack, and bit off the white snake's head in one bite. The pitch-black azure giant wolf was condensed by Xu Chan using the ancient Shura compass. She and the ancient Shura compass are in harmony with each other. This condensing of the azure giant wolf is one of the means. To put it simply, Long Yu and Xu Chan have cooperated until now, but Xu Chan has not used all her means yet. Xu Chan knows 4 kinds of innate supernatural powers, but she has only used 2 of them, while Huanggu repairs the compass. She has at least 4 supernatural powers, but she has only used 2 of them. Even so, the white snake had already been beheaded by Long Yu and Xu Chan. Keep chasing down, don't let one go. Long Yu nodded to Xu Chan, and burst into extremely fast speed in an instant. After taking a pill, he chased after the 2 escaped 4-path supernatural powers. Not long after, Long Yu and Xu Chan gathered at the top of a mountain. Nailed it. The 2 looked at each other and smiled, and each chased and killed the remaining 4 martial artists separately. It was not a difficult task for them, but they both took a lot of pills. According to a simple statistics, just to deal with the 10 martial artists of the white snake, the 2 of them took at least 10 pills, which is still very expensive. Although there are more than 100 heaven-level pills obtained from the wuxio of the Yun Empire, they can't stand the consumption of the 2. The 2 discussed it, and it is best to hide their whereabouts next, and the slower the speed, the slower. Sooner or later to Shura Valley. If there were more such battles, the whereabouts of the 2 of them would definitely be exposed, and the pills on their bodies would also be consumed. After all, if you want to fight more with one enemy and defeat the strong with the weak, taking pills is the biggest capital of the 2 of them. They can use martial arts and supernatural powers repeatedly, and they can also recover their strength as quickly as possible. Without these elixirs, if White Snake and the others wanted to escape just now, it would be impossible for the 2 of them to catch up, and if any of these people let go, it would pose a great threat to both of them. God hidden. Long Yu brought Xu Chan together to use the hidden method, and headed towards the north again. It would take at least 5 or 6 days to go to the Shura Valley at the speed of the hidden state. But Long Yu and Xu Chan are not in a hurry. It's okay to spend 5 or 6 days on the road. However, from White Snake and the others, the 2 still got a lot of good things, including pills, soldiers, etc. They didn't need them, and it would be good to give them back to everyone in the Northern Snow Emperor capital. 2 figures in black walked through the forest, and there was a thin and eerie aura in the whole forest, which made people shudder. Since they had just passed a city, Long Yu and Xu Chan emerged from their hidden state and walked through the forest at night. Thinking about coming to such a remote place, they should not meet anyone else. Not far ahead is Ice Sky Valley. Xu Chan lowered her voice and said to Long Yu. Ice Sky Valley. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. Of course he knew where Bingtian Valley was. It was Bai Qing and Bai Ting's teacher. Bai Qing was the 4th disciple of King Shura, and he had a lot of grudges with Long Yu before. Later, when the Tianqing dynasty occupied Shura County, Bai Qing seemed to have defected to the Tianqing dynasty and has been working for the Tianqing dynasty. As for Bai Ting, Long Yu didn't know what would happen after the Tianqing dynasty occupied Shura County, but he knew that in the Shura election, this kid still wanted to think about Lu Yuan. Great hostility. Anyway, Long Yu didn't have a good impression of this Ice Sky Valley. In this Ice Sky Valley, is there a strong man in the secret realm of the Kingsway? Long Yu asked a question. No, the owner of Ice Sky Valley is just a martial artist of the 7-path supernatural realm. Xu Chan shook her head. That's easy. Long Yu squinted his eyes and suggested aloud, we need enough training resources if we want to gain a firm foothold in the North Snow Emperor, and the quickest way to get training resources is to grab them. This Ice Sky Valley, I think it's a good goal. Rob. Xu Chan was taken aback by Long Yu's words. You are so courageous that you dare to take up the idea of Ice Sky Valley. However, with our strength and agility, there is no need to go around the Ice Sky Valley. No, but if no one finds out, the news of our whereabouts will be leaked. It doesn't matter, we are already very close to the Azura Valley. If we go all out, we can reach it in less than half a day. Long Yolo thought for a while and said, even if we leaked our whereabouts, we should be able to reach the Shura Valley in time when other people come to attack us. As long as we get to the Shura sacred tree, we don't need to come even if it is a strong man from the secret realm of the royal way. Scared? That's true. Shu Chan nodded approvingly. She has never been a cautious person, and this plan proposed by Long Yu is quite to her liking. In the past, she also disliked Bai Qing for a long time, because Bai Qing often troubled her, but she couldn't do anything about Bai Qing, because he was her father's disciple, so she still had to behave on the surface. However, now that Bai Qing has taken refuge in the Tianqing dynasty, Shu Chan doesn't have the slightest pressure to deal with it. Of course, it is very unlikely that Bai Qing will be in Ice Sky Valley now, but Bai Qing grew up in Ice Sky Valley, not to mention the young master of Ice Sky Valley, Bai Ting, who stares at Shu Chan with greedy eyes every time they meet, which made her have a bad impression of Ice Sky Valley. Ice Sky Valley has undoubtedly taken refuge in the Tianqing dynasty. Most of the cultivation resources must have been taken away by the Tianqing dynasty, even as high as tens of millions of Tianqing coins, but Long Yu and Shu Chan did not need Tianqing coins, because in the northern Snow Emperor capital, there were no Tianqing coins. Effect. All they need are warriors and elixirs, or some martial arts secrets. Of course, martial arts secrets are not so easy to get, but as long as they get some soldiers and elixirs, they won't need it for this trip. After all, to develop power in the northern Snow Emperor capital, what is needed is too much. The two black shadows quickly took advantage of the night to leave the dark forest and came to a field of ice and snow. It is said that there is an extremely strong power of ice divine script in the depths of the field, which is why they formed near here. It is a land of ice and snow, but no one has the opportunity to go to the depths of the Ice Sky Valley to investigate. At this time, the Ice Sky Valley was completely silent. Only a dozen or so disciples guarding the mountain gate were chatting softly and dozing off. God hidden. When approaching the mountain gate of Ice Sky Valley, Long Yu and Shu Chan hid their figures together, approached the 10 disciples guarding the mountain, and heard what they were chatting about. Senior sister Bai Qing came back a few days ago. It is said that she has made great contributions to the Tianqing dynasty in the Shura Valley and was rewarded with a great desolation-level soldier. It's really good luck. Now the Tianqing dynasty directly rules our Shura county, and there are resistance everywhere. There are many opportunities to make meritorious deeds. It's a pity that our strength is low, and we can only guard the mountain here, alas. Let me tell you something. Don't tell it. Our young master and senior sister Bai Qing have already talked about it, and we will set off for the Shura Valley together in a few days to continue working for the Tianqing dynasty. I think it is senior sister Bai Qing. Some people are also needed. I have a good relationship with Feng Yin Zi Chen, the young master's follower, and I will let him take me with him when the time comes. If you want to go out and see. Hey, it's natural to go out and see. With the young master and senior sister Bai Qing, even if we can't eat meat, we can still drink soup. Even if we can get heavenly soldiers, it's pretty good. Brother, we have such a good relationship, you will definitely not leave me behind, right? In a few days, you have to introduce me to the young master. Listening to the conversation of these people, Shu Chan was so angry that she almost burst into flames. Bai Qing made meritorious deeds and obtained a great desolation soldier. What kind of contribution must be made in order to obtain a great desolation-level soldier? It must have helped the Tianqing dynasty suppress some resistance forces, and the resistance forces must be forces loyal to King Shura, that is, they are on the side with Shu Chan. That's not to mention, Bai Qing actually went back to Ice Sky Valley to recruit people, and continued to run to deal with the Shu Luo County patriots who resisted the Tianqing dynasty, how could Shu Chan bear it? This by Qing, my father treated her kindly in the past. She was able to achieve what she is today, because of my father's gift. I never thought that she would betray my father and truly join the Tianqing dynasty and work for the Tianqing emperor. Shu Chan's eyes flashed with anger, Emperor Tianqing, but her master-killing enemy. Needless to say, just kill it. Long Yu pressed Shu Chan's shoulder, said softly, and sprinted out while hiding his figure. The 10 mountain guard disciples of Ice Sky Valley are only at the level of the heavenly human secret realm, and only one is at the level of one supernatural power. It couldn't be easier for Long Yu to solve it. Before Shu Chan could make a move, she saw the power of the pitch-black 9 Serenity Divine Rune wafting out of the field, instantly covering the 10 disciples guarding the mountain, and the next moment they heard the sound of the 10 people falling to the ground. In just a split second, Long Yu didn't even use any martial arts, but only released the power of the 9 Nether Divine Runes, and killed all the 10 disciples guarding the mountain. To be able to do this, in addition to Long Yu's own strength, the eerie aura floating in the snowy wilderness also helped a lot, so that the initial spread of the 9 Nether Divine Art did not attract anyone's attention. Be careful, when the power of the 9 Nether Divine Runes covers all 10 people, it will be too late for them to run. Let's go. Long Yu waved to Shu Chan, and quickly dodged into the Ice Sky Valley. The two of them passed a long icy and snowy staircase and came to a magnificent hall made of ice. Under the moonlight, the whole hall looked extremely deserted. In the middle of the night, almost no one would come to this sect place of discussion. The Zhangbing Pavilion, the Shindam Pavilion, and the Martial Arts Pavilion are in 3 different places. Shu Chan said to Long Yu, and then pointed out in 3 directions. She still had a little impression of the terrain of Ice Sky Valley. After all, she had followed King Shura several times before. Then I'll go to the Zhangbing Pavilion and the Shindam Pavilion, and you go to the Martial Arts Pavilion and act separately. Long Yu said solemnly, there is no kingly secret realm powerhouse here, so I can't be in any danger, but you, if you encounter any danger, try to delay it as much as possible, and I will come to help you. Good. Shu Chan nodded upon hearing this. She had a strange feeling in her heart. Obviously her combat power was stronger than Long Yu's, but she was not at all uncomfortable listening to Long Yu's command, and she also instructed that Long Yu possessed the means of hiding, which was indeed safer than her action. Zhangbing Pavilion and Shindam Pavilion, after all, the guarding force is weaker, so there is no problem with Long Yu's distribution. You must know that the Martial Arts Pavilion is the most important thing in any sect, and there is definitely one of the strongest elders in it. Guard. As for Zhangbing Pavilion and Shindam Pavilion, although they are important, their guards are definitely not as strong as Martial Arts Pavilion. The two acted separately. Long Yushinian disappeared in the ice and snow valley, while Shu Chan, like a black shadow, plundered towards the location of the Martial Arts Pavilion in the Ice Sky Valley at high speed. This is the Zhangbing Pavilion. Long Yu quickly passed a large building made of ice and snow, and felt that many martial arts practitioners were resting or practicing in these buildings, but no one could feel his existence. He quietly came to Zhangbing Pavilion in Ice Sky Valley. This is a 3-story tower-like building. If you want to reach the 2nd and 3rd floors, you can only enter through the gate at the bottom of the tower. There are no entrances to the upper 2 floors. Long Yu frowned slightly. The gate of Zhangbing Pavilion was closed tightly. It seemed that it was not easy to sneak into it without making a sound. But soon, there was a burst of fire and noise in the distance. Obviously, it was Shu Chan who started to snatch the things in the Martial Arts Pavilion of Ice Sky Valley. This made Long Yu quite helpless. It was more profound than he imagined, and he agreed to the looting of Ice Sky Valley so simply. Although robbing is not the right thing to do, but the disciples of Ice Sky Valley have so resolutely defected to the Tianqing dynasty, for Long Yu and Shu Chan, they are enemies. To deal with the enemy, no matter what method is used, it is not too much. As Shu Chan forcibly broke into the martial skills pavilion, the commotion became louder and louder, and the gate of the Zhangbing pavilion was opened directly. An elder of Ice Sky Valley with 5 supernatural powers squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of the martial skills pavilion. The Emperor of Bingtian Valley followed behind the elder with an extremely respectful expression. "This is the elder guarding the Zhangbing pavilion." Long Yu's heart moved. Taking advantage of the opening of the Zhangbing pavilion's gate, he sneaked into it without attracting anyone's attention. The noise made by Shu Chan attracted most of the other people's attention, and after Long Yu entered the Ice Sky Valley Zhangbing pavilion, it was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, and began to plunder the soldiers stored there. The speed of Long Yu's search for soldiers is top-notch. The elders and disciples who guarded the Zhangbing pavilion in Ice Sky Valley all went to the gate of Zhangbing pavilion and looked towards the direction of martial skill pavilion in the distance. They never thought that someone had sneaked into Zhangbing pavilion and searched for their soldiers. Heaven-level soldiers. Earth-level soldiers. Mysterious-level soldiers. Long Yu took a quick look at the soldiers of various ranks in the warrior pavilion, and he didn't bother to think too much, so he directly stepped forward and stuffed these soldiers into the storage space of the Void Dragon Blade. Of course, the sky-level soldiers were the first to bear the brunt. Long Yu ran to the 3rd floor of the Zhangbing pavilion in one breath, and then searched for all the sky-level soldiers. On the 3rd floor of Zhangbing pavilion, there was another wuxiu of the 4 realms of supernatural powers who was dozing off. Long Yu held the Void Dragon Blade and pierced his heart without making any sound. The method of divine concealment is almost unsolvable under the secret realm of the Kingly Way. 45 pieces of heavenly soldiers. Long Yu did a little statistics. Among the heavenly soldiers, most of them are low-grade heavenly soldiers, a few are middle-grade heavenly soldiers, and only 3 are high-grade heavenly soldiers. However, this harvest is already very good. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu went to the 2nd floor of Zhangbing Pavilion and began to search for prefecture-level soldiers. In less than a stick of incense, Long Yu ransacked the entire 2nd and 3rd floors of Zhangbing Pavilion, and got more than 200 pieces of heaven-level and earth-level soldiers. As for Xian-level soldiers, Long Yu looked down upon them, randomly picked some high-rank soldiers of Xian level and prepared to leave. As for super-grade and top-grade warriors, none of them were found in the Ice Sky Valley Warrior Pavilion, presumably they were placed elsewhere. Due to time constraints, Long Yu didn't have much time to catch an elder from Ice Sky Valley for questioning, so he rushed towards the place where the Shindan Pavilion was at the fastest speed. As for the elixir, Long Yu looked forward to it more, because taking elixir is a great way to improve the realm of martial arts. Of course, as far as Long Yu is concerned, he has already taken most of the types of pills that can be produced in Shura County, and if he takes them again, the effects will be halved one by one. For the sake of people. Pills are the basis for the development of a sect or power. Fortunately, there are many alchemists in Tianyu Manor. As long as there are alchemy materials, they can refine enough pills. Originally, there were hundreds of female disciples from the Liu Palace, including several alchemists. Armor refiner. Liao Lele and others in Zhenshenzong can learn alchemy from the high-end alchemists in the Liu Palace to improve their alchemy skills and level. There is actually a great wilderness-grade elixir. Like the Zhangbing Pavilion, Long Yu quietly ran into the Shindan Pavilion at the fastest speed when the Guardian Elder was out to deal with Shuchan high-grade pills, each in a small delicate porcelain medicine bottle. Long Yu took a look at it casually, and found that these 3 great desolation-grade pills were all used to store the spiritual energy of the world. In other words, they were used to improve the realm of martial arts, but they were all different pills, and they were all different pills that Long Yu had never seen before. After thinking about it for a while, Long Yu thought that this might be Bai Qing's reward from the Tianqing dynasty. Shuluo County had no way to refine the Great Wilderness-grade pill, and if he wanted the Great Wilderness-grade pill, he had to come from the Tianqing dynasty. Thinking about it this way, Long Yu needed to take it away even more. Absorb. Long Yu almost didn't think about it, and directly used the nether dragon blade to absorb and store all the heaven and earth aura in these 3 great desolation grade pills, preparing to absorb these heaven and earth aura as soon as he had time, and try to sprint to the 2nd level of supernatural powers. Immediately afterwards, he went down to the 3rd floor. This time it was more troublesome. An elder of Bingtian Valley with 4 supernatural powers was patrolling carefully on the 3rd floor of the Shindan Pavilion. Although the other party couldn't find Long Yu in the hidden state, if Long Yu tried to search for the pill, he would definitely be found. It's better to act first, and the heavenly medicine is not to be missed. After thinking about it, Long Yu made up his mind. Even if he had to expose himself, he had no other choice. He had to take away the heaven-level pills at this level. This was a great guarantee for the development of Tianyu Manor. The next moment, the power of the 9 nether divine runes swept out, condensing into a piece of 9 nether heavenly light, which instantly enveloped the middle-aged elder of the Ice Sky Valley who was in the 4 paths divine ability realm. The middle-aged elder was suddenly eroded by the 9 nether divine glyphs, and as soon as he opened his mouth, endless 9 nether divine glyphs eroded into his mouth, making it impossible for him to yell out, and he could only activate the ice divine glyphs. He had comprehended power, bursting out with all its strength, destroyed the medicine cabinet on one side. The news of the broken medicine cabinet was transmitted to the next floor, and it was obvious that other people from Ice Sky Valley would come up to investigate soon. But before that, Long Yu had already assassinated the elders of the Ice Sky Valley of the 4 supernatural powers with the nether dragon blade, and began to search for the heaven-level pills in this layer. From the low-grade heavenly grade to the middle grade, and then to the precious high-grade pills, Long Yu spared them all, and searched them all into the storage space of the nether dragon blade. By the time other people came up to this floor, Long Yu had already searched most of them, leaving only some restorative heaven-level pills for them. And Long Yu himself disappeared once again, making the disciples of Ice Sky Valley, who came to support him, teary-eyed. The caretaker elder was killed. The heavenly elixir was robbed. Why did Ice Sky Valley suffer such a catastrophe? When the Bingtiangu disciples in the Shindan Pavilion were at a loss, Long Yu had already left the Shindan Pavilion, and he was too lazy to search for the remaining earth-level pills. Help Xuanhuan. Long Yu concealed his figure, and soon came to the martial skill pavilion, and found that there was a sea of people. Thousands of disciples from Ice Sky Valley had gathered around the martial skill pavilion. At the gate of the martial arts pavilion, there is a beautiful figure in a short black skirt. It is the little princess Xuanhuan. The owner of Ice Sky Valley, a white-bearded old man with 7 supernatural powers, led the crowd to surround the entire martial arts pavilion, looked at Xuanhuan in the field, and snorted coldly. I didn't expect that the majestic Princess Shura would come to my Ice Sky Valley and do such an act of robbing houses. It's really eye-opening. The owner of Ice Sky Valley snorted. Master Gu is admirable. Now that Xuanhuan is no longer the princess, it seems that you don't need your consent to do anything, right? Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and this sentence made the owner of Ice Sky Valley almost vomit blood with anger. Indeed, to rob Ice Sky Valley, he still needs the consent of the owner of Ice Sky Valley? If you agree, this is not called robbery. Hand over the things in the martial arts pavilion, and we can let you go today. Otherwise, even if you are the princess, you will be buried here today. The owner of Ice Sky Valley said lightly, without showing any mercy. Even if I hand over the things, will you let me go? Xuanhuan chuckled lightly. I see that Bai Ting, that Bai Qing, and others all want to catch me and hand me over to Emperor Tianqin. Old guy, what you said, you're juniors but they don't agree. Indeed, grabbing Xuanhuan now and handing it over to the Tianqin dynasty will definitely bring him a lot of rewards. The younger generation Bai Ting, Bai Qing and others will never let go of such an opportunity. As for what the owner of Ice Sky Valley said, Xuan will be let go after handing over the things. Whether this is true or not, of course, is open to debate. Xuan can't possibly agree foolishly. When Long Yu came quietly, he saw such a scene. The owner of Ice Sky Valley led people around Xuan, including Bai Qing's subordinates, and the young master Bai Ting of Ice Sky Valley, etc., all staring at him. Xuan. However, they just surrounded, but did not do anything. They should have sent someone out to report the news. The people of Ice Sky Valley are unwilling to do anything, naturally, because they are afraid of facing Xuan, and their own people will suffer. After all, Xuan's strength has always been famous in the entire Shura County. Start with Xuan. When people from the Tianqing dynasty arrive, Xuan will be doomed. It's a pity that Long Yu and Xuan would never give each other this chance. Long Yu glanced at the field, and locked his eyes on Bai Ting, the young master of Ice Sky Valley. The reason was not because of Bai Ting, but because there was a guy with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks next to Bai Ting. His name should be Feng Yin Zi Chen. Sharp-tongued, I remember that before Shura's general election, he had sneered at Long Yu, but Long Yu didn't care at all. Up to now, Feng Yin Zi Chen is still giving full play to his strengths, chattering endlessly, "Princess Xuan, it's really a pity, our young master likes you so much. If you had promised the young master at that time, you wouldn't have fallen to such a point. It's a pity that even if you want to be our young master's woman now, our young master can't agree. After all, you are the sun-killing enemy of Emperor Tianqing." Beside Feng Yin Zi Chen, the handsome young master Bai Ting in white looked at Xuan with pity in his eyes. Such a beauty, if he didn't offend Emperor Tianqing, he would still be happy to accept her as his woman. "You must know that this is the former princess of Shura County." Bai Ting, the four supernatural powers. The innate supernatural powers include the Ice Prison Thin Burial, the Ice Sky Spear, etc., and there are no defensive soldiers to kill. Long Yu originally wanted to take Xuan away directly, but when he heard Feng Yin Zi Chen's cheap talk, he couldn't help but feel a killing intent in his heart. Bai Ting, who was in the realm of the four supernatural powers, hadn't walked with his father, Gu Zhu, so it was only a split second for Long Yu to kill him. Since Long Yu and Bai Ting had fought against each other in the dream world of Shura's general election, they knew a lot about this person's methods, and now they have great confidence in making a move. "Let's make you so cheap, I'm too sorry for myself if I don't kill you." Killing intent flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and he quietly came near the young master Bai Ting and his follower Feng Yin Zi Chen of Ice Sky Valley. That sharp-mouthed monkey-cheeked Feng Yin Zi Chen was still chattering, but Long Yu completely ignored it, taking advantage of the fact that everyone in the arena was focusing on Xuan at the gate of the martial arts pavilion. This was the best time for Long Yu to launch an assassination. Quietly, Long Yu had arrived not far behind Bai Ting, the young master of Ice Sky Valley, and was about to launch an assassination. Even at this time, Bai Ting still didn't realize that he was in danger at all, and just looked at Xuan in the field with that pitiful gaze. At this moment, Xuan acted the same, although she knew that Long Yu had arrived nearby and was ready to act, but she didn't show it at all on the surface, so she didn't give other people any chance to react. "It's now." Killing intent flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and then he held the nether dragon blade in his hand to carry out the assassination. Four ancient afterimages condensed almost at the same time, and performed the blood sacrifice shadow kill. 5 small red and black figures suddenly rolled out and charged toward Bai Ting to assassinate him. The assassination attack was so close that Bai Ting was completely unable to react. Puff. The black and red villain condensed from the blood sacrifice shadow kill instantly penetrated Bai Ting's body, completely destroying his internal meridians and dantian, and killed him with one move without any precautions. Walk. Long Yu didn't stop there, and in the next moment, he dodged and went to Xuan's side, and at the same time used the method of divine concealment. The figures of the two disappeared immediately in the arena, making the chaotic audience caused by Bai Ting's death even more chaotic. The owner of Ice Sky Valley immediately rushed to his son, by Ting's side, but he could only hug his son's corpse, and after only a short while, it was already icy cold, and his body was eroded by the power of the nine nether divine art. Chasing, everyone chases me, and we must not let those two murderers go. The owner of Ice Sky Valley was almost delirious, with infinite mist in his eyes. He glanced around, but besides thousands of Ice Sky Valley disciples who were in chaos, where was there any trace of Long Yu and Shu Chan? Those who have comprehended the divine scriptures of light, show me their means. Whoever can find the traces of those two guys, I will reward a great desolation-level soldier. The owner of Ice Sky Valley is almost crazy. He himself only comprehends the divine script of Ice attribute, so it is almost impossible to find Shu Chan and Long Yu who are in the hidden state. To deal with this method of invisibility, besides enhancing one's own perception, the only way is to comprehend the divine script of the light attribute. Unfortunately, in Ice Sky Valley, the divine script of light is not the mainstream. Then a few people can use their means. These few people are all low-level martial artists in the mystical realm of supernatural powers. Even if they released the divine rune of light at this time, the scope of investigation is extremely limited. They quickly searched the surrounding area, but failed to find Long Yu and any trace of Shu Chan. This made the owner of the Ice Sky Valley furious, and quickly sent people to disperse, forming a team of dozens of people, and each team brought a disciple of the divine script of light attribute to search for traces. At this time, Long Yu and Shu Chan, of course, could not stay in Ice Sky Valley. After the two of them disappeared, they used all kinds of body skills and martial arts methods immediately, escaped from the crowd, and continued to move towards the north. Although he soon left the scope of Ice Sky Valley, Long Yu always felt restless in his heart. "We seem to be being targeted," Long Yu said in a deep voice. "We have flown far away, and it stands to reason that no one will be able to find us." Shu Chan's eyes flickered, and she couldn't figure out what Long Yu's ominous premonition was about, but suddenly her eyes lit up. "By the way, I suddenly remembered that there is a guy under Bai Qing who has comprehended the attribute of light. When, this person can't directly release the divine runes of light to detect invisible opponents, but he can set a mark of the divine runes of light on others in advance, so as to track this mark." "Let me see." Long Yu held Shu Chan's little hand in his hand. He must not have been imprinted with any light attribute, or the nine nether divine text would have eliminated it long ago. Long Yu grasped Shu Chan's little hand, which immediately made Shu Chan's face blush, but then Long Yu said, "As expected, there is, Jiuyo divine script, get rid of it." A burst of power from the 9 Serenity divine runes was transmitted from Long Yu's hand to Shu Chan's body, removing a very hidden imprint of the bright divine runes on her body. Fortunately, Shu Chan thought that some of Bai Qing's subordinates could have such a means, otherwise, she might not know until she was besieged. "Keep hiding." Long Yu nodded to Shu Chan, and then led her to continue to use the method of concealment. During this period, Long Yu continued to take the sky-level pills from the Cloud Empire to restore the divine power and ease the fatigue of the meridians. The total value of the pills consumed was already extremely high, but compared with the value of the things they got in Ice Sky Valley all in all, these costs are still very worthwhile. The two of them hid in this bare snow forest, and saw a small group of people flying quickly from the sky from a distance, and the leader was the enchanting Bai Qing in a long pink dress. Bai Qing's eyes were blurred, and when he came to this bare snow forest, he stopped, looked around, turned his face and asked, "You mean, they wiped out your mark of light?" Behind her was a young martial artist, dressed in white, entangled with the aura of light and divine script all over his body. He seemed to be only in his early 20s, but he was already at the level of 3 supernatural powers, and his talent was extremely powerful. "That's right, my mark of light will never be cleared by anyone. It seems that the princess still has some tricks." The person narrowed his eyes and said with a faint smile, "In my opinion, this is not necessarily Shu Chan's method." Bai Qing shook his head, but didn't say much, raised his hand and ordered, "Everyone spread out and search. If you find any clues, report to me immediately." Yes. She brought a total of 9 martial artists, all of whom were strong in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. The weakest one also had 2 supernatural powers, and they were all young people, and the strongest was of course herself, a strong man in the 5 realms of supernatural powers. Everyone dispersed and searched in this snowy forest. Long Yu and Shu Chan hid in the dark, even within 100 feet of Bai Qing, observing all this. Only Bai Qing showed up, with such a few people. It seems that she didn't tell the people in Ice Sky Valley about our whereabouts. Shu Chan thought for a while and said, "Could it be that you want to catch us alone, and then ask the Emperor Tianqin for credit?" "It's quite possible." Long Yu nodded. "Pursuing the Emperor Tianqin will benefit Bai Qing a lot. Let's go out, capture the thief first, and kill her directly." A killing intent flashed in Shu Chan's eyes. Etc. However, Long Yu stopped her with a voice, observed the situation in the field, his eyes flickered. "Look at her subordinates, although they scattered to search for us, they didn't go far at all, but always kept their distance. Support the distance to Bai Qing in the middle." When Long Yu said this, Shu Chan deliberately paid attention to it, and found that it was indeed the case. Bai Qing brought 9 subordinates, and each of them spread out in all directions, but they all stayed within 100 feet away from her. And if you observe carefully, you can see Bai Qing and her 9 subordinates, each of them looks like they are facing a big enemy, and their spirits are extremely tense. Did she guess that we were hiding here and wanted to assassinate her? Shu Chan suddenly realized. It's not clear yet, but if you really want to search for people, it's impossible to search like them. Long Yu said, "We definitely want to do it, but we can't do it directly. She guessed that we want to deal with her, but if we don't, let's cut off her wings first." Good idea. Shu Chan's eyes lit up. At this time, she felt that Long Yu's observation was too careful. If Long Yu hadn't reminded her, she might have taken action against Bai Qing by now, and thus fell into the trap set by Bai Qing. As for Long Yu's suggestion, it is obviously more scientific. Bai Qing would never have expected to attack one of the 9 subordinates. Even if they had made some preparations, Long Yu and Shu Chan only needed to pick the most inconspicuous guy to attack, and the other party would not be able to make preparations. And in this way, even if Long Yu and Shu Chan miss with one hit, they can retreat as quickly as possible, instead of being trapped in the center like they failed to attack Bai Qing. Almost only in the next moment, Long Yu and Shu Chan started to fight separately. The target of Shu Chan's attack was a young martial artist in the 4 realms of supernatural powers, who had comprehended the power of the Ice Divine Script. Long Yu's target was the weakest martial artist of the 2nd Dao Divine Ability realm. Judging from his aura, he was a young genius who had comprehended the divine language of the lightning attribute. The divine text of the lightning attribute is not one of the 8 attributes of the divine text, but a branch of one of the attributes, the attribute of the elemental divine text. There are 8 categories of divinity attributes. Shadow and light are opposite, ice and fire are opposite, and there are 4 other attributes of life, space, madness, and elements. The divine power that Long Yu first dispelled, the dizzy divine script, belonged to the berserker attribute branch. As for the elemental attribute divine text, it has the most branches, but it is relatively rare in Shura County. In Shura County, more than half of the martial arts are comprehended shadow attribute divine texts, such as Shura divine text, or derived from Shura divine text. Some divine powers. It was the first time for Long Yu to face an opponent who had comprehended the divine script of the lightning attribute, but he was no stranger to the power of the lightning attribute. Whether it was the Ji Tian Lei pool that allowed him to develop the Ji Lei super body, or the death lightning that made him face the death thunder, he had enough understanding. The other party was only a guy in the 2nd level of supernatural powers, and it was absolutely impossible for Long Yu to miss. Holding the void dragon blade tightly in his hand, a jet of black streamer was drawn the next moment, stabbing at the nervous young genius. Hey! That young genius reacted quickly. The most important thing was that he was already in a state of tension. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that he would be the target of a sneak attack and assassination. There was a flash of thunder, and the method this guy used in a hurry was the innate supernatural power of a one-stroke attack, which exploded in front of Long Yu. However, the void dragon blade in Long Yu's hand pierced into the opponent's chest without hindrance. Immediately, the Lei Guang divine script suddenly exploded, blowing Long Yu back dozens of feet away. Long Yu guessed that the opponent would counterattack before he died, but he did not expect that the counterattack would be so fierce. The thunder burst, and he was blown back tens of feet away. Fortunately, he tempered his body with the 9 nether divine runes, and achieved the 9 nether overlord body, and the full blow of the second Dao divine ability realm did not cause him any serious injuries. When Long Yu's self-healing divine script started to activate, within a few breaths, he had completely recovered from his injuries. On the other side, Xu Chan's target was a martial artist of the 4-path supernatural power realm, and he had already succeeded at this time. The guy was pierced through the chest by Shuer's Zhu Guang, and his heart was crushed to death. In just an instant, 2 of the 9 subordinates brought by Bai Qing died at once, while the others had barely reacted. You besiege and kill Long Yu. Seeing this, Bai Qing immediately issued an order. At the same time, she herself ran towards Xu Chan. Her whole body was full of icy aura, and her innate supernatural powers burst out. A piece of icy snow roared towards Xu Chan and go. As for her other subordinates, they came to encircle and kill Long Yu one by one. 7 of them beat 1. This is already a very conservative and safe way. Bai Qing didn't believe that Long Yu still had a way to escape. Seeing this situation, Long Yu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Bai Qing to take him so seriously. But after thinking about it, he bet with Bai Qing several times before, and every time he lost Bai Qing's face, and lost a lot of good things, especially the great wilderness soldiers. Now Bai Qing hated him to the bone, and it didn't seem to be too much for him to value him. Since you want to besiege and kill me, then come. The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. He had expected such a situation from the time he launched the assassination sneak attack, so he chose to sneak attack and assassinate the most marginal person. Now, when other people came to surround him, he could easily turn around and run away. The dragon finch is empty, and the shadow stream explodes. After using the 2 movements and martial arts, Long Yu's body was like a jet of black light, galloping towards the distance, and then he turned into a dragon bird, maintaining a terrifying speed. If it is an opponent of the same level of martial arts, he will definitely not be able to catch up with him. It is a pity that among the remaining 7 subordinates of Bai Qing, there is also a strong man of the 5th level of supernatural powers, and 2 masters of the 4 levels of supernatural powers. The 3 of them actually clung to Long Yu's back at an extremely fast speed, making it impossible for him to distance themselves. Facing the teaming up of 7 of Bai Qing's subordinates, Long Yu naturally wanted to run away. If he fought recklessly, he might be chopped into pieces in minutes. In the process of chasing and fleeing like this, quite a few Jianghu Wuxiu who were operating around here discovered the traces of Long Yu and Bai Qing's subordinates, and they all stayed away from each other, not daring to intervene, and whispered to each other. Presumably it won't be long before the news of Long Yu and Xu Chan appearing here will reach the ears of people in Tianqing Dynasty and Guixia County. God hidden. After running thousands of feet away, the corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and he suddenly used the magic concealment method, and his figure disappeared from midair. Where is he? Bai Qing's subordinates, who were chasing after him, quickly looked at the martial artist in white robe who had comprehended the divine script of light. He had just chased and killed Long Yu for so long. This person must have set a trap on Long Yu. Bright imprint. However, this guy's face is ashen now. I can't find him. While hiding his body, he destroyed the light imprint I set in his body. This person's face was extremely gloomy, and he had never seen this kind of situation before. You must know that this light mark can even track Xuanhuan successfully, but he can't imagine that he can't track a brat who has a supernatural power. Oops, let's go back to boss, bye. The face of the leader of the 5-path supernatural power changed slightly. He turned around extremely quickly, and headed back to the place where Bai Qing and Xuanhuan were fighting. When he said this, the others also reacted. According to Long Yu's insidious and cunning personality, he might run back and join hands with Xuanhuan to deal with Bai Qing at this time. If this is the case, it would be bad. Although Yu is only in the first level of supernatural powers, his strength has reached the 4th level of supernatural powers. With Xuanhuan's words, Bai Qing may not be able to deal with it. Everyone rushed back in a hurry, but they didn't know that Long Yu was following them leisurely. He didn't go back and team up with Xuanhuan to deal with Bai Qing as everyone thought, but went the opposite way, following these martial cultivators and waiting for an opportunity. You are the one. Long Yu locked his eyes on the young man in white robe who had comprehended the divine script of light, and was about to assassinate him, but now was obviously not a good time, because the 7 people formed a circle while rushing back, apparently out of fear was attacked by Long Yu. These 7 people were extremely impressed by Long Yu's assassination methods. Whether they assassinated Bai Ting, the young lord of Ice Sky Valley, under the nose of the owner of Ice Sky Valley, or just now, together with Xuanhuan, they assassinated 2 of them. It makes people feel elusive and chill. Kill. Long Yu secretly condensed an afterimage of the ancient times, and killed the weakest martial artist of the 3-way supernatural power at the fastest speed. Yulong 9 explosion martial skills were directly displayed, and the sound of dragon chant resounded from all around. Go towards that wushou force. As soon as Long Yu's ancient remnant image appeared, these people immediately became nervous, reacted immediately, and used methods towards the remnant image. All kinds of divine powers condensed into martial arts and innate supernatural powers, instantly blasting Long Yu's ancient remnant image into pieces. Smash! Sure enough, they are guarding against me, and their reactions are so fast, it is too difficult to assassinate one of them. Long Yu hid in the dark, squinting his eyes and thinking. The afterimage of the desolate ancient times was destroyed as soon as it appeared, and the prepared Yulong 9 explosions were not even released. It can be seen that the 7 people cooperated well, and they had long been guarding against the sneak attack of Long Yu. In this way, if Long Yu himself wants to make a move, he will undoubtedly seek his own death, and there is no chance at all. Remnant image of the ancient times, let's continue. After thinking for a while, Long Yu came up with an idea, and then continued to condense the second ancient afterimage, attacked one of them, and continued to cast Yulong 9 explosions. There is almost no suspense, this ancient afterimage is still bombed by the 7 people, but what is waiting for them is the third ancient afterimage. Long Yu left behind afterimages one after another, and went to sneak attack and assassinate these Bai Qing's subordinates, but he himself had already rushed towards where Bai Qing and Xuanhuan were at the fastest speed. He wasn't worried that Xuanhuan would lose to Bai Qing, but they couldn't delay too much time, or they wouldn't be able to escape when the people from Tianqing dynasty and Guixia County came. Long Yuka didn't think that his method of stealth was omnipotent, it was just a derivative method of cultivating Huanggu Yingsha to the peak, and there were still many ways to break his invisibility. Leaving an ancient afterimage to delay the 7 people, it can't be delayed for long, at most a stick of incense. However, Long Yu cleverly took advantage of the mentality of those 7 people. Since his phantom afterimage appeared, those 7 people must think that his body is also nearby, so naturally they will not be so anxious to leave the distance. Even if he hesitated for a while, it bought Long Yu a certain amount of time. And during the duel between Xuanhuan and Bai Qing, Long Yu only needs to appear for a short while, It is enough to help Xuan win the game. Long Yu rushed back as fast as he could, and soon felt the power of Xuan and Bai Qing coming towards him. The duel between Xuan and Bai Qing was obviously extremely fierce. Bai Qing, as the fourth disciple of King Shura, now he was rewarded by the Tianqing dynasty with a great desolation-level warrior, and he had a strong ability to fight back against Xuan. The first thing that catches Long Yu's eyes is an ice thorn road condensed by Bai Qing, which is one of her innate magical powers. The condensed ice thorns are paved into a narrow road, forcing the opponent into it, and then killing him. It's a pity that Xuan seems to have just used a trick randomly, and broke the ice thorn road, blasting a large gap from the center. Long Yu quickly found the two girls who were in the duel, and felt that the 7 Bai Qing's subordinates were chasing after him very quickly. He knew that he didn't have much time. Innate supernatural powers, the hands of the 9 serenities. Hiding in the dark, Long Yu suddenly made a move with innate supernatural powers, and landed on top of Bai Qing's head. A bone arm that seemed to come from the underworld appeared directly from the void, and grabbed Bai Qing, who was confronting Xuan. The next moment, the power of the 9 nether divine runes erupted instantly and eroded into Bai Qing's body. "You are shameless." Bai Qing's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly used the power of the ice divine rune in his whole body to resist the invasion of the Jiuyou divine rune. With her martial arts level, it would be too easy to resist Long Yu's Jiuyou's hand in normal times, but now, she is in the middle of a duel with Xuan. When Xuan saw such an opportunity, of course she would not miss it. Immediately cast the Eye of Shura, and activate its second stage, Open Eyes. The power of Shura's divine script, combined with the power of Long Yu's 9 nether divine script, trapped Bai Qing's whole body, and he was confused. Then the wild ancient Shurapan flew out, and countless dark beams of light came crashing down, and also descended on top of Bai Qing's head. Originally, Bai Qing and Xuan were evenly matched in power, but now that Long Yu used the hand of Jiuyou in a sneak attack, she could only forcefully use a small part of her power to resist the Jiuyou divine script. It can directly suppress her. Blast of Ice. Bai Qing knew it was not good from the time she was attacked by Long Yu. When Xuan's attack came, she could only use the strongest innate supernatural power, and the power of the ice divine rune exploded, trying to destroy Xuan's azure divine rune. The power dissipated. Her methods are not weak. Even in such a situation, Xuan still couldn't kill her with one blow, and was resisted by her stubbornly. But only at the next moment, while Bai Qing was concentrating on fighting Xuan, Long Yu suddenly appeared behind Bai Qing holding the nether dragon blade. Void Dragon Blade, Soul Explosion. Long Yu had just activated the nether dragon blade, absorbed the soul seals of Bai Qing's 7 subordinates, and now he absorbed Bai Qing's soul seals again, and the power of the 8 soul seals burst out almost at the same time. Even if it was just a supernatural power, Long Yu dared to get close to Bai Qing. I have to say that his behavior was extremely bold, but it was precisely because of his boldness that it completely exceeded Bai Qing's expectations. With Long Yu's supernatural power level, if he dares to get close to Bai Qing can kill him casually without using too much strength. Therefore, Bai Qing never expected that Long Yu would attack her at this time and attack her. However, all of Bai Qing's power is now being used against Xuan, so he really didn't guard against Long Yu. In a hurry, she could only use the power of the ice divine rune in her body to completely turn herself into an ice sculpture. This was her last means of defense. After turning into an ice sculpture, the power of the ice divine rune covered her body. Be greatly enhanced. Not to mention a martial artist at the level of supernatural powers, even a strong man with 7 levels of supernatural powers, that is 2 levels higher than her, may not be able to break through her ice sculpture defense. It's a pity that Long Yu held the nether dragon blade in the void, and the power of the soul explosion detonated was beyond Bai Qing's imagination. Including Bai Qing's soul seal, What Long Yu now absorbs into the soul seal slot of the nether dragon blade is the soul seals of 8 powerful young geniuses. Together, these soul seals can make the nether dragon blade its power has increased by 4 or 5 times. So many soul seals exploded, and the power produced was unimaginable. One after the other, Shu Chan's wild ancient repair compass hit Bai Qing's ice statue heavily, and many cracks were blasted in just a moment. In the blink of an eye, the power of soul explosion was fully erupted, and Shu Chan also took the opportunity to pour all her power into the ancient compass, and launched a derivative method that fits with the compass of the ancient Shura, and a burst of power from Shura's divine script condensed into a bunch of jet black. The thin line easily broke through Bai Qing's ice sculpture. Bai Qing's ice statue is more than enough to defend against Long Yu or Shu Chan, but now the two of them teamed up to break down the ice statue directly. The ancient Shura compass was the most successful, and the thin black lines formed by it, with the strongest penetrating power, smashed the surface of the ice statue in one fell swoop, and then the power of Shura's divine script surged in, tearing the entire ice statue from the inside. It broke. Bai Qing snarled, and brandished an ice crystal long sword in her hand, trying to use this great desolation-level soldier to resist Shu Chan's attack. She knew very well that if she did not resist Shu Chan's attack, she would only die. It's a pity that Long Yu's void dragon blade took advantage of the void and pierced directly into her back. The power of the 9 nether divine runes suddenly eroded in and strangled her where her heart was. The internal and external attacks left Bai Qing with almost no ability to resist. She desperately wanted to swing the ice crystal long sword in her hand to kill Long Yu, but it was a pity that she did not comprehend the power of space divine script. Sparrow dodges easily. The next moment, Bai Qing was pierced all over her body by Shu Chan's light beam of Shu Chan's divine script, and the divine script of Shu Chan spread throughout her body, shattering her resistance. Bai Qing, the enchanting woman who had fought against Long Yu many times and disliked Shu Chan, finally died here. Almost at the moment when Bai Qing died, those 7 subordinates of Bai Qing hurried back, but what they saw was a scene that made their eyes tear apart. Bai Qing, their boss, was beheaded by Shu Chan and Long Yu together. Walk. Almost without thinking, these 7 people had the idea that Bai Qing was dead, and it was almost impossible for them to fight against Shu Chan and Long Yu. If you don't leave it this time, you can only become the soul of the defeated general. This ice crystal longsword is not bad. Let's keep it. There are also a lot of pills on Bai Qing's body. Don't waste them. Long Yu took away the great desolation-level soldier, the ice crystal longsword, and then watched as Shu Chan found a storage bracelet from Bai Qing's body, then erased the spiritual imprint on it, and found out that there was something wrong with it. The total value of the few pills is no less than that hidden in the Bingtian Valley God's Pill Pavilion. It can be seen how many things Bai Qing has done under the Tianqing dynasty these days to get so many rewards. Ignore these people for the time being. Anyway, our whereabouts have been exposed. We should go to Shura Valley as quickly as possible. Shu Chan looked at Bai Qing's subordinates who were running away, but he had no interest in chasing and killing them, and said solemnly to Long Yu. Of course, Long Yu also thought so in his heart. The most urgent thing now is to go to the valley where the Shura sacred tree is located, and use the Shura origin stone to control the Shura sacred tree. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for him and Shu Chan to leave Shura County alive. As long as they control the Shura sacred tree, the two of them will truly have the capital to fight against or even kill the powerful in the secret realm of the royal way. Of course, it was limited to martial cultivators of the king realm. If a martial cultivator of the imperial realm like Emperor Tianqing came, it would be difficult for the Azura sacred tree to stop him. Long Yu collected the things he got from Bai Qing, and then he and Shu Chan took the Azura spirit boat and rushed to the valley where the Azura sacred tree was located at the fastest speed. Now that their whereabouts have been exposed, the two of course don't care about hiding. Speed is the most important thing. According to the speed of the Azura spirit boat, it only takes less than 4 hours for the two of them to rush from outside the Ice Sky Valley to the valley where the Azura sacred tree is located, but within these 4 hours, the two of them will definitely encounter a lot of resistance. As long as it wasn't for the presence of a strong man from the secret realm of the Royal Way, the two of them would be in no danger. What they were afraid of was that the king of Guaxia County would come to capture them in person, which would be no fun. Of course, even in that case, the two of them would not have no cards to escape. The 1,000 Dreamstones in Shu Chan's hand are her biggest cards. You must know that Shu Ruoxian, Shu Chan's mother in the Stone of Dreams, is a real strong man in the secret realm of the Royal Way, but lost her physical body for some reason, so she can only hide in the Stone of Dreams in a mental state. Bai Qing is dead, but I don't know what happened to Xinghe that day. Long Yu squinted his eyes, and said as he walked forward. No matter what, he is the target I want to kill. Along the way, it is said that Tian Xinghe and Bai Qing have become lackeys of the Tianqing dynasty, and have hunted down many of my father's loyalists. Killing intent flashed in Shu Chan's eyes. They even pretended to support my father, deceived and lured many of my father's former subordinates, and killed them. Such a scheme is really cruel and merciless, and it is precisely because of this that they can do it for you. The Tianqing dynasty has made great achievements. Hearing this, Long Yu nodded secretly. It can't be blamed that Shu Chan is so obsessed with Bai Qing's killing intent. It's what Bai Qing did during this period that has chilled her heart. Originally, Shu Chan thought that even if Bai Qing and Tian Xinghe were forced to join the Tianqing dynasty, it was just a show, but she didn't expect that they really did this, and even participated in the siege of King Shu's old army. If they were given some time, Hui Yuanbai would probably become one of their targets to lure and besiege. Fortunately, Long Yu and Shu Chan came back and rescued Hui Yuanbai and others. The two were moving forward in the Azura spirit boat at high speed in the high-altitude clouds. Under such circumstances, it would not be easy for those who knew their whereabouts to find them. However, people from Tianqing dynasty and Guaxia County should know their destination by now. As long as they chase or greet them in this direction, they will definitely be able to meet them. Soon, 3 hours passed, and the two of them were less than an hour away from the valley where the Azura sacred tree was located. As long as they reached the valley where the Azura sacred tree was located and controlled the Azura sacred tree, the two of them would be able to quickly escape from Azura County and leave the Tianqing dynasty. However, at this moment, a group of martial artists wearing scarlet robes appeared in the line of sight of the two, and the other party quickly discovered the Shura spirit boat they were riding on, and immediately surrounded them as quickly as possible. It's from the Red Moon Valley. Shu Chan's expression became concentrated, and she recognized the identities of the group of red-robed martial artists at a glance. Red Moon Valley. Long Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Qi Shaoyin was beheaded by us in the ancient Shura palace. Presumably the people of Qiyue Valley have instructed him. The owner of Qiyue Valley must be very angry, and it is completely normal to send people to surround and kill us. These days, with the acquiescence of the Tianqing dynasty, Qiyugu is acting like a show of power, suppressing and plundering the martial arts of Shura County everywhere, causing complaints. Shu Chan said, when we meet now, we have to be more careful. If Valley Master Qiyue is nearby, that old guy will be difficult to deal with. Long Yu nodded, and then found out that the group of Qiyuga-robed martial artists were led by an acquaintance, Yun Zhentian. When Long Yu went to the Qiyue Valley trading house to sell the green-edged diamonds, the so-called young genius Yun Zhentian once mocked Long Yu for being a weakling who only knew how to hide behind women. Therefore, Long Yu made an appointment with Yun Zhentian to fight, saying that he would fight Yun Zhentian to the death when Long Yu stepped into the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, but he never thought that when Long Yu stepped into the secret realm of supernatural powers, something like this had already happened in Shiluo County. Big change. This Yun Zhentian's 5-path supernatural power realm cultivation base, but it is said that all kinds of innate supernatural powers are only at the level of the first heaven, and his real strength is extremely weak, but if he really wants to fight Long Yu, the basic strength of his 5-path supernatural power realm, it's not a cover, at least they are 10 times stronger than Long Yu. It's Yinzhentian and Uncle Qi. Xu Chan frowned slightly. As for the others, most of them are from the mystic realm of heaven and man, so there is nothing to be afraid of. It seems that this is just a small team from Qiyue Valley, to search for us. It is not strong, and the owner of Qiyue Valley should not be there either. Nearby. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. Let's continue to join hands and try to kill Qi Bo and Yinzhentian in a flash. Regardless of whether we can succeed or not, we will leave with one blow and rush to Shura's Sacred Tree Valley as quickly as possible. Good. Xu Chan nodded earnestly. She also couldn't understand that Yinzhentian's aloof appearance all day long. He was obviously a good-for-nothing, but because he had a good father, he used his strength to build up to the 5-path supernatural power realm. Now that he had bumped into Yinzhentian head-on, Xu Chan also wanted to try to kill him. Of course, what made Xu Chan most unhappy with Yinzhentian was Qi Yuegu's actions during these days. Shura County fell, and Qiyue Valley defected to the Tianqing dynasty, acting as a minion, causing the entire Shura County to be smoky, and because the shadow and magic traces were wiped out, so they claimed to be the #1 sect in the nightmare mining area now, shameless to the extreme. The change in Azura County not only did not weaken Qiyugu's vitality, but even allowed Qiyugu to collect a large amount of windfall and develop stronger than before. The Azura spirit boat moved forward at an extremely fast speed, without slowing down at all. When Yinzhentian and Qi Bo saw the figures of Xu Chan and Long Yu, they immediately sent people to leave the team, apparently to notify other search teams. And they themselves, with a group of Qiyue Valley disciples, stopped in front of Shura's spirit boat, apparently trying to block their way. Xu Chan and Long Yu didn't pay much attention to Yinzhentian and Qi Bo's obstruction. You deal with Uncle Qi, I deal with Yinzhentian, go. Long Yu directly made a decision, and then quickly disappeared, disappearing from Yinzhentian and Qi Bo. Uncle Qi is the chief steward of the Qiyugu Trading Company, and of course he has always stood on the side of Qiyugu. Once Long Yu went to the Qiyugu Trading Company to sell green-edged diamonds, it was Qi Bo who came forward to receive them. This person is only at the 5-path supernatural power level, but in terms of combat power, he must be much stronger than Yinzhentian beside him. Mystical powers are only at the level of the first heaven, and my own comprehension of martial arts and divine writing is even worse. Of course, being able to step into the 5-path supernatural power realm means that Yinzhentian still has talent, but among all the 5-path supernatural power realm martial arts, Yinzhentian is definitely the weakest one, not one of them. In addition, Long Yu had an appointment with Yinzhentian before, now is the time to fulfill the promise at that time. When Long Yuing disappeared, there was only Xu Chan in front of Yinzhentian and Qi Bo, leaving the Shura spirit boat, and flew straight towards them. Is that kid afraid? Yinzhentian laughed when he saw this. He never thought that Long Yu would have the courage to face so many of them. He and Qi Bo are strong in the 5 realms of supernatural powers, even if other people from Qiyuegu told him not to act recklessly, but after all, Yinzhentian felt that he was much stronger than Long Yu. Princess, please stop. Facing Xu Chan, Uncle Qi showed a dignified look on his face, and the power of the flame divine script rose up all over his body, because he saw that Xu Chan not only did not stop, but also looked like he was about to rush over. Just because you want to stop me? The corners of Xu Chan's mouth turned up slightly. A warrior of the great desolate level, the Huanggu Shura compass was released as soon as he raised his hand, and countless jet-black Shura streamers shot out, rushing towards Qi Bo. Great desolate soldier. Uncle Qi's face changed when he saw this. The great desolation level soldier is not a joke. He has lived for more than 200 years, but he still hasn't got even a low-grade great desolation level soldier. What's more, this Huanggu Shou compass is a middle-rank soldier of the Great Wilderness. Uncle Chi certainly knew that Xuan, as the Princess Shura, would not be easy to deal with, but he did not expect that she would take out the Great Desolation-level soldiers in a single meeting. Humph, I have the Great Desolation-level soldiers. Yun Jintian snorted softly at the side. Princess Xuan, it's better for you to be captured obediently, or else when our Qiyue Valley army arrives later, if you resist stubbornly, you will only have a dead end. As soon as the words fell, Yun Jintian raised his hand, and sacrificed a long whip of a Great Desolation-level warrior, with raging flames burning on the long whip, waving it towards the jet-black streamer of Shura released by the ancient Shura compass. Although the long whip of the Great Desolation-level warrior is only a low-rank one of the Great Desolation level, it is not under any pressure to resist Shu Chan's desolate ancient repair compass. However, what Yun Jintian never expected was that Long Yu disappeared in front of them not because he was afraid of them, but because he was waiting for an opportunity to attack. Just as Yun Jintian took out the Great Wilderness Flame Whip warrior, Long Yu quietly appeared behind him, holding an ice and snow-long sword and a void dragon blade in his hand. The former was the Great Wilderness that he had snatched from Bai Qing, a mid-level warrior, and the latter is an ancient best warrior. Two soldiers appeared behind Yun Jintian at the same time, which surprised Yun Jintian. Uncle Chi, help me! Yun Jintian snarled. Uncle Chi also reacted, and wanted to stop Long Yu at the first moment, but Shu Chan chuckled in front of him, and displayed his innate supernatural power, the Eye of Shura. The pitch-black pupils appeared in mid-air, and the power of Shura's divine script descended, covering Chi Bo's body directly, making Chi Bo unable to move for a while. The next moment, Uncle Chi could only watch helplessly as Long Yu slashed at the flaming whip with his long ice sword. At the same time, the nether dragon blade in Long Yu's hand pierced directly into Yun Jintian's back. Vulnerable. Yun Jintian didn't even have any decent means of resistance, so Long Yu stopped the flame whip and pierced his back with the nether dragon blade, shattering his heart. Of course, Yun Jintian was mainly dealing with Shu Chan's desolate compass repairer, but this completely shows that this person has very little combat experience, extremely poor combat awareness, and has no defense against possible sneak attacks. Sura Absolute Light. Seeing that Long Yu had succeeded, Shu Chan also raised her small hand, condensing a jet-black Shura Absolute Light, and suddenly attacked Chi Bo, who was fixed by Shura's eye. Although Chi Bo is old, but after all, he only has the cultivation base of the 5 realms of supernatural powers. Facing a tyrannical existence like Shu Chan, he has no ability to resist at all. If Yun Jintian was still there, he would be able to help him, but now, under Long Yu's command, Yun Jintian stepped onto the road to xuanhuan without making it through a single round. As for the Qiyue Valley disciples brought by Chi Bo and Yun Jintian, they can't play any role in the current situation. They can only watch Shu Chan and Long Yu slaughter Chi Bo and Yun Jintian. The next moment, Uncle Chi finally broke free from the shackles of the Eye of Shura, and was about to deal with Shu Chan's Juguang of Shura, but was directly eroded by Long Yu's innate supernatural power, the Hand of Jiuyo. The power of the 9 Serenities' divine script had eroded into Uncle Chi's body. At first he didn't pay much attention to it, and wanted to forcefully resist Shu Chan's Shura Absolute Light. However, Uncle Chi soon discovered that Shura's divine script was raging in his body, weakening 80% of his strength. When Shura Juiguang arrived, Uncle Chi was powerless to resist, and was directly pierced through his chest. His heart veins were pierced to death, with an unbelievable expression before his death. Apparently he did not expect that Shu Chan and Long Yu would be able to join forces. Such a powerful force erupted. Walk. As soon as the blow was successful, Long Yu and Shu Chan did not love to fight at all, and immediately returned to the Shura spirit boat and continued to move forward. Long Yu only took away the low-grade flame whip warrior from Yun Jintian's body. When the two left, the other Qiyue Valley disciples from the celestial secret realm didn't dare to stop them at all. They could only look at the direction in which they were leaving, and followed them from a distance, constantly reporting their locations with special means. But at this moment, the valley where the Azura sacred tree is located is already within easy reach. As long as you go one step further, you can step into it. But at this moment, two figures with flames all over their bodies appeared in front of them, directly blocking the way of Long Yu and Shu Chan, apparently having received information about their whereabouts. It turned out to be from Liang County. Seeing this, Long Yu frowned slightly, and the two flaming figures in front of him turned out to be Yangguan and Yangkong from Liang County. These two people once colluded with the Zhou family in Shura Valley to deal with Hui Yuanbai and take down Hui Yuanbai. The position of the head of the Nightmare Legion was discovered by Long Yu and King Shura together, and they drove back. Unexpectedly, they have come to the Shura Valley again now. It seems that the evil spirit is not dead. Just kill it and break into the Shura Sacred Tree Valley. Seeing the two, Shu Chan's eyes were filled with killing intent. For her, anyone who lives well in Shuluo County is her enemy. King Shura was killed by the Emperor Tianqin, which obviously stimulated Shu Chan a lot, causing her to kill now. It's not easy to kill Yangguan and Yangkong of the Seven Paths supernatural realm directly. Long Yu can't help anyway, so it's up to Shu Chan. As for Long Yu, looking at the valley where the Shura sacred tree is located not far away, the light yellow light curtain barrier formed by the Shura divine script is still there. As long as you break through that layer of light yellow light curtain barrier, you will be able to see him again. To Shura sacred tree. No matter how Shu Chan wants to instantly kill Yangguan and Yangkong, Long Yu only needs to prepare the Shura origin stone and control the Shura sacred tree as quickly as possible. Hey, isn't this the princess of Azura County? I've heard of this little girl who is a thief of water. Now I see it, it's as expected, hee hee. Yangguan and Yangkong stopped in front of the two of them. They didn't seem to take them seriously at all. Instead they began to tease Shu Chan. He is good-looking, and his martial arts talent is also good, but it's a pity that he is too incompetent, ignorant of current affairs, and actually opposes Emperor Tianqin. Isn't this courting death? Both Yangguan and Yangkong are middle-aged men with similar looks and appearances, but now they only have obscene eyes, staring at Shu Chan with malicious intent. Brother, if we catch this little girl, it is not impossible for the Emperor Tianqin to reward her to our brothers, right? That's natural. The Emperor Tianqin wished that this little girl suffered the greatest suffering in the world and fell into our hands. He must let him know how powerful we are, haha. Look, that little girl's face is flushed with anger, haha. The two talked unscrupulously, not caring that Shu Chan was right in front of them. For Yangguan and Yangkong, their task now was to stop them, but they didn't dare to act rashly. They heard that even the owner of Ice Sky Valley failed to catch these two little guys. They had to put all their attention on surrounding Shu Chan, wait for other reinforcements to arrive, and then catch the two of them together. Therefore, running on Shu Chan with words is the best thing they can do now. It's a pity that they didn't expect that Shu Chan's plan to kill them both instantly. No matter how much they said, the result would be the same. Dream Stone. Mother, appear. Shu Chan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and then he raised his hand, swaying all the 1,000 dream attribute stones. It is already impossible for Shu Chan to kill two strong men of the Seven Paths realm in an instant, so of course she has to resort to the last resort, the Dream Stone. Shu Chan's mother, Shu Ruoxian, whose physical body was destroyed, only her spirit remained in the Dream Stone. No matter how she is a strong man in the secret realm of the kingly way. The Dream Stone appeared, and the power of the dream script instantly spread to the field, completely enveloping Yangguan and Yangkong. The eyes of the two who were originally extremely wretched suddenly became dull. As the eyes of Yangguan and Yangkong became dull, the 1,000 dream attribute stones merged together, and Shu Ruoxian's slim figure emerged. As soon as Shu Ruoxian Shuiying raised his hand, the tyrannical power of the dream made Yangguan and Yangkong, two powerhouses of the Seven Paths divine ability realm, deeply trapped in it, completely unable to extricate themselves. Kill. Xu Chuan took advantage of this opportunity to launch an offensive, and Huang Gushou's compass blasted out at the fastest speed. The berserk and infinite power of Shura's divine script directly tore Yangguan and Yangkong into pieces. The power of the flame divine script exploded, but it couldn't hurt Xu Chuan and Long Yu. Mother, thank you very much. Xu Chuan smiled slightly at Xu Ruoxian Shuiying. Xu Ruoxian pursed her lips lightly, took a gentle look at Xu Chuan, and then at Long Yu with satisfaction, but didn't say much, and went straight back to the dream stone, and began to rest. It is not easy for Xu Ruoxian to mobilize the power of dreams, especially Yang Guan and Yang Kong are both strong in the realm of 7 magical powers. If they want to completely lose their fighting ability and be killed by Xu Chuan, they need to consume a lot of dreams, the power of the stone. Xu Ruoxian will have to rest for a period of time before she can continue to fight. You must know that the biggest guarantee for Xu Chuan's safety is the dream stone, and she must not lose her fighting power. It's really poor, not even a great desolation level soldier. Long Yu casually searched the shattered corpses in Yangguan and Yangkong, and said in disappointment. Do you think that the great desolation level warrior is really something that anyone can have? Xu Chuan rolled his eyes at him, and chuckled softly. We've already gained a lot this time, so don't be greedy. The most important thing is to control the Azura sacred tree and leave here as soon as possible. Don't forget the treasury of Shadow Trail. Long Yu squinted his eyes. He never forgot the Shadow Demon Trace and the hidden treasure house of the Shadow King. There must be many cultivation resources necessary for development. The treasure house collected by the Shadow King is definitely much richer than Ice Sky Valley. That depends on whether you can control the Holy Shura tree. Xu Chuan looked at Long Yu with a provocative look in her beautiful eyes. Then follow me and watch. Long Yu chuckled, and flew towards the valley where the Azura sacred tree was at the fastest speed. Since the Azura sacred tree valley is close at hand, he doesn't even need to take out the Azura spirit boat, just rush in. As for the light yellow light barrier, Long Yu can easily break through it with the Azura origin stone come. However, at this moment, a figure surrounded by flames flew towards Long Yu's path. Long Yu, be careful. Xu Chuan followed closely behind Long Yu. Her pretty face changed slightly when she saw this. She raised her little hand, gathered the power of Shura's divine script at the fastest speed, and blasted towards the red-robed figure surrounded by flames. Little bunnies, this is the end of the game. With a roar, the flaming red-robed figure just raised his hand, and swung the power of the endless flame divine script, burning Xu Chuan's Azura divine script to nothingness. This person is actually a King Dao secret realm, a strong man in the King realm, and he is the father of Qi Xiaoyin of Qiyue Valley, the owner of Qiyue Valley. Long Yu had seen this burly man before, and he was quite impressed by him. Unexpectedly, he suddenly appeared below him now, trying to stop him from moving forward. Ancient Afterimage. Long Yu condensed 4 ancient afterimages at the fastest speed, and flew towards the valley where the Shura sacred tree was located, splitting into 5 different directions. Although I don't know what you are going to do to break into the valley of the Shura sacred tree, but if I block the way, you 2 little bastards will never succeed. The tyrannical Qiyue Valley Lord's strong man was full of flames, and the power of the flame divine script suddenly swept out, and even burned towards Long Yu's 4 ancient afterimages at the same time. Now. However, the Qiyue Valley Master was not familiar with Long Yu's methods. He never thought that Long Yu would take the opportunity to use Shenin, and instead of advancing, he retreated to Xu Chuan's side. Walk. Long Yu hugged Xu Chuan's graceful and soft slender waist, and then led her into a state of divine concealment, and then flew towards the sky at high speed. Taking advantage of the fact that the Qiyue Valley Master had killed the 4 ancient afterimages, and was wondering where Long Yu and Xu Chuan had gone, Long Yu had already taken Xu Chuan to hide his body, and broke through the shallow area of the Shura sacred tree valley from above. Yellow light curtain barrier. It's really courting death. The owner of Qiyue Valley saw the gap in the light yellow light curtain. Of course he knew that it was Shu Chan and Long Yu who broke into it, but he couldn't figure it out. What is the use of Shura Sacred Tree Valley? If he wanted to release the Shura Sacred Tree, Shu Chan and Long Yu must be the first to be killed by the Shura Sacred Tree. Valley Master Qiyue really couldn't think of their purpose. However, the Qiyue Valley Master certainly wouldn't just let it go. He spread the news that Shu Chan and Long Yu had broken into the Shura Sacred Tree Valley, and it didn't take long for the entire Shura Sacred Tree Valley to be surrounded by people from the Tianqing dynasty, Qiyue Valley, Guixia County, and others. Return to the Zhoumen Wuxiu of the Tianqing dynasty. A total of tens of thousands of people completely surrounded the entire Shura Sacred Tree Valley in less than a stick of incense time. Even if Shu Chan and Long Yu were able to come out from the Shura Sacred Tree Valley, it would be impossible for them to escape, because among the nearly 10,000 martial arts practitioners, hundreds of them just comprehended the power of the Light Divine Script. How could they still let Long Yu go? Leave with Shu Chan? At the place where Long Yu and Shu Chan entered the Shura Sacred Tree Valley, there were several strong men gathered together. One of them was the Red Moon Valley Lord, wearing a fiery red robe, with a strong figure and awe-inspiring aura. There is another person, wearing a black robe, covered in a layer of eerie ghost fog, with a pitch-black sickle on his back. He is the Ghost King from Guixia County. Two strong men from the secret realm of the Royal Path led a team to surround the Shura Sacred Tree Valley, making the entire valley impenetrable. In addition, there are quite a few powerhouses in the 7 realms of supernatural powers, such as Zhou Feng, the former deputy commander of the Forbidden Army in the Shura Valley, and Qi Xiaofeng, the adopted son of the owner of the Qiyue Valley, who was only one step away from entering the secret realm of the Royal Way threshold. In addition, there are also some generals of the 7 realms of the Tianqing dynasty, who were dispatched by the Tianqing Emperor to help manage the martial arts in the area of the original Shura County. There are about 10 people in the area of the entire Shura County. Inside, they are all extremely tyrannical existences. Unexpectedly, they broke into the Shura Sacred Tree Valley. It seems that we should prepare to deal with that thing, the Qiyue Valley Master said in a deep voice. Those 2 little bastards, don't you dare to disturb that thing? The Ghost King's voice was full of gloom. If the Azura Sacred Tree is disturbed, they themselves will die first, and there is no way out. Hard to say. Zhou Feng, the former deputy commander of the Forbidden Army, frowned and said, then Long Yu has always had hidden means, and he has never been able to see through him. This time, don't have any last cards, and we may suffer a big loss by then. Just relying on those 2 little bastards, let us suffer? The Qiyue Valley Master looked disdainful, but he didn't say much. He just said, go and let Tianqing come over. Isn't he someone under his command, who can break through the Shura light curtain? Break it open and see, what the hell are those 2 little bastards doing in it? Yes, go find Tianqing. Qi Xiaofeng from Qiyue Valley also nodded. These days he finally walked from the dark to the light, and he has to thank Shu Chan and Long Yu for killing Qi Xiaoyin. Regarding Tianqing, Qi Xiaofeng had already communicated with him, knowing that this person is not weak in talent, and he seems to have a lot of connections. At least it is not difficult to open the barrier of the Shura Sacred Tree light curtain. To open the light curtain of the Sacred Tree of Shura, one must comprehend the divine language of Shura. Right now, there are nearly 10,000 people surrounding the valley of the sacred Shura tree, and none of them can do it. The Azura sacred tree is not a fun thing, and it is extremely difficult to deal with it, so even the seriously injured Emperor Tianqing didn't think about it all this time, and only waited for free time to pay attention to it. But I didn't expect Long Yu and Shu Chan to come all the way and hide inside. No one knew that Long Yu and Shu Chan were planning to kill all the people surrounding them in the Shura Sacred Tree Valley. In the valley of the Shura Sacred Tree, Long Yu and Shu Chan were already standing on a branch of a holy Shura tree. On this branch, it was still the same as what they saw before, with a human face, which looked extremely terrifying. And in the entire Shura Sacred Tree Valley, there are tens of thousands of such branches, and each branch has extremely strong fighting power. Even a strong person in the Seven Paths Divine Ability realm can only single out a single branch. Faced with the siege of multiple branches, even the strong in the secret realm of the King's Way will not have any good countermeasures. I didn't expect you to be able to completely control the Shura Sacred Tree. If this is the case, none of those people outside will be able to escape. Standing on the branch of the Holy Tree of Shura, Shu Chan felt the tyrannical aura of the Holy Tree of Shura, knowing that the killing machine brought out from the Shura abyss would soon be stained with blood again. There was hatred in Shu Chan's eyes. Due to the death of King Shura, she lost her father. She has no good feelings for those people who are now surrounded by the valley of the sacred tree of Shura. Long Yu nodded. Now he is still feeling the wonderful feeling of controlling the Shura sacred tree. Relying on the Shura source stone, Long Yu connected his spirit with the entire Shura holy tree, and could clearly feel the killing intent contained in the Shura holy tree. The Azura sacred tree is actually just the result of an innate supernatural power cultivated by the Azura envoy. The gloomy and ruthless voice of death rang in Long Yu's ears again, letting Long Yu know that this guy had indeed been hiding and following him. One of his magical seeds took root and sprouted, forming this so-called the Holy Tree of Shura. The Holy Tree is full of killing intent, and the martial arts of the mere two kingly secret realms will definitely not be able to stop it. However, if this Holy Tree kills for too long, it will be exhausted, or even exhausted. You should take care of yourself. Grasp. Long Yu's heart moved when he heard the words, and he nodded immediately. When the battle started, he should be able to feel the exhaustion of the Azura sacred tree. He had to take him and Shu Chan out of the Tianqing dynasty area before the Azura sacred tree lost its fighting power. A massacre is about to start in Shura Valley. The light yellow light curtain covering the entire Shura Sacred Tree Valley was soon opened again, but it wasn't the Chiwe Valley Master, Ghost King and others who called Tianqinghe to open it, but automatically opened it from inside the valley. Opened. This scene made the eyes of everyone surrounding the entire Shura Sacred Tree Valley shine. Look, those two little bastards are still coming out. Valley Master Chiwe snorted softly, quite proud. He thought that Long Yu and Shu Chan ran into the Shura Sacred Tree Valley, and it was definitely impossible to hide in it all the time, otherwise they would definitely be slaughtered by the Shura Sacred Tree. Everyone be alert. Contrary to the Chiwe Valley Master, Guishe King was quite vigilant. Under the black robe, he squinted his eyes and carefully observed the place where the light yellow light barrier opened, and saw some unusual things at a glance. The first thing that appeared in front of his eyes was not any one of Long Yu or Shu Chan, but several terrifying branches of the Holy Tree of Azura. The Sacred Tree of Shura has been released, everyone is on alert, attack. The Ghost King had been hostile to the Shura King for a long time, and of course he had seen the power of the Shura Sacred Tree. He was wounded by the Shura Sacred Tree and killed thousands of his subordinates, so he knew that it was extremely powerful. But now, the Ghost King didn't back down, because the Shura Sacred Tree didn't have a mind, and with the King Shura, he could have some tactics, but his own words alone couldn't stand up to the divine writing of tens of thousands of martial arts cultivators. Power bombing. Originally, Emperor Tianqing wanted to forge the sacred Shura tree as his own weapon, but now that the sacred Shura tree has emerged, the Ghost King doesn't care too much. He must suppress it, lest it wreak havoc all over the world. Not only him, but even the Emperor Tianqing would suffer a great loss if he destroyed the Azura Valley. Tens of thousands of martial artists surrounding the valley of the Azura sacred tree, all the existences in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, rushed towards the gap that appeared in the light yellow light curtain barrier. But in this way, the whole scene became very chaotic, and even a lot of martial cultivators' divine powers were used, and they collided with each other and exploded before they could attack the Azura sacred tree. All those above the level of supernatural powers of the four paths stop, and the rest continue to bombard the holy tree of Shura. Be careful not to be approached by the branches of the holy tree. As soon as the Guixia king finished speaking, several branches of the holy Shura tree that sprang out from the light yellow light barrier suddenly swept out at an extremely fast speed, easily killing several people from the mystical ability secret realm, as well as dozens of celestial beings. Wu Xiu from the secret realm was involved in it. The power of Shura's divine script eroded into the bodies of these martial artists, killing these dozens of people almost instantly. And the branches of the Azura sacred tree stretched out all the way, killing dozens of people in an instant, making the scene extremely chaotic. The other martial artists in the vicinity immediately scattered and fled, without any intention of dealing with the Azura sacred tree. Plan. The martial cultivators gathered in this area are all originally from Azura County, and they are familiar with the ominous name of the Shura sacred tree. Although this is the first time for many of them to see the Azura sacred tree, they still want to leave subconsciously. Shura sacred tree is farther away. As the group of martial artists fled in all directions, the entire pale yellow light barrier on the valley of the Shura sacred tree seemed to be melted bit by bit, and then more and more branches of the Shura sacred tree stretched out from it, heading towards the surrounding area. The crowd of martial arts gathered around killed them. Guixia King and Qihua Valley Master knew at this moment that it must be Long Yu and Shu Chan who risked their lives to release the Shura sacred tree. It's really stupid. In order to release the Shura sacred tree and cause us some losses, he lost his life. The owner of Qihua Valley thought of Shu Chan. That little girl's martial arts talent is still very terrifying. Given time, she might pose a serious threat to him. However, she made such a sacrifice just to release the holy Shura tree. Stupid. Of course he didn't know that the Azura sacred tree is now controlled by Long Yu. Long Yu and Shu Chan are safe and sound in the depths of the Azura sacred tree valley. In order to prevent the Shura sacred tree from raging into the Shura valley and causing greater damage, the Ghost King and the Qihua Valley Master must stop the Shura sacred tree. This thing has no brains, and it's not difficult to deal with it, but it's not easy to kill it completely. The Qihua Valley Master said in a deep voice, King Guixia, you and I will join hands to cut off some of the branches first to weaken their combat effectiveness, and then let others take action to cut off all the branches. To deal with the holy tree of Shura, cutting off the branches is a very effective way. Although the branches of the holy tree of Shura can be regenerated, it can consume a lot of its power. This is something everyone knows. The Ghost King agreed with this plan, nodded and said, but we need other people to restrain us. The two of us alone can't resist the full attack of the Azura sacred tree. The so-called containment is to act as cannon fodder to attract the attention of the holy tree of Shura, so that the two kingly secret realm powerhouses can take the opportunity to cut off the branches of the holy tree of Shura. Soon, hundreds of martial artists who were in charge of containment were selected. These martial arts should not be too weak, or they would be killed by the holy tree of Shura at once, and they would not be able to restrain them at all. Otherwise, the loss would be too great if he died, and both the Ghost King and the Qihua Valley Master would be heartbroken. Hundreds of martial arts practitioners from Qihua Valley and Guixia County who were in the 3-path supernatural power realm and 4-path supernatural power realm, together with the two kingly secret realm powerhouses, rushed towards the Shura holy tree that came out of the attack. As for the other martial artists, they backed away in a swarm. No one wanted to face the terrifying thing like the Shura sacred tree. Kill. Guixia King and Qihua Valley Master attacked at the same time. The power of the King's secret realm powerhouse was instantly revealed, the power of the divine script was scattered, and several branches of the Shura holy tree were cut off in one fell swoop. Among them, Guixia King has a ghostly aura, holding a middle-grade black gold sickle of the Great Desolation grade, and the power of ghosts and evil gods is endlessly lingering. There was a vast sky. As for the owner of the Red Moon Valley, he waved his big hand, holding a big flaming fan, and when he waved it casually, endless flames burned, burning the branches of the holy Shura tree one by one. Hundreds of martial artists led by them also used their means, or in groups of 3 or 5, to clean up the branches of the holy tree of Shura, and the results were remarkable. If the Shura sacred tree just ran out by itself, as long as it continued like this, it wouldn't take too long for too many branches to be cut off and consume too much power, resulting in no power to fight again. However, the current Azura sacred tree is controlled by Long Yu. Seeing that the Chihui Valley Master and the Guixia King jointly wanted to cut off the branches of the holy Shura tree, the corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. This situation was exactly what he wanted. If these two guys choose to run away, Long Yu really can't do anything to them, but now that they take the initiative to meet them to death, then they can't blame Long Yu. Azura sacred tree, attack the Ghost King with all your strength. Long Yu issued an order with the help of the Shura Source Stone, and soon the entire Shura holy tree moved, and all the branches began to converge towards the place where the Ghost King is. If there is no one to direct it, the Azura sacred tree will definitely only disperse its attacks, and it will attack as many people as there are. But now, Long Yu concentrated all his power to attack the Ghost King. If the Ghost King didn't take some effective measures, he would definitely be beheaded by the holy tree of Shura in one fell swoop. Guixia King quickly noticed the movement of the Azura sacred tree, but he didn't think much about it. After all, no one has ever been able to freely control the Azura sacred tree, not even the Azura King. But soon his face changed, because he found that the branches of Shura holy tree in all directions were attacking and killing him alone, turning a blind eye to the Red Moon Valley Master and other martial artists who were close at hand. Chi Brahma, burn these branches as quickly as possible, as if someone is controlling this thing. The Ghost King changed his face and said, "You don't need to say it." Of course, the owner of Chihui Valley also noticed that there were thousands of branches of the holy tree of Shura rushing out, entangled towards the Ghost King, and immediately waved the big flame fan in his hand, trying to burn those branches of the holy tree of Shura. And the subordinates brought by the two of them also shot, with all their strength, to deal with the branches of the holy Shura tree. Almost, the holy tree will explode. Looking at these situations, Long Yu squinted his eyes, and finally gave the order. The next moment, all the tens of thousands of branches of the Shura holy tree were swept out almost at the same time, and enveloped towards the Ghost King with a bang. This sudden explosion prevented Guixia King and Chi Fan Tian, the owner of Chihui Valley, and others from reacting in time. The overwhelming Shura branches swept down, covering Guixia King's entire body. The people outside only saw the black gold sickle in the hands of the Ghost King swinging at the fastest speed, and he himself also burst out the most terrifying power of ghosts and evils, cutting off thousands of branches of the Shura holy tree in an instant, but in the next moment, it was submerged by tens of thousands of branches, and under the erosion of endless Shura divine writing, there was no sound at all. He snatched the king of Guixia County, but was killed by 1,000 Shura branches on the holy tree of Shura, and became the nutrient of the branches of the holy tree of Shura. Absorbing all the energy of the Ghost King, the Shura sacred tree recovered more than half of the energy it had just used to regenerate its branches. You must know that the Ghost King is a strong man in the secret realm of the King's Way, so there must be a lot of energy in his body. In the depths of the Shura sacred tree valley, Long Yu got the great wilderness grade mid-grade warrior, the black gold sickle, played with it casually, and then put it away. I didn't expect to get rid of the Ghost King so easily, and the next step is Chi Brahma. Standing beside Long Yu, Shu Chan watched Long Yu get the black gold sickle from the Ghost King. Her beautiful eyes flashed with admiration. She hadn't really expected this action, but now Long Yu's performance really made her eye-opening. Controlling the Azura sacred tree and instantly killing the Ghost King, this kind of thing is not something ordinary people can do. Shu Chan didn't ask Long Yu what method he used to control the Shura sacred tree, she only needed to know that Long Yu was on the same side as her and that was enough. After killing the Ghost King, Long Yu shifted his gaze to the owner of Chihui Valley, Chi Brahma. Of course, the Ghost King died, and Chi Brahma, a burly man, wanted to escape immediately, but his idea came too late. After killing the Ghost King, countless Shura branches looked at Chi Brahma without stopping at all. Swept over. Facing the countless Shura branches that surged towards him like a frenzy, Chi Brahma's face changed drastically, and he swung the big flaming fan tightly in his hand to the maximum, as if to burn this piece of heaven and earth. The Shura branches that approached the fastest were burned by it one after another. The confrontation between the Shura divine script and the flame divine script turned out to be evenly matched. Even because of the sudden eruption of Chi Brahma, the Shura branches were burned one by one, and the entire world was quickly destroyed. 1,000 Shura branches. However, the number of branches of the Azura sacred tree is really too much. Chi Brahma retreated while fighting and burned thousands of Shura branches, but was still surrounded by countless Shura branches and covered them, and the power of the infinite Shura divine script buried his whole body. The two strong men in the secret realm of the King's Way have done it, and it's time to kill it. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and soon Chi Brahma's low-grade flaming fan soldier fell into his hands, and he put it away without further research. In the eyes of Long Yu, there is no need to study the low-grade warriors of the wilderness level, so you can give it to anyone when you take it back. When the big flame fan fell into Long Yu's hands, it indicated that Chi Brahma had died and was swallowed up by the endless Shura branches of the Shura sacred tree. And the two strong men were killed. Of course Long Yu and Xuanhuan would no longer hide in the Shura sacred tree valley. The next moment, the Shura sacred tree carried the figures of the two people and rushed out of the Shura valley. Of course, Long Yu still used the method of divine concealment to hide himself and Xuanhuan in the branches of infinite Shura. In such chaos, not to mention the remaining martial arts from the mystical realm of supernatural powers and the mystical realm of heaven and man, it is the martial cultivators of the mystical realm of kingly way that appeared. It is impossible to find the traces of Long Yu and Xuanhuan. In the eyes of everyone, the Azura sacred tree unexpectedly left the valley of the Azura sacred tree and attacked and killed everyone outside. The first to bear the brunt were the hundreds of martial artists who followed Chi Brahma and the Ghost King because they were the closest. Tens of thousands of martial artists who had surrounded the valley of the Azura sacred tree scattered and fled in all directions at this moment. You must know that even the kingly secret realm powerhouses like Chi Brahma and Guixia King were dead, so how could others be able to deal with the Azura sacred tree? Back quickly, and inform the Emperor Tianqin as quickly as possible that the sacred Shura tree has been released. A martial artist of the heavenly Qing dynasty who was in the realm of the seven-path supernatural powers gave the order extremely anxiously, but before he had time to turn around, dozens of Shura branches wrapped around him and swallowed him whole. As the power of Shura's divine script eroded his whole body, this person turned into blood, and on the branch of Shura, there was another face with the same appearance as this person, which looked extremely eerie. And such a scene, as the Shura sacred tree left the valley and headed north, was constantly being played out. Under the urging of Long Yu, the Azura sacred tree finally rose up, and flew towards the north at an extremely fast speed, the destination, Shadow Demon Trace. This scene shocked almost all the martial artists around. The Shura sacred tree could still fly? This is the first time I heard it. Originally, the sacred tree of Shura had a very wide range, and the longest branch of Shura was tens of miles long. Even in battle, it never left the valley of the sacred Shura tree. It had always only protected the valley of Shura and never left. Unexpectedly, the sacred Shura tree rose into the sky and flew towards the north. This is a miracle. What the Tianqin dynasty did offended the gods, that's why the Azura sacred tree has this vision. Follow up quickly, and watch where this Azura sacred tree flies to, maybe you can pick up some bargains. Hurry up and notify Emperor Tianqin. Whoever is the first to inform Emperor Tianqin of such news will definitely be rewarded. The Shura Valley was completely chaotic, as the Shura sacred tree rose into the clouds and continued to move towards the north, those martial artists who were still chasing the Shura sacred tree were all entangled and killed by Long Yu's urging Shura branches. If the Shura branches were fully stretched, it would be hundreds of miles long. This is a colossal monster that covers the sky. Flying from a high altitude is like a dark cloud passing by, completely covering the vast land below in shadow. Collect. Long Yu issued an order, and soon all the branches of the Shura sacred tree began to gather. Since they wanted to rush to the shadow demon trace as quickly as possible, they couldn't be too ostentatious. Even though Long Yu had a great time controlling the sacred Shura tree just now, he knew very well that the only remaining energy in the sacred Shura tree was only 1/3 of it. When Chi Brahma and Ghost King were beheaded, thousands of branches were cut off and burned, which had a great impact on the Shura sacred tree, and it was difficult to recover in a short time. As for making the Shura sacred tree rise from the ground, it is not difficult. Long Yu can easily do it with the Shura origin stone. Finally, there are no other people around, we can be more restrained. Shu Chan released the Eye of Shura, let the Eye of Shura carefully inspect the surroundings, and quickly said to Long Yu, "Well, I'll put away the Shura sacred tree right now." Long Yu nodded, secretly urged Shura origin stone, and directly received the entire giant Shura sacred tree into the independent space of Shura origin stone and stored it. In this way, the two went into battle lightly again, broke through the siege from Shura Valley with ease, and also killed Chi Fan Tian, the owner of Chi Wei Valley, and King Guixia, with great results. The two quickly headed towards the north in a state of invisible state, and no one could catch up with them. 2 days later, the two finally approached the location of the Shadow Demon Trace. However, after 2 days of nurturing, the energy of the Azura sacred tree has hardly recovered, and there is still only 1/3 of it left, and at most it can deal with a strong man in the secret realm of the Royal Way. This Shura sacred tree is indeed very strong. My martial arts master in the supernatural realm can be used to kill the strong in the secret realm of the Royal Way. It's a pity that the energy consumption is too fast. Long Yu was a little bit regretful, but after thinking about it, if this thing could kill the powerful in the secret realm of the Royal Way without any damage, it would be too heaven-defying. Soon, the Shadow Mountain where the Shadow Trace was located appeared in front of the two of them. Among the endless mountain ranges, the dense forest is full of demonic energy, and the ghostly energy from Guixia County has not spread to such a northern place for the time being. Of course, now that the king of Guixia County has died in the holy tree of Shura, the ghostly aura in Guixia County may dissipate soon. Since the evil county is dead, then the original Shura County will definitely have other kingly and secret realm powerhouses come to take over and control it. It is naturally impossible for other kingly secret realm powerhouses to wish for such an eerie presence in their territory. Long Yu, Shu Chan, I knew you would come here. Just as the two of them flew into the shadowy mountain range filled with demonic energy, a loud shout came from the front, and the words contained endless anger, as if the two were their father-killing enemies. Long Yu's heart skipped a beat when he heard the words, "You must know that he and Shu Chan have used the method of concealment, and the other party can actually detect their arrival?" The next moment, Long Yu raised his head and looked at the dense forest of the Shadow Mountains in front of him. He saw a large group of martial artists in scarlet robes rising up from the dense forest, surrounding Long Yu and Shu Chan up in the air. The first person, wearing a scarlet robe, is Qi Xiaofeng, the adopted son of Qi Fan Tian, the owner of Chi Wei Valley. It's really revenge for killing my father. The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Unexpectedly, Qi Xiaofeng was guarding them here, and in Qi Xiaofeng's hand, he was holding a soldier like a mirror. In the mirror soldier, he and Shu Chan were clearly projected. Obviously, Qi Xiaofeng relied on the mirror soldier to discover the two people in the hidden state. "Where did you hide the Shura sacred tree?" Seeing Long Yu, Qi Xiaofeng snorted coldly, "Hand over the holy Shura tree, and I will make your death easier, otherwise, I will definitely make you suffer 1,000 cuts." A mere guy in the seven-path supernatural realm dares to say such nonsense, it's really laughable. Xuan smiled softly, come to fight if you have the ability, what nonsense are you talking about? Not to mention the Chishifeng of the seven-path supernatural realm, even the kingly secret realm powerhouse here, they can't stop Long Yu and Xuan's progress. As long as they get the treasure in the secret treasure house of Shadow Demon Trace, the two can quickly escape, leaving the territory of the Tianqing dynasty. Since you don't repent, go to hell. Qi Xiaofeng snorted coldly, Tianyue, I will join hands with you to deal with that little girl. As for Long Yu, I will leave it to brother Tianxing. No problem. A very hearty voice came out, and then a group of martial artists appeared from among the many disciples of Qiyue Valley. They turned out to be a handsome young man Tianxinghe in a black gown, and a cruel young man who was not much different from him in appearance. That cruel young man was actually the guy who tricked Long Yu into the valley of the sacred tree of Shura when Long Yu first came to the Shura Valley. Tianyue, it really isn't dead yet. Xuan's face changed slightly. The most important thing is that Tianyue is not only alive, but also a strong man in the secret realm of the royal way. Be the first to strike first. Killing intent flashed in Long Yu's eyes, since the other party is ambushing here, maybe there are other stronger forces hiding in the dark, and it is necessary to kill these people in front of them with lightning speed. Since the other party had already appeared on his own initiative, Long Yu would not hesitate. Taking advantage of the first appearance of Tianxing, when it seemed that he still wanted to say a few words, Long Yu brazenly urged Shura's origin stone and released the Shura's holy tree. In the face of the kingly secret realm powerhouse, the easiest way to kill them is to release the Shura sacred tree, and these people probably would not have imagined that the Shura sacred tree is like a soldier to Long Yu, who can be put away and released at will. It seems that endless Shura branches spread out, completely covering the scorching sun in the sky. The sacred Shura tree spread and swept away, causing many martial artists surrounded by Long Yu and Xuan to be shocked, and hurriedly backed away. Including Tianxinghe, he just opened his mouth to say a few words to mock Xuan, but he didn't expect Long Yu to release the Shura sacred tree directly to devour them, so he quickly let go. With the appearance of the Azura sacred tree, it was impossible for Tianxinghe and the others to resist it. Only Tianyue, the strong man who had stepped into the secret realm of the kingly way, flew majestically in the same place, carefully observing the Shura holy tree released by Long Yu, and squinted his eyes. This Shura holy tree has killed 2 strong men in the secret realm of the king's way. Now the number of branches and tentacles is obviously much less, and it must not be strong enough to fight again. Tianyue said faintly, the 2 seniors of the Tianqing dynasty, can you show up? As his words fell, 2 kingly secret realm martial artists wearing golden robes suddenly appeared from the dense forest below, one fat and the other thin, each with contempt and pity for Long Yu in their eyes. Let's do it, I have to go back to enjoy the girls in Zuiwalu after this matter is settled. The fat man chuckled, he didn't pay attention to Long Yu at all. When he raised his hand, a gust of divine script came out. It turned out to be the divine script power of element attribute. Long Yu had hardly seen the blast wind divine text before, but when he saw it suddenly, he immediately became vigilant. As for Tianyue, what he comprehended was Shura's divine script. Although Long Yu had already prepared for this, it was still a little strange. He didn't know where Tianyue got the divine script to comprehend it. And another tall and thin man in a golden robe from the Tianqing dynasty comprehended the ice divine mantra. The 3 King Dao secret realms jointly shot, and the power of the divine script was violently rushed out, which even overwhelmed the power of the Shura sacred tree. Sacred Shura tree, grow bigger, and attack Tianyue River with all your strength. Killing intent flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and then he issued an order through the Shura origin stone. The next moment, the Shura sacred tree spread, and nearly 10,000 Shura branches spread their teeth and claws towards the sky in front of them, completely covering the nearby area of sunlight. The whole sky is like dark clouds. Tianyui was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and with a slight look at the corner of his mouth, a long sword of the great desolate warrior appeared in his hand, and with a wave of his hand, several Shura divine wind swords shot out, cutting off the nearby Shura branches into two halves. Tianyui fought and retreated, not daring to fight head-on with the nearly 10,000 branches of the Shura sacred tree, but he heard that even the Chiwe Valley Master and Ghost King died under the Shura sacred tree. Of course he himself don't dare to win. Anyway, with the two guys from the Tianqing dynasty around, Tianyui is not afraid that he will not be able to deal with the holy Shura tree. Tianqinghe, Tianyuehe, you were all from Shura County. Tianqinghe, you were still my father's first disciple, and now you are really my enemy? Shu Chan hid in the Shura sacred tree and did not show up, but her voice spread throughout the audience. Now, if you and Tianyui are willing to join hands with me to kill the people of the Tianqing dynasty, I will still take you be my father's disciple. Shu Chan is trying to persuade him to surrender. However, her persuasion to surrender sounds rather weak now. Tianqinghe and Tianyuehe naturally refused to hear the words. What future would there be with the dead daughter of King Shura? In the Tianqing dynasty, Tianxing and Tianyui could get more things, and it was more beneficial for them to improve their martial arts realm. Tianxinghe didn't respond, and retreated to the distance with his subordinates. He didn't dare to fight head-on with the holy tree of Shura. As for Tianyui, he used the long sword in his hand to cut off the branches of Shura one after another. Tentacles, to express his determination. Since Shu Chan failed in persuading him to surrender, there was no need for Long Yu to hold back. The fat man and the thin man of the Tianqing dynasty used the wind and ice divine spells respectively, and cut off a lot of Shura branches with the wind blade and ice blade. However, for the Shura sacred tree, such injuries are not dangerous. Innate supernatural powers, the hands of the 9 serenities. Supernatural power, the Eye of Shura. Long Yu and Shu Chan used their methods almost at the same time, and their goals were surprisingly the same, that fat man from the Tianqing dynasty. The wind blade is extremely powerful, condensed into a wind blade. Even if the fat man didn't use any supernatural powers, he could cut off a dozen Shura branches at will, posing the greatest threat. The hand of Joyo suddenly appeared from the branches of the Shura holy tree. The corner of the fat man's mouth turned up, and as soon as he raised his hand, a gust of wind blade slashed towards Joyo's hand, easily smashing it into pieces. Joyo, the divine power, exploded, but in the end it failed to affect the fat man of the Qing dynasty that day. After all, he is a strong man in the secret realm of the royal way, and Long Yu's sneak attack will not work against him. But then, Shu Chan's Eye of Shura appeared, and opened his pupils as soon as it appeared, and cast the second stage of Shu Chan's eye. The power of the infinite Shura's divine script surged towards the fat man. Too naive. The fat man barely used any strength to deal with the hand of Joyo. Now that he saw the Eye of Shura trying to control his actions, he sneered and urged the power of the violent wind to cover his whole body, making him look like a tornado. Xinlian, the wind howls in the sky. Fatty let out a stern voice, and the gust of wind all over his body immediately pierced like a blade. The wind blade condensed into a chain-like appearance, roaring and flying towards the surroundings, directly smashing the Eye of Shura completely. Immediately afterwards, these blast divine runes condensed by means of the god chain flew into the countless branches of the Shura sacred tree, destroying the Shura branches at an extremely fast speed, and thousands of branches were cut off by the blast god chain in an instant. This is the means of the strong. Long Yu's eyes lit up. He was quite amazed by the method of using this magic chain. When the Scarlet Moon Valley Master and the Ghost King were killed before, they didn't have time to use the magic chain, but now, the fat man in the kingly secret realm must have been prepared. Long Yu recalled the divine formation method used by the Death Envoy again. That method was stronger than the divine chain, but it needed to match the 9th level of divine script power to be able to learn it. The current Long Yu is only compatible with the fourth level of the divine script of the shadow attribute and the life attribute. It is still far away from the divine formation, but it is only one step away from the conditions for cultivating the divine chain. When the fat man used the magic chain method, Long Yu immediately urged the Shura source stone to make the Shura sacred tree retreat, and the other party had amplified their moves. Of course Long Yu had to avoid its edge first. Hey, the holy tree of Shura is nothing more than that. Come on, let's join hands and cut down this so-called holy tree. The fat man saw that he had easily pushed back nearly 10,000 branches of the Azura sacred tree. He smiled triumphantly, then raised his hand, and continued to chase and kill the retreating Azura sacred tree. At this moment, a burst of dream power began to spread in midair, spreading silently to the entire audience. Because they were hidden in the dense Shura sacred tree, the fat and thin couple of the Tianqing dynasty did not appear for the first time. Discovered at once. But by the time they found something weird, it was already too late. Shu Ruoxian's phantom appeared, and with a light lift of his plain hand, he spread 1,000 dream stones to the surroundings, and also formed a divine chain, the dream chain. Not only the fat and thin couple of Tianqing dynasty, but also the Tianyue River, not far away, were also shrouded in it. The power of the dream divine script spread and eroded their minds, causing the three of them to fall into the illusion at the same time. Middle. Kill. Of course, Long Yu would not let this opportunity go, and urged the nearly 10,000 branches of the Azura sacred tree to immediately kill the tall and thin man who had comprehended the ice attribute divine script. A skinny man buried. The fat man has already used the magic chain method, and it will be easier to deal with it next, so Long Yu chose to kill the tall and thin man first. Under the influence of Shu Ruoxian's Dreamland God chain, the three kingly secret realm powerhouses had no ability to resist at all, and Long Yu easily killed the tall thin man by relying on the Azura sacred tree. Immediately afterwards, the pitch-black branches that covered the sky and the sun moved towards Tianyue's dense cover, engulfing him in just an instant, and there was no sound at all. Without the ability to resist, the power of the Shura sacred tree is simply irresistible. Nearly 10,000 branches condense down, and can directly crush anyone into a pulp and absorb it as their own nutrients. After the two kingly and secret realm powerhouses ate their stomachs, the Shura sacred tree became energetic all of a sudden, and the sky-covering black branches instantly enveloped the tall thin man at the end, devouring him in an instant. The three low-grade soldiers of the great wilderness fell into the hands of Long Yu, and they gained a lot. And the three kingly secret realm powerhouses died like this, which made Qi Xiaofeng and other Qiyugu disciples who were watching from afar change their expressions, and immediately turned around and ran away. Those are the powerhouses of the three kingly secret realms. Together, they are powerful enough to destroy the world. However, it was devoured by the Azura sacred tree, controlled by Long Yu, like this. It was unbelievable, and at the same time, it also scared everyone around, making them dare not stay where they were, and fled as quickly as possible. You still want to run? Killing intent flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and he urged the holy tree of Shura to kill the most important person, Qi Xiaofeng, the adopted son of the owner of Qiyue Valley. Countless branches of Shura approached like dark clouds in an instant, wanting to kill Qi Xiaofeng, swallow it together too. This Qi Xiaofeng's talent is not weak, staying will definitely be a big problem, so Long Yu can't let anyone off him. Qi Xiaofeng saw countless Azura branches attacking him, and his eyes suddenly showed a frenzy. If you want me to die, I won't let you feel better. The next moment, the momentum of Qi Xiaofeng's whole body suddenly rose, and a burst of intense flame divine power gathered around him, as if the whole person had been reborn, and his momentum increased more than 10 times in an instant. I actually stepped into the secret realm of the King's Way. Seeing this, Long Yu was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly Qi Xiaofeng broke through in the face of death, and now he is in some trouble. Xuanhuan in the Stone of Dreams had consumed all of her energy after condensing the divine chain to bring the three kingly secret realm powerhouses into the dream, and had to rest for a long time to recover. As for the Azure sacred tree, although it has been supplemented by devouring the three powerhouses, it is still not so easy to deal with a kingly and secret realm powerhouse. As soon as Long Yu saw that Qi Xiaofeng had stepped into the secret realm of the royal way, he immediately became vigilant. "Shu Chan, be careful," Long Yu reminded him, and then cast his divine concealment to hide his figure from midair. Only the entire Shura sacred tree was still in everyone's field of vision, covering the sky like a dark cloud. Shu Chan also retreated cautiously, but at this moment, something that surprised the two of them happened. However, Qi Xiaofeng had just stepped into the secret realm of the King's Way, but he didn't have the sense of joy of rising in the realm of martial arts. Instead, he looked bitter and hatred, with endless killing intent in his eyes. No, he's going to blow himself up. Shu Chan stared at the expression in Qi Xiaofeng's eyes, and felt the power of the flame divine script condense from Qi Xiaofeng's dantian, as if it was about to break through his body, so she naturally thought of it. Long Yu's heart shuddered, and he immediately activated the Shura origin stone, making the Shura sacred tree shrink and prepare for defense. "Go to hell." Qi Xiaofeng didn't say a word of nonsense, and just stepped into the secret realm of the royal way. He chose to explode, and the power of the infinite flame divine script exploded before the Shura sacred tree completely shrunk its defenses. This made Long Yu take precautions, but also heaved a sigh of relief. This guy's cultivation base that stepped into the kingly secret realm, if he fought head-on, Long Yu might not be his opponent with the current Azura sacred tree, but this guy was scared in his heart and chose to blow himself up. Perhaps in Qi Xiaofeng's view, the three kingly secret realm powerhouses just now were directly obliterated by the holy tree of Shura, so it is definitely impossible for him to survive. He didn't know that the three powerhouses were all captured by the Azura sacred tree because Shu Ruoxian was sent into the dreamland by the dream stone, but now, Shu Ruoxian has exhausted the dream power and fell into a dormant state. No matter what Qi Xiaofeng's mental journey is, he has already exploded himself, and Long Yu and Shu Chan have already seen the power of self-explosion produced by a powerful man in the secret realm of the King's Way. Before Silver Mirror chose to blow himself up, he held back 5 Tianqing dynasty's kingly secret realm powerhouses, and even seriously injured those 5 people. Now that Qi Xiaofeng blew himself up at such a close distance, it was a great threat to Long Yu and Shu Chan. Most of the countless branches of the Azura sacred tree were gathered together to resist Long Yu and Shu Chan, but the flame divine power that exploded instantly burned these branches. "Azura sacred tree, block it." A serious look appeared in Long Yu's eyes. He urged Shura Source Stone with all his strength, and ordered the Shura sacred tree to give him and Shu Chan to resist the destructive power of Qi Xiaofeng's self-destruction. As long as the seeds of the Azura sacred tree are not destroyed, even if all the branches are burned, they can regenerate. However, if Long Yu and Shu Chan die, they will really die. Comparing the two, Long Yu naturally chose to let the Azura sacred tree resist Qi Xiaofeng's self-destruct power. The violent flame spread out, as if burning up the entire sky, and many martial arts practitioners in Qiyue Valley had no time to escape, but were completely swept in by these forces, and burned to ashes. The Azura sacred tree, which covered the sky like a dark cloud and covered the sun, was completely gathered at this moment, forming a barrier of branches. Countless faces on the branches were turned into ashes under the burning of the flames, and nearly 10,000 branches were completely destroyed by the power of self-explosion. It's a pity that the power of Qi Xiaofeng's self-detonation ended here. After all, he failed to break through the defense of the Shura sacred tree, hurt Long Yu and Shu Chan, and failed to burn the source of the Shura sacred tree, the Shura seed loose. After a few breaths, the momentum in the field subsided, but Long Yu and Shu Chan still felt lingering fear. It's a good thing that the Azura sacred tree is strong enough, otherwise this blow would have killed us. Long Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Looking around, the entire Shura sacred tree had been burned to the ground, only the last hundreds of solitary branches remained, protecting Long Yu, Shu Chan and their source seeds. The Azura sacred tree has no fighting power now. We have to get the evacuation done quickly, or it won't be too dangerous. Shu Chan said softly. Well, let's go. Long Yu nodded, and only glanced at the place where Qi Xiaofeng blew himself up. There was nothing there anymore. A talented young martial artist was buried here because he miscalculated the situation. If Qi Xiaofeng chose to run away, Long Yu and Shu Chan would not be able to keep him at all. After all, he had already stepped into the cultivation base of the kingly secret realm. However, Long Yu didn't have much time to feel sorry for Qi Xiaofeng. He put the Shura sacred tree into the independent space of the Shura origin stone, and then used the method of divine concealment, leading Shu Chan to continue towards the location of the secret treasure house of the shadow demon trace. In the process of moving forward, Long Yu knew that he had to be careful, because since the other party chose to ambush him here, maybe it was because he knew his and Shu Chan's destination. Following the death of Tianyue and the two strong men from the secret realm of the royal way of the Tianqing dynasty, all the martial artists who were ambushing and besieging Long Yu all scattered and fled. In the end, Qi Xiaofeng exploded himself and killed a large number of people, and the rest had long since dispersed. Without the kingly secret realm powerhouse as the backbone, they dare not trouble Long Yu and Shu Chan at all. Even though many people have seen that the Azura sacred tree was basically destroyed by Qi Xiaofeng's self-detonation, they are not sure about Long Yu. And whether Shu Chan has other means. Therefore, everyone scattered and fled in all directions, and no one made any plans for Long Yu and Shu Chan. Although they knew that if they captured Long Yu and Shu Chan, they would definitely get many rewards from Emperor Tianqing, but they had to have their lives to enjoy these rewards, and that would be the real ones. If there is a strong man in the secret realm of the King's Way, they are willing to join in the fun, but now that they have no backbone, none of them will take their lives as a joke. Long Yu and Shu Chan flew towards the direction of Shadow Demon Trace, and soon felt the sound of fighting coming from below. They couldn't help but glanced at each other. Go down and have a look. Long Yu suggested, this place is relatively close to Shadow Demon Trace, maybe there are disciples of Shadow Demon Trace. Shu Chan nodded. Mo Yuan, who was a disciple of Shadow Demon Trace before, inherited the Shadow King's behest, and told the two of them about the Shadow Demon Trace's treasury, how to control the Shura sacred tree, and so on. Now it seems that the accuracy of these news is still open to question, but it is undeniable that there are indeed many disciples of Shadow Demon Trace hidden in the dark, trying to take revenge on the Wuxiu of the Tianqing dynasty. The two of them fell into the dense forest below in a state of divine concealment, and saw a group of acquaintances at a glance. It's Tianqing and his men. Long Yu's eyes lit up. Tianqing of the 5 realms of supernatural powers, and his subordinates of the 4 realms of supernatural powers, a total of 5 people, are besieging a burly figure in a black robe at this moment. Tianxing, Yu Senluo, Yu Guisha, Guiyan, and Li Peio's are all Tianxing's confidants, and each one is a strong man. Shu Chan's eyes were also brightened. She didn't expect to meet Tianqing who just took the opportunity to escape here. If there is a chance, she must kill him. A young man with good talent like Tianqing is a big threat to Long Yu and Shu Chan. If he can kill one, it is one, and if he can kill a pair, it is a pair. When the two of them saw clearly the person who was besieged by Tianqing and others, they became even more determined to make a sneak attack. The black-robed youth who was besieged by Tianqing's 5 people turned out to be Manqin. Man Xian followed Long Yu and Yu Hanqin to the ruins of the storm sword near here, and chose to explore the ruins by himself, but there has been no news since then, unexpectedly appearing here, and is still besieged by Tianqing and others. Quick battle and quick decision. I'm afraid Long Yu and Shu Chan are not far away, and there will be no chance when they arrive. Tian Xinghe yelled sharply. His four subordinates should claim right away, each exerting extremely powerful innate supernatural powers, attacking and killing Man Xian. Facing the siege of 5 people, Man Xian was extremely struggling. At the time of parting, I couldn't believe the cultivation base of the secret realm of heaven and man, but now, I have stepped into the secret realm of supernatural powers. Although it is only a supernatural power realm, this progress can be regarded as a super speed, not losing to Long Yu at all. Of course, even if he possessed a supernatural power level, he was still losing ground against the 5 strong men of Tianxing at the same time, because the gap in martial arts between the two sides was too great. The reason why Man Xian was able to support it was only because of the Storm Demon saber in his hand. This Storm Demon knife is actually stronger than Tianqinwang's Golden Emperor Bell. It is probably a super-grade Desolate level soldier, or even a top-grade soldier. Long Yu's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Man Xian to improve so much after passing through the ruins. Even the level of soldiers in his hands could be improved. The Great Wilderness Grade Super Grade, and even the top-grade Storm Demon knife, have greatly enhanced Manqin's strength. And Tian Xinghe and other 5 people besieged Manqin in order to get the Storm Demon saber. Supernatural powers, 3 swords, to kill demons. Facing the pressing force of the 5 people from Tianxing, Man Xian roared sharply, and the Storm Demon knife in his hand was immediately entwined with a strong demon energy, and the power of the terrifying magic energy divine script suddenly condensed into a huge knife energy, and slashed at the 5 people. Down. Block. Rao Tian Xinghe and the others' martial arts realms were too much higher than Manqin's, so they all changed their expressions when facing this move, and each of them used defensive methods to resist. 1 knife. 2 knives. 3 knives. 3 huge saber lights came pressing down on the 5 people. One saber was more powerful than the other, and the destructive power was extremely astonishing. However, for the 5 people, even the strongest third saber did not have the ability to kill them. It's now, kill him. After Man Xian's 3 cuts, killing intent flashed in Tian Xinghe's eyes, and xuanhuan, a low-rank soldier of the Great Wilderness, flew out directly. In addition, his 4 subordinates also released the strongest innate magical powers, trying to kill Man Xian directly. However, the corners of Man Xian's mouth curled up at this moment. Do you believe me when I say 3 swords? How naive. The next moment, Manqin's Storm Demon saber went berserk, and the infinite demon energy formed a whirlwind, and once again condensed a huge knife light. The intensity of the demon energy condensed in this knife light was at least 10 times that of the third knife, just now. This saber is his real trump card. It is to use it when the opponent is unprepared to achieve the beheading effect. After all, the opponent is a martial arts genius who is several levels stronger than him. Although Man Xian fights desperately, he is not stupid. His innate supernatural powers are not the 3 swords that destroy the demons, they were just words he yelled to confuse the other party. Long Yu and Shu Chan were hiding nearby, ready to strike at the most suitable time. At this time, seeing that Man Xian actually played such a small trick, he couldn't help being a little surprised. This kid is not stupid. Long Yu chuckled. Shu Chan also nodded, admiring Man Xian's performance, and being able to fight Tian Xinghe and the other 5 powerhouses for so long with Man Xian alone is enough to be proud of. You must know that there are very few martial artists who are in the same supernatural power level, and even Long Yu is quite difficult. But seeing Man Xian's 4th knife slashed out, the magic energy of the knife condensed into a huge whirlwind of magic energy, which swept towards Tianxing and the 5 of them, covering the entire dense forest into pitch blackness. The 5 members of Tianxing who originally wanted to take the opportunity to kill Man Xian by surprise, saw Man Xian make the 4th cut. They were all stunned for a moment, and then they each used defensive methods, and various divine powers emerged, easily killing Man Xian. A wide range of attack moves are resisted. When they put their minds forward again, they found that Man Xian had disappeared. The soldier in this person's hand is definitely more than the top grade of the great wilderness. You must get it and chase after it. Tian Xinghe gave the order with a sullen face. One of his subordinates, Li Peo's, had comprehended the power of the divine script of space. He immediately condensed the divine script power and displayed his innate supernatural powers, and disappeared from the spot. It seemed that he was chasing and killing Man Xian. Tian Xinghe and the remaining 3 subordinates also wanted to catch up, but at this moment, several attacks appeared from all around without warning, blasting towards the 4 of them. Remnant image of the ancient times. Yulong 9 explosions. Kill. Long Yu was making a move at this moment, one of the opponents left, and the rest of them were all focused on Monqing's Storm Demon Knife, which was the best chance for him to make a sneak attack. 8 phantoms of the 9 nether dragons emerged from the dense forest, the sound of dragon chant sounded, and the 4 dragon heart orders hit Tian Xinghe and the 4 of them in an instant, making their hearts stagnate. When they stimulated the profound energy in their bodies to resist the edict of the dragon heart, the air blast and the continuous explosion exploded one after another, and the power of the 9 nether divine runes obliterated them all. Of course, Long Yu knew that with this great wilderness-level martial skill alone, even if he had already cultivated to the transformation state, it was still impossible for him to deal with the 4 of Tian Xinghe. After all, these 4 people's martial arts realm was much higher than his. However, Long Yu's role in this battle was nothing more than a support. The real trump card is Xuanhuan. Ancient level martial skill, Jiuyou Tianguang. When the air blast and Lianzhu explosion sounded, Long Yu displayed the Jiuyou Tianguang martial skill the next moment, and the power of the pitch-black Jiuyou divine rune instantly spread to the entire dense forest, and he himself hid in the Jiuyou Tianguang. When the pitch-black power of the 9 Serenity divine runes enveloped the 4 of Tian Xinghe, the expressions of the 4 of them all changed. Especially Yusenluo, Yuguisha, and Guiyan, who were in the 4 realms of supernatural powers, felt that what they were facing was not an opponent of one supernatural power realm at all, but a martial artist of the same level as themselves. Don't be afraid, Long Yu didn't use the sacred Shura tree, so it can be seen that the sacred Shura tree was indeed destroyed in Qishifeng's self-destruct. Tian Xinghe was extremely calm. As soon as he raised his hand, xuanhuan, a low-rank warrior of the Great Desolation level, flew out, and the power of the star's divine script exploded, blasting away all the nearby dark sky. But at this moment, Xuanhuan made a move. Sura Absolute Light. Xuanhuan gave a coquettish cry, and a terrifyingly powerful beam of jet-black Shura divine script blasted into Jiuyou Tianguang, and suddenly hit the martial artist of the 4 realms of supernatural powers, Jade Ghost Sha, who was resisting Jiuyou Tianguang with all his strength. This beautiful wuxia once fought against Long Yu in the dream world of the Shura election, but was beheaded by Long Yu in the dream world. Originally, Yu Guisha didn't pay much attention to Long Yu at all. She felt that if she hadn't suppressed her martial arts realm to the same level as Long Yu at the beginning of the human realm, she would never have lost to Long Yu no matter what. But now, she knew that she was very wrong. Just relying on the Jiuyou Tianguang move performed by Long Yu Sua, if it can keep her trapped in it, it will completely annihilate her sooner or later. What's more, now Xuanhuan's first target is her. This Shura Absolute Light can be dodged by Jade Ghost Shade originally, but in Long Yu's Jiuyou Tianguang, not only her perception has been weakened to an extremely low level, even the movement is extremely inconvenient. When she found that Shura Absolute Light was blasting towards her and wanted to dodge, it was already too late. A pitiful scream came from Yugisha's mouth, and immediately after that, this charming beauty was annihilated by the erosion of the infinite 9 serenities and azure divine words. Eye of Shura. In the next moment, killing intent flashed in Xuanhuan's eyes. Among these people, Tian Xinghe was naturally the one she hated the most. This person is the eldest disciple of her father, King Shura, but this person has turned to Emperor Tianqin, who killed King Shura. As the saying goes, one day is a teacher and life is a father. What Xinghe did this day is completely acknowledging a thief as a father. As the daughter of King Shura, since Xu Chan has seen her, of course she can't let Tian Xinghe go. The pupils of Shura's eye opened, radiating extremely violent power of Shura's divine script, which imprisoned Tian Xinghe covered by Jiuyou skylight, and became completely unable to move. This made Tian Xinghe's face change, but he didn't panic. With a flash of light in his eyes, he saw the power of the stars and the divine script in his whole body. Under the condition of being imprisoned by Shura's eyes, this person still has the power to run the divine script. It can be seen that it is not an ordinary generation. Supernatural powers, the stars flow. The next moment, Tian Xinghe used his innate supernatural power, which he had never used before, because it was an escape move, and in the past, he didn't need to run for his life. Xinghe rolled out, and the infinite power of the stars wrapped Tian Xinghe's body, even annihilating the Jiuyou Tianguang around him, and then took Tian Xinghe's body. Shua disappeared, leaving only his body. Xuanhuan, a soldier of the Great Desolation rank, chuckled. "Hey, bye everyone." Following these words, Tian Xinghe left Yusun Luo and Guiyan behind, and fled without a trace. "It's really cunning, but let's kill his men first." Disappointment flashed across Xu Chan's eyes. For her, no amount of killings like Yusun Luo Guisha could relieve her anger. Unexpectedly, that guy Tianxing escaped. In this way, it will not be easy to catch Tian Xinghe again. After all, she and Long Yu cannot stay in the territory of Tianqing dynasty for a long time. But even if Tian Xinghe escaped, the remaining Yusun Luo and Guiyan would not be able to escape. Long Yu continued to maintain Jiuyou Tianguang. Yusun Luo and Guiyan were already struggling to resist. Seeing that Tian Xinghe had run away, something was wrong. Guiyan directly took off the blindfold on his face. Originally, only one eye of the ghost eye was exposed outside, but now after taking off the blindfold, the other eye that appeared was filled with ghostly aura, and the ghostly aura was released suddenly, with the tendency to drive away the Jiuyou Tianguang. If it is not strong enough ghost energy, it will definitely be restrained when encountering the power of Jiuyou divine script. However, at this moment, the ghost eye has driven away the Jiuyou sky light. It can be seen that in his hidden ghost eyes, his power is extremely tyrannical, far exceeding his own level of the 4 paths of divine ability realm. Ghost eyes? When Xu Chan saw this, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly in interest. She had heard about ghost eyes for a long time, and now she saw that the reputation was indeed well-deserved. After the blindfolds of the ghost eyes were removed, the ghostly energy that emerged from them reached 7 levels. At the level of a supernatural being, even Long Yu's Jiuyou Tianguang was dispelled. But for Xu Chan, it is still impossible to escape from her with this little ability. After all, Ghost Eye itself is only at the 4-path supernatural ability realm. It is absolutely impossible for a long time, otherwise, why does this person have to cover up and expose his ghostly eyes to others so rarely? Supernatural power, Shura explodes. Without hesitation, Xu Chan unleashed another innate supernatural power, Shura explosion, which concentrated the power of Shura's divine script in her whole body, and carried out a terrifying explosion on the target. Since this move will consume all of her Shura divine power, she usually uses it very cautiously, but at this time, the only way to eliminate the opponent with ghost eyes as quickly as possible is to use this move. The power of Shura's divine script quickly condensed near Ghost Eye, and it exploded in a split second. Before Ghost Eye could react, the endless, violent Shura divine script had already enveloped his entire body. The power of ghosts and gods, break it for me. Ghost Eye sternly shouted, mobilizing all the strong ghost energy in Ghost Eye, trying to break through the exploding Shura divine script, but he found that he couldn't do it at all. Even the power of ghosts and gods in the realm of 7 supernatural powers can't resist the explosive power of Xuanhuan, the Shura. The next moment, even Long Yu's Jiuyou Tianguang couldn't resist the destructive power of the explosion of Shura's divine script, and was directly dispersed in a large area. It was annihilated in the explosion, not even ashes remained. Sharp. Long Yu himself hid in the Jiuyou skylight and laughed out loud. He didn't expect Xuanhuan to have such strength. Shura's explosive innate supernatural powers had also been cultivated to the level of the 5th heaven, and even Ghost Eye, who showed the strength of the 7 supernatural powers, was instantly killed. Although this Ghost Eye has the power of the 7-path supernatural power, he only has the 4-path supernatural power. There is still a big difference between the two. If facing a real 7-path supernatural power, Shura Boom will definitely not be able to defeat him. The opponent instantly killed it. Xuanhuan said rather modestly, but this is also true. Gui Yan Kong has the power of ghosts and gods in the 7 realms of supernatural powers, but he doesn't know how to use them, let alone comprehend them into supernatural powers or use them in martial arts. Pure powers of ghosts and gods, of course, cannot resist Xuanhuan's innate supernatural powers. Once Ghost Eye died, there was nothing left to say about Yusun Luo of the 4 realms of supernatural powers. Even Long Yu alone can entangle him to death. With the death of Ghost Eye, there is still a pale young man, Yusun Luo, wearing a black shirt, with a pair of white eyes showing a look of fear. He used most of his strength to resist Long Yu's Jiuyou Tianguang. If Xuanhuan attacked him, he would definitely not be able to resist it. Even if there is only Jiuyou Tianguang, Yusun Luo can't hold on for too long. After a little thought, Yusun Luo, a thin and white-eyed young man from Heishan, said directly, "You two stop, Yusun Luo, surrender. Surrender must be sincere." Long Yu smiled lightly, not being confused by the other party's words at all. "I can help you hunt down Tian Xinghe," Yusun Luo said quickly. "That's great, then tell me, where is Tianxing now?" Long Yu asked with a chuckle. His innate supernatural powers can only make him move within 100 miles. With my Sun Luo's eyes, I can track him with the traces he left here, Yusun Luo explained. However, before he finished speaking, a pitch-black sharp blade suddenly appeared from the Jiuyou Tianguang behind him, pierced into his back, and pierced his heart. Long Yu appeared behind Yusun Luo, succeeded in one blow, and retreated quickly. Sure enough, the next moment, the power of the Sun Luo divine script in Yusun Luo's whole body exploded, and he chose to blow himself up before losing consciousness. Of course, this self-explosion was not complete, because the heart vein was pierced, and there was not much time left for him, and he did not have time to gather all his strength to the Dantian. Dragon Sparrow Flash. When Long Yu directly used this martial skill, Yusun Luo's self-explosion was not very powerful, and it failed to hurt him at all, but completely scattered the Jiuyou Tianguang released by him. Of course, except for Tian Xinghe who escaped, everyone in the arena has already died, so there is no need to continue to maintain Jiuyou Tianguang. Long Yu had no interest in chasing and killing Tian Xinghe, so he killed Yusun directly. Even if what Yusun Luo said is true, there is a high possibility of encountering other dangers in the process of chasing and killing Tianxing, and now, Long Yu and Xuanhuan's cards are almost used. Both the Sacred Tree of Shura and the Stone of Dreams have exhausted their strength and cannot fight anymore. Under such circumstances, Long Yu didn't want to make trouble and put himself in a dangerous situation. As for the escaped Tian Xinghe, he would have a chance to deal with him sooner or later, but not now. Go, find Man Xian. Long Yu nodded to Xuanhuan, and then the two galloped towards the place not far away where a burst of fierce devil energy came from, and soon saw Man Xian who was fighting fiercely with Tian Xinghe's subordinate Li Peos in the dense forest. Man Xian relied on means to escape from the siege of Tian Xinghe and others. It was not easy to do this, but what was even more difficult was that Man Xian relied on the Great Desolation level supergrade or even the highest grade Storm Demon in his hand. The sword actually ended in a tie with Li Peo's of the Four-Path Supernatural Power Realm. This is almost as good as Long Yu's fighting power. It seems that the quality of this Storm Demon saber is indeed not low. No wonder Tian Xinghe wanted to snatch it so badly, but it was a pity that he almost lost his life when he met Long Yu and Xu Chan this. Of course, although Man Xian and Li Peo's basically ended in a tie, his body was still full of scars. Just because of Man Xian's desperate fighting style, if there were no scars on his body, it was not a battle for him. Fought. And Li Peo's, relying on his comprehension of the power of the Space Divine Script, was able to easily dodge Man Xian's sword light, and took the time to condense the space blade to attack Man Xian, appearing to be more than capable. He didn't use all his strength alone, he naturally wanted to wait for Tian Xinghe and the others to rush over, but to his disappointment, Tian Xinghe and others failed to come, but Long Yu and Xu Chan appeared quietly. Hand of Nine Serenities. Long Yu suddenly appeared, and a bone-like hand stretched out from the void, grabbing Li Peo's entire body. The aura of the Nine Netherness instantly eroded into the unsuspecting Li Peo's body, making the tall, thin man tremble, and immediately wanted to use his supernatural powers to escape from here. It's a pity that under the erosion of the Nine Nether Divine Glyphs, his speed of condensing the spatial Divine Glyphs slowed down by 80%. Before he could use the means of teleportation, Xu Chan's desolate ancient Azura compass had arrived, and countless jet-black Shura beams with Li Peo's chest pierced through, making his eyes widen and his heart stop beating. No matter how you say it, Li Peo's is just a martial artist of the four realms of supernatural powers, and it is impossible to resist Xu Chan's attack. Long Yu and Xu Chan appeared side by side in the dense forest, and came in front of Man Xian. Haha, it really is you. When Man Xian saw the two of them, he immediately burst out laughing. While he was injured and coughing, he stared at Long Yu with gleam in his eyes. Brother Long, just now I saw so many people going to encircle and suppress the Shura sacred tree, so I knew it was probably you. He and the princess appeared, so I ran here, but I didn't expect to meet you first, but was bumped into by Tian Xinghe's group. Take this down. Long Yu didn't ask how Man Xian's injury was. Anyway, no matter what kind of serious injury it was, it could be easily cured with the heaven-level medicine from the Cloud Empire. Man Xian did not ask any further questions, and directly swallowed the elixir that Long Yu handed him, and immediately felt refreshed, quite surprised. The effect of this day-level elixir is so good, it is better than my previous one. It's much better after taking it. Of course, this is a high-level pill that is not available in the entire Tianqing dynasty, but it was taken from the wuxiu of the Yun Empire. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu, Xu Chan, and Man Xian walked forward together, and at the same time told what happened in Ruoshui County of Beishua dynasty. The three sons of the great emperor. After listening to Long Yu's words, Man Xian was shocked. The empire is an existence that even the Tianqing dynasty dare not provoke. Unexpectedly, Long Yu and Xu Chan would offend such a force, and even kill the pursuers of the Yun Empire. Beheaded. Of course, to Man Xian, the Emperor Yun dared to play Xu Chan's idea. He was simply impatient. If he was with Long Yu at that time, he would have made the same decision as Long Yu. It turns out that you came to the Shadow Mountains for the treasure house of Shadow Trail. Soon Man Xian knew the purpose of the two of them, so of course he decided to go with them, and he gave a general account of his experience after entering the ruins of the Storm Demon Knife. He followed Yu Hanxin and Long Yu all the way to the northern part of the former Shura County, and then arrived at the ruins of the Storm Demon Sword that Mo Zhaitian and he had mentioned. In that ruins, he experienced one battle after another. The opponent who appeared at the very beginning was a martial artist with the same level of martial arts as him, but every time he won, the martial artist who appeared in front of him would become stronger 1 cent. At the same time, as long as Man Xian wins a game, he will get some medicinal pills for cultivation, which can improve his martial arts realm after taking it, and at the same time, the quality of the Storm Demon Saber will also improve. The remains of the Storm Demon Knife are completely testing and inheriting the owner of the Storm Demon Knife. Because of this, after Man Xian completed all the test inheritances and left the ruins, he could have the cultivation base of the mystical ability Secret Realm, as well as the Storm Sword that had been promoted to the Great Desolation level Super Soldier. However, this is not the end of the Storm Demon Knife. Man Xian learned from the ruins that the ruins were a stronghold left by an ancient demon sect. If he could find the original ruins of the ancient demon sect, the Storm Demon Knife in his hand could be further improved. Man Xian has comprehended the innate supernatural power demon extinguishing 7 knives, but he can only swing the first 4 knives for the time being. Even so, this supernatural power is already extremely powerful, and even Tian Xinghe and 4 of his subordinates need to resist it with all their strength. It is conceivable that if Man Xian can comprehend this innate supernatural power to a higher level, what kind of power it will have. From the ruins of the demonic Storm Saber, Man Xian also obtained a training method of a wild level martial skill, but he has not practiced it yet, because he has just come out of the ruins of the demonic saber, and he has heard about Long Yu and Shu Chan. The troubles in Shura Valley rushed towards this direction. Although the two sides exchanged a lot of things, they were all explained in the process of moving forward quickly, and there was no time wasted at all, because the 3 of them knew that there was no time for them to waste now, and there would be strong men chasing and killing them at any time. Let's start, they must leave here quickly. Not to mention anything else, now that a random martial artist from the secret realm of the Royal Way is chasing after him, Long Yu and Shu Chan have no way to deal with it. Fortunately, the treasury of Shadow Trail was not far away from them, and not long after, the 3 of them came to a bottomless abyss together. The Shadow Demon Trail was built on both sides of this abyss. The architectural style is eerie and treacherous. There are gusts of sinister wind blowing from the abyss, and the surrounding area is extremely strong. This is the location of the largest sect in the former Shura County, the sect of Shadow Demon Trace. It's a pity that now, the sect of the Shadow Demon Trace is extremely dilapidated. After the Tianqing dynasty Wushou's invasion and war, all the buildings and facilities in the Demon Trace were completely destroyed. There will be no living beings. If there were people, only the surviving disciples of Shadow Demon Trace, and the team sent by the Tianqing dynasty to search for the remnants of Demon Trace would have passed here. When the 3 of them came to the top of the abyss, several black figures jumped out from the ruins of the shadowy buildings on both sides of the abyss. Everyone was wearing black robes, and they moved extremely quickly. These are the remaining disciples of Shadow Demon Trace, but it can be seen that they have no malice towards Long Yu and the other 3, otherwise it would be impossible for them to show themselves. You must know that the concealment skills of Shadow Demon Trace's disciples are extremely powerful, such as Mo Zhaitian. If they want to hide, even Long Yu and Shu Chan can't find it at all. Swish. 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 After a few ups and downs, the 7 black shadows came to Long Yu and the other 3, and one of them was Mo Yuan, the disciple of Shadow Demon Trail who had seen Long Yu and Shu Chan before. Princess, you are finally here. Mo Yuan's gloomy and hoarse voice sounded, and then he raised his hand and pointed to the depths of the central abyss. Come with me, the secret treasure vault stored by our Shadow King. Only those who understand Shura's divine script can open it. Lead the way. Shu Chan nodded, and then, together with Long Yu and Man Xian, followed Mo Yuan and several other disciples of Shadow Mazong, and flew down towards the bottomless abyss. Under the abyss, there were bursts of shadow power floating, and the black mist spread, and you couldn't see your fingers. Mo Yuan is a martial cultivator of the 7 realms of supernatural powers, and the other disciples of Shadow Demon Zone are also strong at the 4 or 5 realms of supernatural powers. They are indeed the #1 sect in Shura County. Even if the sect is destroyed, there are still so many of them. The strong act in darkness. The treasury is here, princess, I will leave it to you, and we will leave first. Soon, Mo Yuan and the others brought Long Yu and the others all the way to the entrance of a cave thousands of feet away from the cliff, and said to the three of them respectfully, "Aren't you coming in with me?" Xuanhuan asked in a little surprise. "No, the Shadow King has ordered that this treasure house will belong to the princess from now on," Mo Yuan said in a deep voice, "and we disciples of Shadow Mazong will continue to fight on this land until we are all dead, but at least we can bring 10 times more losses to the Tianqing dynasty. I thought you were planning to follow me to the Northern Snow dynasty." Xuanhuan was quite regretful. "Princess, those of us have limited talent. There is not much room for improvement in the realm of martial arts, but you are different." Mo Yuan said seriously, "There is also Mo Zhaitian, our chief disciple of the Shadow King. His talent is most likely to surpass the Shadow King in the future, and become an existence that can rival the Emperor Tianqing. At that time, he will definitely be a let's take revenge." After hearing this, Long Yu realized that in the hearts of Mo Yuan and the others, Mo Zhaitian's talent was the strongest, even stronger than the princess. "I'm afraid Mo Yuan wouldn't be very willing to give the Mazong treasure house to Xuanhuan if he didn't know that Mo Zhaitian and Xuanhuan had developed together in the Northern Snow dynasty." Of course, Long Yu has always been vigilant in his heart, preventing this Mo Yuan from pretending to frame them. However, Long Yu had never detected the slightest killing intent from these Shadow Demon Zone disciples, so he felt relieved. To say that Long Yu's biggest advantage over martial arts in this world is not in martial skills and the inheritance of the 9 nether dragons, but in the ability to sense killing intent brought to him by years of life and death. This ability has helped him countless times since he stepped into martial arts until now. After Mo Yuan finished speaking, he led the disciples of Shadow Demon Trace and flew towards the top of the cliff, and soon disappeared. "They did go, don't worry." Just when Xuanhuan was looking at Long Yu, a little undecided, a faint voice rang in his ears following Long Yu's death. Although the Death Envoy won't come forward to help Long Yu fight, but it's okay to remind him in other respects. Long Yu was still a little apprehensive at first. Although he didn't feel the killing intent, there might be some kind of trap hidden in this cave. Now that the Death Envoy said so, there would be no problem. The disciples of Shadow Demon Trace are very good at concealing their bodies, especially the strong ones in the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm. Long Yu and Xuanhuan can't even discover their concealment. So if there were any traps in this cave, Mo Yuan, who was in the realm of the 7 Paths supernatural powers, would definitely not take people away so reassuringly, and no matter what, he would have to watch Long Yu and the other 3 step into it. Mo Yuan and other Shadow Demon Trace disciples don't know that there is such a terrifying existence as Death Envoy following Long Yu, who can see their whereabouts clearly. Xuanhuan used the power of Shura's divine script to open a stone door in the cave, and the first treasure house room appeared. In the first room of the treasure house, there are many heavenly warriors and heavenly pills, and even some great wilderness pills, but there are not many of them. There is nothing too precious in this treasure house, but for the development of forces, so many resources are extremely important. Those pills alone are enough for at least 100 people to upgrade to a level within a month the realm of martial arts. Of course, this has to rule out the factors that Wu Xiao cannot advance due to his lack of personal talent, but so many resources are already abundant enough. Among them, there are about 100 heaven-level warriors, ranging from low rank, middle rank, and high rank, enough to equip a 100-man squad, so that they all have heaven-level warriors. At the level of Tianqing dynasty and Beishua dynasty, heavenly soldiers are nothing, but to Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion, even heavenly soldiers are quite precious existences. It is better to have these heavenly warriors than to have none. This is a powerful warrior second only to the wild warriors, and it is of great significance to ordinary martial arts. I can continue to open the second room. Soon, Xuan collected all these things, and then came to another stone door in the stone room, tried to stimulate the power of Shura's divine language, and successfully opened it. Opening this door requires all of my Shura divine power. If there is another door, I'm afraid I won't be able to open it. The Shadow King is probably trying to test me on purpose, so that I can improve my strength to get deeper things. Xuan frowned slightly and said, "Go ahead and have a look. If you can't do it, I'll try again." Long Yu said. Xuan and the Shadow Attribute divinity reached the 5th level, but even so, the level of Xuan's divinity is definitely not comparable to the power of Shura's divinity contained in the Source Stone of Shura. If Xuan can't do it, Long Yu can still try with Shura Origin Stone. As soon as Xuan thought that Long Yu could control the Azura Sacred Tree, Xuan knew that Long Yu had a special method, which was related to Shura's divine script, but she didn't ask any more questions, just nodded with a smile, and followed Long Yu and Man Xian to step on the road. Entered the second treasure room. In this room, as far as the eye can see, there are still medicine pills and warriors stored, but the number is extremely rare, a total of 2 warriors, and more than 20 porcelain pill bottles, all of which are of the Great Desolation level. The Great Wilderness level soldier, with the means of the Shadow King, was able to leave you such a good thing, and it is considered as the utmost righteousness to King Shura. Long Yu was quite surprised. Although it is not rare for him to have the Great Desolation level soldiers, to most people in Shura County, the Great Desolation level soldiers are still very precious. In the past, there were only a dozen or so Great Desolation level soldiers in the entire county of Shura County. And in this treasury of magic traces, the Shadow King has prepared 2 Great Wilderness level soldiers for Xuan. This Shadow King is really generous. What is his relationship with King Shura? Man Xian was a little surprised, and asked, casually from the side. He is my father's sworn brother. Xuan also answered casually, and only then did Long Yu and Man Xian's doubts be resolved. It turned out that she was the daughter of a sworn brother. No wonder she left so many things for Xuan. I will avenge them. Killing intent flashed across Xuan's eyes. Needless to say, she hated Emperor Tianqin. Although she killed so many people who betrayed Shuluo County along the way, she certainly would not be satisfied with it. She would never forget that she hated the most powerful person, the Emperor Tianqin. In order to let Xuan and others escape from the Tianqin dynasty, Shura King and Shadow King tried to stop the Tianqin Emperor one after another, but of course they were sacrificed. Even Long Yu deeply remembered the kindness of the 2 of them in his heart. If the 2 of them hadn't procrastinated, Long Yu might have fallen into the hands of Emperor Tianqin long ago. If you want to take revenge, you must have strength, and if you want to improve your strength, you must experience more time to practice and more intense fighting. Long Yu said solemnly, after returning to the Northern Snow Dynasty, let's continue to find a place to practice, and we must not stop. Xuan nodded, then glanced at the second treasure house room, and soon found that in addition to 2 Great Desolation level warriors, and more than 20 bottles of Great Desolation level pills, there were also some precious martial arts tips. Most of these martial arts secret books are acquired supernatural martial arts, and there are even 4 incomplete wilderness level martial arts. For example, the nightmare-killing formula that Long Yu learned from Hui Yuan back then is the incomplete afterimage of the ancient times. I have a way to complete these 4 incomplete Great Desolation level martial arts, so that people from Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion can practice them. Long Yu's eyes lit up, and he said directly. At any time, Long Yu must maintain his leading position. If he hadn't learned the ancient level martial arts Jiuyou Tianguang, he would not be generous enough to complete these wild level martial arts and then give them to others. But now that he has learned the ancient martial arts, it's okay to hand over the wild martial arts to others. It's not because Long Yu is stingy and wants to be handsome, but because he doesn't want to have no ability to resist when he is betrayed by his own people, so he has to keep a hand in everything. This is Long Yu's long-standing code of conduct. Complete the great wilderness-level martial arts. Hearing this, Shu Chan's eyes widened immediately. No way? You can actually complete the great desolation-level martial skill. By the way, your martial skill, that condenses afterimages, is a bit similar to the Devil's Nightmare killing art. Could it be that you completed the magic skill? What did you get from the nightmare killing technique? Yes, you guessed it. Long Yu nodded, and chuckled lightly. Completing the great desolation-level martial skill is actually not difficult. As long as the theoretical research on the operation of power is done, the entire martial skill can be gradually completed along with the clues. Long Yu concealed the existence of the 9 nether dragons' consciousness, and instead explained it with mysterious and profound things, which made Shu Chan and Man Xian's eyes widen, and they were extremely shocked. You are such a freak, no wonder you have such a high cultivation talent. Shu Chan clicked his tongue twice. It was the first time she heard that there was such a person in this world, who was able to complete the great desolation-level martial arts through theoretical research on the operation of power. But when you go back, don't say that I completed this great desolation-level martial skill. Long Yu added a sentence. Do not worry. A look of anticipation already appeared on Shu Chanxia's face. Regarding the great desolation-level martial arts, even she has never practiced them. You must know that the great desolation-level martial arts are more powerful than innate supernatural powers. If you learn the great desolation-level martial arts, you will be able to fight at the same level. Don't be too obvious in the advantage. The reason why Long Yu was able to leapfrog the level to kill the enemy repeatedly was because he comprehended the great desolation-level martial arts, Yulong 9 explosions and Desolate Ancient Shadow Kill, and Desolate Ancient Shadow Kill is his core killing skill. Without the Desolate Ancient Shadow Kill, he would have died long ago, I don't know how many times. Soldiers, elixir, and martial arts, these 3 are the 3 major ways for martial arts to improve their strength in normal times. However, apart from these 3, the strength of martial arts is also affected by other factors, such as the level of compatibility with the gods, and so on. In the second treasury room, there are only warriors, pills, and martial arts, but Shu Chan really can't open the stone door leading to the next treasury room. Long Yu secretly pushed Shura's origin stone, and easily opened it, which made Shu Chan amazed. Long Yu, it seems that your attainments in Azura divine writing are deeper than mine. It's amazing. Shu Chan said with a light smile. It's just a chance I got in Shirayuan, by coincidence. Long Yu smiled casually, and then walked into the 3rd treasure house room first. There are even fewer things in this treasury room, only a few things are placed on the cabinet, but at first glance, it is known that these are really good things. 3 of the elixir bottles contained 3 translucent spherical crystals, about the size of a thumb, which turned out to be the essence of the divine air that could improve the compatibility between martial arts and divine writing attributes. Both Long Yu and Shu Chan have taken this thing once, and if they want to continue to take it, they can only do so after stepping into the secret realm of the royal way, and it has no effect at all after absorbing it now. Manzi, you take one first and absorb him, and there are 2 more to talk about later. Long Yu threw one of the divine air essences directly to Man Xian. Man Xian didn't hesitate, and took it directly into his hand. After explaining it, he knew that after taking this thing, he could improve his compatibility with the attributes of the gods, and it was an extremely rare treasure. The current Manchin is only compatible with the 1st level of the shadow attribute divinity, and it is still relatively weak. If it goes further, it will be able to exert the stronger power of the Storm Demon Saber in its hand. With the inheritance of the Storm Demon Saber, if Man Xian fully grows up, he will definitely not be weaker than Shu Chan. I'm afraid there will be danger after I go out. I will absorb it directly and improve my strength. Brother Long, Princess, you can move on. After Man Xian obtained the essence of the divine air, he decided to absorb it completely. Long Yu had no objection to this, nodded and said, well, only Shura's divine script can open the stone gate in this place. The possibility of outsiders coming in is very low. You should absorb the essence of the divine air here. In addition to the essence of the divine air, there are some other special treasures in the third treasure house room, among which there are actually 2 divine inscriptions. The engraving of divine script can be used by wuxia to comprehend the second level of divine script power, but for martial arts in the world of divine martial arts, they don't know the 3 levels of divine script power. Copy comprehension, engraving comprehension, source comprehension of the divine text. The power of the divine text comprehended from the 3 channels is very different, and they are 3 levels respectively, but the comprehension of the source of the divine text is equivalent to empty, because there is no source of divine text in the entire Xuanhuan world. The source of the divine text is the place where the most original power of the universe gathers, and the world of Xuanhuan is just a small world of the dragon of the 9 serenity, so of course the source of the divine text cannot exist. Therefore, in the world of martial arts, the engraving of the divine script is already a way for wuxia to comprehend the strongest divine script. Now Long Yu has 108 engraved seals of the divine script of death and more than 70 engraved seals of the divine script of Shura. Afterwards, General Hui Yuanbai will take 100 or so warriors from the Nightmare Legion to the Northern Snow Dynasty. When it stabilizes, release all the disciples of the Xintian sect in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. There are hundreds of them. These people also need to be well trained. Long Yu thought in his heart. For the time being, he didn't release all the disciples of Zhenshenzong, because he was afraid that Tianyu Manor would be too chaotic. After all, it was a newly acquired site, and he didn't want Hongyue to be too tired to manage it. When Long Yu goes back next time and releases all the disciples of Tianyu sect, the total population of the entire Tianyu Manor will definitely exceed 1,000 people. If there were not enough cultivation resources, these Tianzhangzong disciples would definitely not have any future in the Northern Snow Dynasty, and they would even be discriminated against wherever they went. Long Yu, who brought everyone out from Tianyu Island, certainly didn't want to see such a situation happen. The 2 divine script engravings prepared by the Shadow King for Shu Chan are a flame divine script engraving and a life divine script engraving, needless to say how precious they are. Long Yu, you are compatible with the divine script of life attribute at the 4th level, so how about just engraving the sacred script of life for you? Shu Chan suggested. No need. Long Yu shook his head. Even if you engrave this divine rune of life to me, I don't have much time to comprehend it. This is the truth. There are now 2 divine origin stones on Long Yu, 1 Shura origin stone, and the death origin stone pinched in the hands of the death envoy. Take it out and give it to Long Yu. Right now, Long Yu's comprehension of the divine script of death has only reached 1,000th, and there is still a long way to go. For the time being, there is definitely no time to comprehend the engravings of other divine scripts of life. Long Yu has self-healing divine script and siphon divine script, which are enough for the time being, as long as he cultivates the 9 nether overlord body well. His life will not be threatened under normal circumstances. If you encounter an opponent who is too strong, then no matter how much you can comprehend the divine script of life attributes, it will be useless. The 2 put away the engraving of the divine script and the essence of the divine air, and there was only one thing left in the 3rd treasure room. It was a black coke-like thing with some kind of shadow attribute god attached to it. The power of text, I don't know what it is. Next to this thing, there is a small note, which seems to explain its origin. This thing has a long history, and it's what I saw when I was young. Based on this, I comprehended the magic script, founded the Shadow Demon Trace, and became the #1 sect in Shura County. Perhaps through this thing, the princess can find its source, so as to gain greater strength. This series of small characters showed the origin of this black coke-like thing, which turned out to be the originator of Shadow Demon Trace. You actually left all this stuff to me. In my opinion, we should give this stuff to Mojai Genius. Shu Chan's eyes lit up, but immediately thought of Mojai Tian. Ma's Haitian is currently practicing in the Beishua dynasty. If he gets this thing, his strength will definitely be improved. Moreover, this thing should belong to Ma's Haitian, but the Shadow King can only be placed in this treasury. The divine script is a lock, let Shu Chan get it. I am free. Long Yu nodded. No matter what inheritance this black coke-like thing represents, it is not as good as his 9 nether dragon inheritance after all, so there is no need to fight for it. The Death Envoy didn't make a sound either, which showed that this thing was incomparable with the inheritance of the Dragon of 9 Serenity, and there was no need for Long Yu to snatch it. There is one last room. Shu Chan raised her head and looked at the last stone door of the Shadow Treasure House, with a puzzled look in her eyes. The Shadow King even left the things that he created Shadow Trace in the 3rd room, and the 4th room is still there. What could be more precious? Go in and have a look. Long Yu urged the Shurasaur stone, and gradually opened the 4th stone door, and soon saw that there was nothing special in the next room, only a stone platform in the center, and on the stone platform was a piece of what seemed to be a bone. Things. It's a bone. Long Yu frowned slightly. And the bones don't seem to have any strength. With doubts, Shu Chan stepped into the 4th treasure house room. The two looked towards the central stone platform, and what they saw was a 3-foot-long white bone. It didn't look like a human bone, but rather a part of some ancient giant creature. It's the remains of an ancient dragon elephant. Just when the two were puzzled, the voice of death rang out from Long Yu's ears, a voice that only he could hear. Ancient dragon elephants are a group that Lord Joyo Dragon Emperor once captured. Place them in their own small world for breeding. It seems that even this ancient dragon elephant group could not escape the catastrophe of that year, otherwise, with the strength and longevity of the ancient dragon elephant group, they would not be unknown in this world. Then what is the use of this ancient dragon elephant bone? With a thought in his mind, Long Yu asked a question. Soldiers can be refined. If the bones of ancient dragon elephants are used as the main material for refining soldiers, at least the soldiers of the ancient level can be refined. Death made Sunlung's voice continue to reach Long Yu's ears. It can also be used for alchemy. If this 3-foot-long ancient dragon elephant bone is handed over to an outstanding alchemist, at least 10 pieces can be refined. Dragon elephant pill. This is an ancient elixir. Taking it can permanently enhance the strength of Wuxiu's physical body. It's actually an ancient-level weapon refining and alchemy material. Long Yu's eyes suddenly brightened. This is a rare and real treasure. The black coke-like creation of the magic trail appeared, and the Death Envoy didn't say anything, but now the ancient dragon elephant bone attracted the Death Envoy to give pointers, which shows that this is a real treasure. Compared with warriors, Long Yu hoped to refine 10 dragon elephant pills with this ancient dragon elephant bone. This is an ancient-grade pill. Taking it can permanently enhance the physical strength of a martial artist, which is equivalent to a powerful alchemy. Physical martial arts. In the world of martial arts, most martial arts do not practice body training martial arts. That is because the attack power of body training martial arts is too low, and they can only be passively defended. It is extremely difficult to practice, and has little effect. But the dragon elephant pill is different. As long as you take it, you can automatically transform Wuxiu's body, and you don't need Wuxiu to take the initiative to do anything to strengthen your physical body. In the entire world of martial arts, I am afraid that there has never been such a pill. If you want to refine ancient elixir, you must at least step into the level of the secret realm of the royal way. In this world of martial arts, there are not many alchemists at the level of the secret realm of the royal way. The messenger of death gave Long Yu a cold blow. It doesn't matter, sooner or later I will be able to step into the secret realm of the royal way, and it will not be too late to refine the elixir by then. Long Yu was in high spirits, without the slightest hint of depression. Seeing that Long Yu had so much confidence in him, the Death Envoy just chuckled lightly and didn't say anything else. Long Yu put away the 3-foot white bone of the ancient dragon elephant and prepared it for later use. So far, all the things in the entire Shadow Treasury have been explored. It's almost time to leave, but Monqin is still absorbing the essence of the divine air outside, so we are not in a hurry to leave. Shu Chan's eyes shone with shrewdness. In this treasury, no one will come looking for it. On the contrary, if we go out now, it is very likely that we will be caught by the pursuers of the Tianqing dynasty. That's what I mean too. How about we just practice here for a month? Long Yu asked. 1 month is too short, 3 months. Shu Chan said directly, the auction of the cold lotus fruit of the Beihai dynasty will be held in the near future. If we go back too early, we may run into people like Emperor Yun. Right. Long Yu nodded when he heard the words. Indeed, the factor of Emperor Yun had to be considered. When they left the Northern Snow dynasty, the auction of the fruit of the cold lotus would not start for nearly 2 months. Long Yu spent about a month in the Death Valley under Shirayuan, and the auction of the fruit of the cold lotus is about to start now. It's just started, and no one knows whether Emperor Yun's group will stay for sightseeing after the auction is over. Now that Long Yu wants to improve his martial arts realm, what he lacks is not resources at all, but time. He now has a lot of cultivation resources, but he doesn't have much time to use them. The main reason is that he has been involved in various disputes for a long time, which makes it impossible for him to calm down and practice. Now that we are staying in the safe Mazong treasure house, let's practice for 3 months first. Long Yu's cultivation is planned. First of all, he must first comprehend the 9 Nether Overlord body to a sufficiently high level. Secondly, he must upgrade to the first level of martial arts realm again during this period of time. Finally, he also wants to comprehend both the divine script of death and the divine script of Azura, so that more methods can be used in battle. Now he has comprehended 1/1000 of the Death Divine Script, but it is still too weak to use it in battle. At least like the Joyo Divine Script, he has to comprehend 20% of it to exert enough power in battle. Just like that, Long Yu was in the 4th room of the treasury, Shu Chan was in the 3rd room, and Man Xian was in the 2nd room. The 3 separated and practiced on their own. After Wuxiu stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man, he didn't need to eat any food to maintain energy consumption, but even if he really needed to eat something, everyone's space fighters also stored a lot of things they used, and the boring training process was very difficult. You can also enjoy delicious food. You can't temper your body like this, such an inefficient method. Forget it, I'll teach you a martial art for body training. The Death Envoy almost laughed out loud when he saw Long Yu's mortal-level body-refining martial arts technique to stimulate the power of the 9 Nether Divine Runes to temper his body. This kid is simply reckless. It's a waste to use such a rough method to temper the body with such tyrannical power as the 9 Nether Divine Text. That's not bad. What level of body training martial arts? Long Yu's eyes lit up. He was worried that he didn't have any good body training martial arts skills, and this Death Envoy came to his door by himself. Prime Ancient Class. The Death Envoy said indifferently, this is the body-refining martial art practiced in front of me. Even Lord Joyo Dragon Emperor's all-out attack cannot destroy my body. This is the dominance of this body-refining martial art. Ancient Class? Is this an existence more powerful than the ancient class? Long Yu was taken aback. He thought that at most there would be some ancient-level martial skill, but he didn't expect that the Death Envoy would say a level that he had never heard of. Martial skills below the Great Desolation level are all unreliable existences. The Death Envoy explained, from the Great Wilderness level up, there are the ancient level, the primordial level, and of course stronger martial skills. But even Lord Joyo Dragon Emperor has never obtained stronger martial skills. Imperial-level martial arts, like other martial arts, are divided into 5 grades: low grade, middle grade, high grade, super grade, and extreme grade. The death level body training I want to teach you is a high-grade ancient level body training martial skill. Cultivation is extremely cruel, you have to be mentally prepared, of course, once you start to practice, then I will not allow you to give up halfway, either die or make it. The Death Envoy's voice, at the end, contained a trace of austerity and threat, obviously warning Long Yu, if you dare not practice this martial skill, then don't start practicing it. With such advanced martial arts, how could I give up? Long Yu smiled faintly. Senior Death Envoy, please also tell me the cultivation method of body training in the Death Realm. You have the guts. Death made Jia smile, and then a burst of death divine power appeared around Long Yu, surrounding him in the center, and instantly the entire closed room was invisible. Do you know how big the gap in strength was between Lord Joyo Dragon Emperor and me back then? The voice of the Death Envoy came to Long Yu's ears like a ghost, but before Long Yu could answer, he said to himself, from the secret realm of the kingly way, the inner world can be cultivated in the body of a martial artist. The Emperor realm of the King's Way secret realm can transform the inner world into a real small world. And Lord Joyo Dragon Emperor is far stronger than this realm, so his small world can reproduce so many complicated creatures and thousands of people. A law of heaven and earth. Back then, the strength gap between me and Lord Joyo Dragon Emperor was equivalent to that between you and the King Realm martial arts cultivator of the King's Dao secret realm. But even so, the full blow of Lord Joyo Dragon Emperor was still unable to blow me, who did not resist. Kill, based on this, you should know how effective my body training martial art is in the Death Realm. Primeval level martial arts are naturally extraordinary. Long Yu's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what realm the Nine Nether Dragon and the Death Envoy existed in back then, if the gap between them was equivalent to a supernatural power realm and a kingly secret realm, then the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor's full blow would not be enough. Unable to kill the Death Envoy is undoubtedly extremely astonishing. At least for now, if Long Yu is facing the attack of the powerful in the secret realm of the royal way, even if he resists, he will be bombarded and killed, let alone not resisting at all. This made Long Yu look forward to the Death Envoy's body training martial arts, the Death Realm body training, but he also knew that such a powerful body training martial skill must be extremely difficult to cultivate, and it is absolutely impossible to achieve it in a short period of time. In these 3 months, I only take up 1 month of your time. During this month, you have to learn the basics of body training in the Death Realm, and even reach the realm of Xiaocheng. The Death Envoy continued to say solemnly, if you go 1 step further and reach the realm of Desheng, with your current cultivation base, you will be able to resist the full blow of the 5 realms of supernatural powers without any damage. I shall do my best. Long Yu said in a deep voice. The primordial martial skill is a tyrannical martial skill that he has never been exposed to before. It took him a month to learn the best ancient martial skill, Jiuyo Tianguang, before. One can imagine how difficult it is to master this ancient level martial skill within a month. But of course Long Yu will not give up. If he can't learn it within 1 month, then he will spend 2 months, or even the whole 3 months on it, no matter what. He can't let death disappoint him. Then, let's begin. Death made Senran's voice fall, and immediately Long Yu felt his head go numb, and a strong death divine power eroded into his body, and soon filled his meridian dantian. These death divine powers were not comprehended by Long Yu himself, but were urged by the Death Envoy to forcibly invade Long Yu's body. For Long Yu, these death divine powers were extremely destructive. And Long Yu's consciousness seemed to have plunged into the abyss of death all of a sudden, facing the terrifying pressure of death one after another. In the final analysis, body training in the Death Realm is to let Wu Shou's body experience multiple deaths. 7 births and 7 deaths are 1 reincarnation, and 7 reincarnations are 1 realm. After 7 or 49 reincarnations, body training in the realm of death has reached great success. Every part of Wu Shou's body has experienced 49 life and death. When facing other bombardments again, he has extremely terrifying resistance and swiftness. Regenerative capacity. To put it simply, body training in death is to use extreme means to let Wuxiu's physical body experience death, then recover from death, and die again, so the cycle goes on and on. The process of each death is still very thorough. The whole body is broken down into pieces by the death scriptures, and then begins to gather under the influence of the power of the death scriptures. Practicing the martial skill of body training in the death realm can not only strengthen the strength of the physical body, but also deepen Long Yu's understanding of the divine script of death. But this process is extremely dangerous. In death, the whole body is disintegrated, and the pain can be imagined. Especially Long Yu's spiritual consciousness is also enduring various sufferings and experiences in different death situations. Under such circumstances, once Long Yu's consciousness can no longer support, his physical body will no longer be able to condense, and he will truly die, which is extremely dangerous. Your willpower is very strong. That's why this emissary will let you practice death-level body training. Don't let me down. The death envoy's voice was like a ghost, and it came to Long Yu's ears, making him a little bit sober when he was in a trance of life and death. At this moment, his physical body is undergoing the first disintegration of the death scriptures. Needless to say, the pain, just imagine that the meridians, flesh and bones of his whole body are being cut into pieces bit by bit. The pain is completely unbearable for ordinary people. Long Yu had experienced similar pain before, but it was far less severe than it is now, so severe that it was beyond his imagination. Even for ordinary martial artists, this first reincarnation of life and death is enough to make them insane and directly step into real death. Long Yu felt as if he had come to purgatory. Infinite flames were burning his body and spirit. Every time he took a breath, the pain he endured would more than double. In just one stick of incense, he was almost on the verge of dying. It looked like he couldn't hold on. And this is just the beginning. Death is a great torture for any living being, and it is naturally the same for Long Yu. However, under the influence of the infinite death gods activated by the death envoy, Long Yu's spirit and body were suffering from the torment of death at the same time. He could clearly feel that every part of his body seemed to be disassembled and burned to death. After that, it was put back together again. This kind of pain, I am afraid that no martial artist in the entire Shenwu world has ever experienced it, and the pain that Long Yu is experiencing now is just the level of wanting to learn how to refine the body in the death realm. If he wanted to cultivate this ancient level high-grade martial art to a small level, a big level, or even a higher level, the pain that Long Yu experienced would be many times more intense than it is now. In the endless torment of death, Long Yu's comprehension of the divine script of death is also in the process of rapidly improving. About half a month later, Long Yu finally comprehended 1% of the divine script of death, and succeeded in learning the body of death. This speed surprised even the death envoys. "You kid, your willpower is stronger than ever." When Long Yu succeeded in the beginner's training in the death realm, the death envoy's solemn voice came. "When this envoy practiced the death realm body cultivation, I never suffered as much pain as you are now, but I saw that you seemed there is still energy left, so continuously increasing the intensity will also speed up your body training speed. It is unexpected that you can really bear it all the time." Long Yu opened his eyes. For the past half-month, he had been in a state of extreme pain. If it was another person, he might have been unable to bear it and fell into a real death, but he forcibly endured it. Physical training in the deadly environment, beginners have succeeded. My physical and mental strength are already 10 times stronger than before. Long Yu's eyes flickered. In the past, he only used the 9 nether divine mantra, and he tempered his meridians by using the method of subduing demons, and achieved the first level of the 9 nether overlord body. At that time, he was already able to forcibly resist those who were 3 levels higher than himself in the martial arts realm. The strong are bombarded head-on without dying. But now, even if he is just a beginner in body training in the death realm, he can use his physical body to forcibly resist Shu Chan's first stage Shura Juiguang. Of course, if Shu Chan used the second stage of Shura's absolute light, it would be impossible for Long Yu to resist it with his body alone. After all, they were two different levels of power. In the first stage of Shu Chan's Azura absolute light, the light beam is relatively thick, and it is almost the same to deal with martial arts at the 5-path supernatural power level. It is useless against stronger opponents. And using the second stage of Azura's absolute light, the light beam becomes smaller, but its penetrating power becomes stronger. Even facing the defense of a strong person in the 7 paths divine ability realm, it is possible to directly break through it. This is Wushou's innate supernatural powers. If he can comprehend the difference between the lower 3 days and the middle 3 days, if he can comprehend it to the 7th level and step into the upper 3 days, the power will be even more terrifying. Long Yu is only at the 1st level of supernatural powers now, while Shu Chan is already at the 4th level of supernatural powers. Her strength is not comparable to that of ordinary 4-level supernatural powers. In front of Shu Chan, Long Yu now has the capital to resist, which shows the tyranny and terror of the ancient level body training martial arts and death level body training. Facing ordinary martial arts cultivators of the 4 Dao supernatural powers, such as Qi Jiwu before, I can completely resist their attacks with my physical body alone, but I can't resist them for too long. Long Yu is very aware of the strength of his physical body now, and the pain he has experienced in the past half-month has finally received some comfort. Continue. Long Yu's eyes flashed with anticipation, and let the Death Envoy continue to temper his body. At this moment, his physical body has gone through the cycle of death and resurrection 7 times. Not only his resistance ability, but also his recovery ability is 10 times stronger than before. The injury can fully recover in minutes. The next round of 7 reincarnations will be more painful than before. You have to be mentally prepared. The Death Envoy said lightly. Bring it on. Long Yu was decisive, without the slightest hesitation in his tone and expression. Jia, good boy, enough courage, this envoy likes it. At first, the Death Envoy just had a mentality of giving it a try, and ran out to follow Long Yu to see if he could really grow up, but now, the Death Envoy already had a lot of appreciation for Long Yu in his heart. His willpower is so strong, and his ability to comprehend the martial arts is not weak. As long as Long Yu is given a certain amount of time, it is almost inevitable for him to grow up. The Death Envoy came out with Long Yu. Of course he had his own selfish intentions, but of course his purpose would not be known to Long Yu now. Long Yu also knew that the Death Envoy could not simply want to help him, but since the existence of the other party can make him stronger, why not do it? Next, at Long Yu's request, the Death Envoy continued to throw him into the reincarnation of 7 lives and 7 deaths, allowing him to comprehend the meaning of death in it. This time, the pain that Long Yu Sua endured was more severe than the previous half-month, and he almost lost consciousness from the very beginning, but fortunately he was mentally prepared. When he felt that his whole body was being torn apart and burned when he was exhausted, he still tried his best to maintain his consciousness. The Death Envoy observed Long Yu's performance, and shook his head secretly. It seems that no matter how strong this kid's willpower is, in a short period of time, he can at most be able to cultivate the body in the death realm. The human body and spirit, the limitations are too great. Long Yu didn't know what the Death Envoy was thinking. The only thought in his mind now was to persevere. As long as he endured the pain of death for the next half-month, he would be able to refine his body in the death realm. Time passed bit by bit. As if a few years had passed, when Long Yu finally came out of the torment of reincarnation, he almost fainted, but his persistence made him grit his teeth and suddenly opened his eyes. It's over. Feeling the strength of his physical body, Long Yu was immediately overjoyed. He had successfully refined his body in the death zone, and his physical strength was twice that of when he was a beginner. This level has already made him almost a steel frame. Now he is only 1 level of supernatural powers, and his physical strength has definitely surpassed that of Tai Sun, who was in the previous 3 levels of supernatural powers. However, Long Yu's current state of mind is extremely exhausted. After all, he has endured the pain of death for a month without any rest during the period. If it were an ordinary person, he would have gone crazy long ago. And for Long Yu, this month seemed as long as several years. During this time, he experienced countless deaths and 14 reincarnations, which made his willpower even more like steel. Indestructible. Body training in the deadly environment not only exercises physical strength, but also mental strength. If he can cultivate the body from the death realm to the transformation realm, then ordinary illusions, after images, and the like will be useless in front of Long Yu, because his spiritual power will be extremely strong and will not be affected by any other spiritual power. Of course, the current Long Yu is still far from that level, but now his mental strength is much stronger than before. As long as the illusion is not too strong, it can no longer affect him. Small body refining, this level, is almost the same. The voice of the Death Envoy sounded in Long Yu's ears. If you want to achieve great success in body training, it is already difficult to continue with your current mental state. Forcibly cultivating will only lead to complete death. When you find the ancient level spiritual restoration pill, after taking it only then can we continue to cultivate the body in the death realm. An ancient level spirit restoring elixir? Hearing this, Long Yu was a little confused. Since he stepped into the martial arts, he had never heard of a pill that could restore the spirit. Moreover, ancient level pills are needed, even in a huge empire like the Yun Empire. It may be difficult to find rare pills of this level. If you can't find it, I can give you a suggestion, let you go somewhere to find it. However, the premise is that you can step into the secret realm of the King's Way, otherwise going to that ruin is completely courting death. The faint voice of the Death Messenger made Long Yu feel more hopeful. Now that the Death Envoy knows where there is that elixir, Long Yu doesn't need to think too much, and he just needs to work hard to improve the realm of martial arts. Now he has many heaven-level and wild-level elixirs on him, and these elixirs have almost included all types of elixirs in the Tianqing dynasty. These elixirs added together are definitely enough for Long Yu to raise the realm of martial arts to the level of the realm of the second realm of supernatural powers. What Long Yu currently lacks is only the comprehension of the second innate supernatural power. If the seed of the god of death wants to condense it into an innate supernatural power, it must be based on some kind of divine power. Long Yu thought in his heart, now that he has learned the ancient martial skill of Jiuyou Tianguang, he will not have to worry about attacking. Ordinary martial arts can be easily solved by using Jiuyou Tianguang. If the opponent cannot be dealt with by Jiuyou Tianguang, Long Yu Queen's innate supernatural powers will definitely not be able to deal with it. After all, innate supernatural powers are definitely not as easy to use as ancient martial arts at the beginning, but it takes a lot of time to comprehend them to the level of the seventh heaven. But what Long Yu lacks most now is time. It is impossible to spend time on comprehending innate supernatural powers. As for the promotion of innate supernatural powers, after using enough times, there will naturally be opportunities for breakthroughs. Just like in the dream world after Mo Zhaitian and Long Yu used their supernatural powers to confront each other countless times, he finally allowed his innate supernatural power, Zhaitian's Shadow Strike, to break through smoothly. In this way, what Long Yu Sua lacked was a method like the Hand of Nine Nethers that could weaken the opponent. Adopt the Siphon Divine Script. Long Yu's eyes lit up, and he thought of this kind of divine script. If he could comprehend some kind of innate supernatural power based on the Siphon Divine Script, this innate supernatural power might have a stronger effect of weakening the opponent than the Nine Nether Hand. Siphon Divine Script and Jiuyou Divine Script are the two most powerful divine scripts in the world that Long Yu first comprehended, but the Siphon Divine Script has never had the matching martial arts or means to exert its original power. Now that Long Yu had the opportunity to comprehend the second innate supernatural power, he naturally couldn't let it go. As for the divine script of death and the divine script of Shura, although they are equivalent to the strongest divine script comprehended from the source of the divine script, Long Yu's comprehension of the divine script of death is too shallow at present, only 1%. If you haven't started to comprehend it at all, of course it is impossible to use it to derive innate supernatural powers. The siphon divine script is a life attribute divine script, which can absorb the opponent's power and turn it into its own use. If it can be used as a basis to derive innate supernatural powers, the effect of weakening the opponent must be good. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu began to continuously simulate the effect of the release of the imaginary siphon divine script. Ever since he achieved a small achievement in body training in the Death Realm, the Death Envoy no longer appeared, obviously because he didn't want to communicate with Long Yu on this kind of personal cultivation. Although the Death Envoy is a senior and can guide Long Yu in certain places, as a martial arts expert, he knows that many martial arts geniuses have their own thoughts. Especially when it comes to the choice of the 7 supernatural powers, it varies from person to person. In this regard, even his Death Envoy is inconvenient to give Long Yu any advice. In terms of comprehending innate supernatural powers, Long Yu can only work hard on his own. Anyway, the quality of the Death supernatural power seeds in his Dantian is high enough. If he comprehends any innate supernatural powers, it will be the 3rd heaven from the beginning. Ancient Afterimage. After thinking about it, Long Yu prepared to start practicing. First, he gathered a desolate ancient afterimage, and then controlled the desolate ancient afterimage to release the siphon divine script on himself. In this way, he can feel the effect of the siphon divine script most deeply. At the same time, Long Yu continued to use the awakening palm reincarnation martial art to simulate the effect of the 2nd innate supernatural power that he was preparing to cultivate successfully in the future. While constantly simulating and deducing, Long Yu kept taking various heaven level and wild level elixirs, and his martial arts realm improved extremely rapidly. For example, Yun Zhentian, the martial artist of the 5 realms of supernatural powers that Long Yu saw before, used pills to improve the realm of martial arts. The innate supernatural powers he comprehended were extremely weak, even only at the level of the 1st heaven. Such a martial artist couldn't survive even 1 round under Long Yu's hands, which shows that his actual combat power is extremely weak. Although the improvement of the martial arts realm can enhance the basic strength of martial arts, if one only focuses on improving the martial arts realm, the final combat effectiveness will not be very strong. In the journey of martial arts, whether it is martial arts, supernatural powers, or soldiers, they are all important components of martial arts strength, and any link cannot be ignored. Long Yu took many elixirs, and soon reached the bottleneck of stepping into the realm of 2 innate supernatural powers, but he was not in a hurry, but patiently deduced and simulated the form of the 2nd innate supernatural power. The mystical realm of supernatural powers is the stage that can most determine the future and destiny of a martial artist. If the 7 supernatural powers are extremely powerful, then when entering the secret realm of the kingly way in the future, the 7 supernatural powers may evolve into the 7 kingly ways. The kingly way is the strongest method for the strong in the kingly way secret realm, but it is necessary to comprehend the innate supernatural powers to the 9th level to transform into a kingly way. None of the kingly secret realm experts that Long Yu had seen before could reach this level, but once he could step into this level, then the strength of the kingly way would be related to the strength of the innate supernatural powers he had comprehended at the beginning. Regarding the cultivation level of the kingly way, the Death Envoy and Long Yu probably talked about it, so now Long Yu is also very cautious about concentrating and comprehending the innate supernatural power. After a full month, Long Yutsai decided on the final form of innate supernatural powers to comprehend from the martial skill of awakening palm reincarnation and the condensed afterimages of ancient times. Every martial artist can determine the form and effect of his own innate supernatural power, but after deriving the innate supernatural power, whether he can have the effect he imagined depends on his own means. There has never been a martial artist who can completely predetermine the form of his innate supernatural powers, and in the end it will be somewhat different from what he imagined. 2 supernatural powers, Soul Seal Siphon. Long Yu's eyes shone brightly, and he began to condense colorful siphon divine runes in his dantian, and added the soul-absorbing effect of Void Dragon Blade to this burst of siphon divine runes. Regarding the soul imprint, Long Yu also learned some secrets from the Death Envoy. This is the most fundamental factor that distinguishes a martial artist from other martial artists. Even if it is a pair of twin martial artists, their respective soul imprints are different. This is the foundation of Wushou's cultivation. The reason why Wushou can match up with soldiers is the soul imprint. The Nether Dragon Blade absorbs the effect of the soul seal. The Death Envoy has said that this is a method often used by the Joyo Dragon Emperor in the past, but the Joyo Dragon Emperor used it much more ferociously. The Void Dragon Blade absorbs less than 1% of the opponent's soul seal, and it acts very secretly, making it difficult to be discovered and blocked by others, but the impact on the opponent is minimal. Because the soul imprint can be regenerated, less than 1% of the soul imprint can be regenerated within a day, allowing the opponent to return to its original state, and losing 1% of the soul imprint will not affect its combat effectiveness at all. But if the loss of the soul imprint is more, the situation will be completely different. If half of the soul imprint is missing, even the originally suitable soldier will become difficult to fit, making it difficult to motivate that soldier, and the fighting power of Wushou himself will be weakened by at least half. Moreover, the more soul imprints are missing, the more difficult it is to recover. If 80% of the soul imprints are missing, then this martial artist will almost never be able to recover to his full state. Relying on the knowledge informed by the Death Envoy, Long Yu decided to position his second magical power as a soul imprint siphon, specifically absorbing the opponent's soul imprint. If you are dealing with a weaker person, if you siphon down the soul seal, you can absorb all the opponent's soul marks, make the opponent unconscious, and become a vegetative state, with no possibility of recovery. Even if the strength is relatively strong, generally speaking, there will be no effective means of resisting the absorption of the soul seal, and all forces must be used to suppress it forcibly. In this way, it will play a very good role in limiting the opponent's combat power. Of course, Long Yu didn't dare to test the effect of such innate supernatural powers on himself, so he could only let the seeds of Death God's supernatural powers be born first, and let himself step into the realm of second-level supernatural powers. After retreating for 2 months, Long Yu stepped into the realm of 2 supernatural powers, and realized his second innate supernatural power, Soul Seal Siphon. He couldn't test the real effect of the Soul Seal Siphon with the ancient afterimage, and he didn't dare to use it against Xuanhuan and Man Xin, because if he accidentally absorbed too many soul seals, the damage to the other party would be permanent. Sexually, there is almost no way to recover. It is impossible for Long Yu to use this kind of vicious method against his own people, even for sparring. It would be bad if something happens. During these 2 months, Long Yu didn't meet Xuanhuan and Man Xin, presumably the two were also at a critical juncture of cultivation, and they didn't bother each other. Next, Long Yu began to comprehend the origin stone of Shura. For the process of comprehending the divine script, Long Yu is basically familiar with the road, and will not be unfamiliar with it, but he has already comprehended 1,000th of the Shura divine script in 7 days, and successfully comprehended 1% of the Shura script after a month. The divinity has reached the same level as the death divinity. Of course, it would be difficult to use this level of divine power in actual combat without special means, but Long Yu had almost figured it out. It is necessary to use these 2 divine powers to derive a kind of innate supernatural power. Every martial artist has 7 supernatural power seeds in his body, that is to say, he will have 7 innate supernatural powers. Most of these 7 innate supernatural powers will be derived from a kind of divine script, even Xuanhuan. I'm afraid that only someone like Long Yu who has comprehended the types of divine powers that far exceed the number of ordinary martial arts can use different divine powers to derive each innate supernatural power. When Long Yu opened the stone gate of the treasury, he saw that Shu Chan had been waiting for a long time. Long Yu, you finally came out. Seeing Long Yu, Shu Chan immediately smiled coquettishly. It seems that the results of these 3 months of cultivation have been good, and they have all stepped into the realm of second-order supernatural powers. Congratulations. The same to you. The corners of Long Yu's mouth twitched slightly. You have stepped into the realm of 5 supernatural powers so quickly. Speaking of which, I still don't know what innate supernatural powers you have comprehended. One day you'll find out. But Shu Chan didn't say clearly about her means, just like Long Yu wouldn't explain these things to her. After 3 months of training, after various previous experiences, the two of them have each raised their first level of martial arts realm. Now, if they meet an opponent in the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm, they can directly deal with them without the help of the Dream Stone or the Shura Sacred Tree. Of course, it was Shu Chan who was relying on him, but Long Yu, who had stepped into the realm of second-level supernatural powers, was more effective in weakening the powerhouses of high-level supernatural powers. The two walked out of the treasure house, and when they saw Man Xian, they saw that this guy was still only at the supernatural power level, but he had already cultivated the Great Desolation level supergrade knife technique derived from the Storm Demon knife to the Deshang level. Although the inheritance of the Storm Demon saber is not as good as that of the 9 Nether Dragons, it is obviously not bad. It has the inheritance of Dahuang level supergrade swordsmanship and martial arts. This is a powerful martial skill that is not inferior to Yulong 9 explosions. Combined with the Dahuang level supergrade warrior Storm Demon knife, it will definitely be able to kill opponents beyond the triple realm, just like Long Yu before. Man Xian, who had the courage to fight and forge ahead, finally embarked on his own path of martial arts. Originally, he wanted to compete with Long Yu in high spirits, but seeing that Long Yu had already stepped into the realm of second-order supernatural powers, this guy suddenly limped down again. Obviously, when he was at the same level as Long Yu, with his current strength, he might be able to compete. But now that Long Yu is 1 realm higher than him, and his basic strength is several times weaker, there is no way to fight. If he really wants to fight, he believes that he will definitely lose miserably. Long Yu, Shu Chan and Man Xian, after 3 months of training each, they are finally ready to walk out of the treasury of Shadow Trace together. By this time, Emperor Yun and his group must have returned to their own empire after participating in the auction of the Fruit of the Cold Lotus. There shouldn't be any danger for Long Yu and Shu Chan to return to the Northern Snow Dynasty. However, just to be on the safe side, Long Yu still used the method of concealment, and led Shu Chan and Man Xian to hide together, and then quietly walked out of the treasure house of Shadow Demon Traces. There are people. As soon as Long Yu came out, he felt that someone was blocking the entrance to the Shadow Demon Trace treasury. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He raised his head and found that there were 7 martial artists. Among the 7 martial arts cultivators, there are actually 3 who are from the secret realm of kingship, and the leader of them is a young man in white robes, the son of Yundi. Long Yu's face darkened. Although he came out in a hidden state, he just activated the power of Shura's divine script to open the seal at the entrance of the Shadow Treasure House, which alarmed Emperor Yun and the others. There was no time for Long Yu to think. As soon as he saw Emperor Yun and others cast their eyes on the entrance of the Shadow Treasure House, Long Yu pulled Shu Chan and Man Xian, and dodged down the canyon at the fastest speed. The 3 of them were in a hidden state. Emperor Yun and the others didn't notice the figures of the 3 of them, but only felt the movement of the seal at the entrance of the Shadow Treasure House. However, at the next moment, one of the subordinates of Emperor Yun's Royal Dao secret realm took out a giant net soldier from his arms as quickly as possible, and then cast the giant net, and the giant net flew towards the surroundings with extreme speed. Spreading out at a fast speed, the three of Long Yu were caught in it in an instant. Under. The middle-aged kingly man in the secret realm immediately roared, and then Emperor Yun and the others shifted their gazes downwards, and saw Long Yu, Shu Quan, and Man Xian caught by the giant net at a glance. When he saw the three of them, Emperor Yun's eyes lit up, but he didn't show any killing intent, which made Long Yu a little puzzled, but at the same time he was a little thankful. It seemed that Emperor Yun didn't intend to kill immediately. This also gave Long Yu and the others a chance to survive. The three of you made it easy for me to find my son. I even waited for you here for more than a month, and I finally found you. Emperor Yun looked at Shu Quan and Long Yu with a faint smile on his face. However, don't worry, this time I have no intention of killing you. Humph, you three listen carefully. Behind Emperor Yun, the strong man in the secret realm of the royal way who threw out giant net warriors, looked at Long Yu and the three of them with contempt and scorn, and shouted, "My lord has come here from 1,000 miles away to wait for you, just to give you a pledge of allegiance to him. If you don't know good from bad, don't regret your choice today." When Long Yu heard the other party's words, he immediately narrowed his eyes. This son of Yun actually came here to subdue them? But it's a pity that Long Yu has no intention of following the other party. Not only Long Yu, but also Shu Quan and Man Xian certainly don't have such a plan. Fortunately, Long Yu had told Man Xian about Emperor Yun's matter before, which made Man Xian quite cautious now, otherwise he would have scolded him a long time ago. I have already told the Emperor that I must avenge my father before I can think about other things. Shu Quan said calmly, while observing the other party's expression at any time. Long Yu found that when Shu Quan rejected Emperor Yun again, a murderous intent flashed in this person's eyes again, but this murderous intent was quickly covered up by him, which made Long Yu a little confused. It stands to reason that Emperor Yun, who became angry after being rejected, should have let his subordinates kill Long Yu and the three of them naturally. After all, the difference in force between the two sides is too great, and they are not qualified to have an equal dialogue at all. However, this Emperor Yun suppressed his killing intent, which shows that he seems to have some scruples about killing Long Yu and Shu Quan. From Shu Quan's rejection of this person sent his men to chase and kill her. From the point of view, this Emperor Yun is definitely not a good person. When Shu Quan refused again, but covered up his killing intent, this person must have some scruples. As for this scruple, Long Yu guessed that it Yu Hanqin from the Beishua dynasty. During Long Yu's time in the Beishua dynasty, he felt that Yu Hanqin seemed to have some unusual prestige. It seemed that not only in this neighborhood, but even in the entire Shenwu world, Yu Hanqin was a worthy existence. Apart from Yu Hanqin, Long Yu couldn't think of anyone else who would make Emperor Yun feel jealous. It is true that the Death Envoy is following Long Yu, but Long Yu does not believe that the Emperor Yun has the ability to find the Death Envoy. Okay, very good, I hope you don't regret it in the future. Emperor Yun's voice became cold, but he didn't say anything like killing the three of them. He just raised his hand and prepared to leave with 6 of his subordinates. Is this guy really so talkative? Long Yu was very vigilant in his heart, ready for the opponent to make a sudden attack at any time. However, as the middle-aged Emperor Yun's subordinate stopped and removed the giant net soldier, Emperor Yun turned around and left with 6 of his subordinates. Long Yu disappeared before his eyes. Really gone. Long Yu and Shu Quan looked at each other, and both found surprise in each other's eyes. It seems that Master Yu Hanqin said some good things for us. Shu Quan's face changed slightly, and she guessed, it seems that Yu Hanqin's influence is indeed not small, and even Emperor Yun has to be cautious about it. I don't know exactly what's going on, I'll just ask after I go back. Long Yu shook his head and said, although he also guessed that it was because of Yu Hanqin, but he was not sure. Let's go now. Shu Quan nodded to Long Yu, then raised her hand and released the Shura spirit boat, ready to carry the 3 of them out of here as quickly as possible, heading for the Northern Snow Dynasty. But at this moment, the three of them almost simultaneously felt a burst of incomparably terrifying ice power, as if a dark cloud was overwhelming the city, covering it from the sky. The aura of this burst of ice divine script even surpassed that of the powerful man in the imperial realm that Long Yu had ever seen, Yu Hanqin. Ice divine script? Long Yu's face changed drastically, but fortunately he could feel that this burst of ice divine power was not aimed at him, but at the sky not far away. And that direction happened to be the direction that Emperor Yun just took people away. Ah! There were several screams in succession, and then Long Yu saw a large group of familiar creatures descending from the sky in front of him, strange beasts in the shape of hexagonal ice crystals. There were thousands of them in total, floating like white snow down. It turned out to be a strange beast. Shu Chan's complexion changed drastically, and she immediately recognized these strange beasts with six-sided ice crystals. An extraterrestrial beast? I don't know what to believe, so looking at the hexagonal ice crystal monsters falling from the sky, I feel a little confused. They don't belong to the creatures of this world. I don't know why there are so many of them suddenly. Long Yu's expression also sank. There were thousands of six-edged ice crystal beasts in the sky. Most of them were from the mystical realm of heaven and man and the mystical realm of supernatural powers, and they had almost completely surrounded the three of them. Although the primary goal was not Long Yu, it was obvious that the ultimate goal of these strange beasts was Long Yu and the other three. The reason why they didn't attack Long Yu and the others as soon as they came up was probably because they were afraid of the Death Envoy hiding in the dark. For these strange beasts from beyond the sky, it's not surprising that they could know the existence of the Death Envoy. It seems that Emperor Yun was killed by these strange beasts. Man Xian stretched out his hand, pointed to several corpses falling towards the cliff in the sky not far away, and said, "I'll come as I go." Seeing this, Long Yu's eyes lit up immediately. Yun Dizzy was killed by those six-edged ice crystal beasts like this. This is a great opportunity. You must know that Emperor Yun's identity is extraordinary, and he definitely has unusual treasures on his body. If he can get these things, Long Yuka will suddenly make a fortune. The value will exceed all the collections in the Shadow Vault. Taking advantage of the tens of thousands of hexagonal ice crystal beasts in the sky not daring to come down for the time being, Long Yu of course wanted to seize this opportunity. As for how to deal with these six-edged ice crystal alien beasts, it is not within the scope of Long Yu's consideration. As long as he gets the things on Emperor Yun, he can quickly escape here, while the alien beasts are worried about the Death Envoy. And maybe the target of this group of alien beasts is not Long Yu and the other three, but the Death Envoy himself? No matter how you say it, you have to get all the things on Emperor Yun first. After Long Yu left an ancient afterimage in the original place, he exploded at an incomparable speed and flew towards the place where Emperor Yun's body fell, and soon grabbed the frozen body of Emperor Yun with one hand. Tens of thousands of hexagonal ice crystal beasts descended, and the strength of the ice magic power surpassed that of the Emperor's powerhouse. Of course, the mere Yundizi couldn't resist it. Break! Holding the void dragon blade, Long Yu broke the solid ice on the surface of Emperor Yun's body, and found that Emperor Yun had died long ago and couldn't die anymore, but there was an unbelievable look in his eyes. Apparently he did not expect that he would die. Unexplainable death in such a place. There are many treasures on Emperor Yun's body, the most precious of which is a white dagger warrior on his waist, which is also an ancient warrior. Although it is only an ancient warrior, it is also a dragon warrior. The strongest fighter Yu has ever seen except for the nether dragon blade. Eradicate. Long Yu directly wiped out the soldier's consciousness in the white dagger. Although the soldier's consciousness in the white dagger was very strong, it was easily removed by Long Yu because it was frozen by the power of the infinite ice divine script. This ancient low-grade white dagger soldier became Long Yu's pocket. Naturally, the valuable things on Emperor Yun's body were not limited to this one. Long Yu quickly found a storage bracelet from him, casually obliterated the soul imprint in it, and after checking it, Long Yu found that it contained countless various pills. After Long Yu succeeded, he mobilized the power of the law of sun flame to burn the corpse of Emperor Yun, so as not to cause too much trouble in the future. Of course, the death of Emperor Yun's son here will definitely make the powerful emperors of the Yun Empire furious, and there will definitely be troubles. There are a lot of things. There are more than a dozen bottles of the Great Wilderness grade medicinal pill, 40 or 50. After Long Yu put away his things, he returned to Xuanhuan and Man Xian. In Emperor Yun's storage bracelet, there were all kinds of pills, including pills for recovery in battle, and some for cultivating and improving the realm of martial arts. There are more than a dozen bottles of elixirs that contain the aura of heaven and earth, not to mention the elixir of heaven, and there are hundreds of bottles in the storage space. In addition, there are a very large number of divine coins in the Cloud Emperor storage bracelet. Divine coins refer to coins minted from ores excavated near the engraving of the divine script. If there are enough identical divine coins, one can comprehend a certain divine script through the divine coins. But it's a pity that no one uses it as a means of comprehending the divine text, and it's just a common general equivalent in the entire world of Shenwu. In the Tianqing dynasty, although the Tianqing coins were mainly used, the use of divine coins was also recognized, but the unit of the divine coins was too high, and one divine coin was equivalent to tens of thousands of Tianqing coins, so few people usually used it. And in the storage bracelet of Yundizi, there are nearly 100,000 divine coins stored, which is billions of heavenly coins, which can be called a rich man. Every country, including the Cloud Empire, has its own currency. For example, the Tianqing coin of the Tianqing dynasty, and the Cloud Empire must also have the Cloud coin. Only the God coin is common throughout the world of Shenwu, and there is a certain exchange rate with the currencies of various countries. The casting of divine coins can only be carried out by the most powerful organization in the Shenwu world, the Five Emperors Alliance, and no one else has the right to cast divine coins. In fact, there is no difficulty in casting divine coins. As for the raw materials, there are not a lot of them. Ores that have been affected by the engraving of divine script can be found everywhere in the world of Shenwu. However, the Alliance of Five Emperors is an alliance composed of the five strongest in the world of martial arts, and its powerful subordinates are countless, and even the strongest in the Emperor realm are just ordinary members. The Shenwu Emperor Association is an activity initiated by the Five Emperors Alliance. Facing such a behemoth, it is not difficult to monopolize the currency of the entire world. With 100,000 divine coins, even a top-rank warrior of the Great Desolation level can buy 10 pieces. Long Yu thought in his heart that he still had some understanding of the purchasing power of divine coins. The low-rank soldiers of the Great Wilderness were worth millions of heavenly coins in Azura County before, and they were worth hundreds of divine coins in conversion. Middle-rank Great Wilderness level warriors are 10 times more precious than low-rank ones, and top-rank ones are 10 times more precious than middle-rank ones. Therefore, Great Wilderness level top-rank warriors like Tianqing Jinhuangling are worth tens of thousands of god coins. As for the ancient warriors, they are priceless treasures. No matter who has obtained the ancient warriors, it is impossible to make a move easily. Even the strong of the Five Emperors Alliance regard the ancient warriors as the most precious treasures. Getting 100,000 divine coins is equivalent to making Long Yu a huge windfall. One must know that when he and Xuchan came to Shuluo County this time, except for Death Valley and Shuluo Yuan, the total value of all other harvests may be less than 10,000 god coins. From Emperor Yun, he easily obtained more than 10 times the wealth, which shows that Emperor Yun is worth a lot. Dahuang level low-grade pills can be bought with only 10 divine coins. One can imagine how much 100,000 divine coins are worth. Of course, the white dagger obtained by Long Yu, the ancient low-rank warrior, is the most valuable thing on Emperor Yun's body. Anyway, this time Long Yu has gained a lot, The next thing to consider is how to escape the siege of thousands of alien beasts from the sky. The Ice God clan has actually come here. Just when Long Yu returned to Xuanhuan and the others, the voice of the Death Envoy quietly rang in Long Yu's ears. Ice Protoss? Hearing this address, Long Yu subconsciously raised his head and glanced at the six-edged ice crystal monster that descended from the sky, feeling a little strange. Lord Joyo Dragon Emperor once forged enmity with many high-ranking alien beast races, including the Ice God race that has appeared now. If the real powerhouse of the Ice God race comes, even Lord Joyo Dragon Emperor may not be able to resist it. Live. The voice of the Death Envoy was somewhat gloomy. However, the small world of the Lord Joyo Dragon Emperor has a ceiling barrier, and it is impossible for martial artists above the secret realm of the royal way to come to this world. These guys from the Ice God clan, I'm afraid it's coming after me. Hearing this, Long Yu frowned slightly, thoughtfully. On the other hand, Xuanhuan and Man Xian didn't know the existence of the Death Envoy. Seeing the thousands of six-edged ice crystal monsters descending from the sky, they instantly killed the 7 Yundizi and the 7 people in a single encounter. Things are not good. The death of Emperor Yun will bring them a lot of trouble, but before considering this issue, they must first escape from so many strange beasts. Xuanhuan was also very surprised, while Long Yu was still thinking about searching for the corpse of Emperor Yun at this time, but he didn't ask any more questions. Long Yu, let's go quickly. Xuanhuan looked at those six-edged ice crystal monsters in the sky who seemed a little afraid, so she pulled Long Yu's arm and said in a low voice. She didn't know what those strange beasts were afraid of, but since she had a chance to escape, of course she couldn't stay here. Hold on. However, Long Yu raised his hand and made a gesture of waiting. He wanted to hear what the Death Envoy had planned. He knew that those strange beasts were now fearful of death messengers. If they fled indiscriminately without the protection of death messengers, they might end up like Emperor Yun. I will teleport you to where the ancient Shura temple is. Death Maid Sunlung's voice reached Long Yu's ears. There are also Xuanhuan and Man Xian. Long Yu reminded. I can't control them, and I don't want others to know my existence. The Death Envoy Sinran said. This is very simple. Long Yu spoke easily, then glanced at Man Xian and Xuanhuan, and said directly, I have a way to get us out of here safely, but I need to knock you out first. If you believe me, don't resist. When Xuanhuan and Man Xian heard Long Yu's words, they couldn't help being stunned. Brother Long, you can do whatever you say, come on. Man Xian trusted Long Yu unconditionally, and said carelessly without any hesitation at all. Xuanhuan was a little hesitant, but she nodded after thinking about it, come on. Xuanhuan knew that Long Yu had some secrets that he didn't want them to know, but since they can be taken away safely, it doesn't matter what secrets there are. Just follow Long Yu's arrangement. Under such circumstances, Xuanhuan knew that Long Yu didn't need to lie to herself. Thank you. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Xuanhuan or Man Xian would not want to cooperate. In that case, it would be impossible to persuade the Death Envoy to leave with them. He knew very well that the Death Envoy would never take Xuanhuan and Man Xian along for his sake, because that would expose his existence. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu knocked Xuanhuan and Man Xian unconscious with one hand knife each, and then supported each other. Senior Messenger, let's begin. Long Yu said. Hey, these two guys dare to believe you, it's beyond the expectations of this messenger. Death made a grim smile. Obviously, he never thought that Xuanhuan and Man Xian would have such trust in Long Yu before, that they were willing to be knocked unconscious. But since this is the case, he has no reason to refuse to take the two of them along. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu only felt that a burst of space divine power completely enveloped himself, Xuanhuan, and Man Xian, and then the world spun, and the surrounding scene became distorted and blurred. Only a moment later, Long Yu, who was so dizzy that he wanted to vomit, had already embraced Xuanhuan, dragged Man Xian with one hand, and came to the interior of the ancient Shura palace after a long absence. Long-distance teleportation by the divine power of space is extremely uncomfortable, but Long Yu has experienced 14 reincarnations even in death, so naturally he will not be overwhelmed by the uncomfortable feeling of teleportation. Holding Shu Chan's delicate body in his arms, Long Yu was slightly relieved. Finally, he left the Tianqing dynasty and was far away from the threat of thousands of Ice God clan alien beasts. Before that, he and Shu Chan placed the Shura ancient palace in a snow mountain in Ruoshui County, Beishua dynasty. The ancient Shura temple was already surrounded by thick white snow. However, when Long Yu sank his consciousness into the ancient Azura Hall and observed the outside world through the ancient Azura Hall, he was stunned for a moment. Just outside the ancient Shura palace, there are densely packed hexagonal ice crystal beasts all over the sky, and even completely surrounded the entire ancient Shura palace. These six-edged ice crystal alien beasts not only have the strength of the heavenly secret realm, but also have the cultivation base of the supernatural secret realm, and there are also king beasts from the kingly realm secret realm, and they have completely surrounded the ancient Shura palace. These strange beasts were called Ice God Clan by the Death Envoy. At this moment, there are thousands of powerful Ice God Clan alien beasts with supernatural powers in the secret realm, jointly attacking the entrance gate of the ancient Shura palace, but unfortunately, under the bombardment of thousands of Ice God Clan alien beasts, the gate of the ancient Shura palace remained motionless. It's fun now. Long Yu felt a chill in his heart, knowing that the situation was not good. The Death Envoy said that the target of these Ice God Clan beasts was him, but now it seems that this may not be the case. These Ice God Clan beasts seem to be very interested in the ancient palace of Shura. This ancient temple of Shura is the former trump card soldier of the Shura Envoy. Since the Ice God race is interested in the Death Envoy, it is normal for them to be interested in the Azura Envoy, but, what should I do now? Long Yu frowned slightly. No matter what, Shu Chan must be woken up first. Long Yu threw Man Xian aside first, then shook Shu Chan's soft shoulders. The air of the nine netherness flowed around her whole body, and finally quickly woke up the delicate little princess. When Shu Chan woke up, her mind was still a little groggy due to the long-distance teleportation. When she woke up and saw that she was in the middle of the ancient Azura Hall, she couldn't help but froze for a moment, rubbed her eyes, and thought she was wrong. Shu Chan quickly figured out the current situation. Although she didn't know what method Long Yu used to bring her back to the ancient Shura palace, but in this way, everyone was obviously safe, which made her feel relieved. Long Yu, thank you very much. Shu Chan said with a light laugh. Don't thank me in a hurry, although I don't know what's going on, but you'd better see the situation outside the ancient Shura temple first. Long Yu's tone was quite dignified, and Shu Chan was slightly taken aback when he said it. After hearing Long Yu's words, Shu Chan sank her consciousness into the ancient Shura palace, and soon discovered the situation outside the ancient Shura palace. Thousands of hexagonal ice crystal beasts were attacking the ancient Shura palace. Unable to succeed, but the entire ancient Shura temple has been completely surrounded. There are so many strange beasts, how is it possible? Shu Chan's pretty face turned pale all of a sudden. Surrounded by so many beasts from the mystical realm of heaven and man and the mystical powers, even the ancient Shura temple might not be able to withstand it for long, right? For the current plan, we can only rely on the ancient Shura palace to break out of the siege. Long Yu guessed and said, there are so many strange beasts here, the Wushou of Ruoshui County must have discovered it long ago. As long as we break out of the encirclement, we can easily join other people, such as Ruoshui County King and the others. For the time being, I can only try it. Shu Chan nodded and said in a deep voice. Manipulating the ancient Azura Hall to rush out is the only thing they can do now. As for whether they can succeed, they can only try first. After all, they don't know the real power of the ancient Azura Hall, nor have they seen the methods of the Ice God clan. The two of them did not wake up Man Xian for the time being, but united their minds, preparing to mobilize the ancient Shura temple. There is a Shura killing formation in the ancient temple of Shura. If this Shura killing formation can be released, it will be able to kill all the strange beasts under the secret realm of the royal way. Shu Chan said with a bit of pity. We are not compatible enough with the ancient Azura Palace. I'm afraid we can't do this now, but... Long Yu's eyes lit up. Shu Chan's words reminded him that there is a terrifying killing array like the Shuren Yin killing array in this ancient Shura temple. If it can be used, it will definitely be no problem to deal with those strange beasts in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. At least, it wouldn't be difficult to kill hundreds of them. Long Yu thought of his own ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. After he and the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda had a psychic connection, he could use the training formation in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to condense the 9 Serenity Sky screen and transform the defensive formation in the ancient tower law to the outside world. In other words, if they have a sufficient degree of compatibility with the ancient temple of Shura, they can also display the Shura Nyancha formation to the outside world. However, there is a special thing that now Long Yu and Shu Chan are two people who are in charge of the Shura ancient palace. Under such circumstances, it seems that the degree of fit is not easy to distinguish. Sura Origin Stone. Long Yu thought of the source stone of Shura, which came from the same source as the ancient temple of Shura, and it was originally one of the 4 envoys under the Dragon of 9 Netherness, the item of the Shura envoy. That being the case, it should be easier for Long Yu, who has the source stone of Shura, to control the ancient temple of Shura than before, right? Do whatever comes to mind. Long Yu secretly held the Shura Origin Stone in his hand, and then urged the power of the Shura Origin Stone, trying to use the Shura Origin Stone to activate the Shura Ancient Palace. In this way, he was immediately shocked to find that the vague sense of control over the ancient Shura temple became clear at this moment. It really works. Long Yu was overjoyed, but he didn't tell Shu Chan about this for the time being. Instead, he and Shu Chan tried to mobilize the ancient Shura temple to lift it into the air surrounded by tens of thousands of 6-edged ice crystal monsters. As soon as the ancient Shura temple began to move, the alien beasts of the Ice God clan outside could clearly feel it, and the power of the ice gods emanating from their heads became more intense. In the beginning, there were only a few hundred strange beasts from the mysterious realm of supernatural powers attacking the gate of the ancient Shura Palace, but at this moment, thousands more came near the entrance gate of the ancient Shura Palace, and launched a more violent attack on the ancient Shura Palace. Under such circumstances, the entire ancient Shura temple slowly rose into the midair. The huge monster moved with great motion, making the surrounding Ice God clan alien beasts feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The Ice Divine script condensed into streaks of cold light, and suddenly attacked the ancient Shura temple. At the same time, several icebergs fell from the sky, which was actually a means of being used by the powerful beasts in the secret realm of the Kingly Way. Several icebergs fell from the sky and directly bombarded the ancient Shura temple, smashing down the ancient Shura temple that was about to ascend, smashing open several glacial crevasses, and sinking deeply into the ice and snow below. It seems that if we don't deal with those strange beasts in the secret realm of the King's Way, we won't be able to fly away from here. Long Yu's face darkened, and then he could only start urging the Shura Origin Stone, trying to let the Shura Origin Stone communicate with the Shura Nyancha formation in the ancient Shura temple. Earlier, Long Yu and others used the Shura Nyancha formation to forcibly kill the 6th prince of Tianqin in the King's Dao secret realm inside the ancient Shura palace. Now, with the help of the Shura Origin Stone, Long Yu was able to spread the Shura killing formation around the ancient temple of Shura. As those icebergs smashed down the ancient Shura hall, several Ice God clan alien beasts from the King's Dao secret realm came down and landed heavily on the ancient Shura hall, seeming to be showing off their might. But immediately after, several mysterious and imposing patterns appeared from the top of Shura's ancient hall, and then several murderous formations were condensed. Azura wants to kill. Of course Xu Chan also felt the formation of Shura's killing formation. She couldn't help being a little surprised. She looked at Long Yu a few more times, and found that Long Yu at this time made her more and more incomprehensible. However, it is naturally a good thing to be able to release Shura Niantia formation outside. At the critical moment of life and death, Xu Chan didn't bother to worry about what Long Yu had hidden from her, as long as she could escape. Shura Niantia formation formed outside, and soon surrounded the ice god race alien beasts in the Royal Dao secret realm. When the ice god race alien beasts in the Royal Dao secret realm felt something was wrong and wanted to escape, they found it was too late. The power of Shura's killing formation suddenly exploded, and the terrifying power of Shura's divine script strangled towards the center of the killing formation, and it easily smashed those ice god clan alien beasts in the Royal Way secret realm into pieces. This scene greatly frightened the ice god clan alien beasts around them, and made their attack on the gate of Shura Ancient Palace slightly stagnant. Can the Azura killing formation continue to activate? Xu Chan asked Long Yu a question. It can only be activated 5 times in a short period of time. If you want to continue to activate, I am afraid it will take a day. Long Yu said in a deep voice. This is the fact he just discovered. Although the Shura Niantia formation can be activated to the outside world, it can only be activated 5 times in a short period of time. Just now, it has been activated to deal with the 5 kingly secret realm beasts of the ice god race. There is no power to activate the Shura Niantia formation. Even if Long Yu had the Shura origin stone, he couldn't forcibly launch more Shura killing formations, because this was the limitation of the ancient Shura temple itself. Then it will be troublesome. There are still many strange beasts in the secret realm of the Royal Way outside. Xu Chandai frowned. She easily found several hexagonal ice crystal beasts from the Royal Way secret realm appeared from the periphery of the beast group, and flew towards the ancient temple of Shura. It doesn't matter, although I can't activate the Shura Niantia formation for the time being, I can activate the invisible ability of the Shura ancient temple. Long Yu's eyes lit up. He remembered that the Death Envoy had told him that the ancient Shura Palace, like the ancient Death Palace, had the ability to be invisible. Now he tried to activate it with the Shura Origin Stone, and found that he could indeed display this function. It seems that after possessing the Source Stone of Shura, Long Yu has the ability to completely control the ancient Temple of Shura, which is equivalent to being incomparable with the ancient Temple of Shura. Just self-awareness. Of course, for the current Long Yu, there is no need for the ancient temple of Shura to condense his self-awareness, which may not be a good thing for him. Following the flash of astonishment in Xu Chan's beautiful eyes, Long Yu began to activate the invisibility ability of the ancient Shura temple. The shape of the entire giant Shura ancient temple gradually became translucent, making the surrounding 6-edged ice crystal beasts a little suspicious. And then it seemed that under the leadership of a few kingly and secret realm beasts, all the beasts retreated. Leave. Are these Ice God clan beasts ready to retreat? This is unscientific. Long Yu was a little puzzled. Could it be that these strange beasts of the Ice God clan were afraid when seeing the ancient Shura Hall activate various abilities one after another? Before the ancient Azura Hall completely disappeared, the tens of thousands of Ice God clan alien beasts all retreated away from the ancient Azura Hall, and scattered towards the surroundings, apparently preparing to retreat. Long Yu didn't know where they were going to retreat, but he had no intention of catching up. The most important thing for him now was to find other people from Ruashui County and deal with these strange beasts together after meeting them. Soon, the entire ancient Shura Palace completely disappeared, and under the urging of Long Yu and Xu Chan, it flew towards the direction of Ruashui County Mansion. If he wants to find someone, the easiest way is of course to go to the place where King Ruashui is. Of course, there are so many alien beasts of the Ice God clan this time, including dozens of tyrannical beings in the secret realm of the Kingly Way. Ruashui County alone cannot deal with them. Fortunately, Ruashui County belongs to the Beishua dynasty's territory, and with so many hexagonal ice crystal beasts appearing in Ruoshui County, the Baishiwa dynasty will definitely not sit idly by. When Long Yu urged Shura Ancient Palace to fly towards Ruoshui County Mansion, all he saw along the way were countless strange beasts with six-edged ice crystals. There are quite a few human martial arts, but the human martial arts that Long Yu has seen have all turned into frozen corpses. It can be seen that this time the ice god race is coming aggressively, and they don't know what the purpose is. According to the Death Envoy, it is impossible for the most powerful existence beyond the secret realm of the King's Way to come to this world, because there is a seal barrier guarded by the Joyo Dragon Emperor. However, in Ruoshui County, as long as there is one strong man from the Emperor realm descending, the entire Baishiwa dynasty will be unable to resist. Together, Long Yu and Shu Chan mobilized the invisible ancient Shura Palace, and headed all the way towards the Ruoshui County Mansion. On the way, they could only see the corpses of countless wuxios frozen by the ice, as well as countless strange beasts of the Ice God clan. Looking at it like this, most of the people in Ruoshui County have already encountered an accident, even the king of Ruoshui County may. Long Yu's face darkened. Shu Chan also had a dignified look on his face. Now that the ancient Azure Palace can become invisible, we can go and have a look. I'm afraid that these six-edged ice crystal beasts may have some hidden treasures. Let's take a look. If something is wrong, I can activate the space magic circle of the ancient temple and teleport the entire ancient temple thousands of miles away. While talking, Long Yu tightly held the Shura origin stone in his hand. This is the biggest capital. He is willing to go to Ruoshui County Mansion for a visit. If there is no Shura origin stone, then the ancient Shura Palace cannot be activated to teleport, so he doesn't have the guts to go to Ruoshui County Mansion. As the ancient Shura temple flew forward, more and more corpses of human martial arts frozen by the ice appeared, and the number of alien beasts from the ice god race became more and more dense. Finally, the ancient Shura Palace flew invisibly to not far from the previous Ruoshui County Mansion. In this city, Long Yu and Shu Chan were invited by the Ruoshui County king to stay temporarily, but they offended Emperor Yun and were hunted down by him. But now, the city has become a complete ice sculpture, and inside and outside the ice sculpture, there are countless alien beasts of the Ice God clan wandering and patrolling. The corpses of countless human martial arts were piled up outside the ice sculptures, frozen into small ice sculptures. Sure enough, even Ruoshui County Mansion was not spared. Seeing this, Long Yu's face darkened. Although he was mentally prepared, seeing this scene with his own eyes still made him feel awe-inspiring. What exactly do these strange beasts of the Ice God clan want to do? Suddenly, a sharp and stern roar came from the ice sculpture in the city, and then a strange beast of the Ice God race suddenly flew into the sky and attacked the ancient Shura temple. It's a beast in the Imperial realm. Seeing this, Long Yu and Shu Chan felt a chill in their hearts. Walk. Long Yu made a decisive decision, and did not dare to rely on the ancient Shura palace to fight against the alien beasts in the Imperial realm. You must know that this place has now become the territory of the alien beasts of the Ice God race, and there are countless alien beasts of the Ice God race below. Under such circumstances, if there is a monster from the Imperial realm charging towards him, Long Yu can only choose to avoid it. However, just as he was about to activate the Shura origin stone to launch the space magic circle in the ancient Shura temple, a burst of strong death energy suddenly descended in the sky, and crashed onto the Ice God clan alien beast in the Imperial realm. It's the Death Envoy. Long Yu's eyes lit up, and he temporarily stopped activating the space magic circle. The power of the infinite death divine script swept over, and the invisible ancient temple of death descended from the sky, crashing on the alien beast of the Ice God clan in the Imperial realm. Corroded by death energy, the ancient palace was smashed down, and the beast in the Imperial realm was blasted to dust in an instant. The Death Angel is so powerful. However, soon, Long Yu was in no mood to feel emotional, because he found that the breath of the death messenger who launched this swift and violent attack weakened all of a sudden. Only then did Long Yu remember that the current death envoy is not a physical entity, but only the residual thoughts left after death. The death envoy in this state launches a powerful attack, and the consumed energy cannot be replenished, so use less once, until it is completely consumed, and the remaining thoughts of the death envoy will completely dissipate from the world. The leader of the Ice God clan's royal realm has been eliminated, and I will leave it to you. The voice of the death envoy descended from the sky, and reached Long Yu's ears weakly. Use the ancient palace to seal the magic circle, and seal all the strange beasts in the independent space of the ancient palace. After you step into the secret realm of the royal way, you will be able to enrich your inner world. It will help. Sealing circle. When Long Yu heard this, his heart moved. Through the ancient Shura temple, he could feel that there were many formations for refining weapons. Apart from the Shura Nyancha formation and the space formation, there was indeed a sealing formation. He didn't pay much attention to it before. After all, now is not the time to study the functions of the ancient temple, but now he listened to the death envoy's suggestion, which gave Long Yu a lot of confidence in dealing with these Ice God clan alien beasts. Being able to get rid of these strange beasts is on the one hand, and on the other hand, sealing these strange beasts is actually helpful to his practice after stepping into the secret realm of the royal way, so how could Long Yu miss this opportunity? Immediately, Long Yu urged the Shura origin stone in his hand, brazenly activated the sealing circle of the Shura ancient palace. The next moment, a burst of intense Shura divine power suddenly radiated from the ancient Shura temple, condensing into a huge black magic circle covering the sky in the sky. After only 2 breaths, the huge pitch-black sealing circle whizzed down towards the ice sculpture below. Originally, due to the death of the Imperial Realm alien beast, the group of Ice God race alien beasts who were somewhat chaotic felt the power of the pitch-black sealing circle at this moment, and even ran away in panic, but unfortunately they couldn't escape the suction of the sealing circle. One after another, the strange beasts in the secret realm of heaven and man, and the secret realm of supernatural powers were directly absorbed by the sealing circle, and suppressed into the independent space of the ancient Shura temple. This independent space is so vast that it can accommodate countless Ice God race beasts, just like a storage space. And the Shura sealing circle seems to have an excellent effect on these alien beasts. Even the Ice God race alien beasts in the 7 supernatural powers cannot escape its seal. Only the alien beasts in the Royal Way secret realm can break free and continue to run away into the distance and go. In a short period of time, when the black cloud of Shura's sealing circle covered the entire Ruishwafuti, tens of thousands of Ice God clan alien beasts were sealed into the inner space of Shura's ancient palace. These sealed alien beasts of the Ice God clan can be used to enrich Long Yu's inner world after he enters the royal realm in the future, just like Yu Hanqing took the entire Tianyu continent into his inner world. The power of the king's secret realm comes from the creatures in the inner world. The stronger the total power of the creatures in the inner world, the stronger the power of the king's secret realm will be. Therefore, so many alien beasts of the Ice God race are extremely precious, but one must be careful of the alien beasts that are born in the secret realm of the royal way. In that case, the alien beasts in the secret realm of the royal way can destroy Wu Shou's inner world and make Wu Shou the loss outweighs the gain. Of course, Long Yu is still a long way from the King's Dao secret realm, so there is no need to think about it so much for the time being. First seal all these Ice God clan alien beasts. These Ice God clan alien beasts are only here to inquire about the situation. The death envoy's voice continued to enter Long Yu's ears. With a sense of awe, one of the treasures of their family was taken away by the Lord Joyo Dragon Emperor, so they have not given up until now. Perhaps it is because of the awakening of this envoy that they have attracted a lot of attention. Their attention makes them want to catch me and ask about the whereabouts of that treasure. It's a pity that even if the envoy is dead, these weak and strange beasts can't press me. Hearing these words, Long Yu somewhat understood the thoughts of those ice god clan alien beasts. He thought to himself, with so many alien beasts invading this small world of the 9 Serenity Dragon, even if death doesn't make a move, there will be other human masters at that time, right? For example, that mysterious woman that Long Yu had met, Concubine Yu. Concubine Yu, perhaps a human master from the outer world, has the same hostile relationship with these strange beasts, but she doesn't know what kind of role the Dragon of 9 Serenities plays in the great world. Look, it seems that a human martial artist has come over. Long Yuzheng worked hard to seal the alien beast. Xuan patted him on the shoulder, and pointed to the north outside the Shura ancient palace. Looking through the ancient Shura temple, Long Yu also found a large group of at least tens of thousands of human martial arts flying in from the northern sky, and the leader of them was Yu Hanqin, a powerhouse in the imperial realm. Even after a long distance, Long Yu recognized Yu Hanqin, because her icy aura was too obvious. Human support has arrived. The death envoy spoke softly, and then disappeared. Even Long Yu couldn't feel its existence anymore. Long Yu didn't pay much attention to the death messenger's whereabouts. This old guy was very shrewd, and nothing would happen to him. Now that Yu Hanqin came, he had to ask her how she was doing now. Come on, let's go out. Long Yu said something to Xuan, and then took her away from the invisible ancient Shura temple, and greeted Yu Hanqin and the others in the direction they flew towards. Azura ancient palace, with a hidden body, followed closely behind the two of them. The appearance of Long Yu and Xuan obviously surprised Yu Hanqin and others not far away. Obviously, Yu Hanqin and the others wanted to come to exterminate the alien beasts entrenched in Ruashui County, but they didn't expect to find many alien beasts running away, and the alien beasts in the imperial realm were even silent. Long Yu, Xuan, why are you here? Yu Han frowned slightly, and asked the two of them. We came back to look for the ancient Azura Hall, but found that these strange beasts were raging, so we took a few shots to deal with them. Long Yu said casually, I don't know how the whole Ruashui County is doing now. Not only Ruashui County, but even the 2 neighboring counties have been attacked by these strange beasts. Yu Han took a deep look at Long Yu, but didn't ask any more questions. He just explained, so far, I have wiped out 7 Emperor-level alien beasts. As long as there are no Emperor-level alien beasts, these alien beasts are nothing to be afraid of, but they are coming in an endless stream. We must find a way to find the source of their appearance and prevent the number of strange beasts from increasing. Now the Emperor Tianqin is also taking advantage of the fire to attack our other 2 counties. If it weren't for the Emperor Tianqin's attack, this mere icy beast could be easily wiped out with our army of the Beishua dynasty. It's clean. Behind Yu Hanqin, her guard Silver Fox King said with a cold snort, apparently extremely disdainful of what Emperor Tianqin had done. This Silver Fox King is Yu Hanqin's chief guard. When Long Yu and others first arrived, it was this Silver Fox King who arranged the residents and divided the territory. Emperor Tianqin took advantage of the fire to loot. When Xuan heard this, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Obviously, when it came to hatred for the Emperor Tianqin, Xuan would never be inferior to anyone else, because her father, King Shura, was killed precisely because he went to stop the Emperor Tianqin. Unexpectedly. Following Yu Hanqin's explanation, Long Yu and Xuan quickly understood the current situation. The alien beasts of the Ice God clan emerged from unknown sources, and soon spread to Ruashui County and the surrounding 2 counties. At least tens of thousands of martial arts cultivators died tragically at the hands of the alien beasts. Most of the human martial cultivators didn't see the opportunity, so they all ran away. When the Beishua dynasty sent out a legion, they cooperated with the legion and started to go back and exterminate these Ice God clan alien beasts. Each legion of the Beishua dynasty has 10,000 martial artists, all of whom are above the mystical ability secret realm. They are led by experts in the Royal Dao secret realm. Ruashui County. If Emperor Tianqin hadn't taken advantage of the fire to attack the other two counties of the Baixue dynasty, perhaps Yu Hanqin would have led the crowd to wipe out all the invading Ice God clan alien beasts. Now, the main force of the Baixue dynasty must deal with Emperor Tianqin and cannot participate in the extermination of the alien beasts, so that these alien beasts can survive until now. I'm going to deal with Emperor Tianqin, Xu Chan said with hatred in his eyes. No, let's exterminate the alien beasts together. But Long Yu's eyes were shining brightly, and he glanced at Xu Chan. To deal with Emperor Tianqin, there is no rush, and with the current strength of him and Xu Chan, participating in the battle in the past would at most cause Emperor Tianqin to suffer a little more loss, feel a little more uncomfortable, and may be bombarded and killed by the opponent, which is full of dangers. After all, they are the sun-killing enemies of the Emperor Tianqin, and the Emperor Tianqin is absolutely jealous when he sees them. However, exterminating the alien beasts can enhance one's own strength after stepping into the secret realm of the King's Way, and following Yu Hanqin to exterminate the alien beasts together, there will be no accidents. Xu Chan glanced at Long Yu, and snorted softly, if you want to exterminate the alien beasts, then you can exterminate the alien beasts here, and the ancient Shura palace will be given to you. For me, the Emperor Tianqin is the biggest enemy. Whatever. Long Yu said lightly. Since Xu Chan wanted to deal with Emperor Tianqin, Long Yu knew that he could not stop her. It was already considered good that the little princess was willing to leave the ancient Shura palace to Long Yu. Seeing the disagreement between the two, Yu Hanqin didn't say anything, but said, the Emperor Tianqin is now attacking Tianlan County to the west of Ruoxue County, and the king of Ruoxue County is also there. Xu Chan, you went to Tianlan County, you can find King Ruoxue and ask her to arrange for you to enter the battlefield. Don't act alone, it's too dangerous. The battle between the two dynasties is to launch a legion war, not to mention Xu Chan's cultivation level. Even the strong in the secret realm of the King's Way can't control the overall situation in the battle. Even the Nightmare Legion in Azura County can kill hundreds of Xu Chans, not to mention the Wushou Legion of the Tianqin dynasty, which is definitely more than one level stronger than the Nightmare Legion. Xu Chan nodded, took out the Azura spirit boat, and flew towards the west. The scope of a county is extremely wide. It takes at least several days to travel from Ruoxue County to Tianlan County in the west. Xu Chan is unwilling to waste any time in order to deal with Emperor Tianqin. Long Yu looked at the back of Xu Chan leaving, and had no intention of following in his mind. He is very clear that for him now, enhancing his own strength is the most important thing, and Long Yu has no necessary hatred for Emperor Tianqin. It is just a stepping stone on his road to martial arts. One day, Long Yu will step on the corpse of Emperor Tianqin and step into a higher realm of martial arts. As for now, it is best for Long Yu to seal the alien beast with peace of mind. Moreover, this method cannot be revealed in front of Yu Hanqin and others. Miss Yu, I am acting alone. As long as there are no strange beasts in the imperial realm, I can deal with them with the ancient Shura palace. Long Yu said something to Yu Hanqin, then got up, flew into the ancient Shura temple where the body was hidden in the sky, activated the space magic circle in it, and directly teleported to a distant place. From Yu Han's heart, Long Yu already knew that there were still some Ice God clan alien beasts that had not been wiped out. If he wanted to activate the Shura sealing circle, he would definitely need to find a group of alien beasts that gathered together. It needs to consume a lot of energy from the ancient Shura temple. As for the energy of the ancient Shura temple, Long Yu still doesn't know how to replenish it, so he must use it with maximum efficiency. Soon, the invisible ancient Shura temple appeared in a deep mountain forest in Ruoxue County. The original green mountain forest was covered by ice and snow, turning into a sea of snow trees. In this dense mountain forest, a large group of Ice God clan alien beasts gathered. Long Yu directly threw down the Shura sealing circle, and began to seal groups of Ice God clan alien beasts. With so many strange beasts searching all over the mountains and plains, I am afraid that they are looking for the treasure of the ice god family that the death messenger said. Before there is no better way, these strange beasts can only be searched in this way. As long as the transmission channel of the ice god clan alien beasts to the world of Shenwu is not destroyed, there will definitely be an endless stream of alien beasts coming to search. This is definitely a great opportunity for Longyu. Shura's sealing circle can be used about a dozen times in total. If these 10 times can seal 50,000 ice god race alien beasts each time, then there will be a total of 500,000 ice god race alien beasts to be included in Longyu's inner world and strengthen his strength. Longyu went all the way to the east, and after sealing tens of thousands of ice god clan alien beasts in a place, he immediately changed places. During the period, he encountered a lot of strange beasts in the Imperial Realm, but unfortunately, even the strange beasts in the Imperial Realm were unable to break through the Shura seal circle, so as to cause any effective damage to the ancient Shura palace. The alien beast in the secret realm of heaven and man immediately activated the space magic circle to teleport away without encountering any danger. In just 3 days, Longyu had already gone to 6 or 7 places. At this time, Longyu found that the number of ice god race alien beasts had decreased significantly. Let him know that it must be Yuhan who led the people to destroy the alien beasts. Results. Could she have found the source of the space channel where the alien beast came out? Longyu thought in his heart, if he didn't find the source, the number of these ice god clan alien beasts would not decrease so quickly, but he didn't know where Yuhanshin was now, or he could ask about it. However, the number of ice god clan's alien beasts has decreased, so there are not so many of them gathered together, and Longyu's Shura sealing circle cannot exert the maximum effect. This time, the operation to exterminate the sealed alien beasts should come to an end. As for the remaining scattered alien beasts, they should be handed over to Yuhanshin and the Northern Snow Dynasty Legion. Each of the alien beasts of the Ice God clan has the power of the Ice God rune in their bodies, which condenses into an ice crystal. With this ice crystal, Wu Xiao can absorb the power of the Ice God rune in it to replenish himself. However, these ice crystals cannot be used to comprehend the power of the Ice Divine Script, they can only be used as recovery pills. In this battle, Yuhanshin and others obtained many of these ice crystals, all of which were used as strategic reserves by the army of the Northern Snow Dynasty, allowing Wu Xiao to have an extremely fast recovery ability during the battle. Only martial arts masters of the Ice God can absorb this kind of ice crystals. Possessing Shura's divine text is equivalent to being incomparably compatible with the ancient Shura palace, reaching the highest level of compatibility, and being able to use various methods of the ancient Shura palace. Longyu calmed down, rested for a while in a snow mountain, thinking about something. The ancient temple of Shura and the ancient temple of death are the strongest warriors of Shura envoys and death envoys. It is said that they were imitated from the ancient dragon skeleton tower, and they are warriors specially used to restrain alien beasts from outside the sky. However, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is only a warrior of the wilderness level, while the ancient Shura temple and the ancient death palace are ancient warriors, which made Longyu a little confused. It stands to reason that the soldiers dedicated to the Dragon of the Nine Serenities cannot be worse than those used by the 4 subordinates, right? Reminiscent of the fact that the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is in serious damage now, Longyu can only guess that the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda he got now is incomplete, but if it can be further matched with the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, that ancient tower should also be its right to be able to display the invisibility method. Anyway, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is not around now, and even if Longyu activates the space magic circle in the ancient Shura temple, it is impossible to teleport to the place as far away as the Northern Snow Emperor. Although the ancient Shura temple has a space magic circle, the distance that can be teleported is still related to the cultivation level of the person who activated the teleportation magic circle. The realm of the dragon martial arts is too low, so it can only control the ancient Shura temple to teleport for a short distance. Boy, the transmission channel of the Ice God clan has been destroyed by this emissary. In a short time, they should not take any more actions, but you have to be careful. Just as Long Yu was thinking, the voice of the Death Envoy came into Long Yu's ears. The Ice God clan and Joyo Dragon Emperor have a deep hatred, not to mention that the Ice God clan is still sealed in Joyo Dragon Emperor's small world. Supreme Treasure, even if you leave this small world and go to the big world in the future, you will still be targeted by the Ice God clan if you meet them. After all, you are the descendant of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. It turns out that you destroyed the source. Only then did Long Yu realize why there were fewer and fewer Ice God clan alien beasts. Naturally, it is the emissary who can destroy their transmission channel. If it were the martial arts in this small world, they would not be able to find where the Ice God clan's transmission channel is at all. The Death Angel smiled contemptuously, but there was a hint of worry in the laugh. Long Yu could tell that the Death Envoy seemed a little weak when speaking now. It seemed that this battle had caused the Death Envoy a lot of wear and tear. Boy, hurry up and practice. If there is a next time, this emissary may not be able to protect you. After the Death Envoy finished saying this sentence, he disappeared without a sound, and it seemed that he had begun to rest. Long Yu also had a sense of urgency in his heart. The Death Envoy was just a remaining mental body. Now it erupted to kill the alien beasts in the Imperial realm and destroy the transmission channel of the alien beasts. However, in order to prevent Yi Chongming from having too many dreams, the Death Envoy can only do it by himself, and the consequence of this is that it will be greatly depleted. If the Ice God race invades again, the Death Envoy may not make a move, because that will completely wipe out his remaining thoughts. The chaos of the Ice God clan's alien beasts came to an end, and there were still those scattered alien beasts left, so there was no need for Long Yu to take action. 3 days have passed. It's almost time to go to Tianlan County next door to find Shu Chan. Long Yu thought in his heart. It's a pity that the energy consumption in the ancient Shura temple is serious, and there is no way to restore it for the time being. If you want it to recover naturally, you may have to wait a year or two. During this period of time, the combat power of the ancient Shura temple could not be brought into play at all, and Long Yu had to return to the stage of completely relying on his own strength. However, this did not affect him from going to Tianlan County to find Shu Chan. Even with his own strength, he might not die. Before going to Tianlan County, Long Yu went to Ruoshui County Mansion and saw the Silver Fox King, who was undergoing reconstruction work. Originally, Long Yu wanted to find Yu Hanqin, but since Yu Hanqin was not there, he could only look for her. The guard Silver Fox King asked. What Long Yu wanted to know was of course about Emperor Yun. Why didn't this kid dare to do anything to him and Shu Chan? The Silver Fox King was a handsome young man in a white robe, with obvious arrogance in his brows. When Long Yu found him, he was instructing his subordinate Wu Xiao to rebuild the Ruoshui County Mansion. The entire city was turned into ice sculptures by the Ice God clan beasts, and it would take a lot of effort to rebuild it. Seeing Long Yu coming to inquire, the Silver Fox King looked contemptuous. Emperor Yun, didn't he dare to argue with you because of Master Yu Hanqin's face? You know, Master Yu Hanqin is considered to be the best in the entire Shenwu world. She is an influential figure, and even caught the eyes of the leader of the Five Emperors Alliance. It is rumored that one of the 5 emperors wants to accept her as an emperor. Lord Yu Hanqin speaks for you in such a capacity. Of course the Emperor Yun dare not do anything to you. I see. Long Yu nodded his head when he heard the words, feeling a little secretly. He never thought that Yu Hanqin's identity was so powerful that even one of the 5 emperors wanted to accept her as his son. You must know that the 5 emperor-level powerhouses of the 5 Emperors Alliance are the strongest in the entire Shenwu world. Even if they are not the highest in cultivation, they are also the strongest in overall strength. One of the 5 emperors wants to accept Yu Hanqin as his son, so it is conceivable that Yu Hanqing's talent is definitely the top in the entire Shenwu world. After thinking for a while, Long Yu said to the Silver Fox King, Senior Silver Fox King, I have some news to tell you. Emperor Yun originally wanted to recruit me and Princess Xuan, but after being rejected by us, he couldn't leave. They were rejected by us. The ice god clan that fell from the sky was killed. This news will be conveyed sooner or later. It is better for Long Yu to tell the other party now. Hearing what Long Yu said, the Silver Fox King was stunned and froze on the spot, as if a million beasts were rushing past in his heart. Is Emperor Yundi dead? Died within the vicinity of Beishua dynasty and Tianqing dynasty? No, as we all know, Emperor Yun came to participate in the Beishua dynasty's cold lotus fruit auction, but now he failed to go back and died in a foreign country. Things are getting bigger. The Silver Fox King thought about the consequences of this news almost instantly, but he quickly calmed down. He thought to himself that only Long Yu and Xuan could see the death of Emperor Yun. If Xuan didn't say anything, how would other people know? And if Long Yu and Xuan speak out about this matter, it will not do them any good, that is to say, this matter will hardly get out. God knows this matter, you know it, I know it, don't tell anyone else, understand? The Silver Fox King gave Long Yu a vicious look, and said threateningly. Of course I understand. I'm not a fool. It's not good for me to say this. Long Yu chuckled and said, however, if people from Yun Empire ask, what will Beishua dynasty say? What can I say? I can only insist that I haven't seen it. The Silver Fox King snorted coldly. No matter how angry the Yun Empire is, it is impossible to attack the Beishua dynasty. The Silver Fox King has this confidence, because Yu Hanqing's identity is really special. Even the Yun Empire did not dare to provoke the powerful members of the Alliance of Five Emperors. The gap between the two sides was still too great. Then I will take my leave first. Long Yu bid farewell to the Silver Fox King, then turned and left, ready to go to Tianlan County. Seeing the back of Long Yu Fei leaving, the Silver Fox King couldn't help snorting, and said in a low voice with disdain, a mere boy with 2 supernatural powers. Oh no, the last time I saw him, isn't this kid only in the heavenly tribulation realm? The Silver Fox King's heart was shocked. In less than half a year, this kid has improved 2 martial arts realms one after another, and also crossed a major realm, stepping from the secret realm of heaven and man to the secret realm of supernatural powers. Such talent is indeed astonishing, even the Silver Fox King is ashamed. It's no wonder Lord Yu Hanqing values him so much. If we can win this person to serve our Beishua dynasty, the overall strength of our Beishua dynasty will be further strengthened. Thinking in his heart, the Silver Fox King finally began to change his attitude towards Long Yu. Long Yu sprinted towards the west alone. If he was not in a hurry, he didn't bother to activate the space magic circle in the ancient Shura temple, because that would wipe out the last 30% of the energy in the ancient Shura temple. A Shura spirit boat flew towards the west, and Long Yu was sitting in it. During the journey, Long Yu could seize the time to comprehend the divine scriptures, martial arts, etc., and also feel the breath of the nether dragon blade, speeding up the battle with him. The speed at which the nether dragon blade fits. 3 days later, he crossed a big river on the border of Ruashui County and came to the west of Tianlan County. As soon as I came to the territory of Tianlan County, I could feel a chilling aura coming from far away in the sky, which made my blood boil. The Tianqing dynasty took advantage of the fire and led an army to attack the Beishua dynasty, which completely exceeded the expectations of the people of the Beishua dynasty, because no one thought that the Tianqing emperor would have such courage. You must know that the Beishua dynasty has a very high status in the entire Shenwu world now, not to mention the Tianqing dynasty. Even large empires such as the Yun Empire, the Shenluo Empire, and the Wuk Empire, will give the Beishua dynasty a face. The reason is Yu Hanqing's identity. Now everyone knows that Yu Hanqin is very likely to be accepted as a disciple by one of the 5 emperors at the next meeting of Emperor Shenwu. The empire is still a great empire protected by one of the 5 emperors, and it is no less powerful than the Union Empire. Therefore, Emperor Tianqin's attack really surprised everyone in Beishua dynasty. However, since Emperor Tianqin made a move, the Beishua dynasty would certainly not sit still. Facing the Tianqin Divine Wing Legion, dispatched by the Tianqin Emperor, the Beishua dynasty directly dispatched 2 major legions to meet it. The Tianqin Divine Wing Legion is one of the 3 major legions of the Tianqin dynasty. It has more than 100,000 people. If you want to join the Tianqin Divine Wing Legion, you must at least reach the cultivation base of the mystical ability secret realm. More than 20 kingly and secret realm powerhouses. Martial cultivators in the mystical realm of the King's Way are eligible to participate in the Shenwu Emperor's Association. Although the martial arts in the King's Realm are just small players in the Shenwu Emperor's Association, they have already shown the strength of the Tianqin Divine Wing Legion. If more than 20 experts in the secret realm of the Kingly Way lead 100,000 warriors in the secret realm with supernatural powers, if they want to deal with the original demon army in Shura County, it may not even take a stick of incense to completely wipe out the demon army. Fortunately, the Beishua dynasty dispatched troops very quickly. When Tianqin Shani Legion basically occupied the territory of Tianlan County at an extremely fast speed, the Beishua dynasty's counterattack also began. At this time, Xu Chan joined the army that counterattacked Emperor Tianqin and became a member of the Freedom Rebel Army. The Northern Snow Dynasty's Legion and the Freedom Resistance Army were separate. Because the Legion had a unified command and management, it was impossible for ordinary martial arts practitioners to act together with the Legion, and the Freedom Resistance Army came into being. Many wuxio of the Northern Snow Dynasty joined the Freedom Resistance Army, and under the leadership of the generals of the Northern Snow Dynasty, they launched a counterattack against the invading Tianqin Divine Wing Legion. There are quite a few martial artists in Tianlan County, at least at the same level as Shura County. There are 6 or 7 experts in the secret realm of the Royal Way, and there are at least hundreds of martial arts masters in the 7 realms of supernatural powers. Also a huge force. In addition, a large army sent by the Beishua dynasty quickly stopped the attack of the Tianqin Divine Wing Legion, but they were unable to drive back the Tianqin Divine Wing Legion. Emperor Qin took it away. Of course, the Beishua dynasty will not be willing to accept this kind of result. They are waiting. After the Ice God clan alien beasts are repulsed, Yu Hanqin will be able to personally lead another large army to support, and at that time, they will definitely be able to take the Tianqin Divine Wing. The Legion was defeated. As soon as Long Yu entered Tianlan County from Ruashui County, he found a series of sneaky martial artists walking along the big river. There were hundreds of people in this group, and each of them was at least 7 strong man in the realm of supernatural powers. Judging from their attire, these people seemed to belong to the Beishua dynasty, but Long Yu always felt that something was wrong. Prince Tianqin. Long Yu glanced down and finally found something wrong. This group of hundreds of people was dressed like Jianghu martial arts from the Beishua dynasty, but they were obviously from the Tianqin dynasty. The handsome young man in the white robe at the head looked a bit like Emperor Tianqin and the 6 princes of Tianqin. Obviously he was also a prince of Tianqin, so Long Yu recognized him. This direction is to go to the rear of the Northern Snow Dynasty Legion? What are they trying to do? Long Yu frowned slightly. Fortunately he was hiding in the ancient Shura Palace, and the ancient Shura Palace also completely concealed his figure, so these hundreds of strong men failed to find Long Yu. Although Long Yu came here to find Xu Chan, since he found the trace of Prince Tianqin, of course he would not miss it, so he hurriedly and carefully flew high in the sky and followed behind the group of people. Long Yu followed closely behind the hundreds of martial arts masters led by Prince Tianqin all the way, knowing that this group of people were the personal guards of Prince Tianqin led by the Tianqin dynasty. That's why the overall strength is so strong, at least the 7 supernatural powers, the martial arts powerhouse in the world. And that Prince Tianqin wearing a white robe is the eldest prince of the Tianqin dynasty, that is, the eldest son of the Tianqin emperor. The 6th prince was killed before, and now there is another eldest prince. It seems that Emperor Tianqin has many descendants. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu observed carefully below. That day, the eldest Prince Qin comprehended the divine script of the light attribute. When he led the team forward, he used his innate supernatural powers every once in a while. A pair of bright pupils appeared in midair and glanced in all directions. Inside. This method seems to be specially designed to sweep out the invisible things around. For example, it is now well known that Long Yu has a method of invisibility, and the first Prince Tianqin will naturally not be unprepared for this. Long Yu followed closely all the way, and heard someone talking about the innate supernatural power of the first Prince Tianqin called the Eye of Amaterasu, which can see through all illusions, and the invisibility martial artist is naturally unable to hide from the Eye of Amaterasu. It's a pity that Long Yu hid in the ancient Shura Palace and activated the invisibility ability of the ancient Shura Palace. This ancient Shura Palace existed beyond this world. How could a top-ranking warrior of the ancient level be so easily captured by a small royal secret realm? Has Wu Shou's innate supernatural power been seen through? Long Yu hid in the ancient Shura Palace, and continued to follow behind the eldest prince, Tianqin, and others safely and steadily. Along the way, many martial arts cultivators of the North Snow dynasty saw the eldest prince Tianqin and his group from a distance, and they all stepped aside. After all, they were all wearing the military uniforms of the North Snow Dynasty Legion. Wu Xiu Jianghu thought that this group of people were all members of the Beishua Dynasty Legion. With so many powerhouses of the 7 realms of supernatural powers acting together, they are definitely conducting some kind of military operation. It's better not to get involved with them, martial arts practitioners. As everyone knows, these guys will be from the Tianqin dynasty. Long Yu didn't jump out for the time being, because with his martial arts cultivation base, jumping out now would only lead to death. Among other things, the eldest prince Guan Tianqin alone could wipe out Long Yu's killing. Long Yu wants to follow all the way to see what these guys are going to do. After about a day and a night, the eldest prince Tianqin and his party finally approached a place in a dense mountain forest. In this dense mountain forest, Long Yu saw a secret camp from a distance, which looked like a camp of the Beishua dynasty. The camp where the legion was stationed. When approaching this camp, the first Prince Tianqin took out a soldier in a pitch-black cloak, activated its power, and a gray shadow fell down, instantly causing hundreds of martial arts experts to disappear at the same time. Are you going to launch a sneak attack? Long Yu's heart moved. He did not go far away, but carefully observed the camp of the Northern Snow Dynasty Legion in front of him, and after a while, as expected, the terrifying divine power erupted completely from that camp. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In the camp, shouts of Beishua dynasty's martial arts were constantly heard, but facing the well-prepared Tianqin prince's personal guards, this small secret camp had no effective resistance at all. I am the Deputy General of the Shuawu Legion, Luo Yunsong. If you dare to ask who is here, you dare to sneak attack on our camp of the Shuawu Legion. A burly and strong man appeared immediately. This person turned out to be a strong man in the secret realm of the Royal Way, and led the Beishua dynasty Wuxiu in the camp to launch a resistance. The eldest Prince Tianqin did not answer the Deputy General Luo Yunsong, but smiled slightly. It seems that Long Yu's news is indeed accurate. This is the camp where you store soldiers and elixir. Kill, not one will be left behind. Destroy them, and then empty out all the warriors and pills. You are the first Prince Tianqin. Hearing the words, the Deputy General Luo Yunsong looked at the face of the first Prince Tianqin, and his expression changed drastically. it was that Long Yu who told you the location of this camp? What the hell? You still want to secretly call for support? Don't think about it. The first Prince Tianqin laughed and waved his hand, and the screams of Beishua dynasty wuxiu came from outside the camp one after another. It seemed that the people of the first Prince Tianqin killed all those wuxiu who wanted to escape. The eldest Prince Tianqin personally dealt with the Deputy General Luo Yunsong, and the power of the light divine script was violently swayed. Within the combat range, no other martial artist could get close. Once he got close, he might be bombarded and killed by the aftermath of the battle between the two. Long Yu observed all this from afar, with a shrewd look in his eyes. The eldest Prince Qin actually reported my name today. Could it be that he wants to frame me? Long Yu kept thinking, for the Tianqin dynasty, launching a war against the Beishua dynasty now will not gain any benefits at all. Even if they take advantage of the invasion of the Ice God clan alien beasts to gain something temporarily, they will still vomit in the end. Come out. In this way, Emperor Tianqin's intentions are obviously not to drink. Listen to what the first Prince Tianqin said. Could it be that Emperor Tianqin's actions are just to frame me? No, not only to frame Long Yu, but also Xu Chan and other martial artists who escaped from the Tianqin dynasty. It is impossible for people like Long Yu to survive in the Tianqin dynasty. If the Tianqin emperor uses another means to make Long Yu and others bear the title of spies of the Beishua dynasty, then they will not be able to survive in the Beishua dynasty. Heavenly Emperor Qin is really willing to start a war just to deal with us. However, his son died in the ancient Shura palace, so it is justified to hate us so much. Long Yu kept thinking, observing the hidden camp of the Snow Dance Legion of the Northern Snow Dynasty below, and found that the Deputy General Luo Yunsong was no match for the first Prince Tianqin at all, and was completely suppressed by the first Prince Tianqin not long after. This made Long Yu temporarily suppress his plan to make a move. The Xuanhuan Legion is the large legion sent by the Northern Snow Dynasty to meet the Tianqin Divine Wing Legion this time. The regiment leader, Yu Xuanhuan, is a female general who has already stepped into the kingly secret realm. Now the secret camp guarded by Luo Yunsong is the logistics of the Xuanhuan Legion, storing countless soldiers and pills, which are provided to more than 100,000 martial artists of the entire Xuanhuan Legion. Now, the first Prince Tianqin was able to discover the location of this hidden camp, which shows that his news is extremely well informed. Maybe there is a traitor. Long Yu thought in his heart. The first Prince Tianqin said that he heard the news from Long Yu's mouth, and this news made Vice General Luo Yunsong and all the martial arts practitioners of the Xuanhuan Legion in the entire camp grit their teeth with hatred for Long Yu. But of course Long Yu knew that this news was definitely not leaked by him. Even he himself didn't know that there was a secret camp of the Snow Dance Legion here. This made it easy for Long Yu to think that there was a traitor in the Xuanhuan army. Long Yu didn't jump out to deal with the first Prince Tianqin, because with his current level of martial arts, facing the first Prince Tianqin is not an all-in-one enemy. Not long after, thousands of guarding wuxiu in the secret camp of Xuanhuan Legion were all beheaded by Prince Tianqin and the others. They only left some alive by mistake and ignored them. Obviously, he wanted to use the mouths of these surviving martial artists to convey the news of Long Yu's betrayal of the Xuanhuan Legion. Walk. The first Prince Tianqin waved his hand, and with a confident smile on his handsome face, he led the crowd to leave the secret camp. Before leaving, of course, he took away all the soldiers and pills in this camp, and the total value was absolutely worthless. It will be less than 1,000 divine coins. For the Xuanhuan Legion, 1,000 divine coins is not too little. After all, when the Xuanhuan Legion is dispatched, the daily consumption is only 100 divine coins. In contrast, Long Yu found 100,000 divine coins from Emperor Yun, which can already be said to be incomparably rich. The eldest Prince Tianqin left in a cool manner, not knowing that Long Yu had recorded all of this with the true spirit imprint, and that Long Yu's true spirit imprint was still going on. Continue to follow you, we must find out the clues and evidence of the traitor, otherwise Shu Chan and I and others will be miserable. Long Yu made a decision in his heart, ignored the destroyed secret camp of the Xuanhuan Legion, but continued to follow the first Prince Tianqin. Since the first Prince Tianqin had heard about the secret camp, he must have connections with the Xuanhuan Legion. After thinking about it, Long Yu felt that the only way to find clues was to continue to follow them. Just when Long Yu was following the eldest Prince Tianqin, trying to find out the traitor of the Xuanhuan Legion. On the front line, on the frontal battlefield between the Xuanhuan Legion and the Tianqin Divine Wing Legion, Shu Chan is joining the Freedom Legion of Jianghu Wuxiu, fighting with the flanks of the Tianqin Dynasty Divine Wing Legion on the field. Shura's divine script was continuously released, and every time Shura's Juiguang was cast, it could kill at least one martial artist from the Tianqin Divine Wing Legion. It can be said to be a major killer in the Freedom Legion. Most of the martial arts practitioners in the world are at a disadvantage when facing the Tianqin God's Wing Legion, and all attacks will be blocked. Only Shu Chan's Shura Juiguang can kill the Tianqin God's Wing Legion's martial arts with one move. Let those martial arts defense methods have no effect. All martial arts practitioners in Jianghu now know Shu Chan's name, and know that Shu Chan is the princess from a county in the Tianqin dynasty, and that county was completely occupied by the Tianqin dynasty, and even the county king was taken over by the Tianqin dynasty. Killed by Emperor Qin. Attacking the county government within the territory of his dynasty, Emperor Tianqin's method made those Jianghu martial artists in the Freedom Legion of the Beishua dynasty despise. Looking at the red-eyed little princess Shu Chan, many Jianghu Wuxiu felt a tinge of love and pity in their hearts. Coupled with her delicate and cute appearance and voice, people felt extremely sympathetic to her. Kill. The emotions of martial arts cultivators in the Jianghu were all infected by Shu Chan's actions, which raised the combat effectiveness of the Beishua dynasty Freedom Legion by a large margin. But at this moment, a group of members of the law enforcement team of the Snow Dance Legion descended from the sky, and under the leadership of a law enforcement team leader from the Kingsway secret realm, they rushed directly towards Shu Chan. Shu Chan, as a member of the Freedom Legion, secretly colluded with the people of the Tianqin dynasty and leaked military information. On the order of the regiment commander, arrest Shu Chan. The indifferent voice of the head of the law enforcement team of the Kingsway secret realm came, and these words stunned all the Jianghu Wuxiu of the Freedom Legion around. Shu Chan colluded with the Tianqin dynasty? How can this be? There are a total of thousands of martial arts cultivators of the North Snow dynasty who participated in the fight against the Tianqin Divine Wing Legion. These people have all known the enmity between Shu Chan and the Tianqin Emperor, and understand that Shu Chan and the Tianqin Emperor are sworn brothers. Now the law enforcement team of the Snow Dance Legion came to arrest Shu Chan, saying that she had colluded with the people of the Tianqin dynasty to leak military information, which undoubtedly puzzled all martial artists in the world. Even if this kind of thing happened to anyone, it would never happen to Shu Chan. Leader of law enforcement, did you make a mistake? The head of the Freedom Legion formed by Jianghu Wuxiu, a decadent young man with the power of the seven paths, suddenly became brighter at this moment, stood up, stopped in front of Shu Chan, looked at the head of the law enforcement group and said, Miss Shu Chan has a sworn feud with Emperor Tianqin, how could she be a spy sent by Emperor Tianqin? The leader of the law enforcement corps was a middle-aged man with a mastery of the secret realm of the Kingsway, and he didn't pay much attention to this decadent young man who was the leader of the Freedom Legion. The head of the middle-aged law enforcement team took a contemptuous glance at the decadent young man, and said with disdain, this order was issued by the leader of the Xuanhuan army himself. If you have any objections, go directly to the leader of the army. However, if you stop the law enforcement team from enforcing the law, and I can order you to be arrested as well. Jiang Yixing, thank you for interceding for me, but there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. I think it will be cleared up soon, you should back off. Xu Chan watched the decadent young man speak for himself with Yixing, and was a little moved in her heart, but she still insisted on letting him get out of the way. Regarding the fact that she became a spy from the Tianqing dynasty, Xu Chan was also baffled, but in the face of such a huge Xuewu legion, she and the quack warriors of the Freedom Legion could not resist. Since the other party wants to arrest her, let them arrest her first. She only wants a clear conscience. The decadent young General Yixing hesitated, gave the law enforcement team a fierce look, and then backed away. Miss Xu Chan, if you have been wronged in any way, I will definitely bring the Freedom Legion into the Snow Dance Legion. The Freedom Legion is full of unrestrained Jianghu martial arts. Because Tianlan County was invaded by the Tianqing dynasty, they were formed freely to fight against the Tianqing Divine Wing Legion. Taking Yixing as the leader of the Freedom Legion is of course the most prestigious one among so many martial artists in the Jianghu. It is not just a matter of casual talk that he wants to enter the Xuewu Legion. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the head of the law enforcement team. So, General Yixing, you and this Xu Chan are all accomplices? To actually intend to attack the Xuewu Legion is a serious crime of rebellion. I'm just warning you, don't be disrespectful to Miss Xu Chan. Although Jiang Yixing looked like a decadent young man, he was not ambiguous at all when negotiating, and his eyes flashed brightly. Although our Freedom Legion is not a giant, but facing the Tianqing Divine Wing Legion, we still need us to face it. Withstand. His words were obviously threatening. If the Freedom Army retreated now, then the Xuewu Army and the Tianqing Divine Wing Army would definitely lose a lot in the fight. This is not what the head of the Snow Dance Legion wants to see, and the middle-aged man Wu Xiao, who is the head of the law enforcement group, doesn't dare to say anything. The Legion commander has clear rewards and punishments. If the rumors are wrong, then we will naturally not do anything to this little girl. The leader of the law enforcement team snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, he turned around and left with many law enforcement team Wu Xiao. Seeing this scene happening in front of their eyes, the martial arts practitioners in the Freedom Legion were filled with righteous indignation. To these martial arts practitioners, Xu Chan was a playful and cute little girl, and now she was taken away by the law enforcement team, which undoubtedly made them extremely angry. But even after compromising 1 star, the rest of them couldn't say much. Kill the enemy. Jiang Yixing took one last look at the back of Xu Chan being taken away, then turned sideways, waved his hand, and continued to let the Jianghu Wuxiao of the Freedom Legion fight. The battle between the martial arts regiments is not a non-stop battle, but a series of battles, divided according to the squad. After a team has released their innate supernatural powers, they will retreat when they need to rest, and the other teams will be on top. Wu Xiao, who is good at attacking and defending, will be responsible for attacking and defending respectively, taking turns to play alternately. Only in this way can the full strength of an army be brought into play. But also has the ability to continue fighting. The battle on the front line is still fierce, and thousands of martial artists died in the fierce collision of divine script and supernatural power. But the current Long Yu followed the eldest prince Tianqing all the way back to a dense forest close to the border of the Beishua dynasty. After arriving in this dense forest, there was a martial artist of the 7 realms, whose whereabouts were a bit strange. They broke away from the main force and headed towards a deserted place in the dense forest. This made Long Yu suddenly interested. This person definitely has a ghost. Long Yu's heart moved, and after thinking for a while, he condensed an ancient afterimage, and flew away following the sneaky figure who had left the large team. He himself hides in the ancient Shura temple, and he is not afraid of being discovered by the Tianjia's eyesight of the great prince of Tianqing, and the ancient afterimage he condenses also uses the method of concealment, and it is difficult for the 7-path supernatural power realm martial artist who has left the team to discover. In this way, the surveillance was divided into 2 groups, and Long Yu felt that he was one step closer to seeing through the traitor of the Beishua dynasty. The large troops of the Tianqing prince and others are still moving towards the Tianqing dynasty at the fastest speed. It seems that they feel that staying here is dangerous, and they don't want to stay for a long time. And the martial artist of the Seven Paths supernatural realm who had left the team sneaked into a valley. Long Yu's desolate ancient afterimage followed all the way with the hidden means, and soon came to this valley. Sure enough, he found a middle-aged bearded man wearing the armor of a general from the Northern Snow dynasty, waiting for the eldest prince of Tianqing in this valley. Men. The two met secretly in this desolate valley, and logically speaking, no one would be able to find out, but they did not expect that Long Yu would accompany the first Prince Tianqing all the way. Long Yu Jiang has imprinted all the situations from the beginning to the present with the true spirit imprint, which can perfectly reproduce the scenes he saw. Including the subordinates of the first Prince Tianqing, the process of meeting the general of the Baixue dynasty furtively was also completely recorded by Long Yu. After the two secretly met, they didn't say anything, they just exchanged a jade slip quietly, and then parted ways. We must get those two jade slips. Long Yu's heart moved, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. As long as he got those two jade slips, he would definitely be able to expose the identity of the traitor of the Shuawu army of the Northern Snow dynasty, and they could be used as evidence. However, that general of the Baixue dynasty was the same as the subordinates of Emperor Qin of that day. They were all martial arts experts in the 7 realms of supernatural powers. If Long Yu wanted to strike, it would be extremely dangerous. If I don't take action at this time, when they succeed in their tricks, I will have no foothold in the North Snow dynasty, and even the Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion in the North Snow Emperor's capital will be wiped out. Long Yu's eyes flashed with determination. He thought of the people who were still in Tianyu Manor, and knew that he could only hope to save them if he fought hard. Otherwise, even if he runs away now, it will be useless, not to mention that if Long Yu runs away, wouldn't it be more admitting of his identity as a spy? In this way, the trick of the Tianqing dynasty will succeed, and it is naturally impossible for Long Yu to do so. So what? With my current strength, I don't have any problem facing a strong man in the 5 realms. Even a guy in the 7 realms may not be able to kill him with a thunderous blow. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu quietly changed the positions of the main body and the ancient afterimage. One of the ancient afterimages remained in the ancient Shura palace, and his body came to the valley where the two met secretly, and quietly followed the subordinate of the first Prince Tianqing, concealed. Remnants of ancient times follow the generals of the Northern Snow dynasty. Long Yu divided into 3 groups of operations. One of the ancient remnants kept his hands on the Shura ancient palace, and another remnant of the ancients was gathered to follow the generals of the Northern Snow dynasty. And his main body is the subordinate of the first Prince Tianqing, who was going to sneak attack on the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm. The 7 Dao supernatural realm is equivalent to peerless powerhouses like Huiyuan Bai and Mo Zhaitian, who are only one step away from stepping into the secret realm of the Kingly Way, and have the qualifications to participate in the Shenwu Emperor Association. It is conceivable that there are not many such martial arts in the Tianqing dynasty. Since they are the personal guards of the first Prince Tianqing, all of them are experts in the realm of the 7 paths. Each one is pulled out individually. They are all masters who can stand on their own in a county, and even become the head of the Nightmare Legion, such powerful characters. Long Yu's goal is to sneak attack on the subordinates of the great Prince Tianqing, who is in the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm. Along the way, Long Yu had already understood the fighting power of the Imperial Prince Tianqing's personal guards, especially Wu Xiao, who sneaked out to meet with the generals of the Baixue dynasty in secret. Long Yu also understood. This person's defense is strong, attack is weak, and his speed is extremely fast, so he was sent out to play the role of scout and connector. Long Yu's eyes shone brightly, and he began to analyze the opponent's combat power. Because this person is very fast, he must be killed with one blow, otherwise he will escape. If he escapes, it is absolutely impossible for Long Yu to catch up. There is a large group of martial arts in front of him, including the first Prince Tianqin. What about the strong? Coupled with this person's weak attack, Long Yu decided to rely on the ancient high-grade martial arts he cultivated to fight hard, and only by completely sacrificing the time of defense can Long Yu launch the fiercest offensive. The two magical powers of Nine Nether Hand and Soul Seal Siphon are weakened, and then use the last explosion of Yulong 9 Explosion, 9 Nether Sky Light, and Nether Dragon Blade's Soul Explosion to try to kill this person. I can still gather a desolate ancient remnant, and this desolate ancient remnant is guarding outside the range of Jiuyou Tianguang. Once that person escapes, he will perform the final blow of the blood sacrifice shadow kill. Killing intent flashed across Long Yu's eyes, and he immediately started to act. Facing the insidious schemes of the Tianqin dynasty, Long Yu had no way of escaping and could only face it head-on. But at present, assassinating the martial artist of the Seven-Path Supernatural Realm, who is carrying the traitor Jade Slip of the Northern Snow Dynasty, is the best way Long Yu can think of right now. As long as the evidence is obtained, Long Yu and Xu Chan can not only get rid of the accusation of spies, but also catch the culprit and let the spy behind the scenes surface. Kill. Long Yu made a decision and immediately started to act. He couldn't wait for too long, because the subordinate of the great Prince Tianqin, who was in the Seven Paths Divine Ability realm, moved very quickly, and he might be able to join the first Prince Tianqin and the others soon, and it would be too late to make a move by then. When Long Yu started to act, the strong man of the Seven Paths Supernatural realm almost immediately noticed something was wrong. Long Yu wasn't the only one who could feel the killing intent aimed at him. When Long Yu showed a strong enough killing intent, he also attracted the attention of this strong man of the Seven Paths Divine Ability realm. But Long Yu didn't care about it, and directly cast the Nine Nether Sky Light. His whole body melted into a pitch-black thick fog, and turned into a cloud that quickly enveloped him from a high altitude, and surrounded the experts of the seven supernatural powers in a blink of an eye. Jiuyou Tianguang came with a bang, and the power of the infinite Nine Nether Divine Runes began to erode the strong man of the Seven Paths Supernatural realm, but the realm of Long Yu martial arts was too low after all, and the erosion of the power of the Nine Nether Divine Runes had little effect on him. Who is coming? The strong man of the Seven Paths Divine Ability realm snarled, and the Gale Wind Divine Rune covered his whole body, blocking the power of the Nine Nether Divine Runes around him. In fact, as soon as this person sensed the aura of the Nine Nether Divine Inscription, he knew that it was Long Yu who had appeared. He just wanted to attract Long Yu's attention as much as possible, and he was trying to call someone from Tianqin. The first prince's support. It's a pity that Jiuyou Tianguang isolates everything, even the light can be completely blocked, let alone the sound. In the dense forest, a thick black fog completely enveloped the surrounding area, and no light or sound could be transmitted from it. Long Yu also took the opportunity to launch a real offensive. Supernatural power, the Hand of the Nine Serenities. Supernatural power, Soul Seal Siphon. The hand of Jiuyou appeared quietly, with the intense and strong power of Jiuyou Divine Script. It wanted to erode into the body of the strong man of the Seven Paths Divine Ability realm, and erode his meridian dantian. Wind Barrier. The strong man of the Seven Paths Divine Ability realm didn't panic, he raised his hand directly, condensing a barrier of Gale Wind Divine Rune, trying to resist the invasion of this Hand of the Nine Serenities, but things didn't go as he wished. When the wind barrier emerged, a jet-black short blade quietly appeared, piercing through the wind barrier in an instant. Even the defensive means of the Seven Paths Supernatural powers were not able to withstand the ancient-level Super Warrior Void Dragon Blade. Penetration. Immediately afterwards, the imposing Hand of the Nine Nethers cut through the pierced gap, and instantly invaded the body of the strong man of the Seven Paths Divine Ability realm, and the tyrannical power of the Nine Nether Divine Runes began to erode and weaken his combat effectiveness. Go away. The man with the supernatural powers of the Seven Paths was a middle-aged man. He had never encountered such a difficult opponent since he entered the martial arts. He was obviously 5 levels lower than him in the martial arts, but he just couldn't use his strength. Firstly, he didn't know which corner Long Yu was hiding in Jiuyou Tianguang, and secondly, Long Yu's attack method was too weird, which made it extremely difficult for him to deal with it. In the next moment, he could only use the power of the Blast Divine Script to continuously clear the power of the 9 secluded Divine Script in his body, but in the next moment, a burst of 5 rainbows absorbed Divine Script power descended from the sky, instantly enveloping his whole body in it. Soul Seal Siphon. This burst of rainbow-absorbing Divine Script power descended, and immediately began to absorb the soul seal of the strong man of the 7-path supernatural power. The soul seal is the foundation of a martial artist on the road of martial arts. Naturally, it is impossible for the opponent to let the siphoned Divine Script absorb it away. The powerhouses of the 7 paths immediately exerted most of their power and began to resist the erosion of the 5 rainbow-absorbing glyphs, but they still absorbed part of their soul imprints through the soul seal siphoning technique, which was absorbed into the nether dragon blade. In this way, more than half of the power of the 7-path supernatural powers was used to fight against Long Yu's 2 innate supernatural powers, and this was exactly what Long Yu had expected before launching the assassination. The opportunity is here. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and then he hid in the light of Jiuyou Tian, and punched out. Yulong Jiubao exploded last. Yutian Huangquanbo rushed out with a burst of momentum. The Yutian Huangquan burst hidden in the Jiuyou Tianguang contains the ghosts and souls of countless people that Long Yu has killed since he stepped into the martial arts, forming a world of Yutian Huangquan. With the sound of a dragon chant, thousands of evil ghosts and souls in the world of Yutian Huangquan exploded at the same time, and the infinite destructive power directly smashed the wind barrier of the strong man of the 7 supernatural powers. This is a great wilderness-level martial skill that has been comprehended to the extreme, the ultimate form of the 9 explosions of Yulong, which condenses all the evil thoughts and souls of the people that Long Yu has killed since he stepped into the martial arts, into a world of Yutian Huangquan, and then detonates it with the sound of 9 Yulong dragons. As Long Yu kills more people, the power of this move will become stronger. If Long Yu has personally beheaded a strong man in the secret realm of the royal way, then even with his current martial arts realm, it is enough to use the Yutian Huangquan explosion injure the powerful in the secret realm of the kingly way. In short, the more people or any creatures that Long Yu kills with this move, the more powerful it will be. This is the second time Long Yu has used this move after comprehending the 9 explosions of Yulong in the transformation realm. The last time was against Tai Sun, a master of the 3 Dao supernatural ability realm, when he was fighting with Bai Qing. To the current Long Yu, that Tai Sun was nothing at that time, but at this time Long Yu was facing the peak powerhouse of the 7 paths divine ability realm. This person was only 1 step away from stepping into the kingly secret realm. Yutian Huangquan exploded, and the power it displayed was extremely powerful, but it would consume 80% of Long Yu's whole body's strength. After using it, his remaining fighting power was very weak. The souls of the infinite evil ghosts in the world of Yutian Huangquan were detonated by a Jiuyou dragon chant, and exploded in the black mist of the Jiuyou sky. Blast! The face of the expert of the 7 path supernatural powers changed slightly, and he raised his hands, trying to gather all the divine powers in his body, and used some innate supernatural powers to escape. It's not that he doesn't have the confidence to fight against Long Yu's Yutian Huangquan explosion, but he is afraid that this is not Long Yu's strongest method. After all, various deeds about Long Yu have long been rumored to be miraculous. Just controlling the sacred tree of Shura and beheading several strong men in the secret realm of the King's Way in Shura County is enough to shock this person. If this person knew that the sacred Shura tree on Long Yu's body had already fallen into a deep sleep, he probably wouldn't have chosen to run away so hastily. And it was he who eagerly used his physical martial arts and forcibly rushed out of Jiuyou Tianguang, completely ignoring his own defense. Long Yu's Huanggu afterimage held the Void Yulong blade and came directly towards him, aiming at this person cast Soul Explosion. In the Dragon Blade of the Void, Long Yu had already quietly absorbed the soul seals of 8 martial artists. These 8 soul seals were all talented martial arts from the Imperial Prince Tianqin's Guard Corps, which made Long Yu's soul calling burst into flames. His power is even more terrifying, not at all inferior to Yu Tianhuan just now. Afterwards, there was the eruption of Yu Tianhuan, and in front of it was the eruption of the soul of the Nether Dragon Blade of the Void. The two extremely powerful martial arts techniques sandwiched the strong man of the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm in the middle, causing his face to change drastically. Guard of Gale Wind. This person now knows that he can't run away, so he can only use his innate supernatural powers to defend against the bombardment of the two terrifying martial arts, with the cheek. The strength of the powerhouse of the 7 Paths supernatural realm is still good after all, even if it is weakened and restrained by the hand of Joyo and the Soul Seal Siphon, it is still not so easy to be killed by Long Yuba. This person's innate supernatural powers derived from all kinds of blast divine scripts came out, and through body skills and martial arts, he managed to evade the full power of Soul Explosion extremely cleverly. He only used 2 moves to defend against innate supernatural powers, and resisted all of Yu Tianhuan burst. Power. Blood Sacrifice Shadow Kill. Long Yu urged the desolate ancient afterimage, and immediately carried out the blood sacrifice shadow killing. A red and black villain figure rushed out, and galloped towards the strong man of the 7 supernatural powers, with awe-inspiring killing intent. Innocent. The middle-aged martial artist in the 7 Paths supernatural realm let out a cold snort. Seeing that Long Yu had not released the Shura sacred tree for a long time, he roughly guessed something, which made him gradually calm down. With a wave of his hand, a barrier condensed by the gust of wind appeared again, easily twisting the figure of the blood sacrifice shadow-killing red and black villain into pieces. However, at the next moment, the faces of these martial arts practitioners of the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm changed drastically. He felt an extremely sharp warrior, suddenly coming from the Joyo Tianguang behind him, and while he was responding to the attack from the front, it stabbed fiercely into his back. The ancient top-grade soldier, the Nether Dragon Blade, was held by Long Yu himself, and stabbed quickly, and directly penetrated into the opponent's body through the means of Shenin. Just before the heart of the strong man in the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm was shattered, he condensed all the power of the Blast Divine Script at the fastest speed, and rushed towards Long Yushi behind him. In that case, let's die together. The strong man in the 7 Paths supernatural power realm looked crazy. He knew he couldn't stop Long Yu from smashing his heart, but he gathered all his strength to bombard and kill Long Yu, and there was absolutely no possibility for Long Yu to resist. The Blast Divine Script of the elemental attribute immediately engulfed Long Yu in it. The terrifying destructive power destroyed his body and quickly swept him away. The infinite Blast Divine Script penetrated into his body. Long Yu clenched his teeth, gathering the power of the 9 Nether Divine Runes in his whole body, resisting the erosion of the whole body by the Gale Divine Runes. He couldn't hand over to Huanggu Remnant Shadow the final blow just now. Only he himself could wield the Nether Dragon Blade to unleash the most powerful power of this ancient warrior, killing it with one blow. As for the opponent's death counterattack, Long Yu had already expected it. Body training in the dead state. Long Yu clenched his teeth, ready to forcibly resist the opponent's counterattack. The reason why Long Yu dared to bear the opponent's dying counterattack head-on was entirely because he had cultivated the death-level body training of the Xiacheng realm. Xiacheng has also made Long Yu's body's ability to resist blows extremely strong. What's more, Long Yu had already taken the powerful elixir obtained from Yundizi, a great desolation-grade elixir, before taking the final blow to assassinate the opponent. The effect of this elixir is also determined according to the realm of the martial arts of the user. According to the cultivation base of the Long Yu Second Dao supernatural power realm, the divine barrier formed after taking it can at least offset the full strength of the 5 supernatural powers. Hit. At this moment, even though Long Yu was facing a strong man of the 7-path supernatural ability realm, the opponent died before fully unleashing the last blow, so it was not considered a full-blown attack by the 7-path supernatural power realm powerhouse. The divine barrier formed by this elixir alone withstood nearly half of the power of the opponent's dying counterattack, and the remaining power completely invaded Long Yu's body and began to wreak havoc. The body training in the death realm of the Xiaoqing realm allowed Long Yu to forcibly resist the opponent's blow. Even though the meridians in his body were constantly being destroyed, his vital parts were not damaged until those extremely destructive Gale Godwin powers were blown away. After Jiuyou Xuanhuan was completely suppressed, Long Yu was completely relieved. Self-healing divine script. Long Yu tried his best to activate the self-healing aura in his body to start recovering. At the same time, he took a great desolation-grade healing elixir, and his whole body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. After only a moment passed, the bloodstains on Long Yu's arms and legs that had been cut by the Gale divine artifacts were completely restored, and the damaged meridians in his body were also fully restored. Walk. Without any hesitation, Long Yu directly put the body of the martial artist in the 7 paths divine ability realm into the storage space of the Nether Dragon Blade, and then manipulated the body to exchange with the ancient afterimage, and returned to the ancient Shura temple. Sure enough, there is a jade slip. Long Yu first observed the group of personal guards of the first Prince Tianqin who were moving forward, and found that they hadn't noticed that the guy they sent out had died. Then, he searched the body of the strong man of the 7 paths divine ability realm, and found a jade slip in his chest, which was just exchanged with that Northern Snow Dynasty general. Break. Long Yu used means to destroy the soul mark in the jade slip, and then observed the content recorded in it, and he knew the whole story in a short while. According to the jade slips, the matter has been completed, Xu Chan has been arrested, and will be executed 3 days later. I hope that the first Prince Tianqin can fulfill his promise and place 1,000 divine coins at the agreed place. I didn't expect Xu Chan to be arrested. It seems that the Snow Dance Legion of the Northern Snow Dynasty is nothing more than that. Prince Tianqin just used a trick to trick the Snow Dance Legion into arresting Xu Chan. A flash of light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. Fortunately, I had this operation. Although I was seriously injured and lost 2 high-grade wilderness-level pills, which are worth at least 2,000 divine coins. The elixir that Long Yu took in the first battle that produced the divine barrier, and the healing elixir he took after he was injured, are all top-grade wilderness-level elixir, and they are considered top-notch elixir in Yundizi. It is extremely expensive, and ordinary martial arts practitioners can't afford to consume it. Even Emperor Yun himself may not be willing to take it casually. However, Long Yu was facing a life-and-death situation, and these pills were of no use if he kept them, so of course he took them directly. If other martial artists knew about it, they would all scold him as a prodigal. However, Long Yu knew that without these 2 elixirs, he might not be able to resist the dying counterattack of the strong man of the 7 paths divine ability realm. The prince's personal guards came back to arrest. According to the jade slips, Su Tiangao, the deputy general of the Shuawu Legion, betrayed the Beishua dynasty for 1,000 divine coins. It is conceivable that the 2 pills Long Yu consumed in this battle were how high is the value. Vice General Su Tiangao, I'm afraid it's not all about money. Maybe this guy had a lot of friction with Luo Yunzong, the vice general of the Shuawu Legion who was killed before. Long Yu thought of the secret camp of the Shuawu Legion that was raided by the first Prince Tianqin before. Among them was Luo Yunzong, the deputy general of the Shuawu Legion, who was a powerful man in the royal secret realm, but unfortunately he was still beheaded by the first Prince Tianqin. For the traitor, Su Tiangao, this should be something he likes to hear and see. For Long Yu, the Shuawu Legion, traitors, and so on have nothing to do with him at all. If he didn't offend him, he wouldn't bother to pay attention to such things. But it's different now. The traitor Su Tiangao cooperated with the first Prince Tianqing to reveal the location of the secret camp where the Deputy General Luo Yunsong was, but claimed that he, Xu Chan and others revealed the location. If Long Yu doesn't deal with such a person, how can he be reconciled? With this evidence, go to the camp of the Snow Dance Legion. Long Yu's eyes flickered brightly, and one of his ancient afterimages was still following the traitor Deputy General Su Tiangao, flying towards the general camp of the Shuawu army. Long Yu had to go to the Shuawu Legion camp ahead of this person, so what he said would be more believable. Space Law Circle, open. As soon as Long Yu thought about this, he urged the Space Magic Circle in Shura Ancient Palace as quickly as possible. The main camp of Shuawu Legion is thousands of miles away. If the Space Magic Circle is not used, it will take at least half a day to catch up. Arrive. Long Yu wanted to get ahead of that traitor, Deputy General Su Tiangao, and expose him in front of the entire Shuawu Legion. Snow Dance Legion General Camp. Legion Commander Yu Shuawu is a middle-aged woman, wearing a snow-white military uniform, with a heroic appearance. At this time, she is standing in the center of the general camp, looking at the person in front of her with a frosty face. In front of her was Xu Chan, who was arrested by the head of the law enforcement team. Xu Chan was imprisoned in a crystal cage and was completely treated as a criminal. At this time, Xu Chan was full of stubbornness. Obviously she was beaten to death and refused to admit that she was a traitor. I still say the same thing, Emperor Tianqing is my father-killing enemy. I can't be a spy sent by him. Xu Chan said coldly. Although she has explained it countless times, the members of the Shuawu Legion don't believe it at all, because the martial arts who escaped from the secret camp of the exterminated Deputy General Luo Yunsong all said that it was Long Yu and Xu Chan who leaked the location of the secret camp. Yu Shuawu, the head of the Shuawu Legion, had no choice but to arrest Xu Chan and search everywhere for Long Yu's whereabouts before finding any other evidence. This is already the last chance I'll give you. Since you refuse to reveal the whereabouts of Long Yu, then at this time tomorrow is your time of death. Yu Shuawu said lightly, Tianzong Haowei, take her down and behead her at noon tomorrow. Yes, General. The middle-aged man standing beside Yu Shuawu, Tianzong Haowei, the head of the law enforcement team, with a disdainful and contemptuous smile on his face, glanced at Xu Chan, then raised his hand, causing the subordinates behind him to raise his hand. The crystal cage where Xu Chan was held, and then she was taken away. Head of Tianzong, follow orders. The two wuxios of the law enforcement team got the order and immediately took Xu Chan down. General, the last general will leave first, and you can try again to find out the whereabouts of that Long Yu. Tianzong Haowei said respectfully to Yu Shuawu. Go ahead and try, but remember, this Xu Chan is going to be beheaded in public at noon tomorrow, to comfort the spirits of Lieutenant General Luo Yunsong and other soldiers in the sky. Yu Shuawu waved her hand casually and said, her face was full of headaches. The secret camp, guarded by Lieutenant General Luo Yunsong, was taken over by the eldest prince, Tianqing. This is undoubtedly a great blow to the Shuawu Legion. You must know that the secret camp is full of the Shuawu Legion soldiers' reserves and elixirs. Reserves, now that there is no reserve of warriors and pills, it is even more difficult to fight head-on with the Tianqing Divine Wing Legion. For the culprits who caused all this, Long Yu and Xu Chan, Yu Shuawu was extremely angry. Although she didn't know why Master Yu Hanqing took in these refugees from the Tianqing dynasty, these people are actually Tianqing dynasty the traitor sent, which made Yu Shuawu decide that after driving away the Tianqing Divine Wing Legion, he must arrest all the refugees from the Tianqing dynasty. But she didn't know that Tianzong Haowei, the leader of the law enforcement team she trusted, took Xu Chan away, and then followed two men of the law enforcement team to the back camp, ready to deal with Xu Chan. This woman must be killed, and then find Long Yu's whereabouts, and beheaded directly. Killing intent flashed in Tianzong Haowei's eyes, and this middle-aged man obviously had something to do with the whole thing. Xuan was alone, imprisoned in a crystal cage, which was made of special materials, and Wu Xiu, who was locked in this cage, would be completely unable to use divine power. Became a useless person. Xuan looked around, and found that she was taken to an extremely remote camp, which belonged to the law enforcement corps, and in the vicinity, no one could come unless there was an order from the law enforcement corps. Xuan was imprisoned in a tent, and then two Wu Xiu of the law enforcement team who escorted her stood guard at the entrance of the tent. Xuanhuan, the head of the law enforcement team, raised his steps with a sneer of disdain on his face. Stepped into the tent. Now, I will give you a chance. As long as you tell Long Yu's whereabouts, I will let you go. Xuanhuan stared at Xuan, and said in a cold voice, I know, all of this is what Long Yu did. In fact, it has nothing to do with you. It's just that he dragged you into the water. Why do you want to do it for a purpose? Frame those who hurt you, and sacrifice your own life? Xuan gave him a cold look, but didn't speak. Of course Xuan knew that Xuanhuan, the leader of the law enforcement team in front of him, was just trying to figure out where Long Yu was. If it wasn't for Xuan, who knew Long Yu very well, and knew that Long Yu had obtained the corpse of Emperor Yin not long ago, and he had gained a lot, maybe it would have been possible to believe what Xuanhuan said. Long Yu became a spy sent by the Tianqing dynasty? This kind of thing is impossible. Because this is not beneficial to Long Yu, Xuan can be sure of this. If so, what Xuanhuan said today must be deceiving her. As for the purpose, of course it is to find Long Yu and kill him, so that the truth will be completely buried. Xuan was indifferent to Xuanhuan's words, making Xuanhuan's face darken. He paced back and forth in the tent, and said slowly, if you are not obedient, believe it or not, you won't see the sun tomorrow? Listen, saying that you were originally a princess of a county mansion, don't you feel aggrieved when you fall into such a situation? And you don't need to bear this grievance at all. Don't say I don't know where Long Yu is. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Xuan has already seen that Xuanhuan is probably one of the people who framed her this day, which made her of course not have a good face, and directly rejected Xuanhuan. This made Xuanhuan's face even more ugly, and a strong murderous intent flashed in Xuan's eyes. He raised his hand, and the aura of a strong man in the secret realm of the royal way began to spreading towards where Xuan was, gradually enveloping her in it. Bearing the terrifying aura of the powerful man in the secret realm of the kingly way, Xuan gritted her teeth and remained silent. She knew that it was useless for her to say anything now, and this person probably wanted to kill her to silence her. I just don't know where Long Yu is now. Avenge me. Xuan thought in her heart. However, at this moment, a series of noisy footsteps came in from outside the tent, followed by a voice familiar to Xuan, hand over Xuan, or our Freedom Legion will take action today. He is the head of the Freedom Legion, and he will be 1 star. Xuan opened her eyes, a little surprised, never thought that General Yixing would go against the law enforcement team of the Xuanwu Legion for his own sake. You know, the entire Freedom Legion is only 4,000 to 5,000 people, and it is impossible to fight the Xuanwu Legion together, but even so, most of the martial arts in the Freedom Legion still came to rescue Xuan. For the Jianghu Wuxiu in the Freedom Legion, the most unsightly behavior is bullying, and now the Snow Dance Legion is undoubtedly the case. Today, they can find a ridiculous reason to arrest Xuan without any evidence at all, and arrest Xuan who fought against the Tianqing Divine Wing Army for the Snow Dance Army, then they will probably arrest him next time any of them. Under such circumstances, Jiang Yixing persuaded most of the Jianghu Wuxiu of the Freedom Legion to forcefully break through to the camp of the Law Enforcement Corps, forcing the Law Enforcement Corps to hand over Xuan. A sudden gust of wind blew up the tent where Xuan was staying, exposing Xuan and Xuanhuan to the eyes of thousands of people. But at this moment, Xuanhuan exudes aura all over his body, and it looks like he is preparing to attack Xuan. General Xuewu, what do you think General Tianzong is doing at this time? Could it be that he wants to kill Xu Chan to silence him? Among the crowd, a decadent youth led by General Yixing, his eyes lit up, pointed to Tianzong Haowei in the field and said. And beside Jiang Yixing, Yu Xuewu, the heroic leader of the Xuewu Legion, stood with a valiant look, frowning slightly and looking at the field. Tianzong, this general will take care of Xu Chan for the time being. You send people out to find that Long Yu. Yu Xuewu also saw that there seemed to be something wrong with Tianzong Haowei. He had been wanting to kill Xu Chan before, but was stopped by Yu Xuewu. Unexpectedly, he dared to disobey her order now and planned to attack Xu Chan in private. General, this subordinate is only threatening her, and has no intention of killing her. Tianzong Haowei quickly put away his whole body momentum, turned around and said respectfully to Yu Xuewu, however, since the general has orders, the subordinates should obey the orders. Squads 1, 2, 3, spread out and search for traces of the spy Long Yu. If you find anything, send out a divine signal. Tianzong Haowei's order was issued, and the members of the law enforcement team who were waiting in formation all around accepted the order one by one, and were ready to disperse to search for Long Yu. Don't look for me, I'm here. Suddenly a voice came down from the sky. There was a hint of cynicism in this tone, but it was extremely calm. Immediately afterwards, a figure appeared in the sky and gradually descended. It was indeed Long Yu. Xu Chan raised her head and looked towards the sky, feeling a little inconceivable about Long Yu's appearance. This guy, what's the use of showing up at this time? Could it be that he has a way to prove that he is not a spy? Xu Chan thought in her heart, squinted at Long Yu, but saw Long Yu nodded slightly towards her, perhaps to indicate that she would be fine. Long Yu. Tianzong Haowei raised his head, saw Long Yu's figure at a glance, and the murderous intent in his eyes became more intense. It's me. Long Yu said lightly, descending from the sky. The Shura ancient palace was suspended invisible in the high-altitude clouds, and he himself directly landed in the camp of the Xuewu army. At this moment, the traitor Deputy General Su Tiangao was still on his way back to the camp. It was the best time for Long Yu to show up and prove himself with evidence. Catch him. When Tianzong Haowei gave an order, thousands of martial arts from the law enforcement team around him were dispatched one after another, flying towards Long Yu in the air. Long Yu didn't have any fear at all, and said with a chuckle, Northern Snow Dynasty, the Xuewu Legion is nothing more than that. A simple trick by the enemy can make you deal with your own people in a blink of an eye. This Xuewu Legion is really stupid. Spy, what right do you have to speak? Tianzong Haowei sneered, the aura of the kingly secret realm exuded, and he was about to kill Long Yu on the spot with his own hands. Maybe it was for some shady purpose. Tianzong Haowei seemed to be always thinking about killing Xu Chan. Long Yu killed his mouth. If you want to talk about a spy, it seems that it's not me, but someone else. Long Yu also sneered, and then glanced at the female General Yakshu who was like the stars and the moon below. As the general of the Xuewu Legion, doesn't it mean that General Xuewu doesn't want to know the truth about this matter? Tianzong, step back, let's listen to what he has to say. When Yu Xuewu heard this, her face remained indifferent, and she waved her hands to let Tianzong Haowei lead the members of the law enforcement team to surround Long Yu, but did not move. Tianzong Haowei had no choice but to act according to his words, but his face became even more gloomy. Long Yu saw that Zong Haowei led the crowd to surround him that day, but he didn't take it seriously, because he knew that with the head of the Yakshu army, Zong Haowei couldn't make any troubles this day. So it's possible that this little does the leader of the law enforcement team dare to disobey the order of the general of the Xuewu Legion? Then, General, please take a look. Long Yu didn't have any hesitation. Now that Yu Xuewu had spoken, it was time to show the imprint of the true spirit that had been recorded along the way. When Long Yu raised his hand, a picture recorded in the imprint of the true spirit gradually appeared in front of everyone. In this picture, the first Prince Tianqin led the crowd to sneak attack on the secret camp where the Deputy General Luo Yunsong was located, and deliberately said in public that Long Yu and Xu Chan had leaked the location of the camp, making it clear that something was wrong. Yu Xuewu probably understood this simple method of alienation at a glance, and then a murderous intent appeared in the female general's eyes, and she guessed that there must be something strange about this matter, but she didn't expect it to be Tianqin. The dynasty's malicious, sowing dissension. If the spies were not Long Yu and Xu Chan, then there must be someone else. Yu Xuewu thought very clearly, and then looked at it intently. She had also heard about Long Yu's reputation, and knew that since this person appeared, she probably had full confidence. Maybe she brought some evidence. Who is the real traitor in Chuxia Legion? Of course, Yu Xuewu didn't believe Long Yu immediately. It is impossible to fake the imprint of the true spirit, but how did Long Yu succeed in the scene where the eldest Prince Tianqin attacked the secret camp? If Long Yu wasn't a traitor, then he might have been discovered by the first Prince Tianqin and got rid of him when he burned the imprint of the true spirit. Of course, Yu Xuewu also knew that Long Yu had many methods, so she did not interrupt Long Yu for the time being, but let the scene recorded in the imprint of the true spirit continue to demonstrate. In the screen, the secret camp guarded by Na Luo Yunsong was quickly and completely wiped out, but it can be seen that many people deliberately left alive, so that these survivors can bring back the news that Long Yu and Xu Chan are traitors to the Snow Dance army in the camp. Immediately afterwards, as soon as the screen turned, it was transferred to a dense forest valley. A martial cultivator of the Seven Paths supernatural realm from the Personal Guard Corps led by the first Prince Tianqin sneaked out of the team and arrived at this dense forest valley to meet a vice-general wearing the armor of the Snow Dance Corps. Is it Lieutenant General Su Tiangao? Yu Xuewu's face changed slightly, and she immediately believed in Long Yu again. Just when Yu Xuewu wanted to continue watching, Tianzong Haowei who surrounded Long Yu couldn't hold back anymore. Killing intent filled his eyes, and the aura of the kingly secret realm burst out. General, this Long Yu is definitely a spy. Don't listen to what he said. If it wasn't a spy, how could it be possible to get these true spirit imprints under the eyes of first Prince Tianqin? Tianzong Haowei said coldly, now, this kid actually wants to frame Lieutenant General Su Tiangao of our army, how audacious. As soon as the words fell, Tianzong Haowei condensed his divine power and blasted towards Long Yu directly. Dragon Sparrow Flash. Long Yu has been feeling Tianzong Haowei's killing intent, and when his killing intent becomes stronger to a certain extent, Long Yu has already prepared means to dodge. When Long K Flash is used, it is equivalent to an absolute defense for opponents who have not comprehended the divine script of space. Even Tianzong Haowei, a strong man in the secret realm of the kingly way, who has comprehended the terrifying power of the light attribute purification divine script, is completely unable to touch the corner of Long Yu's clothes. A destructive and purified white light blasted past Long Yushu's shadow, and immediately afterward, Yu Xuewu made a move below. Yu Xuewu never expected that Tianzong Haowei would suddenly attack Long Yu, but after he launched a blow, she also reacted quickly, and the power of the ice divine script all over her body suddenly exploded. Heavenly! Yu Xuewu yelled sharply, and the ice divine script condensed into a series of icicles, piercing between Long Yu and Tianzong Haowei, completely separating the space between them. In this way, Long Yu was equivalent to being protected by Yu Xuewu. After recovering from the dragon bird's flash state, he sneered at Tianzong Haowei through a thick layer of ice thorns. Tianzong Haowei's face turned livid when he saw that he couldn't kill Long Yu in a flash. Obviously, for him, failing to kill Long Yu in a flash would bring a lot of trouble. Not only can it not prevent Long Yu from exposing the real traitor, but it will also make Yu Xuewu suspicious of him. Tianzong, why did you make the move? There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Yu Xuewu's voice. Back to the general, this man is bewitching everyone, you must not believe anything he says. Tianzong Haowei's expression was very sincere, and he said to Yu Shiwawu awe-inspiringly. I will decide for myself. Yu Shiwawu said indifferently, then raised her head to look at Long Yu. You continue with the true spirit imprint. Long Yu nodded, and continued to release the true spirit imprint. Immediately following the scene in the imprint of the true spirit, Long Yu alone killed the strong man of the seven paths supernatural realm, and snatched from him the jade slip from Su Tiangao, the deputy general of the Shiwawu Legion. When they saw that Long Yu had beheaded Tianqin's eldest prince, the seven paths supernatural power realm, with his own strength, everyone in the field gasped, including Shu Quan, who was already very familiar with Long Yu. Seeing Long Yu's assassination of the expert of the seven paths supernatural realm, Shu Quan couldn't help but sweat for him, and seeing Long Yu suffer his dying counterattack, his heart was shocked even more. Now that Long Yu Hao is standing here, it is obvious that he was not hurt by the opponent's dying counterattack. This kid actually has such a strong ability to resist blows? Even Shu Quan, who was with Long Yu, was shocked, not to mention the other people in the field. Yu Shiwawu's eyes looking at Long Yu suddenly changed. She remembered what Yu Hanqin said before. Among the group of people who came from the Tianqin dynasty this time, there were 3 extremely talented young people. One of them was this Long Yu. Now it seems that Yu Hanqin's words are true. He is indeed Yu Hanqin's Lord Demon Emperor, Yu Shiwawu thought in his heart. However, there was still one person in the field who wanted to contradict Long Yu, and that person was the head of the law enforcement team, Tianzong Haowei. Tianzong Haowei watched Long Yu's true spirit imprint. Long Yu blasted and killed the strong man of the 7 levels of supernatural powers, and immediately jumped out, pointing at Long Yu and scolding, just because you are a boy of the 2nd level of supernatural powers, how could it be possible to kill a powerhouse of the 7 paths supernatural realm? Even if it is a sneak attack, it is impossible. General, this person is definitely a spy sent by the first Prince Tianqin, you must not believe it. Tianzong Haowei said to Yu Shiwawu again. These words made Yu Shiwawu frown slightly. She said just now that she will judge this matter by herself, and she doesn't need others to make irresponsible remarks. Zhong Haowei has said this several times this day. Could it be that there is a ghost in his heart? It's not been a year or 2 since Yu Shiwawu and Tianzong Haowei have known each other, and she also knows his personality quite well. On weekdays, Tianzong Haowei would not be so impulsive and talkative. A strange look flashed in Yu Shiwawu's eyes, but she didn't yell at Tianzong Haowei. She was going to observe more in secret. Well, go ahead, I'll take a look. Yu Shiwawu said to Long Yu, roughly responding to Tianzong Haowei's words. Long Yu's true spirit imprint continued to show the next scene. He got the jade slip in the hand of the 7 paths supernatural power realm martial artist, and then took it out. This jade slip is now on Long Yu's body. He directly took it out and threw it to Yu Shiwawu. General Shiwawu, I believe you are a sensible person, and according to the rumors, you are also stern and selfless, and you will never show mercy to subordinates who make mistakes. Long Yu said lightly, then, you can read the content recorded in this jade slip. The content in it is all written by your deputy general, Su Tiangao. Yu Shiwawu took the jade slip and only glanced at it, and her eyebrows were tightly locked. After looking at it for a while, Yu Shiwawu put away the jade slips, and then glanced at everyone around. Shu Quan, Long Yu, you 2 come with me. Everyone else, disband on the spot. When Yu Shiwawu issued this order, most of the people in the field breathed a sigh of relief, including Long Yu and Shu Quan, as well as the thousands of martial artists who were worried about Shu Quan. However, there are also some people who know that the situation is not good. Tianzong Haowei was one of them, but he didn't dare to talk nonsense, because he knew that Yu Shiwawu's decision could not be changed by him alone. He glanced at Long Yu and Shu Quan, who followed Yu Shiwawu, then turned around and led the law enforcement team to leave in a hurry. Yu Shiwawu took Long Yu and Shu Quan to the tent of the general of the Shiwawu Legion. In this tent, there were only the 3 of them. Of course Shu Quan has been released from the crystal cage long ago, and she is now free. I'm really sorry that you have been wronged in our Snow Dance Legion, but in order to make up for your loss, our Snow Dance Legion is willing to give each of you 500 divine coins as compensation. What do you think? Yu Shuawu dismissed everyone else and said straight to the point. The corners of Shu Chan's mouth curled up slightly. That's not necessary, all I hope is to wipe out the power of Emperor Tianqin. Long Yu thought for a while, then shook his head and said, 500 divine coins is fine, the Snow Dance Legion doesn't owe me anything, but I hope the general can bring the culprit to justice. Now I am staring at that Lieutenant General Su Tiangao knows his exact location. Oh? Yu Shuawu was quite surprised, looked at Long Yu carefully, and then smiled and said, you are quite capable, it seems that 500 coins are nothing to you. Of course, this is it is considered the highest level of reward within the Snow Dance Legion, and other rewards will not be calculated with divine coins. I owe you a favor for this matter. If there is any need for help in the future, I will definitely help if I can. As for now, let's catch the traitor of the army first. As soon as Yu Shuawu changed the topic, her entire temperament changed, and she became a heroic heroine again, leading the two of them out. With Long Yu's ancient afterimage following the traitor, the Lieutenant Su Tiangao, it was too easy for Yu Shuawu to catch that man, and it was impossible for him to run away. But Yakshu was not satisfied with this. Because Yu Shuawu knew that Tianzong Haowei and Su Tiangao had been friends for a long time. Judging from Tianzong Haowei's performance just now, it is very likely that Tianzong Haowei also participated in this whole thing, that is to say, indirectly led to the annihilation of the secret camp where the Deputy General Luo Yunzong was located by the first Prince Tianqin. If it is really found out that Ming Zong Haowei is related to this incident, then it seems that the head of the law enforcement team of the Shuawu Legion needs to be replaced. Yu Shuawu has always been known for being ruthless and selfless. The backbone of the group made mistakes, and she would not be lenient in dealing with them. This incident led to the murder of Luo Yunzong, the Lieutenant General of the Royal Secret Realm, and Yu Shuawu will definitely make the instigator pay for his life. Su Tiangao, Deputy General of the Shuawu Legion, is the head of the patrol group, so he has been running outside. If he has been missing for a day or two, if his subordinates don't report to the higher authorities, Yu Shuawu will never know. At this time, Su Tiangao was rushing back without stopping, not knowing that Long Yu's ancient afterimage was using the hidden technique to watch him from above his head. Halfway through the journey, suddenly a masked martial artist in black appeared in front of Su Tiangao, and made a strange gesture. Seeing this gesture, Su Tiangao immediately became vigilant. What's going on? The masked martial artist in black immediately said a few words, causing Su Tiangao's face to change drastically. I was discovered? So, I can't go back to the Shuawu Legion, I have to go to Prince Tianqin. Su Tiangao is also a strong man of the 7 realms of supernatural powers. If he seeks refuge with the first Prince Tianqin, he will be treated well. Otherwise, if he stays in the Shuawu army, he will definitely be executed and lose his life. However, just when he was about to turn around and run away, suddenly a large group of martial arts from the Shuawu Legion wearing law enforcement battle armor appeared from around, and immediately surrounded Su Tiangao and the black-cloaked masked martial arts. Yu Shuawu, Long Yu, and Shu Chan also appeared at this time, staring at the two of them with sneers. Tianzong, it's in vain that I trust you so much, but I never thought you would betray the Legion. Yu Shuawu said lightly, and glanced at the black-cloaked masked wushou in the field. The masked black-cloaked martial artist's eyes were full of shock. He never thought that Yu Shuawu and Long Yu could know the location of Su Tiangao, and waited for the rabbit along the way. And he, Tianzong Haowei, fell into the encirclement so stupidly. Even though he was wearing black clothes and a face scarf, his identity was still clear to Yu Shuawu, and he couldn't play any concealing role at all. If I knew about it, I wouldn't have personally notified Su Tiangao. The murderous intent flashed in Tianzong Haowei's eyes, and now he has two choices. One is to fight desperately and break out of the siege, and then leave the Shuawu Legion, and the other is to directly kill Su Tiangao in front of him, and strive to obtain Yexu's forgiveness. Tianzong just rolled his eyes and made a choice, break out of the encirclement with all his might. Brother, let's fight. A fierce light flashed in Tianzong's eyes, he tore off the mask on his face, and went straight to kill Yu Shuawu, who was high in the sky. At the same time, he sternly shouted, "If any brothers from the law enforcement team break out of the encirclement with me and join the Tianqing dynasty, each brother will be rewarded with 100 divine coins." 100 divine coins is already quite a generous reward, enough to lure some unsteady law enforcement team martial artists, plus Tianzong was originally the head of the law enforcement team, and he still has a bit of prestige in the law enforcement team. It made many people change their positions. Seeing Tianzong take off the black mask and attack him, Yu Shuawu's eyes were full of disappointment. Although Tianzong and she are both Kingly Secret Realm and King Realm martial artists, there is still a large gap in strength between them, otherwise she, Yu Shuawu, would not be able to serve as the head of the Shuawu Legion. Madness. Yu Shuawu snorted coldly, completely disappointed with Tianzong. When she raised her hand, the power of the ice divine script burst out. All over the sky, there are all ice thorns condensed by the power of the ice divine script, falling towards the soaring Tianzong like a torrential rain, causing Tianzong to quickly gather the power to purify the divine script, forming a white barrier. He wanted to stop the ice thorns that fell like a torrential rain. Ice Spike Divine Chain. Yu Shuawu gave a light drink, and the ice thorns all over the sky formed a divine chain, covering the sky in a mighty way, and the terrifying cold enveloped the whole audience. Even those martial artists from the law enforcement team who wanted to help Tianzong were all scared. Shocked by this ice thorn god chain, they ran towards the surroundings one by one, not daring to resist at all. God chain. Long Yu saw Yu Shuawu's method in his eyes, and sure enough, most of the powerful in the secret realm of the King's Way have already comprehended the method of condensing the divine chain. At this moment, especially Shu Chan, observed more carefully the icy thorn god chain condensed by Yu Shuawu, and the cold icicles were linked together to form a long chain, so that the ice thorns of the ice god's strength has been greatly improved. This is the biggest gap between Long Yu and the powerhouse of the kingly secret realm. Let Long Yu sneak attack and assassinate a master of the Seven Paths divine ability realm, he may succeed, but if he is asked to deal with a kingly and secret realm expert, it is absolutely impossible to succeed, and he will be easily killed instead. Ice spikes darken. Yu Shuawu let out another low shout, and the divine chain of ice spikes exploded suddenly, and the power of the endless ice divine script swept the audience instantly. Tianzong also condensed the purifying divine mana divine chain at the fastest speed, trying to resist Yu Shuawu's offensive, but he alone could not resist at all. In just a moment, Tianzong was completely surrounded by the ice divine script, and the cold energy contained in the ice divine script invaded his whole body. At this moment, Tianzong discovered that his good buddy, Deputy General Su Tiangao, fled outside without hesitation, and didn't take Tianzong seriously at all. Brute! Tianzong spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, then fled in another direction regardless of everything else. Now that he has shot Yu Shuawu, it is too late to regret. The only way to survive is to escape, betting that Yu Shuawu will not chase him, but to chase Su Tiangao. That guy is handed over to me. Shu Chan spoke softly, and then her shadow flashed, and she chased after Su Tiangao, who was running away. The power of the ice god rune filled the arena. Su Tiangao ran away towards the distance as if he was dying, but he didn't expect Shu Chan to chase and kill him immediately. A little girl with 4 supernatural powers. A fierce light flashed across Su Tiangao's eyes. He saw that Shu Chan was chasing after him, but Yu Shuawu did not chase him, so he couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, and planned to deal with Shu Chan first. In his eyes, Shu Chan is only at the level of 4 supernatural powers. How could he be his opponent? It's a pity that the Deputy General Su Tiangao did not see the scene where the eldest Prince Tianqing, who was at the level of 7 supernatural powers, was assassinated to death by Long Yu, who was at the level of 2 supernatural powers. Otherwise, he would not have dared to stop and deal with Shu Quan. The fire dragon roars. Su Tiangao stopped in his tracks, and directly used a move of innate supernatural power, condensed into a huge flame dragon with the flame divine script, and roared towards Shu Quan who was chasing him. Supernatural power, the Eye of Shura. Shu Quan condensed Shura's eyes for the first time, and a terrifying pupil appeared on top of Su Tiangao's head, and then the pupil opened, and the power of Shura's divine script instantly enveloped Su Tiangao. Supernatural powers, shadows turn into butterflies. Facing the roaring flaming dragon approaching, Shu Quan unleashed the 4th supernatural power that Long Yu had never seen before, Shadow Transformation Butterfly. Under the shroud of Shura's divine script, Shu Quan's whole body turned into a black butterfly shadow, as if she had dived into the 9 nether yellow springs in an instant, avoiding the opponent's roaring fire dragon. After the shadow turned into a butterfly, Shu Quan's body became like a butterfly, extremely small, flying lightly, extremely fast, and extremely flexible in battle. At this moment, even the innate supernatural powers of the 7 past supernatural powers, the roar of the fire dragon, couldn't hit Shu Quan's body in the first place. Instead, Shu Quan turned into a butterfly and flew away, and after dodging the roaring fire dragon, she returned to her human body, raised her hand to condense the Shura divine script, and spread out one after another. Sura. God Chain. There was a focused look in Shu Quan's eyes. Although she had already reached the 5th level of compatibility with the Shadow Attribute divine script, she had never concentrated on the divine chain. Now, after a long period of precipitation, she has comprehended the method of condensing the Shura God chain. Seeing Shura's divine script condense into a divine chain one by one, entwining Su Tiangao towards the pair, the aura of Shura's divine script spread to the audience, making almost everyone shudder. How can it be? The Deputy General Su Tiangao didn't pay much attention to Shu Quan at first, and wanted to kill him with one move, but he didn't expect that Shu Quan's Eye of Shura had a great influence on him. He was trying his best to break free from the shackles of the Eye of Shura, but suddenly he saw Shu Quan condensing the God of Shura chain and entwining it towards him, which made him shudder. This little girl, who was only at the level of the 4 supernatural powers, how could she condense the magic chain? Could it be that this girl has reached the 5th level of compatibility with the shadow attribute divinity? Not only the Lieutenant General Su Tiangao, but even Yu Shuawu, who was preparing to kill Tian Zhonghaowei, was surprised by Shu Quan's method of condensing the divine chain. This is the first time that Yu Shuawu has actually seen with her own eyes the means by which a martial artist who has not stepped into the secret realm of the royal way condenses a magic chain. Often those who can do this are peerless geniuses, just like the Yu Hengxin demon emperor of the Beishua dynasty, who was able to do this back then, and thus was favored by one of the 5 emperors and wanted to be accepted as a disciple. Sharp. Following Yu Shuawu's admiration, before the general Su Tiangao broke free from the shackles of the Shura's eyes, he was completely wrapped and covered by the Shura's divine chain, and his body was eroded by the terrifying Shura's divine script. After screaming a few times, that General Su Tiangao was entangled and killed by Shu Quan's Shura God chain, turning into a puddle of blood. This scene changed Tian Zhonghaowei's face, who was fleeing far away, and he wanted to escape more quickly, but how could Yu Shuawu give him a chance? The ice gods rained down like a torrential rain, blocking Tian Zhonghaowei's escape path, and after the two of them fought recklessly, the Yuxia divine chain was tied again, firmly suppressing Tian Zhonghaowei. Tian Zhonghaowei was dripping with blood and his black clothes were messy. He was no match for Yu Shuawu at all. Die. With Yu Shuawu's announcement, Tian Zhonghaowei was frozen into an ice sculpture by a forest of cold glaciers, and then the ice sculpture exploded, turning into ashes together with his body. Those martial arts members of the law enforcement team who tried to help Tian Zhonghaowei stopped their efforts when they saw that the situation was wrong from the very beginning, and all of them watched the development of the situation in the field. Seeing the death of Deputy General Su Tiangao and Tianzong Haowei, the martial arts practitioners of the law enforcement team felt a chill, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. They wondered if Yu Xiaowu had seen their intention to help Tianzong Haowei. Of course, there are only a few wuxia members of the law enforcement team who have the idea to help Tianzong Haowei escape, and most wuxia are still on Yexu's side. Report to the general, the Tianqin prince's personal guards are coming. At this moment, Wu Xiao, a member of the law enforcement team, rushed over from the south and brought a piece of bad news. Withdraw. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaowu gave the order to retreat without any hesitation. She knew that the Imperial Prince Tianqin's personal guards consisted of hundreds of people, each of whom was a powerhouse of the 7 realms of supernatural powers. With such a small number of people led by her now, it was impossible for them to be the opponents of the Imperial Prince Tianqin's personal guards. After Yu Xiaowu's order was issued, everyone in the field quickly evacuated from their original places, and before leaving, they disposed of all the corpses of Su Tiangao and Tianzong Haowei, and covered up all the traces of the battle in the vicinity. When the eldest prince, Tianqin, led his crowd to chase him, he would definitely not find anything. In the largest camp of the Xiaowu Legion, Yu Xiaowu is dealing with the affairs of the Legion. Regarding the death of the leader of the law enforcement team, Tianzong Haowei, she must make a detailed report to Yu Hanqin, and she needs to find someone to be the new leader of the law enforcement team. There are actually 2 candidates in her mind, but one is Long Yu and the other is Xu Chan. Neither of them originally belonged to the Xiaowu Legion, so I don't know if they would like to join. As for the deputy head of the original law enforcement team, he wanted to be promoted to the head of the team, but it is a pity that he only has the cultivation base of the 7 supernatural powers, and it is difficult to be the head of the law enforcement team. Long Yu and Xu Chan are different, both of them have killed 7 past supernatural powers in the past, and Long Yu only has 2 supernatural powers. Once his martial arts level is raised, he will be even more powerful. Xu Chan was only at the 4 paths divine ability realm, but she had already comprehended the Shura God chain, and with this, she killed the traitor Lieutenant Su Tiangao head-on, which was enough deterrent among the martial arts of many members of the law enforcement team. After writing the whole incident report in a jade slip, Yu Xiaowu sent the jade slip to Yu Hanqin, and then called Long Yu and Xu Chan. Do you 2 want to join my Snow Dance Legion? Yu Xiaowu smiled and said to the 2 of them, as long as you join our Xiaowu Legion, you 2 will be able to have official positions immediately. The positions of the head of the law enforcement group and the head of the patrol group are still vacant. These are thousands of people position. Sorry, I have no plans to join the Legion. Long Yu directly shook his head and refused. Joining the Snow Dance Legion, there should be many opportunities to fight, but those are all group battles, which are not in line with Long Yu's own ideas of training. What he needs is the training opportunity of acting alone. But it was different for Xu Chan. I opted in. A firm look flashed across Xu Chan's eyes. For her, the first goal now is to avenge the Emperor Tianqin, and to achieve this goal, joining the Snow Dance Legion is obviously excellent, especially if she can also serve as the head of the law enforcement team of the Snow Dance Legion. This is very important to her. The long-term development of the Shura Mansion in the Northern Snow Emperor's capital also has many benefits. Hearing that Long Yu and Xu Chan had made completely different choices, Yu Xiaowu smiled slightly. I guessed it would be this answer. So be it, Xu Chan. After you join the Xiaowu Legion, you will temporarily serve as for the position of head of the law enforcement team. As for the specific appointment notice, you have to wait until you go back, based on your military achievements, and wait for Lord Yu Hanqin to evaluate it. Xu Chan nodded without objecting. Now she just wants to kill more minions of the Tianqin dynasty, as many as she can, and she is not interested in what position she holds. In addition, the leader of the Freedom Legion, Jiang Yixing, seems to have a soft spot for you. If you are the leader of the law enforcement group, the Freedom Legion will be more peaceful. While talking, Yu Shiwawu turned her head to look at Long Yu. As for Long Yu, what are your plans for the future? I want to go back to the Northern Snow Emperor capital. Long Yu said truthfully, and then took a look at Shu Chan. Does the ancient Shura palace stay here with you, or should I take it back? Shu Chan thought for a moment. Take it back, this time the harvest is not small. Don't forget my Shura mansion after you go back. You can rest assured. Long Yu nodded. For him, the Tianyu Manor is undoubtedly more important, but the Shura mansion is equally important to him. After all, the other party is the only ally of the Tianyu Manor in the North Snow Emperor capital. This time Long Yu got a lot of training resources, from warriors to elixir, to martial arts, and then to divine script engraving, which can completely make a qualitative leap in the strength of more than 200 people. Among them, Shu Chan also has a lot of credit. Of course Long Yu will not take it all alone, and will definitely give part of it to the martial artists in Shura's mansion. Tianyu Manor is all relatives and friends that Long Yu met on Tianyu Island before. Azura's mansion is filled with talented young martial artists who escaped from Azura County. The current strength, there is no doubt that Shura Mansion is much stronger, but it will not be so in the future, because Tianyu Manor's many martial talents are not bad, only the cultivation resources are missing. There are many more mansions. I don't know if the people led by General Hui Yuanbai have arrived. Long Yu thought to himself, and soon said goodbye to Yu Shiwawu and Shu Chan. From now on, there is only the battle between the Shiwawu Legion and the Tianqing Divine Wing Legion, and the Tianqing dynasty's plan to frame Long Yu and Shu Chan has been seen through. I am afraid that the Tianqing dynasty will withdraw its troops soon. Knowing that the alien beasts of the Ice God clan in Ruashui County had been repelled, Yu Hanqing would soon be able to withdraw and come to Tianlan County. As soon as Yu Hanqing came, the Tianqing Divine Wing Legion would definitely be defeated, so the Tianqing prince would definitely retreat in a short time. So Long Yu didn't bother to pay attention to the affairs here, and he should go back to the North Snow Emperor's capital as soon as possible. In the ancient Shura palace, not only tens of thousands of Ice God clan alien beasts were sealed, but also all the harvest of Long Yu and Shu Chan's trip was stored. These harvests include soldiers captured by killing enemies along the way, pills, etc., as well as everything obtained from the treasure house of Shadow Demon Trace. As for the harvest in Shirayuan and Death Valley, as well as the many resources that Long Yu obtained from Emperor Yun, they all belong to Long Yu personally, and are stored by him in the storage space of Nether Dragon Blade. Just 100,000 divine coins is a great wealth, but this wealth cannot be revealed casually, otherwise the death of Emperor Yun would be easily related to him. As long as Long Yu didn't show his feet, no one from the Yun Empire would be able to find out that this matter was related to Long Yu. After all, Emperor Yun was killed by a strange beast of the Ice God clan. Even if the body of Emperor Yun was found in pieces, it would be impossible to know that this matter was related to Long Yu and Shu Chan. Long Yu was very relieved about this, and finally he was able to go back to the Northern Snow Emperor's capital, without hesitation. It took Long Yu 3 days and 3 nights to go all the way from the Tianlan County on the border to the North Snow Emperor capital, even in the invisible Shura ancient palace. The speed of this flight was still related to his own martial arts realm. If Long Yu could step into the secret realm of the Kingly Way, such a long distance would take only 1 day to fly. Long Yu first went to Tianyu Manor, outside the northern Xuanhuan capital. Outside the Northern Snow Emperor's capital, there are hundreds of manors, large and small, one of which is the Tianyu Manor that Yu Hanqing arranged for Long Yu. Among the hundreds of manors, almost every owner of the manor is a martial arts expert in the kingly secret realm. Therefore, when Long Yu led the people from Tianyu Island to the Tianyu Manor, it immediately caused dissatisfaction among many martial arts cultivators of the Beishua dynasty, most of these refugees from the Tianqing dynasty were from the Heavenly Manor secret realm, and even with the existence of the True Spirit secret realm, even the most powerful are only at the level of the low-level magical secret realm. How can they occupy a manor? Since this was Yu Hanqin's arrangement, no one dared to say anything for a while, but as time went by, there were more and more gossip about Tianyu Manor in the North Snow Emperor capital. What's more, as long as the people in Tianyu Manor leave the manor, they will be pointed out by others, and they will be deliberately made things difficult when they go out to buy something, and they will even be forced to buy at double the price. How much money is there in Tianyu Manor at this time? There is not a cent of the god coins. As for the North Snow coins, they had to sell some useless pills and warriors to barely get some. With such hard-earned money, people are forced to buy things at double the price at will. One can imagine how serious this is for Tianyu Manor. However, under the leadership of Hong Yue, they managed to survive this difficult time. Although Hong Yue is not the highest in martial arts in Tianyu Manor, she is in charge of the defensive circle in Tianyu Manor, and is appointed by Long Yu, so she manages the entire Tianyu Manor. When Long Yu came back, Hong Yue was supervising the planting of medicinal herbs in the north corner of the manor. In Tianyu Manor, fertile soil is not uncommon, so Hong Yue came up with a way to make money, planting medicinal materials, and then using these medicinal materials to refine them into elixirs and sell them. Now in Tianyu Manor, there are quite a few alchemists. It is not a problem to refine some low-level elixirs, but the low-level elixirs can't be sold for much money. Red Moon. Long Yu let the ancient Shura Hall float invisible over the entire Tianyu Manor, outside the defensive circle, and then landed alone in the vast medicine garden, and saw the beautiful woman Hong Yue directing everyone's busy work. Hong Yue was originally the Grand Mistress of the Glazed Moon Palace on Tianyu continent, and was also the subordinate that King Shura arranged on Tianyu Island to lead the observation of the entire floating island, so she was quite good at management. Now in Tianyu Manor, there are hundreds of female cultivators from Liliu Palace who obey Hong Yue's words. This is undoubtedly the biggest force in Tianyu Manor. Master, you are back. Hong Yue raised her head, saw Long Yu descending from a high altitude. She couldn't help showing joy on her mature and beautiful face, and shouted, "Owner?" Hearing this address, Long Yu was quite surprised, and then smiled. "What do you call me, a villa owner? If you have to be a villa owner, it's more suitable for you to be the villa owner. I'm no more than a butler at best." With a sweet smile on her face, Hong Yu walked towards Long Yu with Qi Yun, the third house master, and Zi Ling, the fourth house master. The three of them happened to be urging the girls of Liliu Palace to plant medicinal materials together. They didn't expect to see Long Yu come back, and their faces were filled with joy. "Where is the owner of the villa who hasn't been in the villa for nearly half a year since the establishment of the villa?" Long Yu asked back. "You are busy, owner. We all know that if it weren't for you, so many of us would have died. How dare you occupy the position of the owner?" Hong Yue covered her mouth and chuckled. "Forget it, don't talk about it." Long Yu waved his hands, bypassing the topic. "How is the manor recently? How is the situation?" "The situation is okay, but the development prospects are not optimistic." Speaking of this, Hong Yue's mature and beautiful face revealed a look of worry. "During your absence, we people in Tianyu Manor will be looked down upon when we go out. Not to mention, after all, it will not affect our development, but more importantly, the Northern Snow Emperor's grand meeting is coming, and by that time, if our Tianyu Manor still has no major development, I'm afraid it will be more difficult to keep the manor's position." Northern Snow Emperor capital grand meeting? Long Yu frowned when he heard this. He had never heard of this stuff. Seeing Long Yu's doubts, Zi Ling, the quiet lord of the fourth palace, explained aloud, "The royal capital event is a tradition of the Beishua dynasty. It will be held every year after the auction of the fruit of the cold lotus is over." Royal capital event. In the beginning, this grand event in the imperial capital was mainly to celebrate the auction results of the fruit of the cold lotus, and the properties obtained from the auction were distributed as rewards to the major forces within the scope of the Northern Snow imperial capital, including hundreds of the manor, as well as the major forces in the imperial capital. The main content of the grand event in the imperial capital is the confrontation between these hundreds of forces. The major forces dispatched the younger generation of martial arts to compete on the same stage. In the end, according to the results of the competition, the auction, the income from the fruit of the cold lotus will be distributed to the three parties with the best performance. But now, this grand event in the imperial capital has become an event where hundreds of forces near the Northern Snow Emperor's capital are fighting for victory. The Northern Snow Emperor has added more rewards on top of the rewards obtained from the auction of the cold lotus fruit, and set a rule for the grand meeting in the imperial capital, that is, the three factions at the bottom of the ranking will be banned. Will it be banned? Long Yu was shocked when he heard this. That is to say, just like the previous owner of our Tianyu Manor, he was deprived of the manor territory and used it as a reward for other martial arts. Qi Yun, the hot-tempered third palace lord, said bitterly, "Many people outside are spreading the word that our Tianyu Manor must be the bottom one this year, and that this place will have to be given up to others. We have such a big place, but we don't have a strong man from the secret realm of the King's Way to sit in it. It will indeed attract people's envy." Long Yu said in a deep voice, "However, since the younger generation will play in this grand event in the imperial capital, then our manor may not have no chance, and everyone needn't be so pessimistic." After returning to Tianyu Manor, Long Yucai woke up the unconscious Man Xian and brought him out. Man Xian, who has finally stepped into the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, possesses the inheritance of the storm demon saber at this moment, and also has the strength to fight against the strong of the 4 realms of supernatural powers, and even the 5 realms of supernatural powers. Now in the entire Tianyu Manor, apart from Long Yu, who is in the mystical ability secret realm, only Manqin is in the mystical ability secret realm, and everyone else is in the heavenly human secret realm cultivation base, which seems too weak in the environment of the Beishua dynasty. The many training resources that Long Yu brought back this time were used to train everyone and improve the overall combat effectiveness of Tianyu Manor. It is basically impossible for Tianyu Manor to have a kingly secret realm powerhouse in a short period of time, but if the grand event in the imperial capital is attended by the younger generation, then Tianyu Holy Academy should not be at the bottom. Now Long Yu alone can challenge at least the masters of the 6 realms of supernatural powers. If it is a sneak attack and assassination, he can even forcibly kill the strong ones of the 7 realms of supernatural powers. Of course, Long Yu doesn't know the specific rules of the grand event in the imperial capital right now, but no matter what, all he needs to do is to improve the overall strength of Tianyu Manor. Since there are still 3 months left for the imperial capital event to be held, Long Yu can make good use of this time. "Hongyue, call everyone to the central hall of the manor, I have something to arrange." Long Yu said something to Hongyue. Hongyue nodded, turned around and left to inform everyone else. Taking advantage of this time, Long Yu counted the total number of people in Tianyu Manor. Compared to the fact that the people in Shura Mansion are all young geniuses who participated in the Shura election, the people in Tianyu Manor are much more complicated. First of all, the people of Zhenshenzong, led by the suzerain Bai Yunzong, there are 5 elders Yu Xingshi, Li Bufan, Yu Shuiyun, Walker, Yan Huanma, plus a group of people including Ling Han, Ling Yue, Lu Guanming, etc. There are thousands of Tianshenzong disciples in the city. This part of the staff was just released by Long Yu from the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. After all, Zhentianzong could not stay in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda forever, and would eventually return to the elder sister to develop. Among the Tianshenzong people, there are more than 20 people who are headed by the cultivation of the secret realm of heaven and man, and all the rest are only cultivated in the secret realm of true spirits. Although there are many people, their overall strength is extremely weak. Next is the hundreds of female disciples of the Liu Palace, all of whom are masters above the heavenly and human mystery realm, led by the great palace master Hongyu, the third palace master Qi Yun, and the fourth palace master Zi Ling, the existence of the heavenly tribulation realm. Although there are only 100 people in the Liu Palace, their overall strength is much stronger than Zhenchenzong. The third force is the Tang Guofeng family. Feng Changge, the head of the Feng family, Feng Yao, Feng Haofeng, Feng Xiaofei, Feng Yusen, Lu Yuan, Xiang Wu, and others who joined the Feng family, and there are more than 40 children of the Feng family. But the overall strength is not weaker than Zhenchenzong. The above three forces are the strongest forces in Tianyu matter. In addition, there are hundreds of disciples of the Ice sect led by Tang Qin, including Mo Shanjian, Mo Fengming, and Ling Longyu from the Mo family, as well as Chu Xian and Chu Huang's mother and daughter from the Chu family of the Tang royal family. There are Huangsha Tiancheng disciples Yi Luan and He Qin Shui who followed Longyu, plus Bei Yuyao and Dou Zicheng. These people are also considered to be part of Tianyu matter. Although everyone came to a new environment, everyone had a new start, and integrated into a whole like Tianyu matter, there was still a clear gap between them. Longyu asked Hongyu to notify everyone to gather, not to directly distribute the resources obtained this time to everyone, but to disrupt everyone first and redistribute the various organizations. Before, there was a Red Moon supervisor in Tianyu matter, and the others fought on their own, making many things difficult to manage. But after Longyu came back this time, the entire Tianyu matter will be reorganized. This is not that Longyu wants to act arbitrarily and prepare to truly become a villain master, but a measure that must be taken for the development of the members of the entire Tianyu matter. Of course, there is no need for Longyu to think about the specific matters. Hongyu has already arranged everything for him. When Longyu just came back, Hongyu gave Longyu a jade slip. In the slip, it records how Tianyu matter should be reorganized in the future. Longyu glanced at it and saw that the things recorded in it were very suitable for him, so he made some changes and agreed to the reorganization plan in this jade slip. The reason why we had to wait for Longyu to come back before implementing it was because Hongyu's words alone could not control the people in the entire Tianyu matter. If anyone could make the entire Tianyu matter obedient, there was no doubt that Longyu was the only one. Even Shu Chan, the master of Princess Shura, can't handle it. Longyu sat in the central hall and waited, casually looking around at the surrounding environment. The former owner of this manor enjoyed it quite a bit. Looking at the surrounding scene, Longyu couldn't help thinking that the central hall of the entire manor is open air, and around this central hall, there are flowers, plants, and trees, surrounded by 4 clear small lakes. The birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, and the scenery is excellent. In the north and east of the central hall, there are many residential houses, surrounded by flowers, birds, rockery, and streams, and various spirit-gathering circles. The environment for leisure and cultivation is very good. Of course, the magic circle that gathers the aura of heaven and earth for these cultivations is definitely not as effective as the magic circle that King Shura built for Shu Chan, but it is better than nothing. In the west of the central hall, there is a stretch of small hills. In this stretch of hills, some buildings are built. Soldiers, where the materials for refining soldiers are placed. The south of the central hall is, of course, an alchemy room. Both the military training room and the alchemy room are well built, and various facilities are in place, which will play a vital role in the future development of Tianyu matter. The basic idea of Hongyu's reorganization this time is to divide people according to their talents and abilities in Tianyu matter. Among them, the army refiner and the alchemist are divided separately, and the rest are ordinary combatants. In addition, an elite group is set up. No matter what important tasks need to be performed, the elite group can be sent to carry out. Soldiers and alchemists are easy to understand. As long as they have the talents of soldiers and alchemists, they will be divided into these two groups. From now on, they will specialize in refining soldiers and pills in Tianyu matter, the cornerstone of the development of Tianyu matter. As for the elite combat group, Hangyue suggested that the number should not be too many, but the key is to be loyal and strong in combat, which made Long Yu quite embarrassed. In today's Tianyu matter, only he and Man Xian are the only ones with strong fighting power who can stand on the stage, right? Others have not even reached the mystical realm. Let's divide everyone into 4 groups first, wait for 3 months, and see how much their martial arts realm has progressed before selecting elites to form elite combat groups. Long Yu's idea was also supported by Hangyue. In a short while, the entire open-air central hall was crowded with thousands of people, but they stood in front of Long Yu in an orderly manner without making any noise. This scene made Long Yu quite surprised. Originally, he thought that there would be a lot of chaos when there were so many chaotic people arranged together, but he didn't expect that there was quite an order among the people. Everyone, Long Yu, am back today, and at the same time brought back a lot of cultivation resources for everyone. Long Yu squinted his eyes, and said slowly, however, I don't want to waste these cultivation resources and give them to you indiscriminately, so if you want to get these cultivation resources, you have to look at your performance. Although everyone in Tianyu matter admired Long Yu quite a lot, but if Long Yu wanted to completely govern the 1,000 people, he still had to use lures first, otherwise it would be difficult for some people to be disobedient and make trouble. Sure enough, as soon as Long Yu said these words, most of the martial artists in the field became short of breath, and their eyes flashed brightly. During the time they came to the Northern Snow Emperor capital, everyone in Tianyu matter would be despised, bullied, and ridiculed wherever they went, and they had had enough. It's not that they don't have talent for cultivation, it's just that they didn't have enough cultivation resources on Tianyu Island before. However, even if they came to the world of martial arts outside Tianyu Island, without background and strength, it would be tantamount to wishful thinking to obtain more cultivation resources. Many people even went out to hunt and kill strange beasts, but they couldn't find other people to form a team with them. It was a martial artist who came out of Tianyu matter, so he was too disgusted by others. In the Northern Snow Dynasty, there are 2 stable and indestructible alien beast transmission channels, which are located between the 2 mountains in the east and west of the Northern Snow Dynasty. In these 2 mountains, there are always endless strange beasts appearing, but because of the suppression of the transmission channel, there will be no strange beasts in the Emperor's realm or the Emperor's realm. Many Jianghu Wuxiu in the Beishua dynasty like to go to these 2 mountains to hunt strange beasts, so as to obtain the things from the strange beasts, which may be valuable. These 2 mountains are the biggest source of assets for the Jianghu Wuxiu of the Beishua dynasty. However, for everyone in Tianyu matter, hunting strange beasts in those 2 places is tantamount to courting death, because the weakest beasts among them are all in the secret realm of heaven and man, which is comparable to most of them. None of them will be able to resist the strange beasts in the secret realm. Some members of Tianyu matter even formed a group with each other and went to those 2 mountains to hunt and kill strange beasts. Unfortunately, no news has come back so far. It is conceivable that in order to improve their strength, everyone in Tianyu matter wants to break their heads, but they can't think of any good way. Now when Long Yu came back, he said that he had brought a lot of cultivation resources. How could they not be excited? Long Yu raised his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet, and everyone quickly stopped discussing, looking at Long Yu to hear what he would say next. I will distribute some of these cultivation resources first, and store more, for the time being. In the future, whoever makes contributions to Tianyu matter, or achieves a breakthrough in the realm of martial arts, can get more cultivation resources. Long Yu explained the general distribution method of cultivation resources, and then said, next, I will establish several major organizations in Tianyu matter to jointly develop Tianyu matter and make Tianyu matter stronger. The first is the Armament Refining Pavilion. All armament refiners need to join the Armament Refining Pavilion, and Qi Yun will be the owner of the Armory Refining Pavilion. Do you have any opinions? Long Yu glanced at Qi Yun, the third lord of the Liu Palace, nodded towards her, and then looked around. Qi Yun, the lord of the third palace, is a soldier refiner in her own right, and also a soldier refiner in the heavenly tribulation realm. The level of refinement of soldiers is definitely the first among all the people in Tianyu Manor. With her as the master of the Bingbing Pavilion, it is naturally impossible for others to have any opinions. To Long Yu's surprise, Lu Guanming, a disciple of Tianzong Yu Shuiyun, has also learned to forge soldiers. Together with Wen Luan, the man, he joined the Bingbing Pavilion and was in charge of refining soldiers for Tianyu Manor. There are a total of 22 members in the entire Lianbing Pavilion, more than 10 of them are female disciples from the original Liliu Palace, and these people will be the main source of soldiers for Tianyu Manor in the future. A 1,000-person force can have 22 military refiners, which is a pretty good ratio. The problem now is that no one in the entire military training pavilion has a high enough level of refinement. Even Qi Yun, the lord of the third palace, can only refine earth-level fighters. Even if she is given enough materials, she has no experience in refining sky-level or even wilderness-level fighters, and her success rate is extremely low. If General Hui Yuanbai comes over, I can recommend you to him as his disciple. General Hui Yuanbai is an alchemist of the 7 realms of supernatural powers. Heaven-level soldiers are nothing to him. As long as he has with enough materials, the Great Desolation-level warrior should be able to refine it. Long Yu said to Qi Yun. Thank you, Master Long, for the recommendation. Qi Yun's eyes lit up, and she thanked her sincerely. Originally, she felt that her military training skills had reached a bottleneck. If she relied on herself alone, she didn't know how long it would take to break through this bottleneck. But if there is a master who is strong enough to teach, then it is undoubtedly very important to improve the skill of refining soldiers, and maybe you can start refining heavenly soldiers soon. Within the scope of Northern Snow Emperor's capital, prefecture-level soldiers are basic-level soldiers. No matter how down and out the Jianghu Wuxiu is, there will be at least one prefecture-level soldier. If heaven-level soldiers can be refined, it will be a great breakthrough for Tianyu Manor. Next is the Alchemy Hall. Long Yu continued to arrange personnel. A total of 45 people formed an Alchemy Hall, which was specially responsible for refining various pills for Tianyu Manor, to condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation, to restore the consumed profound energy in the body, and to treat injuries. Wait for the pill. An alchemist is the basis for the development of a power, even more important than an army refiner. After all, soldiers are possession items for martial arts, and the demand is not particularly high, but pills are consumable items, and the demand is very high. If you don't have an alchemist yourself, the consumption of buying pills is enough for Tianyu Manor to afford. Zi Ling, the fourth lord of the Liu Palace, happens to be an alchemist. The Alchemy Hall is headed by Zi Ling, and Shilao and Fenjiexin are the deputy masters. A total of 45 of you are members of the Alchemy Hall. In addition to training, you must practice alchemy skills. The pills are all up to you. Long Yu said to everyone. Master Long, it's not right. Someone below suddenly asked a question, and even called him the owner of the village. The alchemists you named just now are only 44, where did they get 45? Because I am also an alchemist myself. Long Yu smiled. Of course he is also an alchemist. If he is free, he is more willing to go to the alchemy room to refine some pills. After all, he has samples of many kinds of pills on him, and his martial arts level is the highest in the entire Tianyu Manor. Therefore, it is best for him to conduct research on the elixir. After Long Yu said this, everyone below felt relieved, and many people secretly marveled. They never thought that the owner of Longzhuang is actually an alchemist, so powerful. Hong Yue is the captain of the manor's law enforcement team, with hundreds of people under his jurisdiction, responsible for handling all trivial matters in the manor, and supervising everything in the manor. Long Yu then continued to arrange. There is no rule without rules. Since Tianyu Manor is to be developed as a major force, it is necessary to set a rule. This rule is not complicated. Can be done. Based on Hongyue's strongest martial arts realm, no one dared to resist when enforcing the law in Tianyu Manor. In addition to Hongyue, Long Yu also assigned Feng Xiaofei and Feng Haofeng to the law enforcement team, and let them serve as the deputy captains of the law enforcement team to assist Hongyue in handling affairs. The 100 members of the law enforcement team were selected by Hongyue herself, and Long Yu didn't ask. Let's start to arrange the 4 major armed forces of our Tianyu Manor. After Long Yu finished making arrangements for the previous ones, he immediately prepared to arrange for fighters. If military refiners and alchemists are the cornerstones of development for a power, then fighters are the guarantee for the continued existence of a power. If there are no combatants, then no matter how many army refiners and alchemists there are, it will be useless. Only with a strong enough combat power can the entire force become stronger as a whole, and the meaning of existence of army refiners and alchemists is exactly to make all fighters stronger. Our Tianyu Manor, the combatants are mainly divided into 4 major martial arts armies, namely the Azure Dragon Army, the White Tiger Army, the Xuanhuan Army, and the Suzaku Army. In addition, there is also the Manor Guard Army. While speaking, Long Yu scanned the audience. Next, I will arrange the respective commanders and deputy commanders of the 5 major armed forces. More than 1,000 people in the entire Tianyu Manor listened eagerly, knowing that what Long Yu said next would determine what kind of life they would have and who would follow their orders. Long Yu had already thought about the arrangements for the 4 major military armies, and now he can just announce them step by step. There is nothing to say about the manor's personal guards. They are mainly used to maintain peace and order, but this personal guards are directly under the command of Long Yu, and they are mainly used to arrange the remaining female disciples of the Liu Palace, with a total of 100 people. After thinking about it, Long Yulu talked about the matter of the Pro-Guard Army. For the time being, there are only 60 members of the Pro-Guard Army. Follow me. Long Yu, I want to join the guards. Suddenly a clear female voice sounded from below, and it was Lu Yuan, a girl in a black tight skirt, who was staring at Long Yu in the field with a complicated expression. The sound made the audience quiet down, and many people glanced at Lu Yuan. Many people in Tianyu Manor now know that Lu Yuan is interested in Long Yu, but it's a pity that Long Yu doesn't seem to appreciate it. Now that Lu Yuan has offered to join the Pro-Guard Army, everyone wants to see how Long Yu will respond. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Long Yu did not object, but directly nodded in agreement. This made Lu Yuan happy. For her, she didn't need to do anything with Long Yu, it was enough to be closer to Long Yu. Arrange the Suzaku army below. Long Yu didn't give the others too much time to think and imagine, but continued to arrange personnel directly. The Suzaku army is composed of female martial artists, and Hongyue is the commander for the time being, because no one else can hold the scene like Hongyue for the time being. Among the Zhuke army, there are Elder Yan Huanma from Zhenchenzong, Ling Yue from Zhenchenzong's disciple, He Qin Xue from Huangsha Tiancheng, Tang Qin, head of the Ice sect, and a member of the Chu family of the Tang dynasty. Chu Huang, Chu Xian, mother and daughter. In addition, there are Feng Yao from the Feng family, Ling Longyu from the Mo family, and Zai Song Shilao's granddaughter, Xiangwu. Ling Longyu was originally a disciple of the Liu Palace. She was sent to the Tang dynasty to join the Mo family when she was a child. She was responsible for monitoring the demon seeds of hell on Lu Yuan's father, Lu Qing. Lu Yuan's father, Lu Qing, was still being tortured by the devil-seeded hell, but 3 months ago, the devil-seeded hell suddenly disappeared from Lu Qing's body, and his whole body returned to normal. Everyone in Tianyu Manor didn't know why, but now that Long Yu wanted to come, it was probably because he controlled the Shura sacred tree and beheaded the Ghost King, which led to this situation. There are more than 300 people in the Suzaku army. Hong Yue is temporarily serving as the army commander, and the position of the deputy army commander is to be determined. It depends on whose martial arts realm will improve more and faster in the next 3 months. Next is the Azure Dragon Army. Long Yu's idea was to turn the Azure Dragon Army into the trump card army of Tianyu Manor, so he directly appointed Man Xian as the commander of the Azure Dragon Army, leading a total of more than 300 people. Man Xian was originally the son of a general of the ancient Mongolian kingdom. He was very capable of commanding troops in combat, and he had stepped into the mystical realm of supernatural powers. His real strength was able to fight against those in the realm of 4 or even 5 realms of supernatural powers. Let Man Xian be the commander of the Qinglong army, no one dares to have any opinions. In the Azure Dragon Army, Long Yu didn't arrange any other people, not even the deputy army commander, and Man Xian was only allowed to lead more than 300 disciples of the True Spirit secret realm who suppressed the Tianzong. Long Yu believed that with enough training resources, Man Xian would definitely be able to quickly increase the strength of the entire Azure Dragon Army. Man Xian has no dissatisfaction with this. The only request is to make Qihua his deputy commander after Qihua returns. Now that Qihua is going out for training, no one knows where he has gone, and of course Long Yu has no reason not to agree to Man Xian's request. Man Xian and Qihua are excellent brothers, and the two teamed up to lead the Azure Dragon Army, which made Long Yu feel at ease. Next came the White Tiger Army and the Xuanhuan Army. Among them, most of the White Tiger Army were members of the original heaven-suppressing sect, with Bai Yunzong as the army commander and Walking as the deputy army commander, jointly commanding the White Tiger Army, with a total number of more than 300 people. The Xuanhuan Army is composed of multiple parties. The commander is Yi Luan, the deputy commander is Feng Changge, and most of the Xuanhuan Army are the children of the original Feng family and Hanbingmen. Plus Mo Shanjian, Mo Feng. There are 2 people named Ming. There are more than 300 people in total, and those who are insufficient are selected from the disciples of Zhenshenzong to make up. Qinglong, Xuanwu, Suzaku, and Baihu are the names of the 4 major martial arts legions that Long Yu came up with, because he didn't bother to think about the names of the martial arts legions. Anyway, it was just a code name. After the arrangements were made, of course some people were satisfied and some were not, but overall it was much better than the previous situation where they were doing their own thing. At least there was a unified arrangement. Next, the commanders and deputy commanders of the major organizations and legions will stay, and the rest will leave. Long Yu waved his hand to let everyone disperse. Next is the time to distribute the training resources. Obviously, Long Yu will not personally distribute the training resources to everyone. Now that the martial arts corps are divided, let the commanders of the respective martial arts corps come. Just distribute it. A total of 13 people remained in the central hall in the end, namely Qi Yun, the master of the Lianbing Pavilion, and Lu Guanming, the deputy master. Zi Ling, the master of the Alchemy Hall, Shi Lao, and Yu Yusen, the deputy masters. Law Enforcement Team Captain Hong Yu, deputy captains Feng Xiaofei and Feng Haofeng. Among them, Hong Yu is also the commander of the Suzaku army. There is no one else in the Suzaku army except Hong Yu, so it will definitely not be a problem to leave it to Hong Yu to arrange. Xuanwu Army Commander Impeller, Deputy Commander Feng Changge. Bai Yunzong, the commander of the White Tiger Army, and the deputy commander walked. Man Xian, the commander of the Azure Dragon Army, and Qihua, the deputy commander, went out for training and have not returned yet. Everyone will be the mainstay of Tianyu Manor from now on, but I have something to say first. Everything today is only temporary, and the key to what will happen in the future will depend on your efforts. Long Yu said sternly to the 13 people, the task of everyone now is to strive to improve the martial arts realm of everyone under your command, including those in the Alchemy Hall and the Bing Pavilion. Soldiers don't need to worry. After 3 months, according to the degree of improvement of your martial arts realm, the positions will be redivided. You must keep this in mind. After Long Yu said these words, he just wanted to motivate everyone. He believed that after having enough training resources, the martial arts realm of everyone in Tianyu Manor would definitely be improved soon. It's not surprising that there are even more powerhouses with supernatural powers in the secret realm. These are the training resources for you, mainly including pills and soldiers. Long Yu then took out some heaven-level and earth-level pills, as well as sky-level and earth-level warriors from the ancient Shura temple, and said, "These pills and warriors are from the former collection of Bingtian Valley in Shura County. Distributed to everyone now, it is enough for the time being." During this trip, Long Yu and Shu Chan got a lot of heaven-level and earth-level warriors and pills from the Zhangbing Pavilion and Pill Pavilion in Ice Sky Valley, and they were divided into two parts by Long Yu. One part was used to arm the Sky Yu Manor, the other part is reserved for Shu Chan's Shura Mansion. However, the things obtained in Ice Sky Valley are relatively low-end, and may not be useful to the young geniuses in the Shura Mansion. So Long Yu decided to distribute most of the income in Ice Sky Valley to Tianyu Manor. Anyway, Long Yu had a lot of things on him, and when they arrived at Shura's mansion, there were more suitable things for them. But now what Long Yu brought out was not only the training resources he got from Ice Sky Valley, but also the gains he got from killing those Jiang who martial arts along the way. Dahuang level middle grade fighters, originally belonged to the Black Gold Sickle of Guixia County King. Long Yu took out this scythe, glanced at everyone in the field, and found that everyone was stunned, obviously did not expect Long Yu to take out all the tyrannical warriors of the Great Desolation level mid-grade. "Hongyue, I will give you this soldier." Long Yu threw the Black Gold Sickle to Hongyue. The Black Gold Scythe is a powerful soldier used by the Ghost King, a mid-grade soldier of the wilderness level, worth 1,000 divine coins. This is a huge wealth that can lure Su Tiangao, the deputy general of the Shuawu Legion, into a traitor. It is useless for Long Yu to ask for this Black Gold Sickle, of course he will give it away, now that Hongyue is a very important person in Tianyu Manor, of course he cannot do without a soldier at hand. "If I get such a good soldier, it will be of no use to the grand meeting in the imperial capital in the near future." With a complicated look in Han Yu's eyes, she looked at Long Yu and said, "After all, I am over 30 years old and cannot participate in the imperial capital event. I helped Tianyu Manor." "Long Yu, are you sure you want to give it to me?" It is definitely a lie to say that you don't want a mid-level warrior at the Great Desolation level, but Hongyue still feels that she needs to explain it, lest Long Yu regret it later. "It's okay, you take it, I have a lot of warriors, and I will have more in the future, everyone will have it, it's just a matter of priority." Long Yu waved his hand, but he didn't pay any attention, and sent the Black Gold Sickle directly. There is also this Long Ice Sword, which is also a middle-rank soldier of the Great Desolation grade, by Yunzong, you take it. Long Yu once again took out a Long Ice Sword, which was also a middle-rank soldier of the Great Desolation rank, and threw it to Bai Yunzong, the commander of the White Tiger Army, who was the former lord of the heaven-suppressing sect. Bai Yunzong never dreamed that such a day would happen to him. When he was in the Tianyu continent, he was considered a frustrated martial artist even within the scope of the Tang dynasty, but because he got to know Long Yu back then, he had the current cultivation conditions. Not only did he not die during the catastrophe on Tianyu Island, but he was rescued by Long Yu and brought out to the world of Shenwu. Now he not only has better training conditions, but also a middle-grade warrior of the wilderness level. As expected of Long Zitian's son, Long Yu, I believe that if Brother Long knew about your achievement today, you would definitely not be disappointed. Bai Yunzong didn't have any nonsense, took the ice-long sword, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Hearing this emotion, Long Yu's eyes flashed with determination. For his father Long Zitian, he still hadn't completely given up hope. Since the heavenly prison Thunder Pond burst directly, then it's time to participate in the Shenwu Emperor meeting and find that father. Only those who are strong in the Imperial realm in the Thunder Pool of Heavenly Prison will do. As Yu Hanqin said, at that time, there should be a strong man in the Imperial realm who had comprehended the divine text of thunder and lightning, absorbing the lightning power in the Thunder Pool of the Heavenly Prison. When he participated in the Shenwu Emperor meeting, he should have some clues. At least he could ask about it. Is there any whereabouts of the dragon in the sky? Now Long Yu's mid-grade Dahuang level soldiers were obtained from Bai Qing, and of course Long Yu had already destroyed the soul imprint in them. After Bai Yunzong got the ice-long sword, his eyes became brighter and brighter. He had taken the heaven-level elixir given by Long Yu before, which healed the hidden wounds in his body all the time. Now is the time when the realm of martial arts is advancing by leaps and bounds. Getting another Dahuang-level middle-grade warrior will have a self-evident impact on his strength. Long Yu has many warriors on him, far more than that. In particular, the things obtained from Emperor Yun are enough to arm the entire Tianyu matter, but now he dare not use these things casually, because he is afraid of showing his feet and being seen by the people of Yun Empire. Big Brother Yi, I'll give you this long flame whip. Although it's only a low-grade Dahuang level soldier, it's still a Dahuang level soldier. It should be useful to you. Long Yu took out a low-grade flame whip of the Great Desolation grade and handed it to Yi Luan, the commander of the Xuanhu army. Yi Luan nodded, looking at Long Yu's eyes with determination. Obviously, in this new cultivation environment, he also wanted to become a strong one. No matter in Tianyu continent or Shenwu world, he, Impeller, will never be willing to be inferior to others. For the other people present, Long Yu each distributed a piece of heaven-level warrior, and everyone who did not get the Great Desolation-level warrior was not dissatisfied, because they knew very well that as long as they continued to develop with Long Yu, the Great Desolation-level warrior seemed to be its nothing. Don't you see that even the tyrannical ghost and evil county king was beheaded by Long Yu forcefully, and the black gold sickle was taken away? You can also distribute these elixirs to your subordinates, so that everyone can take enough elixirs. As long as you break through the bottleneck, you can break through the realm of martial arts. Long Yu took out all kinds of cultivation pills from Ice Sky Valley, Shadow Demon Trace Treasure, and Wu Shou killed along the way, but as usual, he didn't take out those precious pills from Emperor Yun. On the one hand, Long Yu wanted to use these things for himself, but on the other hand, he was afraid that the random circulation would show his feet and would come to the people of the Yun Empire. The following is the most important thing, everyone listen carefully. After Long Yu finished distributing the soldiers and pills, his expression became extremely serious. Compared with these soldiers and pills, he still has something more precious on him, that is the divine script engraving. In the world of Shenwu, the value of a divine rune engraving is extremely high. A complete divine rune engraving is even worth as much as a middle-grade warrior of the Great Wilderness. Even in the former Shura County, there were not many people who could have a complete comprehension of the engravings of the divine script. The lineage of King Shura was passed down, and it only cost less than 30 engravings of the divine script. The power of divine writing is mainly divided into 3 levels: copying comprehension, engraving comprehension, and source comprehension of divine writing. In the world of Shenwu, there are very few martial artists who can reach the level of engraving comprehension. Most of them are copying comprehension, or incomplete engraving comprehension of divine script. This is also the main reason why Long Yu was able to cross so many realms of martial arts and assassinate the powerhouses of the 7 realms of supernatural powers. The divine powers comprehended by both parties are really not on the same level. And the 108 engraved seals of the divine script of death on Long Yu's body, and more than 70 engraved seals of the divine script of Shura, are all complete engraved seals of the divine script. If one comprehends the power of the divine text in these divine text engravings, I am afraid that any martial artist will not be weaker than other opponents of the same realm. Long Yu continued to tell everyone in Tianyu Manor to carry out the divine character attribute matching test. The attribute stones used for the test can be bought in the North Snow Emperor with a little bit of North Snow coins. It is not difficult to do this. Of course, the engraving of the divine script should be used by the most suitable people. Not everyone can absorb and comprehend its power. The engraving of the divine script of death is the engraving of the divine script of the shadow attribute, and only martial artists who match the divine script of the shadow attribute can absorb and comprehend it. Long Yu asked everyone to count the matching status of the divine script attributes of all the people in Tianyu Manor, and then decide the ownership of the 108 death divine script engravings. There are more than 1,000 people in the entire Tianyu Manor, and it is not a matter of time to figure out the specific situation. After explaining the instructions, Long Yu took Han Yue with him and prepared to go for a walk in the Northern Snow Emperor's capital, mainly to inquire about the specific situation of the grand event in the imperial capital. Although Long Yu has confidence in himself and everyone in Tianyu Manor, knowing himself and the enemy is the only way to win 100 battles. Long Yu doesn't want to be unprepared. When the time comes, he will really come back with the bottom 3 and take away this fiefdom. Without this fiefdom, everyone in Tianyu Manor is equivalent to being homeless, and the conditions for both cultivation and development will be very different. All in all, Long Yu didn't want to give up on Tianyu Manor. Although Long Yu was most focused on improving his own strength, he didn't care about the life and death of his relatives and friends. Therefore, he had to have a stable rear so that he could venture outside with confidence. Demon Spirit Restaurant. Soon, Long Yu and Hong Yu came to the entrance of a magnificent restaurant. After inquiring, they knew that this Xiaoling restaurant was the busiest place in the North Snow Emperor's capital, and the people who came and went were at least from the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. The strong man is quite well informed with various news, but the consumption is quite high, which is not something ordinary martial artists in the world can afford. Go in and have a look. Long Yu turned his head and said to Hong Yue. Hong Yue looked distressed. Master Long, in this Xiaoling restaurant, each seat needs 100 Beishue coins. With the current financial resources of our Tianyu Manor, 100 Beishue coins are worth a lot of money. Hard work can make it out. It doesn't matter, what is the ratio of Shinbi to Bixuebi? Long Yu smiled slightly and asked a question. 1 divine coin can be exchanged for 8,000 Beishue coins. For this question, Hong Yue still has a little understanding, and immediately answered. The exchange ratio between divine coins and Tianqing coins is 1 divine coin for 10,000 Tianqing coins. It seems that Beishue coins are slightly more valuable than Tianqing coins, but the value is limited. Then we can still go in and sit down in this restaurant. Long Yu smiled, took out 10 divine coins from his bosom, and threw 9 of them to Hong Yue. Take it, Tianyu Manor must have money if it wants to develop. I don't have much assets now, just we can use these first to develop the matter. Long Yu has 100,000 divine coins that he got from Emperor Yun, and he is a big local tyrant. He only gave 9 divine coins to Hong Yue, not because he was stingy, but because he didn't want to draw attention from others. What's more, for the current Tianyu Manor, it is of no use to give them more divine coins. The most urgent thing for everyone in Tianyu Manor is to improve their martial arts realm. Only then can it be regarded as being able to temporarily stabilize its foothold in the North Snow Emperor. Before the realm of martial arts has not been improved, no matter how many resources and property you have, it is useless, just like the son of the Cloud Emperor, who has 100,000 coins in his body, but is still instantly killed by the ice god clan alien beast that descends from the sky. If his martial Dao realm can be improved to a higher level and step into the Emperor realm, then the result at that time can be completely changed. After receiving the 9 divine coins from Long Yu, Hong Yue was shocked at first, and then overjoyed. She didn't know where Long Yu got so much wealth, but these money really solved the urgent need of Tianyu Manor. Although there are only 9 divine coins, there are more than 70,000 Beishue coins in conversion, which is enough for daily needs. Of course, Hongyuan now knows that Tianyu Manor is not short of cultivation resources. It has warriors and elixirs, and whoever sells one of so many great desolation-level warriors will get at least hundreds of god coins. But warriors and elixir are the guarantee for the improvement of one's own strength. How can they be taken out and sold easily? Now that Long Yu gave him 9 divine coins, it was enough for his daily needs. Hey, isn't this the Red Moon girl from Tianyu Manor? Just when the two were at the entrance of the Demon Spirit restaurant, a teasing male voice came out from the Demon Spirit restaurant, which was extremely disgusting to hear. Long Yu squinted his eyes, looked into the Yaoling restaurant, and saw a somewhat pale young master like Wuxiu. Judging from his aura, he should be a human Wuxiu. With a smiling face, he looked a little. It looks like the body has been hollowed out by wine and sex. For Dao Divine Ability Realm. Long Yu saw the opponent's cultivation at a glance, and then he didn't pay much attention to it. Now the guy in the 4 realms of supernatural powers can't do a single move in front of him. Hongyue, do you know him? Long Yu asked without answering. This is the young master of Tengu Manor, Mr. Ting Xingyun. A flash of disgust flashed under the corner of Hongyue's eyes, but she immediately returned to normal as if nothing had happened, and introduced it to Long Yu. Oh, Tengu Manor is the one next door to our manor, right? Long Yu suddenly realized when he heard it, no wonder this Ting Xingyun knew Hongyue. After all, they are neighbors, and it is normal to have some exchanges with each other. Miss Hongyue, how are you doing? Have you considered my son's suggestion these days? The pale-faced Ting Xingyun looked playful, and glanced at Long Yu, but he didn't care, but continued to look at Hongyue. As long as you join me and become my son's woman, at the grand meeting in the imperial capital, we Ting Xingyun Wu Manor will help you Tianyu Manor. How about it? Hongyue is a beautiful woman with a mature style, which is what Ting Xingyun likes. Ever since he saw Hongyue in Baike Xuanduangdo last time, Ting Xingyun has always wanted to take Hongyue as his own. When Ting Xingyun learned that Hongyue was the manager of Tianyu Manor, which was now widely discussed, a plan was formed in his mind to use the upcoming grand event in the imperial capital to threaten Hongyue into submitting. Of course, Hongyue didn't pay attention to this, and didn't tell Long Yu, but she didn't expect to run into Ting Xingyun with Long Yu here. Sorry, I still say the same thing, Mr. Ting is not the type that the little girl likes, so please forgive me for not agreeing to your conditions. Hongyue refused, coldly. When these words came out, Ting Xingyun's expression changed immediately, and the 2 guards who followed him stood up directly. Our young master Ting spoke, but you little cousin doesn't know what's good and what's wrong. You refused several times. It seems that you think you have a backer. One of the chubby guards took a look at Long Yu and said with a sneer, this kid is Long Yu, the head of your Tianyu Manor? He's just a brat with 2 supernatural powers, don't you? Do you think that this kid can protect your Tianyu Manor? Don't dream of your spring and autumn dreams. Jia, I will let this kid kneel in front of my young master and beg for mercy right now. Another skinny man with a somewhat sinister look looked at Long Yu, smiled fiercely, and took a step forward. Long Yu, do you dare to fight me? You know, it's just an ordinary guard. If you don't even have the courage to fight me, it's better to step out of Yu Manor that day, lest you lose your life at the imperial capital's grand meeting, and you won't even have time to regret it. Long Yu took a look at this person, and smiled faintly. It's really just an ordinary guard. It's eye-opening for me to be so arrogant even in the Northern Snow Emperor at the level of 5 supernatural powers. Not to mention that the other party is not in the secret realm of the Royal Way. Even if a strong man in the secret realm of the Royal Way comes to Long Yu will not be afraid to confront him with words, because private fighting is strictly prohibited in the Northern Snow Emperor capital. Otherwise Yu Hanqin's guard Silver Fox King immediately lead his men to arrest the perpetrator. The Silver Fox King would not bother unless the 2 sides made an appointment to fight, so Ting Xingyun's guards would propose an appointment to Long Yu right now. The 2 sides had a verbal conflict in the Yaoling restaurant, which soon attracted many martial arts and demon cultivators on the street to stop and watch, and many Jianhu martial arts and alcohol drinkers who were drinking in the Yaoling restaurant also came from upstairs. Casting their gazes down, each of them looked interested. Many people are very interested in the power that Yu Hanqin has just assigned to Tianyu Manor, especially for the owner of Tianyu Manor, Long Yu, who was rumored to have offended Emperor Yun, but Yu Hanqin said love is incredible. It was rumored that it was because of Long Yu's extraordinary talent, which would be of great benefit to the future development of the Baixue dynasty, so Yu Hanqin would vigorously cultivate asylum. Because of this, now Long Yui appeared at the entrance of the Yaoling restaurant and had a conflict with other people, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone around him. Jia Jia. You're laughing at your father so much, a mere boy of the second level of supernatural powers, actually uttered wild words in front of me, a strong man of the fifth level of supernatural powers, what a joke. The Thing guard had a sneer on his face, and a ferocious look emerged from his eyes. You know, in front of me, you are like a wild dog, who can tear you to pieces at any time. Long Yu, the so-called owner of Tianyu Manor, dare to fight? The chubby guard also stood up and said provocatively to Long Yu. The two guards are both masters of the 5 realms of supernatural powers, which is nothing to Long Yu, but he looked around and saw a large group of people paying attention to the situation here. He thought for a while, and decided to avoid war. It's not because of fear, but because there's no need to reveal one's true strength before the imperial capital grand meeting begins. If it is taken by surprise, Tianyu Manor is very likely to break through the siege in the imperial capital event and achieve a good result, but if people are prepared, in the environment of the northern Snow Emperor capital surrounded by wolves, Tianyu Manor it is easy to be crushed to pieces. No fight. The word Long Yu uttered, causing the audience to boo immediately. Hearing the word no war from Long Yu's mouth, the audience booed, but it didn't go too far beyond everyone's expectations. After all, Long Yu was only at the level of the second level of supernatural powers, and it was obviously impossible for him to accept the 5 levels of supernatural powers. The battle of the masters of the environment. It would be even more surprising if Long Yu really chose to fight. However, Long Yu is now representing the owner of Tianyu Manor, so timid to fight, it still makes most people around have more contempt for Tianyu Manor. Even the owner of the villa has only such strength and courage, let alone other people in Tianyu Manor. It seems that the site of Tianyu Manor will definitely change hands in 3 months' time. Did you see it, Miss Red Moon? The pale-faced Ting Xingyun looked at Long Yu with contempt, and then looked at Han Yue. What kind of future can we have with such a master? It's better to go to my son's arms, and maybe he can become Tingwu in the future. The owner's wife of the manor, haha. My lord, please respect yourself. Hong Yue's face also became a little ugly. Although she didn't know what Long Yu's current strength was, she knew that Long Yu's refusal of the opponent's appointment was definitely not a sign of weakness, and she understood it very well. For Ting Xingyun's next harsh words, Hong Yue could only choose to ignore them. Long Yu also ignored Ting Xingyun. Anyway, the other party couldn't initiate a private fight in the street, and took Hong Yue straight into the Yaoling restaurant. Hey, not just anyone can come in here. As soon as he stepped into the gate of the restaurant, a young wushou dressed in the clothes of the waiter in the shop paced over, looking at Long Yu with contempt in his eyes. The scene of Kai Long Yu refusing the Ting Xingyun guard's appointment to fight just now was taken for granted by the shop waiter, which made even the shop waiter who was trained in the heavenly secret realm look down on him. The waiter in the shop thought, since Tianyu Manor is so weak, and he has Yaoling restaurant as his backstage, even if he bullies this kid will never dare to speak back. But he was wrong, dead wrong. Long Yu avoided the battle with Ting Xingyun's guards because he didn't want to expose his strength, but even the waiter at the Heavenly Brilliance realm came here to provoke him. How could Long Yu tolerate it? Then tell me, who does this demon spirit restaurant need to enter? The corners of Long Yu's mouth turned up slightly, he stood still, and asked the waiter a question. "Hey, this Yaoling restaurant is not an ordinary place. If you want to come in and drink, you will have to pay 100 Beishuic coins just for the seat." The waiter looked at Long Yu with disdain on his face. "I heard that your Tianyu manor is very poor. It may be too heartbreaking to take out these 100 Beishuic coins. It's better not to slap your face and pretend to be fat. Or let this girl follow this son of Tengu Manor. This son will not be stingy with such a few money." The waiter in the shop also knows how to read words, and when he said this, the young master Ting Xingyun on the side really enjoyed it, and was obviously very comfortable with the words of the waiter in the shop. "It means that if you have money, you can enter this demon spirit restaurant, right?" Long Yu said lightly, and then directly threw out a divine coin that he was holding in his hand. "Is this divine coin enough? Serve me 2 pots of snow demon spirit wine." When Long Yu threw out the divine coin, the waiter's expression changed slightly, then his expression froze, and he subconsciously took the divine coin. Yes. The waiter quickly grabbed the divine coin, turned around and wanted to get wine for Long Yu and Hong Yu. The Yaoling restaurant is quite a high-end restaurant in the North Snow Emperor, but the Jianghu Wuxiu, imperial nobles, etc., who come here to consume rarely take out the god coins directly. Long Yu was able to directly take out the divine coin. Obviously he wouldn't be making a fat face with a swollen face. If Tianyu Manor really had no money, how could there be divine coins? It seems that this Long Yu has made some windfalls in recent days. Many people in the Yaoling restaurant think so, and they still have disdain for Long Yu. A little money. In fact, 1 divine coin is not a lot, but it is enough to change everyone's general impression of Tianyu Manor being poor. Wait. Seeing that the waiter in the shop turned around to get the wine, Long Yu stopped the other party with a slur, and said in a cold voice, 2 pots of snow demon spirit wine are only worth 3,000 North Snow coins. You don't need to look for this coin. You slap yourself twice, it's an apology for offending me. This remark obviously put the waiter in a dilemma, but Long Yu is not a kind person. Since the other party wants to make him look bad, then Long Yu doesn't mind paying it back 1,000 times over. This request was just a small trick. Long Yu didn't want to make any big troubles and make himself and the owner behind the Yaoling restaurant unhappy, so he imposed a small punishment. Hearing what Long Yu said, the waiter in the shop froze, but he didn't refute. Instead, he slapped himself several times without turning his head. Damn me, it's because I don't know Mount Tai with my eyes that I offended Lord Dragon Manor. The shop waiter slapped every word, and after saying this, he ran away as if flying away, holding the magic coin tightly in his hands. This was the biggest tip he had received since he came to Yaoling restaurant as the shop waiter. The remaining more than 4,000 Beishui coins are equivalent to his wages for several months. Not to mention these slaps, even if Long Yu asked him to beat himself into a face as swollen as a pig's head, he would not have half nonsense. Seeing Long Yu punishing the waiter in the shop in such a way, many martial artists in the restaurant were quite surprised by Long Yu's methods. Obviously, they did not expect that Long Yu, who was weak just now, would be so strong now. You know, the people behind the Yaoling restaurant are more powerful than Tengu Manor. It seems that Long Yu is a guy who is not afraid of things at all. It's a pity that this person is only at the 2nd level of supernatural powers, so arrogant even in the Northern Snow Emperor. He will definitely suffer retribution soon. Among other things, just offending Ting Xingyun, the young master of Tengu Manor at this time, is enough for him to drink a pot. Ting Xingyun watched Long Yu deal with the shop waiter, smiled disdainfully, turned around and led the people to leave the Yaoling restaurant. It seemed that he was too lazy to entangle with a bully and fearful guy like Long Yu endlessly. Long Yu and Hong Yue found 2 seats in the restaurant and sat down, listening to the discussions among the drinkers around them. In the beginning, there were quite a few people talking about Long Yu, mainly about Long Yu coming to Beishua dynasty, offending Emperor Yun with Shuchan in Ruashui County, and being hunted down. This matter has been spread widely, and everyone knows that Yu Hanqin thinks highly of Long Yu and Shu Quan, and that's why he went to intercede with Emperor Yun for their sake. However, after Long Yu's return, the fight against the Ice God clan alien beasts in Ruoshui County, and what happened with the Shuawu Legion in Tianlan County, which was regarded as a traitor, did not reach here at all. Long Yu was quite relieved that his own strength had not been exposed, mainly because he had told Yu Shuawu before leaving that he hoped that he would not tell about his success in assassinating the powerhouse of the Seven Paths. It seems that Yu Shuawu is quite prestigious in commanding a large army, and the things that so many people know have not been made public. This reassured Long Yu a lot, and one of the goals of coming out this time was achieved. At that time, Long Yu didn't know about the grand event in the imperial capital, but he didn't want everyone to know about his strength. After he came back, he learned the news about the grand event in the imperial capital, and he knew that he hadn't made the decision to let Yu Shuawu conceal the news. Wrong. When Long Yu and Han Yue each drank half of the pot of snow demon spirit wine, the topic of many Jianghu wuxiu and imperial nobles in the demon spirit restaurant shifted to other places. Especially with regard to the imminent grand event of the imperial capital, there are a total of 122 matters within the northern snow imperial capital, and outside of these matters, the various prefectures of the northern snow dynasty rule separately. 122 manor forces, plus forces in the northern snow emperor capital, such as the Shura Mansion, a total of more than 200 force organizations will participate in this imperial capital event. Amidst the discussions of everyone in the Yaoling restaurant, Long Yu really heard a lot of useful news, mainly because he had a general impression of the many forces participating in the grand meeting in the imperial capital. Which forces are strong and which forces are weak, Long Yu has a certain degree of cognition, and he is no longer as blind as before, completely unclear. While drinking, Long Yu and Han Yu listened to everyone's chatting and discussing. Soon the afternoon passed, the sky was getting dark, the wine in the jug was exhausted, and the return date was approaching. This snow demon spirit wine is very effective in replenishing the profound energy in the body, and it can also restore the fatigue of the muscles and veins to a certain extent. If you always have some by your side, it will be useful in fighting. Long Yu smiled at Han Yue. Well, only 3,000 Beishue coins can be exchanged for 2 pots of snow demon spirit wine, which is too expensive. Han Yue first agreed, then shook her head and said. She still feels that it is a waste for Long Yu to order the snow demon spirit wine, but after thinking about it, Long Yu may not really pay attention to the 3,000 Beishue coins. When the two left the Yaoling restaurant, Long Yu felt a murderous intent directed at him, coming from the street not far away. Someone wants to kill me? Long Yu's heart moved, and he guessed secretly, but he didn't know who it would be. Could it be Ting Xingyun, the young master of Tengwu Manor, who was just offended? Han Yue, follow me closely, let's go back slowly, and kill him by surprise. Long Yu finished speaking to Han Yue calmly, then took her up into the sky, and flew towards the direction of Tianyu Manor outside the northern Snow Emperor's capital. If he wanted to, he would use the method of divine concealment directly, and the other party would not be able to find him and Han Yue, but Long Yu didn't want to just leave like this. Since someone wants to kill him, let him see if the other party has the ability. According to Long Yu's current fighting strength, the opponent should not send out a strong man from the secret realm of the King's Way to deal with him. Even if a strong man from the secret realm of the King's Way does come, Long Yu is sure to retreat completely. If the person who came was not a powerhouse of the Seven Paths Divine Ability realm, then Long Yu could easily win and kill the opponent back. As for encountering a strong person of the Seven Paths Divine Ability realm head-on, it is a bit troublesome for Long Yu now, but it is not impossible to deal with it, just adapt to the situation when the time comes. As Long Yu flew towards a deep mountain and wild forest outside the northern Snow Emperor's capital, several figures followed closely behind them, and soon came to this dense forest. Outside the northern Snow Emperor's capital, in a luxuriant forest that does not belong to any matter, Long Yu took Hong Yue and used the method of divine concealment, and quietly disappeared from his body. Seeing several figures descending from the dense forest, Long Yu narrowed his eyes. It really is Ting Xingyun's person. Long Yu recognized the other party's identity all of a sudden. It was the person from Tengwu Manor who had clashed with him just now at the entrance of Yaoling restaurant. The young master Ting Xingyun was not there, but both the fat and thin subordinates came, and brought another middle-aged martial artist who was in the 5 realms of supernatural powers. There are 3 people in total, all of them are masters of 5 realms of supernatural powers, but it is not a problem for Long Yu to deal with them, as long as these 3 people have no special abilities. Tengwu Manor is not ranked high among the 122 manors within the northern xuanhuan capital, and its strength is relatively weak, so even if the 3 people in front of them are the young master of Tengwu Manor and the guards of Ting Xingyun, they are not very strong. There will be something too strong. Hong Yue, you hide by the side, I will deal with them. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, since the other 3 wanted to chase him down, then let him save his life. In this dense forest, no one else would find out about this battle, which made Long Yu no longer have any scruples. To confront head-on? Hong Yue was taken aback when she heard the words. She didn't expect that Long Yu would dare to fight against the pursuit of 3 5-path supernatural powers. Could it be that Long Yu really has such a strong strength? Do not worry. After Long Yu said this, he was ready to make a move. He carefully observed the 3 people who landed in the dense forest and listened to their conversation. Hey, where did that kid go? He really knows how to pick a place. The chubby guard Wu Xiu cursed carelessly, and looked around constantly. If you die here, the environment seems to be good, and it's cheaper for that brat. Find him quickly and kill him. The other middle-aged martial artist they brought, Long Yu had never seen before, but he had a dignified expression, looked around and said, You 2 search separately, I will take care of it in the middle, so as not to be attacked by surprise. I said boss, you are too cautious, but you are just a kid with 2 supernatural powers, do you need to be so cautious? The chubby guard Wu Xiu curled his lips indifferently, but he didn't dare to neglect the boss's explanation, and quickly divided into 2 directions with the thin Wu Xiu, and searched forward. They still have a way of searching, and it is not difficult to find 2 people in the dense forest. Of course, they don't know that Long Yu will use the method of hidden spirit. If he wanted to escape, Long Yu would have taken Hong Yu and fled without a trace. It's a pity that Long Yu doesn't want to let these 3 guys go so easily. Kill. Taking advantage of the fat bodyguard Wu Xiu and the thin Wu Xiu in 2 directions to search, Long Yu launched a sneak attack the next moment, gathered a ghost of ancient times, and attacked and killed the thin Wu Xiu past. I'm not afraid. The skinny martial artist was always on guard for a sneak attack, and when he saw this situation, he immediately reacted, and as soon as he raised his hand, there was a flash of thunder, which condensed into a thunder ball that exploded, blasting towards the ancient afterimage. The thunder ball exploded in the next moment, and the terrifying power illuminated the surroundings brightly. The power of the thunder and lightning divine script directly destroyed several giant trees near the dense forest, and the violent power was eye-catching. But it's a pity that Long Yu manipulated the ancient afterimage to use Dragon Sparrow Flash, and directly hid in a different space, becoming a phantom. The power of thunder and lightning that raged in the dense forest did not affect Long Yu's ancient afterimage at all. But at the next moment, the middle-aged man who was in the middle of supporting him came to the side of Huanggu Remnant in a blink of an eye, and a knife light condensed from the divine script of space descended from the sky, instantly cutting that Huanggu Remnant in 2. Space Divinity. The 3rd level fit. Long Yu hid in the dark, watching the middle-aged man displaying the power of the divine script. He couldn't help but look aghast. The space divine script mastered by this man was definitely learned from the divine script, and it was better than the skinny martial artist Lei Dian. The power of the divine text should be strengthened to a higher level. No wonder this person is the boss of those 2. However, Long Yu didn't hide in the dark and think for too long. Taking advantage of the ancient afterimages of the thin wuxiu and the middle-aged man aiming at him, Long Yu himself jumped out quickly, and the power of the 9 nether divine runes spread out immediately, completely covering the fat wuxiu on the other side. Jiuyou Tianguang. Long Yu displayed this ancient-level martial skill, which instantly enveloped the chubby martial artist, and the infinite aura began to erode his body. Originally, this chubby martial artist was still paying attention to the ancient remnants of his own people dealing with Long Yu not far away, and thought that Long Yu was about to be beheaded, but he didn't expect that he was suddenly attacked by a sneak attack, and was killed by Jiuyou Tianguang if he didn't pay attention. Completely covered in it. Crazy battle divine mantra, break it for me. The chubby wuxiu's whole body gathered all his strength and turned into a whirlwind of blood. The violent force erupted, and even slightly dispersed the Jiuyou Tianguang beside him for a while. The power of the Berserker divine mantra is indeed violent, and its power should not be underestimated. It's a pity that no matter how powerful this chubby martial artist is, he can't hit Long Yu's body, so there is no threat to Long Yu at all. Yulong 9 explosions, explosion. The sound of the dragon's chant continued to resound from the Jiuyou sky, and bursts of Jiuyou's divine power exploded, making the chubby martial artist use 120,000 points of strength to resist. Who is here? I am the guard of the young master of Tengwu Manor. The chubby wuxiu yelled in a deep voice while resisting, but this guy didn't realize that it was Long Yu's method. He thought that Long Yu had already been beheaded by his companion, but he didn't see that what his companion beheaded was just the phantom afterimage of Long Yu. It's the one who took your life. Long Yu controlled another desolate ancient afterimage hidden in the Jiuyou skylight and said in a cold voice. When the sound came out, the chubby wuxiu immediately reacted, and the blood-colored mad battle divine power all over his body suddenly condensed into a sharp edge, and slashed towards the place where the sound came from. This person also has a good scheming plan, trying to trick Long Yu into talking so as to determine Long Yu's position in the dark sky, but unfortunately, how could Long Yu be unprepared for this? Taking advantage of the fat wuxiu's attack towards his ancient afterimage, Long Yu held the nether dragon blade, and the next moment appeared behind the fat wuxiu, stabbing into his back. No one can stand against the sharpness of the ancient-level warrior, the void dragon blade, with his body. All the thoughts of this chubby martial artist were devoted to killing the ancient afterimage that Long Yu was controlling to make a sound, and he never expected that there would be a sneak attack from behind. Puff! The void dragon blade shattered his heart veins all at once, and a strong man of the 5 realms of supernatural powers died. Following the death of the chubby wuxiu, the 9 nether skylight spread instantly, covering the thin wuxiu and the middle-aged man who felt something was wrong not far away at the same time. Supernatural power, the hand of the 9 serenities. Supernatural power, soul seal siphon. Long Yu's 2 innate supernatural powers were cast at the same time, and the target was the middle-aged man who had comprehended the power of the divine script of space. Long Yu had to target the middle-aged man, otherwise he might escape. When the hand of Jiuyou appeared from the void and grabbed the middle-aged man's ankle, the middle-aged man wanted to use the space divine rune to escape immediately, but the 5 rainbow-absorbing divine rune power that hit him immediately rushed the moving space divine power suppressed it, and began to absorb the soul imprint in its body. The middle-aged man's face changed, and he immediately gathered all his strength to resist the absorption of the soul imprint by the siphon divine script. These 2 innate supernatural powers were carefully comprehended by Long Yu, and they were specially used to limit and weaken the opponent. At this moment, if the middle-aged man forcibly uses the divine script of space to leave this place, the divine script of siphoning will definitely take advantage of the gap and absorb most of the soul imprints from his body. This is an unrecoverable trauma for him, making it difficult for him to make a decisive decision for a while. He hesitated for a moment, and Long Yu's storm-like offensive had already arrived. The nether dragon blade appeared from behind him, and a soul explosion exploded. The terrifying force blasted the middle-aged man's body away, and he lost most of his resistance at once. The power of the 9 nether divine runes and the siphon divine runes took advantage of it and directly eroded the meridians all over his body, making his entire body people are dying. About there. Long Yu's figure moved freely in the pitch-black sky of Joyo, and the next moment he was in front of the middle-aged man, stabbing out with the short blade in his hand, instantly cutting the throat of the defenseless middle-aged man. The middle-aged man didn't have much room to display his whole body strength, so he was beheaded by Long Yu, and he died with regret. Die. At this moment, another skinny martial artist noticed the movement here, and the thunder and lightning divine script exploded violently in an instant, releasing 3 innate supernatural powers almost at the same time. At this moment, the pitch-black Joyo skylight in the arena was almost filled with thunder light, especially the area around Long Yu's body, which was completely enveloped by violent thunder light. Boom over. Even in the 9 nether skylight, Long Yu has no way to escape from this net. Pale cold blade, go. Long Yu reached out and took out a white dagger from his bosom, and threw it at the thin martial artist in the distance. This pale and cold blade is an ancient low-grade soldier obtained by Long Yu from Emperor Yun. The thunder net penetrated directly and attacked the skinny martial artist himself. Everything showed that this pale cold blade was a magic weapon, and this made the thin martial artist's face look ecstatic. If he succeeds in such a magical weapon, he will make a fortune. All of a sudden, the thin martial artist's mind was attracted by the pale cold blade. And this, of course, is an opportunity created by Long Yu on his own initiative. If the strong fight, even if it's just a moment of distraction, it may lead to death and reverse the battle situation. Long Yu was targeted by that thin martial artist with all his strength. It was difficult to completely resist these attacks, but now, when the thin martial artist's mind is attracted by the pale cold blade, Long Yu's opportunity has come. Taking advantage of the thin martial artist's attention being attracted by the pale cold blade, Long Yu reacted immediately. Facing the guy with 3 innate supernatural powers, Long Yu took out the silver edgelock, the first-class medal and the blood shadow battle flag. The 3 earth-level and heaven-level warriors were activated by Long Yu's profound energy in his body, and several layers of defensive barriers appeared in front of Long Yu, resisting the series of berserk lightning divine powers. The bombardment by the supernatural beings of the 5 paths was enough to damage the 3 soldiers, making them unable to function as before, but this also bought enough time for Long Yu. The next moment, Long Yu's whole body reintegrated into the Joyo Tianguang, resisted the remaining extremely destructive power of the Leiguang divine script, and punched the skinny martial artist. 9 explosions of Yulong, explosion of Yutian and Xuanhuan. The world of the underworld, composed of countless lonely souls and wild ghosts, exploded in front of the thin Wuxiu, who had just held the pale cold blade in his hand and was smiling. On the ground, blood was flowing all over his body. The pale cold blade is an ancient low-grade warrior, which exceeds the existence of a wild-level warrior. It is an extremely precious thing even for the strong in the Emperor realm, let alone the skinny warrior of the 5 supernatural powers. Fixed. The first time he saw the pale cold blade, it was normal for this person to be attracted by it. This guy never thought that Long Yu could get rid of his 3 innate supernatural powers so quickly and launch a fatal attack on him. Long Yu snatched the pale cold blade back into his hands, and put it back into the storage space. One move, Yutian Xuanhuan explosion, is one of the strongest attack methods that Long Yu has comprehended now, but it will also almost exhaust his whole body strength. In the dense forest, the pitch-black sky of Joyo gradually dissipated. In this short period of time, Long Yu had completely beheaded and killed 3 martial artists of the 5-path supernatural power realm, and seized all their belongings. The body is destroyed. Hong Yue, who was hiding aside, didn't know what happened at all. She only saw the power of the pitch-black 9 nether divine runes spreading throughout the field, and occasionally there were flashes of thunder and the breath of space divine runes. It didn't take long for Long Yu to appear in front of her safely, and the 3 5-path supernatural powers who chased after him all disappeared. Master Long, are you all right? Hong Yue greeted him immediately, and supported Long Yu, who was a little weak. I'm fine, but those 3 guys have already gone to hell. Let's go back quickly. Long Yu was supported by Hong Yu, smiled lightly, and then took a heaven-level elixir that restores strength. To Long Yu, such a elixir was really nothing. But in Hong Yu's eyes, such behavior is too wasteful. However, Long Yu had just experienced a fierce battle, and Hong Yue didn't bother to take care of Long Yu's affairs, anyway, as long as he could return to Tianyu Manor safely. After recovering some strength, Long Yu took Hong Yue together to use the method of divine concealment, and flew towards Tianyu Manor. Not many things were found from the 3 martial artists, but the total value was several thousand Beishue coins. After all, they were all powerful in the 5 realms of supernatural powers. These things are nothing to Long Yu, and there is nothing special, so he directly threw them to Hong Yue, and let Hong Yue distribute them. When Long Yu and Hong Yu returned to Tianyu Manor, the commanders of the major armies had already released their statistics on their subordinates. There are more than 1,000 people in Tianyu Manor, and there are only more than 80 people who are compatible with the shadow attribute divine script. This makes Long Yu quite puzzled. It seems that all 108 death divine scripts cannot be used. As for there are still 70 Azura divine inscriptions, and they can only be placed on the body first, and then ask Shu Chan if he needs them. Long Yu has no shortage of money, so of course he would not sell such a precious thing for money. Shura Mansion is the only ally of Tianyu Manor at present. If the strength of Azura Manor can become stronger, it will be a good thing for Tianyu Manor. Anyway, those Shura divine script engravings are of no use to the people of Tianyu Manor. Long Yu had told Hui Yuanbai before that when he arrived at Baixuan capital with his men, he would be able to take out some Shura divine script engravings and assign them to them, and it was time to fulfill his promise. Today, he and Hong Yue were inquiring about the news in the Yaoling restaurant, and they heard someone say that the strength of the Shura mansion has increased a lot recently, and even all of them are experts above the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. Sitting down. The Shura mansion also needs to participate in the grand event of the imperial capital, but with their strength, they will not fall into the bottom 3. After all, the Shura mansion is full of young geniuses from Shura County, and their martial arts talent is at the top level within the Shura County. Since it is to compete against the strength of the younger generation, the combat effectiveness of the Shura mansion is still very strong. For the sake of Tianyu Manor, Long Yu did not visit Shura's mansion for the time being, but was going to settle the matter of Tianyu Manor first. Gather those 88 people together, and I will create an army of death. Long Yu gave instructions to Hong Yue, and then went to a martial arts arena in Tianyu Manor, waiting for Hong Yue to call everyone over. The Death Army, as the name suggests, everyone in this army is a member who has comprehended the divine language of death. As long as their martial arts realm is raised, each of them will be an extremely tyrannical existence. In fact, Long Yu didn't have very high expectations for the 4 Elephants Legion that he arranged to form before the 4 martial arts legions of Qinglong, Xuanwu, Suzaku, and White Fox. Ice Sect and other ordinary disciples. Even if these people's martial arts talent is not bad, it is rare for them to appear top-notch. But for the Death Legion, Long Yu couldn't have no hope because of the engravings of the death glyphs. As long as it is a martial artist who fits with the shadow attribute glyphs, he can comprehend the power of the death glyphs and become a death army a member of. This death army, Long Yu is going to focus on training. Soon, Hong Yue brought all the 88 martial arts practitioners in the entire Tianyu Manor who were compatible with the shadow attribute to the martial arts arena, and stood in front of Long Yu. Among the 88 martial arts practitioners, there are men and women, some come from Liliu Palace, and there are also disciples who originally suppressed Tianzong and Hambingmen, and their martial arts realms are of different levels. When they heard that they had been selected, they were all a little excited. In this world, who doesn't want to become stronger? And now, becoming a member of the upcoming Death Army is the best opportunity for them to become stronger. Listen well, everyone, you are all in harmony with the Shadow Attribute Divine Script, but it is still unknown whether you can truly gain the power to comprehend the Death Divine Script. Long Yu looked at the excited crowd, and said quite seriously, "Before I issue the Death Seal to you, each of you must raise your martial arts realm to at least the secret realm of heaven and man, so as to prove your martial arts talent." Among the 88 people gathered in front of Long Yu, more than 30 of them are already in the cultivation base of the heavenly human secret realm, and most of them are female disciples of Liliu Palace, but there are also a few figures Long Yu is familiar with, such as Zhen Tianzong Walking, Yan Huanma, Feng Yusen, one of the 3 heroes of the Feng family, Mo Fengming from the Mo family, and Xiangwu, the granddaughter of Shilao. Since these 5 people were compatible with the Shadow Attribute Divinity, Long Yu removed them from their respective legions and became members of the Death Legion. Everyone who has reached the secret realm of heaven and man now, the Death Divine Script will be engraved, and it will be distributed to you, so as to comprehend the power of the Divine Script as quickly as possible. After Long Yu finished speaking, he began to take out the engraved seal of the God of Death from the storage space, and distributed it to a total of 32 people in the secret realm of heaven and man. Among the 32 people, there are several female disciples from Liliu Palace who have the highest cultivation, and they are not at the level of Tianchu realm and Tianhua realm. In the place where heaven and human secret realm's cultivation base is undoubtedly weak to the point of explosion. The most important thing is that these female disciples from Liliu Palace are all over 30 years old. Although they are considered strong in Tianyu matter, they cannot represent Tianyu matter to participate in the imperial capital event. Among the people under the age of 30, Yan Huanma has the highest realm of martial arts, but the cultivation base of the human robbery realm. Except for her, Feng Yusen and Peogia are both of the human realm, while Mo Fengming and Xiang Dance is the beginning of human beings. Undoubtedly, the results of this grand event in the imperial capital still depend on how well these people practiced in the past 3 months. Of course, in addition to these people, there are also many geniuses in other legions, and they will definitely be able to contribute to Tianyu matter by then. All in all, after Long Yu arranged everything, they could only rely on themselves for the specific cultivation. Anyway, they had prepared pills and warriors, and even stored a lot of various martial arts classics, enough for them to grow to the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. Okay, let's all go away. I will personally test the results of everyone's cultivation after a while. Long Yu waved his hand and let everyone disperse, leaving only Hong Yu alone. Now for everyone in Tianyu matter, improving one's cultivation is the most important thing, so Long Yu didn't leave anyone to chat. There is no need for this. Hong Yue, you should focus on cultivation yourself, and strive to break through to the mysterious realm of supernatural powers as soon as possible. Long Yu said to Hong Yue. Hong Yue nodded, and then said, in the past few days, everyone has arranged the cultivation resources, and many people have made breakthroughs in the martial arts realm immediately. I believe that the overall strength of our Tianyu matter will increase in 3 months. Earth-shaking changes. That's good, but after 3 months, I'm afraid no one under the age of 30 will be able to step into the mystical realm. Long Yu said rather worriedly, if I don't want to be at the bottom of the grand meeting in the imperial capital, my strength is still not strong enough. I will set off in 2 days, go to the land of the source, and strive to raise my strength to a higher level within 3 months building. The land of the source is one of the 2 areas where strange beasts frequently appear in the Northern Snow Dynasty, and it is a vast dense forest in the eastern part of the Northern Snow Dynasty. It was the place where countless magical powers and secret realm martial arts practitioners practiced themselves, and it was also the holy place where most martial arts practitioners in the North Snow Dynasty made their fortunes. From what he heard at the Yaoling restaurant in the afternoon, Long Yu knew that the protagonists at the grand event in the imperial capital were definitely wuxiu from the mystical realm of supernatural powers. No matter what the rules are, this will never change. And if a big power has a young, under 30-year-old kingly secret realm powerhouse, it can definitely rank among the first class, becoming one of the strongest powers among the 122 manors and more than 70 mansions. In today's Northern Snow Emperor capital, the most powerful forces are mainly the 8 manors and 4 mansions, and almost every force has a genius in the secret realm of the royal way who is less than 30 years old, and the most famous one is Yu Hanqin's guard Silver Fox King. The Silver Fox King is the young owner of the Silver Fox Manor. He is almost 30 years old now, but he has already stepped into the royal secret realm for 2 years. It is an honor for the entire Silver Fox Manor to become Yu Hanqin's guard. As for Yu Hanqin, she is naturally not very old, but she is not counted in the influence of the manor and mansion. She is the descendant of the royal family of the Northern Snow Dynasty, the person who presides over the grand gathering of the entire imperial capital, and an existence that is completely detached from other forces of the Northern Snow Dynasty. Except for the 8 manors and the 4 mansions, most of the other manors and mansions also have young strong men of the 7 realms of supernatural powers. Therefore, if you want to not be at the bottom of the grand event in the imperial capital every year, you must have at least one of the 5 masters. A strong person in the supernatural power realm, and only one person may not be able to win enough points. This is not good news for Tianyu Manor. You must know that there are only 2 martial artists in the mystical ability realm, Long Yu and Manqin, in Tianyu Manor. Huge, very few people can hope to do it. Therefore, Long Yu must be prepared to rely on himself when the time comes, and the most important thing is to work hard to improve his martial arts realm. It is Long Yu's idea to go to the source of the source to practice. Of course, Hong Yue can't stop it, but for Hong Yue herself, the most important thing is to break through the bottleneck and step into the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. In the end, Long Yu wandered around the Tianyu Manor a few times at random, met with everyone in the Tianyu Manor, and made sure that everyone had obtained enough cultivation resources, and then prepared to leave with confidence. Before going to the source of water, Long Yu planned to go to Shura's mansion first to visit Hui Yuanbai and others. Nothing to say all night. On the second day, Long Yu went on the road alone, controlling the ancient Shura palace to float invisible in the high-altitude clouds, ensuring that if he was in danger, he could immediately make the ancient Shura palace appear. The current Shura ancient temple does not have any offensive capabilities, and the power of Shura's divine script stored in it is not sufficient, and it is replenished quite slowly. Even if Long Yu has the source stone of Shura and can completely control the ancient temple of Shura, he can at most urge the ancient temple of Shura to release the killing array of Shura's thoughts. Before Long Yu launched the Shura killing formation, he could directly strangle the powerful beasts in the royal secret realm, but it may not be so easy to use the Shura killing formation to deal with human martial arts. The Shura killing formation is extremely powerful, but it is not difficult to avoid it. Last time, the ice god race alien beasts in the secret realm of the royal way were completely unprepared, so they were all cleaned up by the Shura killing formation. Even after resting for so many days, the ancient Shura temple still only recovered a little bit of energy. The Shura killing formation can only be used once. As for the Shura sealing formation, the space teleportation formation, and other functions, they are completely unusable. Long Yu previously sealed tens of thousands of ice god clan alien beasts in the ancient Shura temple at one time, which has basically exhausted the energy of the ancient Shura temple. If you want to fill the ancient Shura temple with energy again, unless you wait for a long enough time, this time may be months, possibly years. Or, Long Yu can speed up the speed of energy recovery without relying on the degree of compatibility between the source stone of Shura and the ancient temple of Shura. Long Yu used the technique of concealment, and finally looked back at the Tianyu Manor under the snow-covered snow, and then quietly flew towards the interior of the Northern Snow Emperor's capital. The people from Tengwu Manor chased and killed Long Yu yesterday, but they couldn't go back in the end. Ting Xingyun, the young master of Tengwu Manor, was quite puzzled, but he didn't expect that Long Yu would kill him instead. Ting Xingyun sent a lot of people to search everywhere, trying to find clues of the murderer, but he didn't expect that Long Yu had swaggered into the Northern Snow Emperor capital once again. I am afraid that only after the grand meeting in the imperial capital began, and when Long Yu showed his true strength, could Ting Xingyun realize that it was Long Yu who killed the 3 5-path supernatural power realm martial artists he sent out to chase after him. Bar. In the Northern Snow Emperor's capital, the Azura Mansion is located in a corner to the west, which is equivalent to being in a corner, and the geographical location is quite bad. However, this is a large mansion anyway, even if it is a large area enough to accommodate thousands of people. Being able to live in it is still a treatment that those Jianghu martial artists dare not even think about. Long Yu came to the sky above Shura's mansion, and saw many familiar figures at a glance, discussing something in the courtyard of Azura's mansion. But it seems that the face of the group is not very good. Hui Yuanbai, Fu Tsubing, Yu Qingsha, Si Hanshan, Xingwu. Long Yu glanced at the 5 people, thought for a while, and then landed directly in the courtyard of Shura's mansion, and removed the hidden spirit, revealing his figure. The 5 people were discussing something, but when they saw Long Yu, they stopped discussing and stood up one after another. Except for Yu Qingsha, the other 4 people all showed smiles on their faces. For Yu Qingsha, Long Yu won her personal soldiers for a period of time after all, and let her show off to Long Yu like this. Smiley is not easy. However, Yu Qingsha has no hostile intentions towards Long Yu. Everyone, seeing your complexion is not very good, what happened? Long Yu asked, straight to the point. Hui Yuanbai was the oldest at the scene, and when he heard this, he frowned slightly and said, "It is true that something happened, Long Yu. As long as you come, you are now the owner of Tianyu Manor, for the grand meeting in the imperial capital 3 months later. How are you going to deal with it?" So that's what happened. Long Yu was a little surprised. However, regarding the grand event in the imperial capital, there should be no problem with your Shura mansion. After all, you have many young talents from Shura County, and there are at least 10 of them who are above the level of supernatural powers of 5 realms. It's not as simple as you think. Yu Qingsha made a sound, glanced at Long Yu, shook her head and said, "General Hu brought 100 people not long ago, and each of them is a strong man in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, even those in the 5 realms of supernatural powers and the realm of 6 realms of supernatural powers. There are more than 10 people. However, General Hua's people are all over 30 years old and cannot participate in this grand event in the imperial capital. Not only that, even Sehanshan and I are over 30 years old. We have no part in it." Yu Qingsha's words made Long Yu a little surprised. Unexpectedly, both Yu Qingsha and Sehanshan were over 30 years old. At that time, the condition of the Azura general election was that no one over the age of 40 could participate. Now, only young martial arts under the age of 30 can participate in this grand event of the Northern Snow Dynasty. Obviously, the conditions are much stricter, and even the age range is narrowed, and the young martial artists who participated in the grand event in the imperial capital are much stronger than those who participated in the Shura election. It can be seen from this, that the background of the Northern Snow Emperor's capital is far from being comparable to that of Shura County. Worst of all, others have defected. Fu Tsubing, a young genius who had comprehended the divine language of light and was quite good at medicine and alchemy, said worriedly. "Mutiny?" Long Yu frowned slightly, not knowing what was going on. The 18 people headed by Yu Tongfei announced yesterday that they would leave the Shura Mansion and join the Dragon Mansion, one of the 4 major mansions in the Northern Snow Emperor's capital. Xing Wu, who was originally the strongest under Shu Chan, said bluntly and in a deep voice, The 18 people including Yu Tongfei are all young geniuses from Shura County who are under 30 years old. After he took this group of people away, in our entire Shura mansion, there are no more than 20 people who are qualified to participate in the Imperial Capital event. Even Xingwu was already 35 years old, so he couldn't participate in the grand event in the Imperial Capital, so the current situation of the entire Shura mansion is indeed quite grim. Don't worry, everyone. Long Yu thought for a while, then smiled and said, at least Princess Xuchan is very strong now, and maybe even stronger in 3 months. As long as she can come back, Shura's residence should not be a problem. It's not enough to rely on the princess alone. I heard that most of the rules of this grand event in the Imperial Capital are group battles. Fu Zhubing said with a slight frown. Then everyone can only improve their strength as soon as possible within these 3 months. Long Yu said, I have the pills and warriors that I got together with Princess Xuchan, take them all, and try to improve your own strength. One of the goals of Long Yu's trip was to give some of the cultivation resources to the Azura Mansion, but he did not expect that someone in the Azura Mansion would announce that he would leave the Azura Mansion and join the Dragon Mansion, one of the 4 major mansions. This is indeed very bad news for Shura Mansion, but the situation at the bottom of Shura Valley is much better than that of Tianyu Manor. By the way, in Shura's mansion, how many people are compatible with the shadow attribute divine script? Long Yu distributed the pills and warriors obtained from Ice Sky Valley, Shadow Demon Treasure, etc., to everyone, and then asked another question. Everyone was quite shocked by so many cultivation resources. They never expected that Long Yu could come up with so many things. After hearing Long Yu's question, Hu Yuanbai replied, I haven't done statistics, but now there are only more than 100 people in the entire Shura mansion, and among them, there should be no more than 20 who match the Shadow Divine script. Then I will engrave you with 20 divine characters first. Long Yu thought for a while, and took out 20 complete Shura Divine script seals from his bosom. As soon as they saw the 20 Shura Divine runes engravings, the 5 people in the field were immediately shocked on the spot, unable to speak for a long time. Complete Divine rune engravings are regarded as treasures for the kingly and secret realm powerhouses. Unexpectedly, Long Yu could really take out 20 pieces at once. Among them, Hu Yuanbai was the most surprised. He remembered that Long Yu had said before that he wanted to give some divine inscriptions to his subordinates, but he didn't care about it at the time, thinking that Long Yu was using it to motivate his subordinates. Unexpectedly, Long Yu really took out the engraving of the divine script now. Shura's divine scriptures were the root of why King Shura's family was able to rule Shura County. Only the direct descendants of King Shura are eligible to obtain a complete seal of Shura's divine script, such as Xuchan, who has become a strong man in the entire Shura County. Others, such as the dead Tianyui, can only rely on the Shura divine script imitated by King Shura to imitate and comprehend the Shura divine script, and at most comprehend 1/10 of the power of the Shura divine script. The effect gap between these is very huge. The 20 Shura divine inscriptions that Long Yu took out now will definitely be able to create 20 strong men in the Shura mansion, at least much stronger than ordinary martial arts. Give these to General Hua first, and General Hua will be responsible for the distribution. The grey-clothed tough man Se Kan Shan said with a serious expression that he does not match the shadow attribute divine script, so the Shura divine script engraving is useless to him, but he knows the value of these things very well. Duguijian fits with the divine script of the shadow attribute. I originally got a seal of the divine script of Huangquan, and comprehended the complete divine script of Huangquan. Xingwu's eyes lit up, and he said with burning eyes, if he can comprehend one more Shura divine inscription, his strength will be greatly enhanced, and if the princess is added, he may not be able to shine in the Imperial Capital event. How to distribute it is your own problem. If 20 coins are not enough, you can say it now. Long Yu glanced at everyone and said. It should be enough for the time being. Now in the entire Shura mansion, there are not 20 people who match the Shadow Divine script. Hui Yuanbai shook his head and said, putting away the 20 Shura divine inscriptions. Now Shura Mansion is in a very difficult state, so those who want to leave have already left, for example, the 18 people led by Yu Tongfei, they said. No one from Tianyu Manor has escaped so far. That is because the people in Tianyu Manor are too weak, and no one wants to join other forces. The people in Shura's mansion are different. Every martial artist under the age of 30 can be regarded as a genius. Even the Dragon Mansion, one of the 4 major mansions in the Northern Snow Emperor's capital, is willing to accept Yu Tongfei. 8 people, strengthen their own strength. Yu Tongfei brought people back to make trouble. Suddenly, a voice that Long Yu was quite familiar with came in from outside the courtyard. It turned out to be Xiaopeng with supernatural powers, and Ren Pingfan ran in a panic. When Ren Pingfan saw that Long Yu was also there, he couldn't help but look happy. Brother Long, why are you here? Yesterday, I heard that you had a conflict with the people in the Yaoling restaurant and Tengwu Manor. Nothing happened, right? Do you think I look like something is wrong now? Long Yu smiled and patted Ren Pingfan on the shoulder. This little fat man has also stepped into the realm of 3 supernatural powers, which can be regarded as the strength of Shura's mansion in the Imperial Capital event. Long Yu thought for a while, took out a large flame fan from his arms, and handed it to Ren Pingfan. This is the warrior flame fan of the Chiwei Valley Master. Although it is only a low-grade Dahuang grade, it should be useful to you. Ren Pingfan was a little shocked when he met this guy. Brother Long, you boy even snatched the warriors of the Chiwei Valley Lord, amazing. I don't know when the princess will come back. Xu Chan is now in Tianlan County of the Northern Snow Dynasty. He has joined the Shuawu Legion to resist the invasion of the Tianqing Divine Wing Legion. He should be back soon. Long Yu thought for a while and said. We also heard that the princess appeared in Tianlan County, but we didn't know that she joined the Snow Dance Army. Everyone was quite surprised when they heard the words. They didn't expect that Xu Chan would join the army of Beishua Dynasty. However, after thinking about it, since she was fighting against Tianqing Dynasty, it was completely normal for Xu Chan to be so enthusiastic. That was her killer. Father and enemy. Okay, let's go and see what Yu Tongfei is doing when he comes back. Long Yu, will you come with us? Su Hanshan stood up, looked at Long Yu, and asked. Certainly. Long Yu nodded. Although he was in a hurry, he was not in a hurry. Now that the guy who betrayed Shura's mansion and took refuge in Long's mansion came back to make trouble, Long Yu finally wanted to see what kind of supernatural power that person possessed. That kid actually has the face to come back, it's really ridiculous. Xingwu snorted coldly, stood up, and walked towards the gate of Shura's mansion with everyone. Not long after, Long Yu followed Hui Yuanbai and the others to the front yard of Shura's mansion, and saw a lot of Hui Yuanbai under the hands of the Nightmare Legion, blocking a group of young people in golden clothes from outside. This group of youths wore golden clothes with long dragon patterns on their sleeves, which meant that they came from the Dragon Mansion, one of the 4 great mansions. At this moment, a young man in golden clothes headed by was standing proudly in the front yard of Shura's mansion, scanning the numerous warriors of the Nightmare Legion in the magical mystic realm, with a deep look of disdain in his eyes. This young man turned out to be a strong man in the secret realm of the Kingly Way. That's fish flying together. Hui Yuanbai pointed, and there was a tall young man behind the young man in the secret realm of the Kingly Way. At this time, he was nodding and bowing to the young man in the secret realm of the Kingly Way, looking like a slave. That is Yu Tongfei, who took refuge in the Dragon Mansion, and now the people who followed the Dragon Mansion came back to show off their might. The young man in the secret realm of the Royal Way should be the strongest of the younger generation in the Dragon Mansion. Long Yu squinted his eyes, looking at the young man in the mysterious realm of the Royal Way with a disdainful face, thinking in his heart. In the 8 manors and 4 mansions of the current Beishua dynasty, each has a young strong man from the royal secret realm, but there is only one, and the person in front of him should be the one from the Dragon Mansion. Are you able to take care of things? Seeing Hu Yuanbai approaching, the young man from the royal way of the Dragon Mansion immediately smiled contemptuously. This man is the strongest in this Shura mansion, and he has the cultivation base of the 7-path supernatural realm. In the entire mansion, there is not even a royal way of secret realm. There are none, and there is still a face in the Northern Snow Emperor capital. This is the crown prince of the Dragon Mansion, Long Yao, who has stepped into the secret realm of the kingly way, and is a leader of the younger generation. Yu Tongfei, who was next to the young man in the secret realm of the kingly way, immediately introduced it flauntingly. At the same time, he glanced at the audience with disdainful eyes. Disdain. It is well known that Yu Hanqin attaches great importance to Long Yu and Shu Chan, which makes Yu Tongfei always unhappy. This Long Yu is only at the second Dao divine ability realm, and he can't even compare with himself, let alone compare with Long Yao, a proud son of heaven. Let's stop talking nonsense. The Prince of Japan is here today to recruit the young and strong men in your mansion. The so-called Prince of the Dragon Mansion, Long Yao, squinted his eyes, and said disdainfully, "Of course, everything is voluntary. Anyone who wants to join my Dragon Mansion can stand up now. From now on, this prince will be treated like a child of the Dragon Mansion." Yu Tongfei from the Shura Mansion led 18 people to join the Dragon Mansion, which greatly strengthened the strength of the younger generation of the Dragon Mansion, so Long Yao wanted to come again to show his strength, and more people would definitely choose join Dragon Mansion. But after he finished speaking, there was silence in the Shura Mansion, and many people even looked at him with mocking eyes. Obviously, everyone in the Shura Mansion present did not want to join the Dragon Mansion. Those who wanted to join had already left with Yu Tongfei when he left Shura's mansion, so would they wait until now? Among the crowd, Jiao Banxian, Xiao Zhu, and Xuanhuan were all martial arts cultivators under the age of 30, so Long Yao took a look at them, only to find that the three of them had nothing but hostility toward him. On the other side, an indifferent swordsman of the 5 realms of supernatural powers leaned alone on the railing in the corridor in the distance. Watching all this from a distance, it was Du Guijian. Long Yao, as a strong man in the secret realm of the royal way, of course saw Du Guijian, and had the intention of recruiting Du Guijian, but obviously, Du Guijian was less interested in joining the Dragon Mansion than the others. Such a situation in the field made Long Yao, the prince of the Dragon Mansion, look a little gloomy. You guys have to think clearly. This Shura mansion will be removed from the Northern Snow Emperor's capital after the grand meeting in the imperial capital in 3 months' time, and you won't even have a place to hide, let alone step into a higher and deeper realm. The realm of martial arts. Long Yao said contemptuously, "I only counted to 3, this is your last chance to join the Dragon Mansion. As for everyone who is still staying in the Shura mansion, they will become my Dragon Mansion's enemies. 1. 2. Long Yao started counting, but everyone in the field still looked at him like a fool, which made him very embarrassed. 3. Indifference flashed across Long Yao's eyes, and then he turned around. From now on, the Shura Mansion is the enemy of my Dragon Mansion. In the North Snow Emperor's capital, it is absolutely impossible to offend the forces of my Dragon Mansion. What is the end? Wait until 3 months later, when the Imperial Capital Grand Meeting begins, you will know what regret is. Let's go. Since these people look down on the Dragon Mansion, let them perish under the power of the Dragon Mansion. This is Long Yao's idea. However, he didn't know that it wasn't that the people in Shura's mansion didn't look down on the Dragon Mansion, but that the Dragon Mansion came over so powerfully, except for a pug like Yu Tongfei, who would put down their dignity to join the Dragon Mansion. Today's arrogant Dragon Mansion Prince Long Yao has made everyone in Shura Mansion hate him, but there is nothing they can do. All they can do is to practice hard. In addition, I don't know if Maz Haitian will return in 3 months. If he can step into the secret realm of the King's Way, the situation in our Shura mansion will be much better. Among the crowd, someone sighed like this. Mo Zhaitian, now 31 or 12 years old, was only one step away from stepping into the secret realm of the royal way. Now that he has been away for so long, he may have already broken through. Although he was not able to participate in the imperial capital's grand event due to his age, once a certain faction in the northern Snow Emperor's capital had a kingly secret realm expert, they would have sufficient deterrent power and would not be easily bullied. To put it simply, if there is a strong man from the secret realm of the royal way sitting in Shura's mansion, Long Yao, the prince of the Dragon Mansion, would never dare to come to trample on him so arrogantly.